The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, do you know what comes to my mind when I think of fresh bread, steaming hot baked potatoes, tasty pan-fried breakfast eggs, luscious cakes and cookies? Well, I think of that delicious modern margarine, Parquet margarine made by Kraft, because Parquet margarine makes all those good-tasting foods taste even better. Yes, Parquet's smooth, delicate flavor makes it grand for table use, makes it a real flavor shortening for baking mouth-watering cookies, cakes, and pastries. Yes, and Parquet margarine is a delicious seasoning for hot vegetables, makes pan-fried foods tastier, too. That's why I think of Parquet when all sorts of good foods come to mind. And another thing, whether you serve Parquet margarine at the table or use it for cooking, you can be sure it's good for your family. It's made from selected American farm products that are wholesome and nourishing. What's more, Parquet is a highly nourishing energy food, and every single pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So try economical Parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask your dealer for Parquet, Parkay, the delicious margarine made by Kraft. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve.
More hot cocoa, Judge Hooker?
No thanks, Bertie. I'm warm enough. My, but a nice fire feels good on a cold night, doesn't it, Gildersleeve?
How should I know? You've been blocking the heat in front of this fire all evening. If you're not careful, you'll give yourself a high hot foot.
But, gee, Uncle Mort, don't you think the fire is good for Judge Hooker's ideas?
I don't know what you mean, Leroy.
Well, you said they were just half-baked.
Yes. I don't recall. Young man, isn't it time for you to be in bed?
Yeah, but you promised I could stay up as long as we had company.
Well, that's right, only I never thought the company... excuse me, Judge. I guess my foot's fallen asleep.
Oh, you needn't hint, Gildersleeve. I'm going. Only it's been so cozy here, and the conversation's been so interesting.
Conversation? Sounded more like a monologue to me. Don't they let you talk down in your courtroom, Judge?
Poor man, he's just lonely and blue, that's all.
Who's lonely and blue? Why, just because I like the family atmosphere around here, in preference to sitting in that big, cold, empty house of mine, does that mean I'm lonely and blue?
Yes. Otherwise, you wouldn't come and stand in front of our fire and get all friendly and pink.
Well, maybe you're right.
You know what you need, Judge Hooker? Some good woman.
No, I don't. I've tried a dozen housekeepers, but they all quit.
Well, personally, I don't blame them, Judge. You're as crusty as a carload of peanut brittle.
What do you mean, crusty? I'll have you know that I'm still considered one of Summerfield's most eligible bachelors.
Yeah? Eligible for what? Social Security? Yeah. Leroy, aren't you in bed yet?
Oh, another hint. Bertie, my coat and hat, please.
Yes, sir.
Now, Judge, don't leave just because Leroy's going to bed. How about a game of old maid or rummy?
No, thanks, Gildy. You play rummy like an old maid, and old maid like a rummy.
Oh, a bad loser, eh?
Here's your wraps, Judge. Now be sure and bundle up well.
Thank you.
My, I don't blame the government for clamping down on the weather reports.
Why, Bertie?
Well, the less said about this weather, the better.
I guess you're right. Well, good night, folks.
Yeah. Good night, you little legal loophole.
Now, don't be too harsh on him, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
The poor man is only hungering for companionship.
Yes, and our food.
Why, when he looks at you in this nice house with your nice niece and nephew and eating all the nice meals I fixed, he gets so green it looks like spring is here again.
Yeah. You know, deep down, Bertie, I really like the little duffer. And when I spoke about him needing a good woman, I didn't mean a housekeeper. I meant a good wife.
There's some nice ladies that he might take to.
Take two. That'd be bigamy, Bertie. You really only allowed one.
Say, Unc, are you going to marry off the judge?
Well, I don't want to count my chickens before they're hatched, but Leroy, I thought I told you to go to bed.
You did, Uncle Mort, twice.
Well, I'm not going to tell you again.
Gee, that's swell, Unc. It was getting sort of monotonous.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going right now.
Yeah. eh, Leroy? The only thing more difficult than getting you to bed at night is waking you in the morning.
Good morning, Unc. Say, remember what you said last night about finding somebody to marry Judge Hooker?
Well, I didn't mean for you to hear that, young man.
Well, it's lucky I did, because I've got somebody all lined up.
Yep. What do you mean? Who?
One of my teachers at school, Miss Cagle.
Huh?
Boy, the whole class has been trying to figure out a way to get rid of her ever since September.
If they have?
Yeah, well, they be glad when I tell them the judge is going to marry her.
Whoa, here. Wait a minute, Leroy. First, what sort of a lady is this Miss Cagle?
Well, to give you an idea, the kids elected her Miss Poison Puss of 1942. Unanimous. Why, she's so...
Yeah, but if she's anything at all like that, why nominate her for the title of Mrs. Hooker?
Is that wrong?
Well, after all, we're trying to make the judge's life brighter. Miss Cagle sounds like a drip of the first water.
Oh, gee, that's right. I was so anxious to get her off our hands, I didn't realize what a dirty trick it'd be on the judge.
Yes. Well, we'll have to think of somebody else, I guess.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but how about looking here in the morning paper?
The morning paper? For what?
For the bride, maybe one of the persons in the personal will turn out to be the judge's dream girl.
Well, thanks, Bertie. No harm in looking. Let me see. Oh, yes, here we are. Personals. Attractive young lady, blonde, wishes to meet sympathetic gentleman of means. Object, Hollywood.
No, I don't think that's the judge's style. Read the next one. That sounded better.
Yes. Here it is. A well-to-do widow interested in meeting professional man over 50. Have refined tastes and grand piano. Also private income, own car, and 7 delightful children who will add life to any home.
Jeepers, 7 kids.
Yes, wrong number. I'm sorry, Bertie. I'm afraid our little Justice wouldn't have any peace if we snagged him a helpmate out of the help wanted.
Oh, jeepers, look at the time. I gotta get over to Piggy Banks' house.
Yeah? What for, Leroy?
His Aunt Henrietta is knitting sweaters for the army, and I'm to bring her some wool Marjorie left for her.
Well, run along by all means, then. So Henrietta Banks is in town. Say, Henrietta Banks.
What's the matter with her?
Nothing. She's perfect. For Judge Hooker, I mean. She has a nice social position. Her grandfather was the first white child born in this county. And she's really not bad looking.
Gee, I didn't know you knew Piggy's aunt, Uncle Mort.
Yes, I met her about 10 years ago. I remembered I'd just ripped my trousers before she came over, and I didn't dare get up all the time she was here. It really was very embarrassing.
She sure sounds like the future Miss Judge Hooker.
Yeah, well, I'm going to try anyway. Let me have that yarn, Leroy. I'll deliver it. While I'm there, I can sort of subtly get around to talking about the judge and matrimony and things like that.
Swell. I'll get your hat and coat on.
But what about that appointment you had to get examined for insurance, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes. The insurance doctor's due here in half an hour. You tell him I was called away on business, Bertie. Have him come in a day or so. If I'm going to press the judge's suit, I better strike while the iron is hot.
Hey, Uncle Mort.
Thank you, Leroy. You know, I'm getting quite a kick out of this idea. Won't the judge be surprised when he finds out all I'm doing for him? Well, here I go.
Good luck, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Happy hunting, Unc.
Yes, well, thanks. Goodbye.
He's a pretty swell guy, isn't he, Bertie?
He sure is.
Going to all that trouble just to make 2 lonely people happy.
That's right.
Look at him walking down the street. A regular Dan Cupid.
Yes, sir. Ain't he got the figure for it?
Yes, I'm coming. Oh, yes.
Well, little Henrietta Banks. Why, you haven't changed a day since I saw you 10 years ago.
I haven't. Oh, you're just being nice.
Huh?
Oh, now, don't tell me. I know who you are. You're Mr. Mr. Gilder something.
That's right, Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes.
Fancy you remembering me all this time.
Well, won't you come in, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I don't mind if I do. My nephew, Leroy Forrester, was bringing over this yarn for you, and he happened to mention your name, and I said, well, never mind. You'd be surprised what I said.
Well, have a chair, won't you?
Thank you.
My, I can't imagine how you could remember me.
Huh?
After all, we only met once before, and you seemed so shy then.
Shy? Oh, yes, I remember. That was just a temporary bashfulness on my part. I suppose I was just afraid of making the wrong impression.
Oh, as if you could have.
As if I couldn't have. But tell me, Miss Banks, or rather, Henrietta, that is, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Go right ahead.
Well, when Leroy told me that you were here, I was greatly surprised to hear that you were still Miss Banks.
You were?
Yes. My, but I'll bet you put up a gallant fight against all the men who must have wanted to change your name.
Well, some girls like a certain independence.
Oh, well, I knew that would be the trouble. That attitude of yours is hardly fair to us poor men, Henrietta.
Oh, do you think so, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. Absolutely. Why, marriage is the most delightful of partnerships, I'm told. And reminds me, there's someone right here in this town who'd be just wonderful for you.
Oh, really now? I don't know what on earth you're talking about.
Now, Henrietta, you do too.
I do not.
Then I'll tell you.
Oh, don't. So embarrassing. Who is it?
Well, I'm not going to mention any names. But this fellow, well, he's been awfully lonesome. When I heard your name this morning, when he heard your name
Oh,
this morning...
yes, I understand.
Well, we...
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you haven't changed a bit. You're just as bashful and boyish as you were the first time I met you.
Well, I wasn't quite prepared. Possibly I'd better come back another time. Yes, I think I should go now. You'll be hearing from me later.
I will. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, not goodbye. Au revoir, Henrietta.
Oh. Oh, hello, Martha? Oh, Martha, you're acquainted with everyone in Summerfield. Well, tell me all you know about this Mr. Gildersleeve. Yes, that's the one. Yes? Yes? No. Well, what do you... No. No. Oh, no. Well, lucky me.
Of all the muddled-up cases I've ever had to listen to in all my life... Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Hi.
Glad you dropped in. How's everything?
Coming along better than you'd ever suspect, Judge. Remember our conversation out at the house the other night?
Of course I do. And as soon as I left, I thought of some dandy answers, too. Now, let me see if I can remember 'em.
Oh, don't bother.
But there's one thing I've been thinking about, Gildy, old man.
Yeah? What was that, Judge?
You remember saying that what I needed was a good woman?
Yeah?
I didn't give that much thought at first, but now I believe you're right.
Oh, that's fine. And I have a little lady who'll be just the person for you.
You think she'd know how to run my home right, huh?
Oh, yes, and make you very happy, too.
Hope she knows how to cook.
Oh, yes, I'm sure she's a wonderful cook. Very nice looking, also.
Not interested in her looks, Gildy. At my age, a good cook is a lot more important than a pretty face.
Oh, well, this lady is both. She has both.
Huh?
That is, she is one and has the other.
Oh.
When would you like to meet her?
Sooner the better.
Well, how about dropping over to our house for dinner next Friday? I'll have her there, too.
Fine. Only you needn't go to all this trouble. Couldn't you just meet me here and we could settle the whole thing in 10 minutes?
Yes. Oh, no, you can't do things that way.
Why not?
Well, how do you know you're going to like each other, Hooker?
Huh?
This is a serious step you're about to take. You've got to approach it cautiously.
Oh, maybe you're right. Believe me, if she's all that you say she is, I'll keep her for life.
Well, I should hope so.
Oh, Judge, recess is over.
All right, bailiff. I'll see you Friday night, Gildy.
Yeah, all right, Friday night. So long, Judge.
Say, Your Honor, if you're still looking for a housekeeper...
No, never mind. Mr. Gildersleeve has found a woman who sounds like a perfect servant.
Well, that's nice of him.
Yeah, he's a pretty good friend. In his fat, bumbling way.
Good afternoon, Bertie. Hello, Leroy.
Hi, Uncle Mort.
Well, I've arranged the whole thing. Judge Hooker's coming to dinner day after tomorrow.
Oh, then I better fix something extra special scrumptious with a touch of romantic and a dash of lovey-dovey.
Yeah.
You invited Miss Banks, of course.
Oh, yes. And she was so excited she kept calling me a dear boy.
I sure hope she's going to like Judge Hooker when she meets up with him.
Oh, of course she will. Just as soon as I tell her that he's the unknown admirer who's been sending her the flowers and candy and poems. Say, did I read you the new poem I sent her last night?
No, let's hear it, Unc.
Yeah, I've got a copy of it here under the desk somewhere. Ah, yes, here it is, under the water bill. Listen to this, folks. Oh, Henrietta, sweet Henrietta, I can't forget a girl like you. Where'er I go, I see your face, in the sun and the snow or any old place. Your smile turns the winter into spring and makes my poor heart go ting-a-ling-a-ling. And though I'm so shy, I worship from afar. Way up in my sky, you're the number one star. Oh, Henrietta, sweet Henrietta, I'd sure like to get a girl like you.
Oh, gee. Gee, I never knew you were a poet, Unc.
You sure have a gift, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Do you like it? I'll give you copies if you want them.
Well, that should sure make her feel mushy towards the judge.
Yeah.
Say, does he know he's been writing her all that guff and sending her all that stuff?
Yes. Oh, no, I've invited him to come here half an hour before Henrietta gets here. Remind me to button Hooker and tell him all about it then.
Yes, sir, that's a very good idea. And he won't have time enough then to get cold feet.
Yeah.
And cold feet has ruined more romances one way or the other than practically anything.
Well, is everything set, Bertie?
Yes, sir, right to a T. All the judge's favorite dishes to put him in good humor. You know, I planned to decorate the table with orange blossoms so Miss Banks would feel like a blushing bride, only I couldn't get none. So I used oranges, but we was out. And that's why we got lemons on the table.
Yes. That must be the bridegroom-to-be now. Let him in, Bertie.
Yes, sir. And won't he be surprised to learn of what we done cooked up for him?
Yeah. Leroy, leave those olives alone.
Yes, sir, I was just rearranging them, that's all.
Really?
It ain't the judge, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's the insurance company. They done sent another doctor to give you that examination.
Oh, my goodness. I can't make it now. Tell him I'm busy. Have him come here another time.
Okay, but you better hurry before the rates go up.
The rest.
Gee, of all the times to show up just when we're ready to put over a big merger like this.
Leroy, I wish you'd include yourself out of this affair. It's a delicate matter involving the future happiness of two fine people. And I don't want you in your juvenile way to mess it up.
Oh, don't worry, Uncle Mort. I know my part. As soon as they go in the living room after dinner, I'll start playing those Nelson Eddy, Jeanette MacDonald records.
Well, you're a bright boy, Leroy. That's right. Don't slip up now.
The doctor done went, but he's been replaced by another visitor, Miss Henrietta Banks.
What? Oh, she's too early, Bertie. Why, the judge isn't here yet. Of all the numbskull females that ever... Ah, hello, Henrietta. My, how lovely you look tonight.
Oh, thank you, Throckmorton.
Yeah?
And dear little Leroy, how are you this evening?
Oh, just fine, Miss Banks.
Oh, come now. No more of this Miss Banks, darling. Just call me Auntie.
Uh-oh.
Well, how are you, Throckmorton? The cat still got your tongue?
Who, me? Oh, no. We don't keep a tongue. I mean, nobody's got our cat. Won't you have a sit down?
Thank you. Now, come over here and sit beside me.
Huh?
There. That's better, isn't it?
Oh, yes, considerably.
You know, I was so anxious to find out what your surprise was. I just couldn't wait.
Oh.
That's why I'm here so early. Do you think I'm acting like a giddy young schoolgirl?
Yes.
Oh, Throckmorton, you say the most flattering, precious things. Almost as nice as your poems.
Yeah. My poems? But I never wrote you any poems.
Oh, come now, don't deny them, you shy, modest boy.
But there must be some mistake.
Why, not at all. Oh, incidentally, Throckmorton, do you particularly like the color of those drapes at the window?
Well, I don't know. I never gave it much thought. Why?
Oh, I was just thinking about changing them, that's all.
Oh, You mean...
Yes.
That's what I thought you meant.
Throckmorton, am I going to get that big surprise before dinner or afterward?
Well, Henrietta, looks like you're going to get it any minute now.
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there's an important phone call for you.
Phone call? Oh, my goodness. Excuse me, please. I'll be right back. Yes. Hello? Who is this?
Hello, Gildy, old chap. This is Hooker. Sorry I won't be able to make it tonight.
If what?
I got a hung jury that ought to be.
You've got to be here, Judge Hooker. You don't understand all the trouble I've gone to. Surprises and everything. How soon can you get here? Maybe I can stall things.
Oh, don't count on me at all.
What am I going to do about Henrietta? Miss Banks.
Oh, you mean the new housekeeper?
Housekeeper?
Just tell her she's hired.
Hired?
Yeah, I'll take a chance. What can I lose?
But she isn't a housekeeper at all.
Then tell her she's fired. Goodbye, Gildersleeve.
Well, now I'm really in the soup.
Oh, Throckmorton, is the surprise ready now?
Yes, Henrietta, but it's a different one altogether.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. I asked Judge Hooker to come here this evening. I told the judge all about you, but he can't make it tonight.
Oh, well, that's perfectly all right, Throckmorton.
What? It is?
Surely.
Oh, you don't know what a relief this is to me, Henrietta.
Why, you impetuous boy. Don't you realize that even if the judge had come, we couldn't get married without a license?
If the judge wasn't going to marry us. He was going to marry you.
To whom?
To himself.
But I don't know him at all.
Oh, yes, you do. He's your unknown admirer.
Oh, no, that's you.
Oh, no, that's the judge.
All right, then bring him here and let's see.
See? Oh, well, I can hardly do that for a little while yet.
Oh, you're just like all other men. After leading me on, it turns out to be a joke. A cruel, heartless joke. And after I've told all my friends.
Oh.
Well, you haven't heard the last of this, Mr. Gildersleeve. There are courts and laws to protect innocent girls from men like you. Goodbye.
Oh, why was I ever born? I'm telling you, Judge, Leroy got it straight from the little Banks boy. His aunt has called in some lawyer named Taylor.
Oh, he's a tough man, this Taylor. He'll take you straight to the cleaners.
That's what I'm afraid of. They've been going over those letters and poems that I sent Henrietta.
Uh-oh, that's bad.
Yes. If they ever read those poems in court, I'll never be able to hold up my head again in Summerfield.
It serves you right for trying to marry me off. Gildersleeve, you're a pretty stupid Cupid.
But I meant everything for the best, Judge. Oh, please, can't you help me?
Why, yes, Gildersleeve, I'll be glad to help you. If you publish those poems, put me down for a copy.
Now, see here, Hooker. That's the wrong attitude after I played John Alden to your Pocahontas.
Gildersleeve, I'm going to get out of here before I get involved in this scandalous case. Goodbye. I'll be seeing you in the funny paper, Gildy.
The old goat. There's gratitude for you. The next time I take pity on him, I hope somebody gives me a good swift kick in the telephone. Hello? Who? Mr. Taylor. Tomorrow, Mr. Taylor? What time, Mr. Taylor? Goodbye, Mr. Taylor. Oh, now my goose is fricasseed. Bertie, Leroy.
What is it, Unc?
Did you call Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, more bad news. Henrietta Banks is sending her lawyer over to see me tomorrow afternoon. She's going to sue me for damages if I don't marry her.
Oh, gee, if you could only show her that you'd make a terrible husband.
Nonsense, Leroy. I'd make a wonderful husband. What am I saying? I'd be awful.
Yeah, but how you going to prove it without marrying her?
Huh? Wait a minute. I just had an idea. Yes, I think it'd work out. If I could only convince that lawyer of hers that I'm not worth marrying.
But how?
I know. Now listen, you two. When Mr. Taylor, the lawyer, shows up tomorrow, Bertie, you'll meet him at the door, and then you'll say to him...
Come right in, mister. You can see Mr. Gildersleeve, but you got to promise to be quiet while you're in there, on account of he's a mighty sick man.
Oh, sick? Must be something new.
Oh, no, he gets this way off and on. Now, here he is, and remember, no getting him excited and no yelling at him.
Oh, of course not.
I brought you a visitor, the gentleman you was expecting.
Oh, yes. How do you do, sir? You won't mind if my nephew just goes on feeding me my chicken broth, will you?
No, not at all. Maybe I'd better come some other day when you'll be feeling better.
Oh, sometimes I wonder if I'll ever feel better.
No, don't say that, Unc. You still have a fighting chance.
Yes, thank you, my boy. You're such a comfort. More chicken broth, please.
Okay, Unc. Careful, it's hot.
Yes, I'll be careful. Oh! Hey, that is hot, Leroy.
Careful, Unc.
Careful? Oh, yes. Oh, the pain. No more soup, Leroy.
Well, what seems to be your trouble, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, I could tell you about my troubles all afternoon, but why bore you with an organ recital?
Yes, sir? That man is in no shape to get married, and any lady who gets hitched up with him better be ready to dye her wedding veil black.
No, Bertie, never say die. Uncle Mort still has a 50-50 chance.
Is that so? Do you want to bet? Oh.
Do you want to finish dictating your will, Uncle?
Excuse me for interrupting, Mr. Gildersleeve, but what's wrong with you?
My heart.
Oh, high blood pressure?
Alternating with low blood pressure.
Rather unusual.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yes, anything else. Unc has been given up by 10 doctors, 6 hospitals, and a chiropractor.
So you can see I'm really in no condition to take on new obligations.
Well, I should think not.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason for me to waste any time examining you. I'll just go back and report.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Hand me the telephone, Leroy. Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Gildersleeve. This is Judge Hooker. Say, heard the good news yet? It's all over the courthouse. Congratulations, you lucky stiff.
I don't think I understand.
Why, you know what's happened? Henrietta Banks has gone and eloped with her lawyer, George Taylor.
What?
Yeah, well, so long.
Well, wow, this is wonderful. All my troubles are over. Now she can't sue me. Henrietta married her lawyer, folks. Say, if she... Then who are you, mister?
Me? Oh, I thought you knew. I'm the doctor from the insurance company.
What?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry you couldn't make the grade, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. But right now, I want to answer some questions. Several people have asked me lately questions like, what's parquet margarine made of? Is it good for you? How can it taste so deliciously good? Well, I'm glad to answer those questions because it will explain why parquet margarine is so different and better than old-time margarines. Why it's a downright delicious food that's nourishing and wholesome, too. You see, parquet is a modern vegetable margarine made by Kraft, and the pure, refined American vegetable oils that go into parquet help make it the highly nutritious energy food that it is. And to its wholesome goodness, Kraft adds important vitamin A to parquet margarine, 9,000 units to every pound. Now, about parquet margarine's delicious flavor, it's Kraft's long experience in making good-tasting foods that accounts for that. Yes, if you think all margarines are alike, just taste parquet. That rich, delicate parquet flavor is making it a favorite everywhere for table use and for cooking, too. But why not find out about parquet margarine's goodness yourself? Yes, try a pound or two of economical parquet margarine tomorrow. Just ask for Parquet, Parkay, the delicious modern margarine made by Kraft, the makers of famous Miracle Whip salad dressing.
Now that you've been turned down, what are you going to do about insurance?
Leroy, I'm going to spend that money for some victory insurance.
What do you mean?
I'm going to invest in defense bonds that'll pay off in 10 years, just like an endowment policy.
Swell. And meanwhile, your dollars will be fighting for you and for Uncle Sam.
That's right. It's a wonderful way of combining business and pleasure, isn't it? Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to be with us again next week at the same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Park Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products, presents Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve. Kraft brings you The Great Gildersleeve every week at this time, written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, let me tell you about the grand cheese food that gets such a royal welcome from shoppers every time a new supply arrives at their favorite food store. Yes, it's your old favorite Pabst, the delicious golden cheese food of 100 uses. Pabst, an economical, nutritious cheese food, is such a wonderful help in preparing wartime meals, we just wish there was a whole lot more of it to go around. Pabst, you see, makes those smooth, appetizing cheese sauces that add such nourishing goodness to macaroni or noodles, cooked vegetables, and fish, prepared in dozens of tempting ways. And Pabst also spreads, slices, and toasts to perfection. So naturally, it's in big demand, too, for sandwiches and for crackers with dessert. So ask for Pabst and buy it when you can. Look for the round, flat package, the delicious golden cheese food, Pabst. Now let's join our friend the Great Gildersleeve. The ups and downs of his campaign for mayor, plus the complications of his passion for Miss Eve Goodwin, have reduced him to a bulky shadow. Yesterday afternoon, he inadvertently announced his engagement to Miss Goodwin at an Arbor Day rally. And now, as he drops in at Peavy's drugstore, he's in the mood to accept congratulations.
Mm-hmm. Love is the sweetest thing. Da-dee-dee-dee-da-dee.
Well, if it ain't Commissioner Gildersleeve.
Oh, hi, Floyd. Who's taking care of the barber shop?
Closed up. Shaved my quota for the day, Commissioner. Have a soda?
No, Floyd, you have one. I'm buying today. Where's Peavy?
Out and back there, making up some of my special hair tonic. Guaranteed to grow hair in a pool ball.
Now, if you only find some stuff that'll grow hair in a human skull.
I use it myself.
Very good. Come on, what'll you have, Floyd?
Well, if you're buying, I'll have a cigar. What's the occasion, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Haven't you heard? I'm engaged to be married.
Well, congratulations. Say, didn't you just get out of one?
What do you mean?
Well, weren't you engaged to that Southern party with
Well, that was some time ago, Floyd. This is different. This is the real thing.
Well, if you're satisfied, why should I kick? Who's the,
Miss Eve Goodwin.
The school principal? Never would have thought of her.
Why not?
I don't know. I had a teacher once that I wondered about, but a principal.
She's a very lovely woman, Floyd.
Oh, sure. I wasn't casting any asparagus on the lady.
Asparagus.
5 gallons ought to last you till Christmas. Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. Have a cigar.
Well, I rarely use tobacco, Mr. Gildersleeve. Is this some kind of an occasion?
Sure is, Peavy. Commissioner's gone out and got himself engaged again.
So I hear.
Yes, Peavy. I'm engaged to the nicest woman in Summerfield. Come on, have a cigar.
Well, as I say, I seldom smoke cigars, but just to be a good fellow, I'll ring one up.
Oh, you're a prince, Peavy. Now get out the box so Floyd and I can smoke.
Yes, sir. Your regular brand?
No, let's have the 3 for a half model.
3 for a half again.
Thanks, Commissioner.
I think you should be very happy, Mr. Gildersleeve. Miss Goodwin always seemed like a nice, wholesome, substantial woman.
Wholesome? Peavy, you make me sick. You haven't got a spark of romance in your whole system.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Well, don't call my fiancée wholesome.
Oh, no offense. I'm very happy if you've met Miss Wright. Was it love at first sight, would you say?
Instantaneous. You can always...
Well, Judge Hooker, come on in, join the party, Judge.
Thank you.
Gildersleeve's giving out cigars for his engagement.
Yeah, that's right, Judge. Have a cigar?
I've already offered my congratulations, but I'll accept the cigar. I wish you a long life of happiness, and I think Eve's a lucky girl.
Oh, thank you, Horace.
The commissioner claims it was love at first sight, Judge. You take any stock in that?
There's no such thing as love at first sight, Floyd. Love is a matter of habit.
Habit. Love is not like brushing your teeth, Horace.
Well, I think there's something in what he says.
There. Floyd's a married man, Gildy. He ought to know.
All right, Floyd, what's your theory?
Well, I'll tell you the way it happened with me. I was going with the wife for about 6 months, I guess. You know, she seemed like a good kid. Her family knew my family. She was fairly good looking at that time. Hadn't started to spread out, you know. But to me, she was strictly a good time. Nothing serious. Few laughs, a little necking once in a while. Then one night I took her to a dance someplace, and when we were going home after, there was some moonlight or something. Before I knew it, I asked her to marry me. I didn't have any more intention to marry that girl than... Well, as soon as the words were out of my mouth, I could have bit my tongue off.
That's very interesting, Floyd, but what's your theory about love?
My theory is that it's an accident, and there ought to be a law against it.
You're just cynical. You can't convince me.
Me either, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What do you think, Peavy? Do you think love is just a habit?
I think love is a miracle.
Oh? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'll tell you. The minute I laid eyes on Mrs. Peavy, I was swept off my feet.
There you are, fellas. Tell us how it happened, Peavy.
Well, we met at a picnic. There were several other
Oh,
people.
I'd never fall for a girl at a picnic. They make you do all the work.
Hush, Floyd.
Light the fire, boil the water.
Let Peavy tell his story, Floyd.
Bury the garbage. It's a lot of work at a picnic.
Go ahead, Peavy.
Well, Mrs. Peavy was the only stranger in the group at this picnic. So 4 or 5 of us young fellows were meeting her for the first time. As soon as I saw her, I knew she was the girl for me.
It was like an electric current, huh?
Well, no, yes, by George, it was. It was like an electric current, and it sure filled me full of ginger. You know how young fellows are. I commenced to show off, climbing trees, jumping across the creek. Had on a brand new pair of trousers, but I just didn't give a hang.
That's it, Peavy. That's the miracle.
Oh, no, that's not the miracle. The miracle was that I was the only fellow there that fell in love with her, and I was the only one she married. That was the miracle.
I don't believe it, Peavy.
Now, wait a minute, Floyd.
What is it you don't believe, Floyd?
I don't believe it was any miracle. Did you clean the pots after the picnic?
Well, yes, I believe I did.
Did you bury the garbage?
Oh, yes, I recall that very distinctly.
Well, there goes your miracle. A woman always picks out the man that's got his nose to the grindstone, and boy, does she keep it there.
Yep.
You'll find out, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, Bertie, I do hope it will turn out well. Do you think it will? This is the first time in my life I've ever made a cake.
Now, honey, just take it easy. Take it easy. Don't get yourself in an uproar. Just do like I tell you. Put it in the oven now.
One side, Leroy.
Oh, sorry. Leroy, for goodness sake.
I said I was sorry.
You have to hang around the kitchen. Why don't you go out and play?
I don't feel like it.
I don't know why it is. Every time I bake a cake, Leroy has to be underfoot. One side now.
I know what Leroy's hanging around for. Here it is, Leroy. You can lick the bowl now.
No, thanks, Bertie.
What?
No, thanks.
Leroy, honey, what's the matter?
Nothing. I just feel like punching somebody in the nose, that's all.
Well, what on earth?
What does he have to go and get married for? Why can't she leave him alone?
Who? Why can't who?
Old Lady Goodwin. We were doing all right till she came along.
Now, Leroy, you hadn't ought to feel like that.
Well, I do. Who wants to marry an old principal?
Well, it looks like your uncle does.
Besides, she's not old. She's not even as old as Uncle Mort. What's wrong with marrying a principal, anyway?
It's like marrying a cop. Leroy, do this. Leroy, do that. Leroy, stay after school. Leroy.
I don't think you're very fair to Miss Goodwin.
Was she fair to me? Made me clean up the whole playground when I didn't even throw it. Whitey threw it.
I don't know what you're talking about. And anyway...
Ask Whitey. He admits it. He admits it.
Anyway, I like her.
You would.
I don't know that I think she's just the person for Uncle Mort, but I like her. What do you think, Bertie?
You don't want him to marry her, do you, Bertie?
Well, you have to look at it this way. There's all kinds of women. Now, Miss Ransom, she's one kind of woman. Miss Goodwin, she's a little different. It's up to the man. Mr. Gildersleeve knows what he's doing. I hope.
Well, Well, gosh, do we have to go through this every spring? Last year it was Mrs. Ransom. This year is Miss Oh, hi, Unc. I didn't hear you come in.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're home early.
Yes, Uncle Marcher. Early.
Did I interrupt something?
Oh, no, we were just talking.
Yeah, just talking.
I've been teaching Miss Marjorie how to bake a cake.
Yeah, she's been teaching me how to bake a cake.
Yeah, making a cake.
Well, that's fine. What's for dinner, Bertie, besides cake?
Oh, something you like.
Good.
How did it go today, Uncle Mort?
Fine. Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Bertie, I suppose the children have told you that I've decided to take the fatal plunge. I'm taking it again, as it were.
Oh, yes, sir. I was just getting around to congratulate you. Many happy returns, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, thank you, Bertie. Thank you. You approve of this step, I trust.
Oh, anything you want to do is all right with me. You know that, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, I know that, Bertie. But I'd like to know what you really think of it.
Oh, I think it's fine, Mr. Gildersleeve. I think it's fine, if you do.
Oh. Well, thank you.
Of course, I don't know the lady, except the one time she came here to dinner.
Yes, I must have her to dinner again soon. Perhaps tomorrow night, so we can all get acquainted. After all, we're going to see a lot of each other. I can't help noticing that you children haven't committed yourselves as yet. Marjorie, what do you think of all this?
Oh, I think it's fine, Uncle Mort. I really do. I hope you'll be very happy, and I think you will.
Well, I think we should be. After all, Miss Goodwin and I have many things in common which should... Leroy, what do you think?
Oh, I think it's fine. Fine, I think it's fine.
You do, eh?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
That's fine.
Front door, I'll go.
Come on, Marjorie. Let's get out of here so Bertie can get dinner.
I've got to watch my cake.
Oh, I'll watch it, honey. You run along.
Oh, thanks, Bertie. But I baked it, remember?
Don't worry. You'll get the credit.
Hi. Hello, Leroy.
Mrs. Ransom.
Uh-oh. I suppose she's heard.
Gee, I'm glad you come over, Mrs. Ransom. Come in.
Oh, thank you, Leroy. Is Uncle...
Sure, he's here. Let me take your coat, Mrs. Ransom.
Pretty polite all of a sudden.
Uncle will be glad to see you. He was just saying, I wonder why Mrs. Ransom never comes over anymore.
What's the little devil up to now? Oh, hello, Leela.
Throckmorton, darling. Hello, Marjorie. Throckmorton, I'm so happy for you.
Happy?
I just heard the news just this morning. 'Course I had to hear it from Judge Hooker.
Oh, I was going to call you, Leela.
Oh, I understand. Gracious. You're much too busy to have any time for me. But I just couldn't wait to tell you how happy I am for both of you. I called Eve up right away.
You did?
Oh, we had the nicest chat. I think she's a dear, Throckmorton. So refined.
Oh, yes, Eve's very refined.
And such a lady. I think you two should have a very interesting life together.
Well, we plan to, of course.
I'll bet the children are just thrilled about it, aren't you, Leroy?
Yeah, it's great.
Don't you think it's wonderful, Marjorie?
Yes, I do.
I tell you, I'm so excited about it, I want to give a party, Throckmorton, right away. An engagement party.
Well, that's very nice of you, Leela, but...
After all, who has a better right? I mean, think of all the parties that were given for us when we were engaged. I think I ought to do something in return, and I'd love to. I love parties anyway.
Well, I think I ought to speak to Eve first. She isn't much the party type.
Oh, don't worry about Eve. I've already spoken to her.
You have?
Mm-hmm. I invited her for tomorrow evening, and she said she'd love to come.
Oh, Eve is wonderful.
I've invited the judge, too. I thought we'd just make it, kind of intimate, as long as we're all such old friends and all.
What about the doctor?
Dr. Hargrave? Oh, out of town again. You know these doctors. Sometimes I think all they really care about is microbes. Hi-ho, who wants to be a microbe?
Leela, by George, sometimes I don't know.
Well, I'll be expecting you tomorrow then, Throckmorton.
Wait, I'll go to the door with you.
Oh, thank you.
I I just want to say, Leela.
Yes, Throckmorton.
Well, I think you've been a darn good sport about this whole thing, and I want you to know it.
Oh, gracious, Throckmorton, I couldn't be happier for you, really. And I'd love giving a party. After all, it isn't every day you get yourself engaged. Not quite. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Tomorrow. I wonder. It could be one of my bad days.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. If you pack lunches for school-going children and hard-working grown-ups, surprise them someday this week with the appetizing cheddar cheese flavor of Pabst. This delicious golden cheese food makes wonderfully good sandwiches. And, of course, Pabst is also one of America's special mealtime favorites. It melts with luscious smoothness into a golden cheese sauce that's simply grand with macaroni, vegetables, eggs, or fish, and another main dish treats for a hungry family. Pabst also slices perfectly to be served with desserts. Pabst, in fact, has won a reputation as the cheese food of 100 different uses, and it's wonderfully nourishing, too. Pabst helps provide food energy, milk protein, milk minerals, riboflavin, and important vitamin A. So for delicious, nourishing sandwiches and other mealtime treats, buy Pabst whenever you can. Look for the round, flat package, the delicious golden cheese food, Pabst. Now let's return to the Great Gildersleeve, who finds himself facing a delicate domestic problem. For the first time since the announcement of their engagement, Miss Goodwin is coming to the house, and Gildersleeve senses that Leroy is going to require a little coaching. The coaching is going on in Gildersleeve's bedroom as he cleans up for dinner.
Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Yeah, come back here. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Well, I'd just like to talk to you, Leroy. Sit down on the bed there.
Okay. Shoot.
Well, what I wanted to say, Leroy, was, is that the necktie I gave you?
Yeah, what's the matter with it?
Nothing. I wonder why I gave it to you. Yeah. What I was going to say, my boy.
Yeah?
Did you wash your neck?
Sure.
Yeah. Come here. By George, you did, didn't you?
She's not going to get anything on me.
Yeah. Who?
Miss Goodwin.
Yeah. Now, that's just what I want to talk to you about, young man. That attitude. You must realize that because Miss Goodwin is the principal of your school, she has certain duties to perform. It's her duty to be strict with you. Ye gods, somebody's got to be strict with you. But you mustn't take that to mean that she doesn't like you.
That's all right. I don't like her.
Let me put it this way, my boy. When Miss Goodwin's out of school, she's a different person. A very different person. And you must learn to think of her that way. You must learn to think of her as well as somebody who's very dear to me. Will you do that?
I'll try.
That's the boy. I know you will. You know, Leroy, you and I ought to get to know each other better. I've always been intending to spend more time with you.
Are you going to tell me that you're marrying Miss Goodwin so that you can spend more time with me?
I know how you feel, my boy. We've always been a pretty tight little corporation here, you and Marjorie and I. But I feel that the time has come now to expand a little bit. We got to take a new partner into the firm.
Why?
Why? Well, I don't know that I can explain why. Perhaps when you're older, you'll understand.
When I'm older.
That's right. When you're older, you'll understand a lot of things.
When I'm older. Everything's going to happen when I'm older. For corn's sake, I might as well go to bed and stay there till I'm 21.
I know how you feel, my boy, but there are certain things, well, you just have to grow up to them.
What things? When did you grow up to them?
I haven't got time to explain it all now, Leroy. Miss Goodwin will be here any minute. When she comes, I want you to be polite to her. You understand?
Well, I'll be polite. Don't worry. She's not going to get anything on me. I'll be polite to her.
You'll be more than that. You'll be nice to her, you little squirt, or I'll give you a good fanning. You understand?
Okay.
Now stick in your shirt tail and let's go downstairs. Well, Eve, darling. darling.
Throckmorton.
Why didn't they tell me you were here?
I've only been here a few minutes.
May I?
Careful. Lipstick.
You know, Eve, in my day, if a teacher used lipstick, they'd have her run out of town.
Well, your day is over, thank goodness.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
I've just been having such a nice talk with Marjorie. You have a very tactful niece, Throckmorton.
I have a very lucky uncle.
Your uncle has very good taste. Luck had nothing to do with it, did it, Eve? It was sheer determination.
Yours or mine? Where's Leroy?
Oh, he's upstairs. He'll be right down. Oh, Leroy!
Oh!
Hurry down, my boy. Well, let's sit down, shall we? Dinner won't be ready for a few minutes.
I'm looking forward to Mrs. Ransom's party this evening. I think it should be such fun.
Yes, I hope so.
Marjorie was telling me she baked her first cake yesterday. I think that's wonderful.
Well, it wasn't wonderful, but it wasn't bad, was it, Uncle Mort?
It was food for the gods, my dear.
You must teach me how sometime, Marjorie.
Oh, I'd love to. It's very simple, really. You just take a cup of flour and...
Marjorie, not right now, my dear.
Well, it's very simple.
Oh, here's Leroy. Come on in, my boy, and meet your future, say hello to Miss Goodwin.
Hello, Leroy.
How do you do, Miss Goodwin?
Well, won't you come over here and sit beside me?
I'm quite comfortable here, thank you. I might crowd you.
Huh?
Oh, there's plenty of room.
Leroy, do as Miss Goodwin tells you.
Oh, now, Throckmorton, that's no way to talk to a boy. Let him do as he pleases. Did you have a good time this afternoon, Leroy?
Yes, Miss Goodwin.
What did you play? Baseball?
No, Miss Goodwin.
You didn't play baseball. Well...
Tell Miss Goodwin what you did play.
Yes, sir. We played commando.
Oh, that sounds like fun. How do you play it?
Oh, you just play it.
Tell her how you play it, Leroy.
Yes, sir. Well,
do you have foxholes?
Do we have foxholes? Boy, you ought to see the one we got now. It's big enough. Yeah, we have foxholes.
Go on, Leroy. Miss Goodwin asked you a question. Answer it.
Just a minute, Throckmorton. Leroy.
Yes, Miss Goodwin?
Come here a minute.
Yes?
I don't know that this is the place for it, Leroy, but I owe you an apology.
What for?
I found out who threw that paper wad in assembly. It wasn't you.
Who was it?
Paul Marks.
You're still cold.
Am I? Well, don't tell me who it was. It wasn't you, and I apologize.
Miss Goodwin, I'll tell you something.
Yes?
I didn't actually throw it, but I wadded it up.
Well, I'll forgive you, Leroy, on one condition.
What's that?
When we're out of school, don't call me Miss Goodwin.
Well, what'll I call you?
Well, call me Eve or anything you like, but not Miss Goodwin. I like to get out of school once in a while, too, you know.
Okay, I'll do it. If you'll do something for me.
What's that?
Don't call me Leroy. The name is Leroy.
No, young man.
It's a deal.
Oh, here's Bertie. Is dinner announced, Bertie?
Come and get it.
Bertie's a jewel, but she's no Emily Post. Shall we, Leroy, come back here?
I get to sit next to Miss Goodwin. No, sir, I do.
Happy little family. Eve, you were wonderful.
How do you mean, Throckmorton?
Well, the way you handle the children. So tactful.
They're very nice children.
Well, it's a big load off my mind. Now, if things go well at Leela's...
Well, if you're worried about it, perhaps we should have stayed at your house and been cozy.
How about it? Shall we tell Leela we couldn't make it?
Oh, Throckmorton, I was joking. We can't possibly back out now. Come on.
Oh, all right. How about a quick kiss? Just one before she comes.
Lipstick.
I don't mind. I like the taste.
Well, I mind. Throckmorton, this...
Well, the happy couple. Here they are, George.
Well, congratulations, Throckmorton. My profoundest sympathy, Eve. May all your troubles be little ones. Don't Don't worry, Eve. The first 100 years are the hardest.
Oh, brother, this is going to be worse than I thought.
Leela, I want to tell you that's the finest homemade punch I ever tasted.
It's simply delicious.
Great.
Oh, now y'all are just trying to turn my head. But my mother always told me a girl should be able to do one thing well.
Well, I'm sure you have other accomplishments.
Well, I can cook a little. I used to wonder what Throckmorton could see in a silly little girl like me, and I finally decided it must be my cooking.
On my way downtown this afternoon,
You might just as well realize, Eve, that Throckmorton simply loves to eat. You know, one time I fed him some fried eggplant, and he ate so much he got the hiccups.
Oh, Throckmorton, you pig.
Now, Leela, please.
Oh, this is fun, Throckmorton. Tell me some more things about him, Leela.
Well, now, let me see. Oh, did he ever tell you about the time when he was a little boy and the little girl wanted to kiss him in Sunday school?
Leela.
Throckmorton thought she wanted to wrestle.
My, how he's changed.
Eve, please.
But, darling, I like to know things about your past.
Then let me tell them to you.
Eve, have you ever seen that snapshot of Throckmorton, the one that was taken when he was a 3-year-old baby?
Now, Leela, I forbid it.
He was all stomach.
Throckmorton, I'd love to see the picture.
So would I.
You stay out of this, hooker.
Oh, please, we're just having fun.
Yes, that's all it is, Throckmorton. Eve, tell me, does he ever...
Does he ever? Invariably.
By George, I don't have to stand for this.
Eve, has he ever sung Speak to Me of Love?
Leela, is nothing sacred to you?
Well, it can't be terribly sacred, Throckmorton. You've sung it to me.
Shut up, hooker.
Oh, Throckmorton, sing it for us now.
No.
Oh, come on.
No, I don't want to sing it.
Oh, come on, Throckmorton. Sing it for us.
Eve.
He wants to be coaxed, girl.
I do not.
Throckmorton, won't you sing it for us, please? Pretty, please.
No, I will not.
All right, ladies, I will sing it for you.
What?
Oh, wonderful.
That's a good
Come on,
idea.
the judge is going to sing.
Music, please.
I'll play for you, Judge.
Speak to me of love and say what I'm longing.
Throckmorton, wait.
By George, I'm a jackass. Women. Floyd was right. Well, sir, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve has learned his lesson.
Throckmorton, please, wait for me.
What do you want?
Darling, don't you see? Don't you understand what Leela was doing?
You were just as bad as she was.
She was trying to make you look silly. She was trying to make me lose my temper.
Who wouldn't lose his temper?
I'm not blaming you, darling. Only don't be mad at me, please. Will you forgive me?
Well, I won't go back there.
We don't have to. Isn't there anything else you'd like to do?
Yeah. TV was right after all. Love is a miracle. Dear Diary, this will have to be a brief entry because here it is, 2 o'clock in the morning. How did it ever get to be so late? And I thought this was going to be one of my bad days. Good night, everybody.
Music heard on this program was directed by Claude Sweet. This is Ken Carpenter speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company, makers of Park Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Kraft invites you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. Enriched bread has an important place in almost every meal, and whether you prefer it as a crunch toast or as a plain slice, fresh cut from a tender, golden-crusted loaf, you're sure to enjoy it a whole lot more when you spread that delicious Parquet margarine. Kraft makes Parquet margarine, so naturally you'd expect Parquet to taste extra good, to have a fine, delicate flavor that satisfies. And remember, Parquet is more than just a good-tasting spread. It's a splendid energy food, one of the very best you can eat. Equally important, Parquet is fortified with vitamins. Kraft fortifies Parquet margarine so that every pound contains 9,000 units of important vitamin A. So for real flavor enjoyment and good nutrition, too, buy Parquet, Parkay. Don't just ask for margarine, ask for Parquet, the quality margarine that's made by Kraft. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Great Gildersleeve. A special rebroadcast for all you soldiers, sailors, and Marines of the United Nations. Listen to another amazing episode in the life of the Great Gildersleeve.
Now, let's see what the Great Gildersleeve is up to. Last week, you remember, he volunteered to help Judge Hooker press his suit with the dancing teacher, Miss Dolores Del Rey. And when we left him, he was really putting his heart into it. Now, it seems, not content with helping the judge, he wants to help Miss Del Rey, proving that in Summerfield, at least, knighthood is still in flower.
Judge, have a cigar.
Don't care if I do. Gildy, I'd like to take this opportunity of thanking you again for your efforts in my behalf with Miss Del Rey, or Dolores, as I now feel privileged to call her.
Well, it was a pleasure, Horace, a pleasure. Always happy to oblige. You found her more receptive, I trust, since I called on her.
She's taken to calling me Horacito.
Well, Horacito.
Yeah, Horacito. What does that mean, Gildy?
Horacito? It's a term of endearment.
I know.
It means little jackass.
I trust you're jesting.
Well, actually, it means little Horace. Same thing, though.
Throckmorton, if you just got me over here to insult me.
Now, keep your rompers on, Judge. After all, we both have the same thing at heart.
What's that?
To give Miss Del Rey a helping hand.
Look, Gildy, I asked you to break the ice for me with this young lady. You did so. Thank you very much. Now, I'll take over from there.
Horace, is that any attitude? That little girl's got a hard row to hoe, Judge. And if we can help her with the hoeing, well, it's not easy to come into a strange town and get a dancing school started, you know.
Well, I've been thinking about that, Gildy. If we could arrange somehow for her to meet a select group of the more prominent people in Summerfield.
That's easy. We'll throw a reception.
I don't think this reception should be thrown exactly, Gildy.
Huh?
We must keep it high tone.
Well, of course.
The important thing is to see that it's socially knee plus ultra.
Knee plus.
Because if she can get the society people, the others will follow.
Judge, I'll be only too happy to give such a reception right here.
What's the matter with my house?
Everything. In the first place, you haven't got a cook.
No, that's so. But I get half the credit, remember?
Naturally, and half the bills, too.
Well, now who'll we invite now? Mrs. Pettibone, of course.
Oh, sure, and Eve Goodwin. She's artistic and all that. Let's each make up a list, Judge. You invite some, and I'll invite the others.
I know. Leela Ransom. She has all those high-toned Southern relatives.
Well, now, Leela might take a little handling.
Oh, nonsense. Leela loves parties.
But a party given for another woman? Oh, no, Judge. This is going to take finesse. You better leave Leela to me. By George. This is good cake, Leela. I'm glad I dropped in to see you.
Just on account of the cake, Throckmorton?
Leela, how can you say that? What's cake to me? Ooh.
I don't know. Sometimes I wish you'd look at me like you look at a chocolate cake.
I'd rather look at you anytime, Leela.
Did you have any special reason you wanted to see me?
Oh, no. No reason. Just wanted to. Leela, did you ever think of trying to improve your dancing?
Well, that's a strange question for you to ask anyone, Throckmorton.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Leela.
I've always been considered very light on my feet.
Oh, certainly. Light as a feather. I just wondered if you'd, let it go. Let it go. Why don't you eat that other piece of cake, Leela?
Why don't you?
Well, I wouldn't want to see it go to waste. Mighty good.
I'm glad you like it.
By the way, Leela, Judge Hooker and I are giving a party this Saturday.
A party? How exciting. You and Horace?
Uh-huh. Will you come, Leela?
Well, of course I'll come. How do you and Horace happen to be giving it together?
Well, the guest of honor is a friend of his.
Well, then why doesn't Horace give it?
This person is sort of a friend of mine, too.
Who's the guest of honor, Throckmorton?
Miss Dolores Del Rey.
I don't believe I know Miss Del Rey.
Well, no, she's new here. She's a lady that's opening the dancing school there on State Street next to the... I think you like her, Leela.
Is she the person you expect to improve my dancing?
I was only joking about that. She'll probably improve mine.
Well, I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I'm afraid I can't come after all.
Leela, you've got to come. Everybody will be there.
Who, for instance?
Well, as a matter of fact, you're the first one I've asked. Except the Pettibones.
Are they coming?
No, they have an engagement.
So have I.
But you said you'd come.
It happens that I loathe business parties, Throckmorton.
This isn't business, Leela. This is strictly personal.
Oh!
Oh. I mean, I don't know what I mean.
I think I know, Throckmorton, and I must beg to be excused.
Oh, for confounded, Leela, the trouble with you is you're a snob.
I told you I have an engagement.
Well, I don't believe it any more than I believe the Pettibones. Well, Eve Goodwin is no snob. She's a teacher herself. She'll know how it is.
Well, hello, Throckmorton. Come in.
Thanks, Eve. I can't stay but a minute.
You're a lucky man. I just baked a cake.
You did? Well, that's fine, Eve. I'm not very hungry. Excuse me. Eve, you're interested in education, aren't you?
Well, as a school teacher, I have what you might call an academic interest in it.
Good. Now, if you knew of a worthy educational institution that was trying to get started, you'd support it, wouldn't you?
I suppose so.
Great. Will you come to a party in honor of the lady that's starting the new dancing school next to Beckman's drugstore?
Well, really, from the build-up, I thought you were going to ask me to be president of a college.
Yeah. This is serious, Eve. This young lady, her name is Dolores Del Rey. She's trying to start this worthy enterprise, and Judge Hooker and I want to help her meet the right people.
I see.
You'll come, won't you, Eve? I mean, with your interest in education and all that.
I'm afraid I'm not interested in education in quite the same way you and Judge Hooker are.
What do you mean?
Well, I passed Miss Del Rey's establishment yesterday. It has a sign in the window that says, Men be popular. Learn the tango and rumba from a real senorita. And her picture.
Now, Eve, she has to make a living. You'll come, won't you?
I'm sorry, Throckmorton. I have an engagement.
What's the matter with this town, anyway? I don't understand some women. I don't understand any women. Just because the girl's been on the stage, just because she's good-looking. Well, the Peavies may not be society exactly, but at least they're home folks. Wonder if they've gone to bed. Still, there's a light. Hello, Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, well, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Oh?
Come in.
Well, just for a minute. I hope you weren't on your way to bed.
No. As a matter of fact, Mrs. Peavy retired a few minutes ago, but I usually sit up for a final word from Raymond Graham Swing. Take the coat off?
No, thanks. I can't stay. Just dropped in to tender you an invitation. You and Mrs. Peavy.
Oh, no, that's real nice. I'm sure that Miss Peavy and I will be only too happy to...
Saturday night, Peavy, 9 o'clock. The judge and I are giving a reception for a friend of ours, Miss Del Rey.
Miss Del... Oh, isn't that the young lady you were telling us about at the poker party the other night?
Well, it's the same girl, but I found upon closer acquaintance that I misjudged her, Peavy.
Floyd Munson tells me she's a dancer.
Don't pay any attention to anything Floyd tells you. She does dance, however. That is, she teaches dancing.
Do you think she'll do her dance Saturday night?
I don't know what kind of dancing you're thinking of, Peavy, but I assure you she's very high class. The tango and so on. All very artistic.
Speaking of artistic dances, I recall the time I took Mrs. Peavy to the World's Fair in Chicago.
This is nothing like the World's Fair.
The old girl never got over it, see? She claims to this day that I took her in there on purpose. I did, too.
Well, very amusing. We can count on you then for tomorrow night?
Well, speaking for myself, Mr. Gildersleeve, I wouldn't miss it. But perhaps I'd better just run upstairs and check with Mrs. Peavy first. Come in, sit down. I won't be but a minute.
Well, I see you have a canary.
Yes, it's a new one. The other one passed on. I guess you heard. It was very sad.
Uh-oh. Too bad. Perhaps it was all for the best.
This one's named Dickie Bird. Mrs. Peavy named him after me.
Looks a little like you, too, Peavy.
You're always joshing, Mr. Gildersleeve. Cute little rascal, isn't he?
Does he sing?
Oh, sings beautifully. So they tell me. He hasn't sung a note since we got him. Mrs. Peavy thinks his diet is wrong.
Diet, oh. Hello there, Dickie.
This is Mr. Gildersleeve, Dickie. Aren't you going to sing for him?
Come on, Dickie. Let's hear you sing. Tweet, tweet.
You see, wrong diet. Well, you entertain Mr. Gildersleeve, Dickie, while I run upstairs and speak to Mrs. Peavy. Won't be a minute. I make it a point never to accept an invitation without checking with her first and save arguments later.
Tell her it's formal, Peavy. Hi there, Dickie. Let's hear you sing. Come on. Tweet, 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 tweet. You won't sing, huh? I don't know why I should sing. Listen, you heard me sing. All right, don't sing. Come on, Dickie, sing for your old Uncle Mort. Witchy, 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 witchy. Come on, hop up on my finger. Come on. Ow! Bite me, will you? I'll break every bone in your little yellow body.
Yeah, making friends, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Friends, this darn bird of yours just bit me.
Bit you?
Yes, bit me.
No, I know his diet's wrong. What he needs is meat.
That's a dangerous bird, Peavy. You shouldn't have him around.
I've never known him to attack anyone before. Get you some iodine?
No, I'll just suck it. I gotta be going, Peavy. Million things to do. I'll be seeing you in the Missus Saturday night then at 9.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, about that.
Yeah?
I'm afraid perhaps you'd better not count on us for Saturday night.
No, why not?
Well, it seems that, you see, well, the fact is, it seems we have an unexpected engagement.
All right, Peavy, don't come if you don't want to. But I'd just like to say this. Of all the liars I've ever met, you're the poorest.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, good night.
Shucks, I don't like doing that to Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't feel right about it. I don't like telling fibs anyway.
Richard.
Oh, all right, woman, all right. Good gracious to Betsy. Sometimes I just... Oh, shut up.
Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in just a few seconds. Now let's get back to our friend, the Great Gildersleeve. It's Saturday morning, and though it's early, Gildersleeve has already been busy for some time in preparation for tonight's party. We find him now checking over the invitation list with Judge Hooker.
Well, how many people did you get, Judge?
How many did you get?
I asked you first.
Well, the list itself didn't turn out too favorably. Apparently, there are a number of social events taking place this evening.
Yeah, how many of your people are coming?
None of them.
None of them? You're a fine one to give a party with, Hooker.
Well, doggone it, how many of your list are coming?
None, but mine all had good reasons.
So did mine. Besides, I went ahead and invited someone else.
So did I.
Well, you hear who I got? Just the most important woman in this town, that's all.
Oh, who is she?
A woman that can make or break this dancing school with her little finger.
Come on, who?
Mrs. Harlow Vandervoort. She's president of the Summerfield Choral Society, the Summerfield Friends of Chamber Music, and just about everything artistic in town.
You don't have to tell me.
And she's rich as a fool, Gildy. If she okays this dancing school, believe me, it's okay.
Well, that part sounds good.
Now, who'd you get, Gildy?
Floyd Munson and his wife.
What? Floyd Munson, the barber?
What's the matter with being a barber? Barbering is an honorable profession.
Profession has nothing to do with it. I won't have Floyd Munson at this party.
Why not? Floyd's a good fellow?
Yes, and I dare say his wife is all right, too. But the object of this party was to present Miss Del Rey to the cream of Summerfield society. And the Munsons are not the cream.
Well, doggone it, Horace. We had to get somebody.
I don't suppose you can tell Floyd not to come now. Could you ask him, please, to watch his step?
Well, don't worry about him, Judge. Now, about Miss Del Rey. If she'd like me to call for
That's
her...
all been arranged. I'm taking care of that personally.
Oh, pretty slick, aren't you?
I'm learning. Well, I've got to be running along now, old man. See you this evening.
Adios, Horacito.
Buenos dias, amigo.
Oh, where'd you learn that?
Leroy, get away from them olives. Them's for the guests.
But I'm starving, Bertie.
You can't be starving, my boy. You've just had dinner.
Uh-oh, got a customer. Is my cap on straight, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Looks fine, Bertie.
Well, it won't stay. It's going to fall into punch before the evening's over, and I know it.
Now, scoot upstairs, Leroy. The guests are arriving.
Good evening, Bertie.
Good evening, Judge. Evening, ma'am. Don't forget to wipe your feet, Judge.
Oh, well, couldn't I stay and meet her?
Well, just for a minute. But stay out of the punch. Oh, good evening, Senorita. Welcome to our humble abode.
Ah, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I kiss the stars in your honor.
Is he kidding?
Hi, Judge.
Hi.
Take the lady's wrap, will you?
Oh, everything looks so lovely. And this little man?
This is my nephew, Leroy.
Hi.
Oh, so this is Leroy.
The name is Leroy.
Oh, I think he is cute.
Yes. Say good evening, Miss Del Rey.
Good evening, Miss Del Rey.
And how well he obeys, like a little man.
Yes. I'm sorry my niece can't be down this evening. She has a sore throat.
Good evening, Leroy. Dolores, may I escort you to the punch bowl?
Oh, I am very fond of punch.
And on to the punch bowl. We may as well dive in before the others get here.
Leroy.
Gee, Unc, she's not bad.
Your uncle knows what he's doing.
Hey, Unc, do you think they're real?
Think what are real?
The eyelashes.
Yeah, that's a silly question. Of course they're real.
That sundress she's wearing.
Oh, yes, she has excellent taste.
There's one thing I'd like to know. What holds it up?
That does it. Go to bed, Leroy. Go on.
I'll go help yourself to them sandwiches there, Judge, and help the lady. Got to eat them up. I'm coming.
She's been with us a long time.
Good evening, ma'am. Come right in.
Oh, it must be Mrs. Vandervoort. Excuse me, Dolores.
Me too. Mrs. Vandervoort, old Dutch family, very important. Be right back. Don't go away.
Oh, it's you, Judge. Good evening.
Good evening, dear lady.
Have I the pleasure of addressing Mrs. Vandervoort?
You have?
Allow me to do the honors. Mrs. Vandervoort, may I present my distinguished friend, Throckmorton Gildersleeve.
How do you do?
I had my chauffeur park in your driveway. I hope he won't be in the way there.
Oh, not in the slightest. Love to have him there.
Beastly weather, isn't it?
Oh, just the usual Summerfield weather, I'm afraid.
Take the lady's wrap, Judge. So good of you to come to our little soiree, Mrs. Vandervoort.
Well, life in Summerfield is so dreary at best. I feel anything that can be done to raise the cultural level is worth the effort.
Oh, how right you are. I'd give a lot for a little culture right now. Come, I'd like you to meet our guest of honor, Senorita Del Rey.
I understand she's an exponent of the dance.
Oh, yes, very talented, very artistic.
What type of dancing does she specialize in?
Oh, she does them all.
Eurythmic?
No, she's Spanish descent. Senorita Del Rey, meet Mrs. Vandervoort. She had the chauffeur park her limousine in the driveway.
Oh, I am most happy, madame.
Mr. Gildersleeve tells me you dance.
Oh, a little.
She's just being modest. Her dancing will knock your eye out.
Oh, please.
She plays the piano, too, like $1 million, and sings.
Oh, how nice. Perhaps you'll play for us later.
Mr. Gildersleeve failed to mention that he sings, too, and beautifully.
Oh, no.
Well, perhaps you'll both sing.
Miss Vanderbilt, have a sandwich.
Oh, not just now, thank you.
Oh, go on. I made a whole mess of them.
Well, just one, though I shouldn't.
Oh, go on, Miss Vanderbilt. Grab a fistful. Ain't gonna be no good tomorrow. There's the bell again. I'm coming.
Been with us a long time.
That is a jewel.
Commissioner at home?
Yes, sir. Come right in.
This is the place, honey.
It's the Munsons. Tell Floyd to watch his step.
All right. You ladies, excuse me, please. The judge will see that you're supplied with punch.
Well, hi, Commissioner.
Good evening, Floyd.
Like to have you meet the ball and chain. Ruthie, shake hands with the Commissioner.
Well, it's about time I met you. After all I heard about you from stupid here.
Ruthie's a great kidder.
Quite a night out, isn't it?
Great night for ducks.
You'd like to hang your coat up in the closet there, Mrs.
Oh,
Munson.
just chuck it down anyways. I'm getting her a new one, so I hear.
I'll hang it up. I'll hang it up just in case. I know better than to count on Big Mouth here.
Great kidder.
Yes. Floyd, we've got a guest here, Mrs. Vandervoort.
Uh-huh.
Very high class. Watch it a little bit, will you?
You don't have to worry about me, Commissioner. I wasn't brung up in no barn.
I know, Floyd, but just mention it to your wife, too, will you?
You don't have to worry about her either. She'll be okay. I'll admit she tends to get a little excited in crowds. But if she gets out of line, I'll handle her.
Great.
Well, it was nice of you to ask us to your shindig, Mr. Gildersleeve. You know, I was saying to Floyd I ain't had this dress out in 4 years. Hey, where's all the people?
I suspect they're in the dining room around the punch bowl.
Punch bowl, leave me to it.
That's for me.
This way, folks.
Pushing you straight front, handsome. You're bulging again.
Darn thing keeps popping out. For 2 cents, I'd take it off.
Mrs. Vandervoort, I'd like to present Mr. Munson. Mrs. Vanderbilt had the chauffeur park her limousine in the driveway.
Yeah, I noticed it out there. That's quite a bus you got there, Mrs. Vanderlip. What kind of mileage you get on it? I bet it eats up the gas, huh?
I really couldn't say.
Well, driving olds myself. It's no Cadillac, but then it's transportation, you know what I mean?
Hey, don't I get to meet the lady?
Oh. Pardon me, Mrs. Vanderbilt, Mrs. Munson.
How do you do? Pleased to meet up with you.
Say, who's the little armful over there?
Oh, and Miss Del Rey, Dolores.
Yes?
Like to have you meet my friends, Mr. and Mrs. Munson.
Any friend of Mr. Gildersleeve is a friend of mine.
Say, that's all right. By the way, the commissioner has been telling me quite a lot about you.
Oh, yes? Tell me what he says about me.
Right here in public? You want me to get arrested? Now, if you and me was to have a little private conversation, I might be able
All right, Junior, keep your shirt on.
Shall we go into the parlor?
Oh, Mr. Munson, Mr. Gildersleeve didn't tell me. What line of work are you in?
Oh, me? Oh, I got a...
Shall we go into the parlor? I'm weary of the sea wind. I'm weary of the foam. And the little stars of Duna call me home. The little stars of Duna call me home.
Hey, how's about Miss Del Rey giving us something Spanish? You know what I mean?
Yes,
Yeah,
do.
great.
Well, of
Yeah,
course.
that'd be great.
Mr. Gildersleeve, will you sing with me? Bésame, bésame mucho.
Oh, brother. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine.
Oh, bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine.
Boy, ain't she something.
Well, you don't have to sit there giving her the eye.
Who's giving her the eye? I gotta show my appreciation, don't I? I gotta at least be polite.
You don't have to fall all over yourself about it.
Who's falling all over myself?
You, you big lug, I've been watching you. You've been after her all evening.
Well, I like that. I never raised a finger. I leave it to anybody here if I've been in any ways out of line this evening.
Now, Floyd, please.
I leave it to the lady herself.
Floyd.
This isn't the first time, Floyd Munson.
Mrs. Munson, really, you mustn't.
I've taken all I've got from him, the big baboon. I'm gone home.
All right, go on. Anything I hate is loudmouth Jane.
Oh, now, folks.
Let her go. I got the car keys.
I think it's high time we all went home.
But, Mrs. Vanderbilt, it's only the shank of the evening. You're not going to let a little family misunderstanding.
I'm afraid the misunderstanding was mine, Mr. Gildersleeve, from the beginning. My rat, please.
Oh, gosh. Well, if you won't change your mind, I was sorry this had to happen, Mrs. Vanderbilt.
And so am I.
Be careful backing Mrs. Vanderbilt out of the driveway. Don't scratch it. Good night, Mrs. B. Well, let him go. At least now we can relax and have some fun.
It's been a charming evening, Throckmorton.
Judge, Dolores, you're not going.
The judge has kindly offered to see me home.
Dolores, you can't do this to me. You can't go now. We're in this together.
I'm sorry, Gildy, but we have Miss Del Rey's career to think of.
What do you suppose I've been thinking of?
Well, if you'd use your head a little bit.
Good night.
Wait a minute. What are we going to do? We've got all this food here.
Well, that's the thanks you get. Pass a little remark, and right away everybody gets sore.
Are you still here? Get out. Go on, get out.
Now, Commissioner.
Get out.
Okay, I can take a hint.
Not your fault, Floyd. But by George, this is the last time I ever try to help anybody. Positively. Why is it nothing ever works out? Well, let them go. All of them. Dolores, too. What do I care? After all, she's just another woman. What's a woman? Just a rag, a bone, and a hank of hair. A woman is only a woman, but a good cigar is a smoke. Just settle down here and, no cigars. Oh, well, if I had one, it would have gone out Good night, everybody.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by Kraft, makers of Park Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's see what goes on in the home of the Great Gildersleeve. Leroy, it seems, is in the doghouse. He got himself suspended from school, and he's been sent to bed without any supper.
It's a big jib. Old lady must can. Only wish I told her what I really thought of her. All right, so I'm suspended for a week. What am I supposed to do? Bust out crying? Ha! The other kids are in school. They're slaving away, and I'm outside playing. Not bad. Yeah, I'm going to like this.
That's what he thinks the next morning at breakfast.
Leroy?
Yes, Unc.
Out in the garage, Leroy, you will find a mess. I want it cleaned up.
I didn't do it, Unc. Honest, all I did.
Nevertheless, you will clean it up.
Yes, sir.
I want every tool in its proper place. I want those broken flower pots removed, and I want it swept out. I want it spotless. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Somebody spilled some paint in there, too. I almost stepped in it.
Not me.
You'll clean it up. Understand?
Yes, sir. Fine, sister.
Having done that, my boy, you will repair to the cellar. There you will take all the kindling and stack it neatly in the corner near the coal bin. When you finish stacking the kindling, you will proceed to remove all that junk you've scattered around down there. All of it. Understand?
Yes, sir.
What about the back porch?
Why don't you drop dead?
Yes, I meant to speak about that. All those crates that you and Piggy piled up there, I want them put away.
That's our machine gun nest.
I don't care what it is. Get rid of it. And following that...
Say, that's a swell necktie you're wearing, Unc. That's new, isn't it? Where'd you get it?
Don't try to change the subject, Leroy.
Huh?
After you have cleaned up the back porch, I want you to go up to your room and study your lessons.
Oh, gosh. Just cleaning out the garage will take me all morning. When do I get to play?
You don't get to play, Leroy. This is not a vacation. It's a punishment. You hear that, Bertie? I want you to keep an eye on him and see that he sticks to business.
Yes, sir.
You'd better expect me home for lunch, too. I intend to check up on him myself. Don't hear me.
I'm not.
And don't sit there feeling sorry for yourself.
I'm not sitting here.
Out to the garage, Leroy. Out to the garage. I'm not going to have any boys getting suspended around here.
Bertie, how soon is lunch?
Leroy, I declare you've been asking me that every 15 minutes since breakfast.
Oh, gosh, that's hard work I'm doing out there. Takes energy.
I know.
I feel kind of faint.
All right, Leroy, you can start in if you want to. Your lunch is on the dining room table.
Thanks, Bertie.
Ain't nothing but sandwiches. Your uncle said I wasn't to give you nothing but a regular school lunch.
That's okay. Boy, this looks super.
Your uncle ought to be along any minute if you want to wait.
No, I'd better start in.
There's a little piece of that lemon meringue pie left over from last night. If you don't tell your uncle I gave it to you.
Bertie, I'm glad I got one friend left.
Leroy, you shouldn't talk like that. The best friend you got is your uncle.
Are you kidding? He doesn't even like me.
Of course he likes you. He thinks the world of you, Leroy.
Nope, nobody likes me. Except Miss Wynne.
Ah, that's a lot of nonsense. Who's Miss Wynne?
She's my new teacher. That is, she was till old lady McCann came back and got her fired.
How do you know she got her fired?
Because she's always doing things like that. Well, do you know, Bertie, she's got a piece of rubber hose in her closet, and she beats you with it when you're bad.
Is that a fact?
You can ask any kid in the school.
Did she beat you?
Well, no, but I was lucky. I just got suspended. I'll tell you how the whole thing happened, Bertie. I was sitting
Oh, here comes your uncle now.
Oop, I better get back to work. I'll take the sandwich with me.
But, Leroy.
You can slip me the pie later, Bertie, after he goes.
I don't know. Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yeah, it's me, Bertie. Lunch about ready? I'm short for time. Got to get out to the reservoir and see about things there.
All ready for you, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's on the table.
Fine.
I thought some sandwiches would be nice.
Sandwiches?
That's what Leroy had.
Oh, where is Leroy?
Oh, he's out in the garage working.
He is, eh? Has he really stuck at it, Bertie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I never saw a little boy work so hard in my life.
Yeah, guess I threw a scare into him, all right.
It's a fact. Why, I could hardly get him to come and eat his lunch, hardly. One bite and he's right out there again working.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Let's see. What are these? Oh, cucumber sandwiches. Well, they won't put on any weight.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bertie?
Don't you think maybe it's going a little far, making a little boy work all day long like that with no time to play?
The boy was guilty of impertinence, Bertie. He was rude to his teacher. He must be taught a lesson. Hand me the salt, please.
Yes, sir.
Say, Bertie, that lemon meringue pie we had last night, you haven't got a little piece of that left, have you?
No, sir, I'm sorry, I ain't.
Oh, well.
Yes, sir, that Leroy sure worked hard out there this morning, lifting all them heavy things and sweeping out. He sure worked hard.
Well, I don't want to be too hard on the boy. After all, I wasn't perfect myself. As a child, I mean. I had my little run-ins with the authorities. You can tell Leroy, Bertie, that he only has to work during school hours. After 3 o'clock, he can play.
Gee, thanks, Unc. Thanks a lot.
Oh, I thought you were out in the garage, Leroy, working.
I was just going. I'm just on the way out. Have a nice lunch. I'm sorry I can't join you, but you know how it is. I want to finish the garage so I can get it to sell before it's time to play.
That boy.
Yeah, I'm only surprised he didn't get the teacher suspended. Quiet around here. Anybody home, for goodness sake?
Oh, good evening, Unky. Home so early?
Is there anything particularly unusual in my being home at 6 o'clock?
Uncle Mort Marshall's here.
Well, do we have to whisper? I don't see him. Where is he?
Uncle Mort, please. He's in the study.
In the study? What's he doing in there?
He's going away to school. He came over to say goodbye.
That why you had the door closed?
We closed it to keep Leroy out. Now, come in and say hello.
As soon as I hang up my hat.
And please be nice to him. Come along. Uncle Mort, you remember Marshall Bullard?
Well, I certainly should.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, good evening. I understand, Marshall, that you're going away to school. That's fine.
Uncle Mort, really?
Huh? Oh, I mean, it's fine you're going to school. Too bad you're going away.
Just came over to say goodbye to Marjorie.
Oh, leaving tonight? Well.
Oh, no, sir. Not going till the end of the week, sir.
Oh, taking no chances, eh? Well, good luck when you do go.
Thank you, sir. I'll probably be over to say goodbye again before that.
Oh, I dare say. What the devil was that?
It's probably Leroy. He's down in the cellar.
I better see what's going on down there.
Yes, you'd better do that, Unky.
If you'll excuse me.
Oh, go right ahead, sir. Yes, sir.
I never trust a boy who calls me sir. Do they have to close the door? By George, if they're smooshing in there. After all, I'm her uncle. I got a right to know what goes on.
Uncle
I think I'll just leave this door open, my dear, if you don't mind. It gets a little close in there. Leroy! What's going on down there? Bertie!
Yes, sir?
What's all that racket?
That's Leroy sitting up the cellar, I guess.
Well, I told him he could quit at 3 o'clock. I told him he could go out and play.
Yes, sir. He went out for a while, and then he came back in again.
But this isn't like Leroy.
No, sir. I think he feels bad about something. I think he's got something on his mind.
Why?
Well, the way he acts. I asked him about it, and he just gave me a look and ran on down the cellar quick and then slammed the door.
We'll have to see about this. Leroy? Guess he didn't hear me. Well, I'll go down.
I don't care. I don't care about Donald Kelsey or Robert Rosenblatt or Peter Fisher or any of them. But Peggy, I thought he was my friend.
Leroy! What's the matter, my boy?
Nobody likes me.
That's not true. I like you.
No, you don't.
Marjorie likes you.
She does not.
And Bertie likes you.
Well, that's all. I don't know what's the use of hanging around here. Everybody's just here. All I do is eat.
Now. Put down that hammer and come here. Here, my boy, blow your nose. Now, tell your old uncle what's the matter. What are you doing down here? Why don't you go out and play?
I did. Nobody would play with me.
Why not?
Their mothers wouldn't let them.
Why not?
Because I heard I got suspended.
That's perfectly ridiculous.
I don't care. I don't care that darn old kids play with me.
Now, Leroy. You shouldn't cry, a boy your age.
I'm not crying. I just get so darn mad.
Yeah, I know how it is. I get that way sometimes myself. I'll tell you what, my boy. You just come upstairs with me. I'll play with you.
But I want to play with kids.
Well, we'll see what we can do about it. Come along.
Leroy, you down there?
Yeah, we're just coming up, Bertie.
There's somebody at the door for Leroy, that little bullet boy.
There. What did I tell you, my boy? There's somebody who wants to play with you.
Oh, for corn's sake, Craig Bullard.
Well, he's a little young, perhaps.
You want me to send him away? Dinner's just about ready.
No, let me talk to him, Bertie.
Yeah, I guess he's better than nobody.
Did I hear that kid brother of mine?
Yeah, he's at the front door, Marshal.
Hiya, Craigie, old boy. Hi, Leroy. Glad to see you. Come on in. I can't. I just come over to tell you my father won't let me play with you. Huh?
Hey, Craigie, Nick.
Yeah, just a minute. Say that again, Sonny.
Yeah, let's have that again. My father says I can't play with you. He says you're a bad influence.
Craig!
He says you're just like your uncle.
Oh! Young man, you run along home just as fast as your little legs will carry you. And you tell your father for me. You tell your father for me. For me.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you'll have to forgive Craig.
You, too. If my nephew isn't good enough to play with Craig, you're not good enough to hang around my niece.
Uncle Mort, you can't talk to Marshall like that.
Oh, can't I? Get off the property. And stay off.
He doesn't mean it, Marshall. Don't pay any attention to him.
Go on, get off the property.
Marshall!
Evidently, I'm not welcome here. Good night.
Now look what you've done.
Ah, it serves you right.
Really, Uncle Mort, sometimes I think you're the stupidest man a girl ever had for an uncle.
Marjorie, I'm inclined to think you're right. And the stupidest thing I ever did was to become an uncle. Who got me into this?
The Great Gildersleeve will be back again in a moment. Just now, we'd like to enact a little breakfast scene. The soon-to-be-contented man is played by yours truly, John Lang.
There you are, John, dear. Nice golden brown toast. Just the way you like it.
Hey, you're handing it to me dry. What goes with it? Where's my favorite spread?
Oh, I didn't know you had a favorite.
Wait a minute, my favorite wife. Don't you listen when I talk about the wonderful flavor of Parquet margarine? Why, the many times you've heard me say how good Parquet margarine tastes. The many times.
I was only teasing, dear. Of course we've got Parquet margarine. Here you are.
That's more like it. This toast is delicious. Parquet margarine's delicious. You're delicious.
What a character. There's a man who really knows what's delicious.
Okay, Leroy, and I'll just step out of character a moment to remind our friends that Parquet Margarine is not only wonderfully good to eat, but is high in food energy value and fortified with important vitamin A. It's mighty economical, too, only about half the price of costly spreads. So be sure to buy delicious, economical Parquet, Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. 24 hours have passed, and his nephew Leroy is still suspended from school. He is also still being shunned by his friends. Gildersleeve is beginning to feel sorry for the boy, as we can see if we drop in at Mr. Peavy's drugstore. Mr. Peavy is out and back making up a prescription, but Leroy is consuming a chocolate soda while his uncle watches.
Oh, boy.
Aren't you going to finish it, Leroy?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. How about another one?
Oh, gosh, thanks, Unc. 3 is plenty.
You may be right. Well, I got to get back to my office. You think you can amuse yourself for the rest of the afternoon?
I suppose so.
What do you think you'll do?
Bum around, I guess.
There must be something more wholesome than that.
I'll be okay.
I don't like to think of you just wandering around by yourself. Now, if there was some movie that you were crazy to see.
There is, Unc, at the Majestic. Gosh, if I could go to the Majestic.
Well, here's a quarter. You go on to the Majestic. But don't tell anybody I sent you.
Unc, thanks. The Majestic has a triple horror. That'll carry me right up to supper time.
Huh? Sure it won't spoil your appetite?
Are you kidding? Those horror pictures make you hungry. Gee, thanks, Unc. I'll just be able to make it in time.
Yeah, so long, my boy. Poor kid.
Mr. Gildersleeve, was that somebody going out or somebody coming in?
No, Peavy, just Leroy leaving. What do I owe you?
Yeah, just figure that out. 3 chocolate sodas, is that right?
That's right.
Doesn't seem possible. Well, that's 45 cents in 1 cent tax.
Here.
Thank you. 46, 50, 75, $1. Isn't this a little unusual, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Unusual?
Buying Leroy's sodas in the middle of the afternoon. Birthday, maybe.
No, it's not his birthday. He's been suspended from school.
You don't say. Well, it seems a funny reason to buy him a chocolate soda.
That's not why I'm buying him a chocolate soda.
But you said he
Let me finish, please, Peavy. Just once.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I thought you said...
Allow me, Peavy. Permit me. Now, Leroy was suspended from school. I suppose you want to know why.
I don't say anything.
I know you, Peavy. The boy was suspended because he was rude to his teacher. Suspended for a week.
A week?
Yes, pretty severe punishment, but I don't say it isn't fair. What I object to is that none of Leroy's friends will play with him. Their parents seem to think he's some kind of an outcast.
Well, that's the way of the world, Mr. Gildersleeve. Would you want Leroy playing with some young criminal?
Leroy is not a criminal. I think he's being persecuted unjustly. I'm just trying to make it up to him, that's all.
Well, if I were suspended from school and got free chocolate sodas, I might be tempted to make a habit of it.
That's ridiculous.
That is, if I like chocolate sodas.
Yes. Peavy, it's easy to see you never were in a jam when you were young.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I tried to sneak onto a streetcar once without paying the 5 cents.
My, quite a crime. Were you arrested?
No, but the conductor made me give him a nickel. It was a very humiliating experience.
You haven't lived, Peavy. Naturally, you can't imagine what Leroy's going through. Why, if you...
Good afternoon, Mr. Peavy. Have you got my prescription ready?
Indeed, I have, Mrs. Townsend, right here.
How do you do, Mrs. Townsend? How's little Arthur?
Will you charge it, please, Mr. Peavy?
Yes, ma'am, $1.12.
Thank you. Good day, Mr. Peavy.
Why didn't that woman speak to me? I've known her for years.
Is Arthur Townsend in Leroy's class?
Well, yes, I believe he is, but...
That's the way of the world, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm afraid you're tarred with Leroy's brush.
But Leroy is just a kid. He's a nice little boy.
No, at the beginning. I guess Dillinger was a nice boy once.
Dillinger?
If you'll excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, I have some work to do out and back.
Are you trying to get rid of me, Peavy?
Oh, no.
Yes, you are, Peavy. You're afraid I'll contaminate your other customers. You're afraid you'll lose some trade.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve.
All right, you money grubber, you'll be sorry. that is, will you, Bertie?
I'm on my way. Oh, good evening, Judge.
Evening, Bertie.
Mr. Gildersleeve's writing the parlor, Judge. He's just starting in on the evening paper.
And I'd a lot rather read it than talk to Hooker. Oh, hello, Horace.
Hello, Gildy.
Hey, sit down. Make yourself at home.
No, I can't stay, thank you. I was passing by, and I just thought I'd drop in and ask you about that financial report.
Financial report?
Yeah, you were supposed to give the financial report at the school board meeting tomorrow night, remember?
Oh, that. Sure, I remember. I've got the report already. That is, I will have.
It's fine. It's fine.
Well, is that all you wanted to know?
Not exactly.
Well, speak up. What is it?
Well, I don't want you to take this the wrong way, Gildy, but it occurred to me you might like me to present your report to the school board.
Why should you? I'm chairman of the finance committee. Why shouldn't I give the report?
Well, a man in your position, that is to say, if I were in your position...
What position? What the devil are you talking about? Stop beating around the bush.
I'm afraid I'll have to. You're so thick.
Who's thick?
You are in more ways than one. Hasn't Leroy been suspended from the Summerfield Grammar School?
Yes, he has, and what of it?
Well, doesn't that place you in a slightly embarrassing position as a member of the school board?
How?
Well, how will you feel standing up there with the school board when you can't even keep your own nephew in school?
Now, see here, Judge. I had nothing to do with Leroy's difficulty. When the suspension period is over, he'll go back. Wonder if there's any way he could get back sooner.
Have you tried to arrange it?
No. I wonder if his teacher knows I'm on the school board.
I think it would be most inadvisable for you to start throwing your weight around.
I wasn't thinking of throwing my weight around. Just thinking of dropping a hint.
I've seen you drop a hint with an awful thud, Gildy.
Are you trying to suggest I'm undiplomatic, you old goat? I'll show you. I'll find a way out of this thing without any help from you either.
Well, what about tomorrow night?
I'll be there, don't you worry, and with the report. And I'll be able to look every member of that school board right in the eye. Is that you, Leroy?
Yeah, it's me. Supper ready?
In a minute. How was the picture?
That was okay. It isn't much fun going to the movies all by yourself.
Yeah, I know. Sit down, my boy. There. Now, I think you've been punished enough for your rudeness to Miss McCann.
Yeah? Gee, that's what I think.
Well, perhaps we can find a way to get you back in school tomorrow morning. How would you like that?
Can you really, Unc?
We'll see. You're sorry for your behavior, aren't you?
Sure. Gosh, never thought I'd be suspended.
Well, aside from the punishment, you realize you said a very bad thing to Miss McCann, that you hurt her feelings, that no boy in school should ever speak rudely to a teacher. You realize all that, don't you?
Sure. What are you getting at?
That's not the attitude.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's the boy. Now, if you'll just say that to Miss McCann.
You mean I got to apologize?
Certainly. That's the manly thing to do, my boy.
I can't, Unc.
Let's not be silly about this, Leroy. There's nothing easier than to apologize, and there's nothing that gives you a better feeling afterwards.
I can't apologize to her.
Nonsense. What makes you think you can?
In front of all the other kids?
Certainly. You insulted her in front of the other kids, didn't you?
I didn't insult her. Okay, I insulted her.
Look, Leroy, there's nothing to this thing. You walk into the schoolroom tomorrow morning, you walk straight up to Miss McCann, and you say, Miss McCann, I owe you an apology for my thoughtless behavior. I want you to know that I'm very sorry. What do you think she'll do, bite you?
She'll hit me with a rubber hose.
Leroy, you're acting like a baby. But if you want to get back in school tomorrow, this is the only way to do it.
Apologize?
Apologize.
The only way?
The only way.
Then I guess I'll just have to wait till the week is up.
But Leroy, you haven't got anybody to play with. You're not having any fun. You're miserable, aren't you?
Sure I am.
Then why not apologize?
I hate to apologize.
It just happened, young man, that there are other people concerned in this affair. It just happens that I personally find this whole thing very embarrassing.
Oh, so that's it.
No, that's not it. I'm thinking principally of your welfare. The fact that I'm a member of the school board is entirely secondary.
What do I care about the school board?
Leroy, people are refusing to speak to me in the streets on account of you. I'm becoming an outcast.
So am I. But I'd rather be an outcast than apologize to old Lady McCann.
You listen here. You'll apologize tomorrow whether you like it or not.
I can't do it, Unc. I can't do it.
Come along.
She'll hit me with a rubber hose.
Leroy, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'm with you. I'll walk right up to the door of your room. I'll listen while you make your apology. If that woman lays a finger on you, I'll be there with you in a jiffy.
Okay.
Where is your room, Leroy?
At the the end of the hall.
Long haul, isn't it? All right, my boy. Now be brave. Just say what I told you to say. Just walk straight up to her and say, Miss McCann.
Oh, shut up.
Why, Leroy.
Good morning, Miss McCann.
Good morning, Leroy.
I'm sorry I...
That's all right. Just take your seat. Perhaps you'd like to lead the opening song, Leroy.
Okay. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Good morning, dear teacher. Good morning to you.
Well, I'll be darned. Maybe I ought to go in and say a few words to her myself, though, just to make it sure. Miss McCann?
Yes?
I wonder if I could just have a word with you.
Certainly. Excuse me a moment, Clark. Yes?
I'm Mr. Gildersleeve, Leroy's uncle.
Oh.
I just thought I'd mention that it was my idea for Leroy to apologize, and he was supposed to say a good deal more. That is, he was supposed to make a more elaborate apology. Yes, but the little devil...
Mr. Gildersleeve, if you don't realize it's the spirit of an apology that counts and not the words, you aren't fit to bring up children.
Miss McCann.
I suspected Leroy's difficulty must be with his home training, and now I'm sure of it.
But I only...
In fact, you're the one that should be suspended.
Look out, she's going for the rubber hose!
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. Round about mid-afternoon, boys and girls are apt to get mighty hungry at school. And when they get home and make a beeline to the pantry, here's something that's sure to satisfy hungry young appetites. It's crisp crackers and slices of tender, fresh bread spread with delicious Parquet margarine. Children really go for Parquet's fresh, delicate flavor because it tastes so good. And there's another important reason why so many mothers serve after-school snacks of crackers and bread spread with delicious Parquet. It's that wonderful energy Parquet margarine helps provide, and the important vitamin A that's added to every single pound of Parquet. Of course, Parquet is mighty economical, too, only about half the price of costly spreads. So, mothers, tomorrow be sure to buy delicious, economical Parquet, Parkay, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
That came for you this afternoon.
Oh?
It's postmarked Savannah.
Savannah, Georgia? Well, it must be from Leela Ransom. I'll just see what it says here. Imagine that. Yeah. Oop. Why, the little minx. Huh? Oh.
What'd she say, Uncle Mort?
She says she's had a very good time and she'll be back Friday. Well, that's what she said. Now, you go to bed. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meeker. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Have you tried Pabst? It's a cheese food that's really different. Spreads, slices, melts, toasts to perfection. And now that Pabst requires no ration points, you'll want to serve it often in sandwiches, snacks, and a grand variety of main dish treats. You can buy this delicious, nourishing cheese food in two tempting varieties, Golden Pabst and Pimento Pabst. And they're both now ration-free. Get Pabst, the delicious cheddar cheese food at your favorite food store tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents the Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's see how things are going with The Great Gildersleeve. Yes, it's been a long, hard day, a long, hard week. The great man comes trudging home from the office, and hardly has the door opened when word goes out over the grapevine.
Your uncle seems a little tired this evening, Miss Marjorie, so I wouldn't go cutting up any didos.
Uncie's tired tonight, Leroy, so watch it. You better beat it, Craig. Unc's on the warpath.
Dinner is a silent meal. Marjorie is solicitous of her uncle's wants, and Leroy eats with cautious daintiness. After it's over, the storm cloud, which has been hovering over the dining table, moves into the living room. Gildersleeve flops down in his easy chair. For a moment, he just sits there, and then he begins.
Where's the evening paper? Confound it. Where's the evening paper? I don't ask much of you children, but one thing I do ask. When I come home at night all tired out, I want the evening paper. You hear that, Leroy? Now, where is it?
You're sitting on it.
Oh. Fine place for it. Don't mind me. I'm nobody. I just pay the bills around here, that's all. I come home here all tired out. All I ask is to read the evening. UNO crisis looms. World peace at stake. Little hope in housing shortage seen by official. Riots in Far East as Manchurian tension grows. War inevitable, says Congressman Rumbauer. Preparation our only hope. Weapons more fearful than atom bombs seen by expert. Confound it! Turn on the radio, Leroy.
Okay.
Trouble, that's all they give you. I just won't read it, that's all. I just won't read it. Come home here at night all tired out, I sit down, and what do I get? Trouble. I thought the war was over.
Of 1918, when the world held such hope for the future. I wish that I could hold out such hope today. I cannot. Yes, my friends, it's the old story. The story of man's inhumanity to man. Starvation, pestilence, fear, and hate. These ride the earth today like the four horsemen of the well-known apocalypse, spreading the seeds of war. What's to be done about it? Wait and see. Just wait and see. For we are caught in the grip of an atomic power that is greater than we are. Caught like rats in a trap, waiting for that last awful moment. And it will come without warning, my friends. That blinding, searing flash in which the whole world will disintegrate.
Turn it off. Turn it
away
off.
with it. Oh.
What's the matter, Unc?
I can't stand it.
Gosh, it's only a guy on the radio.
Well, I can't stand anymore.
Unky, where are you going?
Oh! Just a question of time, that's all. All you have to do is read the papers. People starving abroad, nations wrangling among themselves. It's just like 1918, only worse. And what can you do about it? Nothing. We're caught here like rats in a trap.
Wouldn't say that.
That's what the fellow said.
Oh, I don't deny that he said it, but how do you know it's true?
Peavy, it was on the radio.
Well, so is Hop Harrigan.
Yes, sir. I don't know, Peavy. This international situation's got me down. Worrying about Russia, worrying about China, worrying about the British Empire. It's got me so I can't sleep nights.
You sleep on your stomach or on your back?
What's that got to do with it? I don't see how you can be so calm, Peavy. Why, the way things are going, don't you realize at any moment a bomb might drop through the roof here and blow this drugstore to smithereens?
Let me know if you hear one coming.
I don't understand you. I just don't understand your attitude.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll tell you. I've got a drugstore to run here. I can't run the British Empire, too.
Oh, an isolationist?
No, just a pharmacist.
Well, maybe you're right, Peavy. I'm so darn sick of the international situation, so darn sick of hearing about it.
That's why you came down here to tell me about it?
Well, it's time we had a little fun, Peavy. That's what the world needs, is a little fun.
Now, I can go along with you there.
Here we've been under a strain all these years. The human mind can stand only so much.
Sometimes I think it can't even stand that.
You know what I'd like to do, Peavy? I'd like to get in the old bus and fill up the gas tank and pile the family in the back seat. Just drive out in the country for a picnic, the way we used to in the old days.
Sounds nice, all right.
And by George, that's just what I'm going to do. Tomorrow's Saturday. I think I'll do it tomorrow, Peavy. How about it? Care to come along?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's pretty early in the year for picnics, isn't it? March?
Who cares?
Paper says rain. Rain and colder.
Let me tell you something, Peavy. Don't believe everything you read in the papers.
Well, the ground will be wet. Too wet to sit on.
Listen, I'm going on a picnic tomorrow no matter what. These fellas are going to blow the world to pieces. Well, the kids and I are going to have one last fling before they do.
I don't know where you get all this talk about blowing the world to pieces.
Don't be a fool, man. All you have to do is read the papers.
Here's a question for you homemakers. Can you name a food that is wonderful served in any course of the meal? The answer is Kraft's cheddar cheese food, Velveeta. Yes, it's one of the most versatile foods you can have in your refrigerator. You can spread it on crackers to serve with soups or appetizers, slice it in thin slivers to glamorize your favorite salad, or serve it with fruit for a delicious dessert. And for main dishes, or as a sauce for vegetables, Velveeta just can't be beat. It's so easy to make a smooth, golden Velveeta sauce. You just melt 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of a double boiler. Then stir in 1/4 cup of milk, and there's your sauce. Ready to add rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor to those vegetables or to dress up leftovers. Grand on fish, eggs, macaroni, and other Lenten main dishes, too. Remember, Velveeta helps supply high-quality, complete protein, milk minerals, food energy, and vitamin A. So for a glorious cheese sauce, for snacks and sandwiches, for a half a dozen uses, get genuine Velveeta. It's the cheese food of Kraft quality. Now, what about the Great Gildersleeve? Well, he's having his own way for once. That is to say, it looks as if he's going on a family picnic in spite of everything, including the family. Here they all are, milling around the front porch, trying to get started.
What about you, Leroy? You ready to go?
Me? I've been ready for hours.
Well, you can't go without a sweater, my boy. I told you that. Now go get one.
I don't see why I need a sweater. It's a perfect day.
Perfect. It's freezing.
It's not freezing, Marjorie. It's a fine day.
Then why do I need a sweater?
Because I say so. Get the sweater, Leroy, and comb your hair while you're upstairs.
For a picnic?
For a picnic. Now, you ready, Marjorie?
I guess so. Do I really have to go on this expedition, Unky?
It's a picnic, my dear. We're going to have a wonderful time.
But there won't be anything to do.
There'll be plenty to do. Get outdoors and enjoy the sunshine. Get next to old Mother Nature. Then we'll have to build a fire, cook the hamburgers. Plenty to do.
I don't enjoy housework at home, and I don't enjoy it in the woods.
Well, in that case, Leroy and I'll have all the fun of cooking. Unless perhaps Mrs. Ransom would prefer to do it.
Well, maybe you can talk her into it. Can't we come home if it rains?
It's not going to rain. Now get that through your head once and for all. Now start enjoying yourself, confound it.
Okay. Okay, I'm having a swell time.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you want me to put the lunch in the back seat?
No, thanks, Bertie. Just set it down here. I'll take care of it. Well, nice and heavy.
I thought you might need something heavy in case it rains.
No danger of that.
Oh, yes, sir. On a cold, raw day, there's nothing like a good, solid meal.
But, Bertie,
Hot coffee in the thermos in case you need something to warm you up.
it's not a cold day, Bertie. Marjorie, don't stand there smirking. Go see what's holding up Mrs. Ransom. We've got to get started.
Okay.
I'll get this basket into the car.
Hey, Unc, we all set to go?
Yeah, give me a hand with this, Leroy.
Oh, boy, lunch.
Yeah, lunch. Leroy, did you put something on your hair?
Yeah, you told me to comb it, didn't you?
What'd you put on it?
Aqua Velva.
That's for after shaving. That's not for your hair.
But it looks good. Water's bad for the scalp. I read that in an ad.
You put water on your scalp. I don't care if you're bald at 15.
Okay.
Now, if I can get this luggage compartment open. What the dickens are all these newspapers doing in here?
Newspapers? Holy cow, those were for the paper drive last fall. You were supposed to leave them at school for me.
Oh, I guess it slipped my mind.
Oh, well, I should worry. I got credit for 40 pounds.
We'll have to do something about that. I don't think...
Throckmorton, look at Leela.
Leela!
How do you like what I've got on, Throckmorton? It's a play suit.
Well, let's play. Get those newspapers out of there, Leroy.
Okay. This outfit is supposed to be for winter in Miami. Do you think it's all right for spring in Summerfield, or am I rushing the season?
Oh, I think it's just right, Leela. How do you like my loafer jacket?
Oh, I think it's darling. You look so careless and sporty when you wear clothes like that, Throckmorton.
Well, I feel that way, too.
I suppose I ought to take along a raincoat.
What for? Why, the sun is shining. It was a minute ago, anyway.
I'd never forgive you if my play suit got wet. It might shrink, the girl said at the store.
I'd like to see that. If it gets wet, I'll buy you a new one, Leela.
Okay, Unc, we can shove the basket in now.
That's fine, Leroy. And if you'll go get your sister, we can start.
Yeah, we ought to start. Hey, Marge!
I said go, Leroy. G-O.
Well, I guess you heard me. Here she comes. Hurry up, Marge. We're going to start.
All right, let's start.
I'll just put the lunch basket in here. Come on. Leela, you're in front with me.
I was hoping I would be.
Kids in the back. Come on, pile in. Thought we might drive out to those woods just the other side of Salinas.
That's a swell place, Unc.
Yeah, a little stream runs through there somewhere.
Oh, wait a minute, Unc. Here comes Bertie.
Bertie, what does she want?
She's got an umbrella.
We don't need an umbrella. We don't need that, Bertie.
You never can tell, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, well, grab it, Leroy. Thanks, Bertie.
You're welcome. Have a good time if possible.
Oh, I'm sure we will. Goodbye, Bertie.
Good night.
Bye.
Goodbye, Bertie.
Oh, Throckmorton, wait. Here comes Horace Hooker. Maybe he'd like to go with us.
Oh, he eats too much. We'll need another whole basket if we... Oh, hello, Judge.
Good morning. Morning, all. Where's the fire?
No fire, Judge. Going on a picnic. Care to join us?
A picnic? No, thanks. Not in the middle of winter.
But winter? It's practically April. Just the day for a picnic.
April showers bring May flowers. Anybody can see it's going to rain.
Do you really think so, Horace?
I most certainly do. Where are you going?
Thought we might try the woods over by Salinas.
Well, that's quite a distance on your tires.
Don't worry about my tires.
Woods are a bad place in a thunderstorm.
I'm not expecting one. And if it should rain, it just so happens I'm enough of a sport so I can stand it. We all are.
You said it.
Oh, yeah?
Come on, Judge. Make up your mind. A picnic or an afternoon in the law library?
My mind is made up, thank you. But if you all come down with pneumonia, don't blame me.
Yeah, we won't. Stand back, you old goat. Make way for the younger generation.
Bon voyage, Noah.
Well, here's a place. Woods, grass, little brook. This place has got everything.
It looks wonderful. Only what about the no trespassing sign?
Oh, we won't worry about that. Probably the fellow just doesn't want people shooting his chickens.
Well, maybe we ought to drive a little further, Throckmorton. I'd hate to get chased off.
Don't worry, Leela. If anybody tries to get tough with us, I'll handle it. Come on, everybody out. Get that luggage compartment open, Leroy. By George, I'm hungry already.
Oh, my, isn't that funny?
It's the fresh air.
Why, it's so warm here in the sun. I declare, Throckmorton, it's almost hot.
Sure, what'd I tell you? And it'll get hotter.
Uncle Mort, look.
Huh?
Violet.
Well, oh, Marjorie, aren't they darling? Look, Throckmorton.
What do you know? Violets. Get 10 cents a bunch for those in Chicago. You want a hand with that chow basket, Leroy?
Yeah, I don't think I can handle it alone.
Well, take it easy there. You'll blow a gasket. Now, you got the handle?
Yeah?
Here we go. Just put it over here.
Yeah. Hey, there's some swell rocks for a fireplace.
Yeah, just the thing. Let you and me do the cooking, Leroy. What do you say? Give the ladies a treat.
Oh, no, you don't now, boys. I want to do my share.
So do I. I want to cook the hamburger.
Okay, then I'll build a fire.
Well, then I'll get out the sandwiches and see that everything's ready.
Well, well, happy little family. I think I'll just lie here under the tree. You know, it's a funny thing. After I eat a big lunch at home, I don't feel like moving. Right now, I feel energetic.
So do I.
All right, Leroy, you burn up the paper plates, and I'll pack up the lunch basket. After that, I'll race you down to the creek.
Unc, you want to help me build a dam?
I might, or even a hut, or possibly both. Come on in, girls. The water's fine.
With your trousers rolled up and mud all over your face.
Take off your shoes and stockings and come on in. Come on, Marjorie.
Isn't it cold?
Nah, just like Palm Beach.
I notice your lips are blue.
Get out of the water, Leroy. No use overdoing it. Back to dry land, everybody.
Explore the creek. Maybe it leads to a secret spring.
Maybe it does, my boy. Why don't you and Marjorie explore it, huh? I feel the need of a little rest all of a sudden.
Okay, how about it, Marge? We might find the fountain of youth.
That's all you need, Leroy, but come on.
Don't go far, children. We'll have to be starting back before long.
Okay.
What do you want to do, Leela? You like to walk through the woods a little?
Oh, I don't feel like walking or anything. I just want to lie here on the grass and listen to the birds.
Okay, that's good enough for me. Let's listen to the birds, huh? No birds. Must be some birds around here. Why don't they sing?
Maybe they don't want to interrupt you.
They're just lazy, that's all. They won't sing. They won't sing.
Oh, they'll start after a while. Birds are shy.
Yeah, birds are shy. Yeah, I never thought of that. Don't know if I'd want to sing myself for a couple of strangers.
Oh, tell me a story, Throckmorton. I think I'd like that just as well as the birds.
Story, eh? Mm-hmm. What kind of story?
Any kind, just so I like it.
Well, I'll tell you a story about Jack-a-Minori.
No, my father used to make me furious with that old Jack-a-Minori.
Yeah, so did mine.
Just for that, you have to tell me a real story.
All right, I'll tell you a real story, Leela. You have to shut your eyes, though.
They're shut.
Well, let's see here. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful little girl with beautiful yellow curls, and she lived in Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, I like this.
And when she got to be about 16, she had dozens and dozens of suitors. All the boys from miles around were just crazy about her.
Was her name Leela?
Her name was Leela. Her name was Leela, and she was the toast of Savannah. Huh? At the annual Cotton Planters' Ball, she led the cotillion. Mm-hmm. At the Bull Weevil Festival every January, she was the queen. And everybody wanted to marry her, including the son of the lieutenant governor of a nearby state.
Was he the one she loved?
Now, don't rush me.
Oh, all right.
It happened that Leela's father was a very rich man.
But he wasn't.
Just listen to the story, honey. Leela's father was a very rich man, and he was determined his daughter must marry a millionaire. But Leela, what did she want? She wanted someone who would make her little heart go pit-a-pat just by walking into the room. So every time a young man came round, Leela said to herself, maybe this is the one that'll make my heart go pit-a-pat. And she'd go downstairs to meet him, all excited every time. But every time, almost as soon as the young man bowed low and said, good evening, ma'am, she knew he wasn't the one.
Well, what about the lieutenant governor's boy?
Oh, he was no good either.
Oh.
In fact, he was a little worse than the others because he was slew-footed. But he was rich, and he was the man Leela's father wanted her to marry. Well, sir, poor Leela didn't know what to do.
No.
She told her father she didn't love the lieutenant governor's son, and he said, you can learn to love him, daughter. She told him she didn't want to get married at all. She just wanted to devote her life to charity. No, her father said, you've got to marry, and you've got to marry soon. You're 18 already. In another year, you'll be a disgrace to the family.
Poor Leela. What did she do?
She ran away. One night, she climbed out of her bedroom window with a few dollars she'd saved out of her egg money, and she went and bought a railroad ticket. And when she woke up next morning, where do you think she was?
Why?
In Yankee Land.
Ah.
And she started walking down the street, and everyone turned around to look at her. She was so beautiful. And all of a sudden, while she was looking up at one of the lofty 6-story buildings, a man came bustling around the corner and bumped into her. Almost knocked her down.
That's Yankees for you.
Yeah. But then he apologized, and he told her he was sorry, and asked if she was all right. And as he walked away, what do you think?
What?
Her little heart was going pit-a-pat.
What, did she know his name?
She didn't know a thing about him, so she ran after him.
Oh, did I?
Right down the street in broad daylight. He didn't know that, of course. But she followed him till he went into the building where his office was, and she followed him right to his office. And what do you think it said on the door?
What?
Water, Commissioner.
Well, then what happened?
He went into his office and worked all day.
Oh.
But that night...
Oh! There's a man coming with a big dog and a gun.
What?
Biggest dog I've ever seen. Oh, my goodness.
No, let's keep cool here. Where's the... Is that a dog? Looks like a horse with fangs. A nice doggy. Oh, he's a fine doggy. Yes, he is. Oh, get away from me!
Down, Prince, down, boy. Take it easy there, fella.
Thank you. He was trying to kiss me. Is this your property here?
Yes.
Well, we were having a little picnic. But if we've done any damage, we'll be glad to...
Oh, no. Glad to have you.
Well...
Day like today, everybody should be out here.
Oh, that's awfully kind of you. Yeah.
Not at all. Drop over any time. Be fish in the creek pretty soon, sonny. Come on, Prince.
Quite a dog. Say, almost 5 o'clock. I guess we better be starting home, children. Put the stuff in the car, will you?
Okay. Throckmorton, we were interrupted, remember?
Interrupted? Oh, yes. Well, to make a long story short, Leela stayed up north and lived happily ever after.
Did she marry the water commissioner?
Oh, no. She found all Yankees made her little heart go pit-a-pat. Come on, let's go home. Put on your old gray bonnet with the blue ribbons on it, and we'll hitch old Dobbin to the shade. Through the fields of clover we'll ride up to Dover on our golden wedding day. By George, this has been a fine day. Yes, sir, a fine day.
Gracious! What was that?
Oh, what do you know? A blowout.
Holy smokes, look at that. Shot to pieces.
Oh, isn't that terrible?
Why, not at all. Just remember, this tire was due.
You said it. Nothing left. You can't even recap it.
I wouldn't want to. Fine, faithful old tire. Right Rear Rosie, I called her. She carried us all through the war, children. She's earned a rest. Get the jack, Leroy.
Jack, Marge.
Yes, yes. And there's another way to look at it. We've had a pretty good day. The paper said it would rain, and it didn't. That dog could have chewed my leg off, but he liked me. The man could have kicked us off his land, and he turns out to be a nice fellow. On the way home, we get a little blowout. Well, what better time for a blowout?
Hey, Unc, the spare!
Oh, don't tell me the spare is flat.
No, it's got tread on it.
What a day.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Peavy. Have you got a 3-cent stamp, old man?
3-cent stamp? Well, yes, yes, I have.
Thanks. Got a letter here I want to get off. No, make it an airmail if you got one there.
Airmail it is.
Yeah, thanks.
By the way, how was the picnic?
Oh, Peavy, it was lovely. Just lovely. Everything worked out. It didn't rain. The sky was clear. The sun was warm. Really felt like spring.
Sounds mighty nice.
Yeah, it was. You can forget how good it is just to be alive, Peavy. You know that? We get so wound up in business and politics and one thing and another. If you ask me, we don't know whether we're coming or going half the time, including me.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're the last man I'd expect to hear that from.
Well, I did a lot of thinking today, Peavy. Guess I haven't done any of that in a long time either. And I got to thinking while I was lying on the grass there. You know, it's a pretty good old world after all. Or it could be. And anybody who talks about blowing it up, anybody who sits by and let them start another war, the way they're talking in the newspapers, well, here, I wrote a letter to my congressman. I haven't sealed it yet. I'll read it to you. Honorable George R. Rumbauer, House of Representatives, Washington, D.C. Now, see here, Rumbauer. You call yourself a representative? Well, start representing. We just had a war, and we didn't put you in office to start another one. So get your big feet off the desk and get busy. Or have I got to come down there myself? Because believe me, Rumbauer.
The Campfire Girls of America are celebrating their 34th anniversary this month, and a proud record they've achieved, too. Praise certainly is due the more than 360,000 members of the Campfire Girls who made such splendid contributions to war service here at home. The aim of the Campfire Girls is to perpetuate the spiritual ideals of the home and to stimulate and aid the formation of habits making for good health and character. Among the Campfire Girls, there's no distinction as to class, race, or creed. These girls learn by doing, and since their beginning in 1912, millions of girls have been given practical training in citizenship and homemaking. They are America's citizens of tomorrow. The Campfire Girls need the continued support of everyone in the community, women and men alike, for youth is the greatest potential for the protection of the American way of life that we aim to preserve. Congratulations to the Campfire Girls from all of us. The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry.
Good night.
It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Leroy, Marjorie, and Bertie are played by Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, and Lillian Randolph. Shirley Mitchell plays Leela Ransom, Judge Hooker is Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand is Mr. Peavy. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Now, a tempting lunchbox suggestion. Combine tangy golden Kraft salad mustard with your favorite cream cheese and salad dressing. You'll find this makes a wonderfully appetizing sandwich spread. For another taste-tingling treat that's sure to score a hit at lunchtime, blend Kraft salad mustard into delicious golden fillings for deviled eggs. And remember, there's also a mustard in the Kraft line for sharper tastes. It's the Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. Be sure to buy both delicious varieties. Get Kraft quality mustards on your next shopping trip.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's see what goes on with the Great Gildersleeve. He comes home in the evening and finds the hall table piled up as usual with everything under the sun.
Confound it, let's clean up this mess here. Leroy, Marjorie.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why must everybody pile everything on this table? Good evening, Bertie.
Dinner's just about ready.
Right away. Marjorie.
Hello, Unky.
Your hat. Leroy.
Did you call me, Unc?
Get this out of here or I'll burn it.
Okay.
Hereafter, I want this table. How long has this letter been here?
Let's see. Oh, that came a couple of days ago.
A couple of... Listen, mail is important. Don't you know that? Lying around here for a couple of days. Suppose that was a check for $1 million, Leroy. I'm asking you, suppose that was a check for $1 million.
Why don't you open it and see?
Well... Leroy, have you washed your hands?
I wasn't reading it, Unc.
Have you washed your hands?
Sure.
Well, go wash them.
Okay.
Man has no more privacy around here than... What day is this, Marjorie?
Wednesday.
I mean, what date?
I think it's the 3rd.
Oh, my goodness. Then this is for tomorrow. Oh, that's terrible. It says RSVP. I don't know what she must think of me by now. I'll just have to call her up.
Miss Gildersleeve, dinner.
Bertie, do you know how long this letter's been lying on this table here? 5 days.
At least.
Yep. Well, confound it, it's time you people around here learned that mail is important. It's not something to be kicked around the house. The mail must go through. That's one of the first principles of our government. That's why tampering with the mail is a federal offense. That's why...
I wasn't tampering with it.
Well, I didn't mean that...
Any mail comes, I leave it laid. Same with letters and same with checks. I don't touch nothing. Not Bertie. Same with money, too. I find any money laying anywhere, I dust around it.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you do. Only...
Yes, sir. Nobody ain't gonna get nothing on Bertie.
Well, I wasn't blaming you for this, Bertie. It's just embarrassing, that's all. A lady sends me an invitation and gets no reply. Makes me out to be very rude. Yes. Well, let's have dinner, my dear. I'll call Miss Goodwin later.
Miss Goodwin, huh? You haven't seen her lately.
Hardly seen her all winter. She's been very busy, I suppose, just as I've been.
Anybody would be busy who had a whole school full of Leroys.
Yeah, I dare say. This my napkin? Must be. Yes, that's the trouble with winter. People get too busy. But now that it's spring, they begin to relax a little. Yes, that's what's nice about spring.
I think she's so attractive, don't you?
Oh, yes. Very attractive woman, very. Capable, too. Capable and yet attractive. Remind me to call her right after dinner.
Unky,
Yes, my dear?
have you decided yet about tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night?
I mean about Ben. You said you'd make up your mind later, and I thought, well, as long as you're going out tomorrow night...
Well, my dear, ordinarily I don't approve your going out on school evenings, but just this once, as long as it's spring, and as long as it's Ben.
Oh, Unky.
Go ahead. Have a good time, my dear. Where's dinner here? Where's Leroy? Leroy, I told you to come down to dinner.
You told me to wash my hands.
Well, come to dinner. Bertie?
I'm coming.
Hey, you can bring it on now.
What's for dinner?
Never mind what's for dinner. Why don't you wipe your hands on a towel, Leroy, instead of on your pants?
No towel.
Suppose you had no pants. If there's no towel, go get one.
Yes, sir.
Not now. Sit down and eat.
Sit down and eat. Go get a towel.
What's it, Leroy?
Bertie, by the way, I guess I'll just be Leroy for dinner tomorrow night. Marjorie and I would both be going out.
Hey, no fair. Hey, what's the idea? Where's she going?
Now, Leroy?
Gosh, everybody gets to go out to dinner but me. I always get left. No fair. It's a dirty jib.
Now.
Can I have Piggy over? Can I ask him to spend the night?
That's up to Bertie. You'll have to ask her.
Oh, boy, can I go and call him now?
You haven't asked Bertie yet.
Oh, she always says yes, don't you, Bertie? Boy, that'll be super. Piggy and I can have a neat time. I'm glad you're going out. We can have the whole house to ourselves.
Well, be careful what you do with it, that's all.
Mr. Gildersleeve, excuse me, are you talking about tomorrow night, Thursday?
That's right, Bertie. Oh, my goodness. That's your day off, isn't it? Hate to ask you to change your day off again, Bertie, but...
It ain't that, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's about Judge Hooker's dinner.
Is he coming here to dinner again?
Well, I understood you and the whole family was going over to Judge Hooker's tomorrow.
Not tomorrow, Bertie.
Oh, no.
By George, it is. It's tomorrow. Completely slipped my mind.
Oh, for corn's sake, do we have to go over there?
Can't we get out of it some way, Uncle Mort?
Golly, I'd like to.
We've got to, that's all.
Yeah, gosh, Pick'll be so disappointed now if he can't come.
Yeah. If the old goat didn't make such a great big thing out of it every year, confound these annual customs. Never should have got started in the first place. The whole thing is ridiculous anyway. The idea that I should have to report to him once a year on new children in the estate. That's not what a probate judge is for. Just something the old goat made up.
Sure, what does he know about it, the old goat?
Leroy. That's not the attitude either. Judge Hooker's been a very good friend to both of you children, and to all of us. It's just that, well, confound it, I've got better things to do.
So have I. Me too.
Well, I don't know how we're going to get out of it this late.
I know. Tell him you're sick.
But, Leroy, that wouldn't be true.
Pardon me.
Maybe if you explain to him, Uncle.
I know. I'll tell him I had a previous engagement, only I didn't know it till today.
Ah!
That just happens, young man, to be the case. Now eat your soup.
But, Gildy, I've ordered the whole dinner. I've ordered a special stewing hen for the fricassee. I've gone to all sorts of trouble.
I know, Judge, and I wouldn't have had this happen for the world. But it was one of those things, that's all.
You know we do this every year.
Well, I know, but I didn't hear from you, and then this invitation came from me.
Don't twist the facts. You heard from me before you heard from her.
All right, maybe I did.
I know. You don't want to come to dinner.
Horace.
If our little custom means no more to you than that, let's skip it.
Well, too bad. But if he's going to be an old goat about it, oh, well.
Throckmorton.
Hello, Eve. Long time no see.
Oh, dear, and I was just going out.
That's all right. I was going to phone you, Eve, and then I said to myself, no, I'll just run over there, because I owe you 1,000 apologies.
What for?
Your invitation. It was lying on the hall table. I never found it till this evening, and then I was horrified.
Oh, you needn't have been.
Oh, but keeping you up in the air that way without an answer.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you, so it was all right.
You weren't expecting me?
Oh, no, Judge Hooker told me you wouldn't be able to make it.
He?
When I invited him. He told me all about your annual dinner.
Oh. Well, about that, Eve, that's all right now.
Oh, I quite understand, and I wouldn't interfere with it for the world.
Huh?
I think it's such a lovely custom. Two old friends sitting down formally to dine together once a year and toasting their friendship on the anniversary of their meeting. There's something almost classic about it, like Damon and Pythias. Such friendships are rare, Throckmorton. They deserve to be cherished.
Yeah.
So please, don't think I resent your refusing my invitation to keep your engagement with your old friend. I honor you for it. In fact, I wouldn't think very much of a man who didn't.
Well, as long as you understand, Eve. Sorry I can't make it.
Oh, I do, Throckmorton. And after all, what I was planning here was nothing important. Just an evening of fun.
Well, goodbye, Eve.
Goodbye, Throckmorton. Oh, and by the way, if the judge's dinner ends early, drop over later.
It'll end early, all right.
The nicest compliment on your cooking skill is a request for a second helping. And believe me, the whole family will be asking for second helpings if you cook with smooth melting Velveeta. The rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor of Velveeta does so much for so many foods. Velveeta puts new life into those Lenten main dishes: fish, seafood, eggs, and macaroni. Or Velveeta makes a glorious cheese sauce for vegetables. And it's so easy. Just melt 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of a double boiler. Next, stir in 1/4 cup of milk. Then pour that golden sauce over broccoli, green beans, carrots, or cauliflower. There won't be any leftovers. And speaking of leftovers, even they can be glamorized with Velveeta sauce. Don't forget that Velveeta helps supply high-quality, complete protein, milk minerals, food energy, and vitamin A. And it's as digestible as milk itself. So if you want compliments on your cooking, be sure to get a package of Velveeta tomorrow. It's swell for snacks and sandwiches, too. Genuine Velveeta is the cheese food of Kraft quality. Now let's get back to Gildersleeve. He's had to swallow his pride and ask Judge Hooker to renew his invitation. But weighing the prospects of an evening with the judge against an evening of fun and games at Eve Goodwin's, it becomes clear to him that something must be done. And so...
Yeah, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today?
Peavy, you can do me a favor.
Well, that's what you're in business for. What's the nature of the favor?
Well, I'll tell you. I'm going to dinner at Judge Hooker's tonight. You see, every year well, I won't go into the whole boring business, but the long and short of it is, I want to get out of there. I want to get out of there early.
Something else on the fire?
Never mind. I want to get out, and I need an excuse. That's where you come in.
Where?
I want you to call me up at the judge's house. Wait till about 9:30, then call me to the telephone.
But what shall I say?
It doesn't matter. I just want an excuse. I'll say I got an emergency phone call. I was suddenly called away. Will you do it?
Well, it's a little out of the pharmaceutical line.
Look, Peavy, all I'm asking you to do is to make a simple little telephone call. All it can cost you is 5 cents.
Oh, it's not the 5 cents, Mr. Gildersleeve. I know you're good for 5 cents.
Well, what is it then?
Well, suppose I call up there and Judge Hooker answers. What's he going to say?
You don't have to tell him who you are. Disguise your voice.
How?
Easy. Just make it sound like somebody else. Go ahead. Now try it.
Now?
Now. Go ahead. Let me hear you.
Hello, Judge Hooker. This is Mr. Peavy. Is Mr. Gildersleeve...
Don't say you're Peavy. That'll give you away, sure. Make up a name.
Oh.
Now, try it again.
Hello, Judge Hooker. This is Mr. Smith.
You sound just like Peavy.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
And you have to think up a better name than Smith. Look, Peavy, can't you fake some kind of an accent or something? Pretend you're some kind of a foreigner?
Well, I boarded with a Swedish landlady once.
Oh, fine. Then you can be a Swede. Yeah, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Hello, Judge Hooker. I've been Mr. Johnson.
Great. Do it that way, Peavy. That's great.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, suppose he asks me what I want. What shall I say?
Tell him you want to speak to me. Tell him anything. Tell him my house is on fire.
Your house is on fire.
Yeah, no, that won't do. He can look just down the street there. Well, make up something, Peavy. Tell him it's an emergency. Will you do it?
Yeah, I'll try.
Yeah, all right. You're my friend for life, Peavy. Thanks. It's 9:30 tonight now, and remember, you're Swedish.
Let's see. Hello, Judge Hooker. I've been Mr. Johnson. Hello, Judge Hooker. I've been Mr. Johnson. Hello, Judge Hooker. Up to Peavy's Pharmacy.
All ready for the party?
Party? Yes, I'm ready.
You look very nice, my dear.
I think it's perfectly ridiculous wearing my hair like a child just to please the judge.
No, Marjorie, if it makes him happy. As a matter of fact, it's very becoming. After all, it's only once a year.
But why does everything always have to be the same? It's so boring.
No, we're all having to give up something this evening. Let's just grin and bear it, shall we? Grin, Leroy. Who's that supposed to be?
Judge Hooker.
Oh, great. Are you all ready to go?
Sure.
Let me look at you. Yeah, you look pretty good. Pretty good for you. You know, you're quite a nice-looking boy when you get dressed up with your hair combed. There's just one thing. You ought to shine your shoes.
Shine my shoes? You can't shine these shoes. They're too beat up.
Well, then put on another pair.
This is the only pair I have.
I buy you a pair of shoes every week, it seems to me. What becomes of all the shoes I get you?
Well, some of them get too small, and some of them get like this. A few get lost.
Well, go upstairs and try to find some of the lost ones. If you can't find any, try to polish these a little.
Okay. Gosh, all this fuss for nothing. Chicken fricassee. Doesn't Mrs. Fogel know how to cook anything else?
The judge's housekeeper is a very kind-hearted woman, Leroy. She thinks you like chicken fricassee. Kindly behave in such a way that she will have no reason to change her opinion.
But it makes me sick. If I don't tell her this year, we'll just have it again next year.
You can stand it once a year?
I don't mind the chicken. I hate the carrot soup.
Well, I don't really mind that. It's the prune souffle. Yeah, but we mustn't let the judge know. Remember that.
Uncle Mort, is there any chance of getting away early? I mean, early enough for me to...
I don't believe so, my dear. That is, not early enough for you to go out with Ben.
But there's nothing to do there. You eat, and then everybody just sits around beating their gums.
That's the way grown-up people enjoy themselves, my boy. You might as well get used to it.
Gosh, I'd rather be a kid.
I suppose the judge will let us look through his stereoscope. Those dull pictures of Yellowstone National Park.
Well, you don't have to look at them if you don't want to. Join in the conversation.
And listen to the judge tell about how he stole the chapel bell at college.
Every year he tells it.
Well, this year I won't let him. By George, there's such a thing as carrying politeness too far.
Well, this is certainly a joyous occasion. I've said that before, and I'll say it again.
Yeah, it sure is.
How about some more of the stewed celery, Leroy?
No thanks, Judge.
Well, some more of the chicken anyway. Mrs. Fogel, would you mind going around again with the chicken?
Surely. Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Fogel. I couldn't possibly. It's delicious, but really...
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Mrs. Fogel, I just don't dare. I'm known to be devoted to the pleasures of the table. But even I have to draw the line someplace.
Well, Leroy, I guess it's up to you to save the family reputation.
Me?
How about a nice wing, Leroy?
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Fogel.
Leroy, I think you can forget manners for once and have another helping.
What?
Yeah, go ahead, my boy. I'll forgive you.
Well, thanks, Unc, but I'm saving a little room for the dessert. You know what I hope it is, Mrs. Fogel?
Mrs. Fogel isn't going to let you down, Leroy. Good old prune souffle.
Oh, boy. Did you hear that, Unc? Your favorite.
Take some more chicken, you little weasel.
There's another little ceremony we go through every year. Anybody remember?
Which one, Judge?
The measuring. Come on over here at the door jam, Leroy, Marjorie.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Yeah, come on, son. Come on.
Now, my guess is that Marjorie has grown the most these past 12 months, beginning to look like quite a young lady.
With these pigtails? Really, Judge?
Where's last year's mark, Horace?
Well, let's see. Get my glasses here. Marjorie, 1945. There it is. Stand up there, my dear. Head flat against the wall. That's the way. Now hold still while I make the mark. There.
Where is it?
Right there, over your nose.
What? I've only grown half an inch. Unky, do you realize what that means?
What?
I've grown up.
Well, you may be right. Little Marjorie.
Well. I suppose you'll be going to dances and all that kind of thing in another few years.
In another few years? Why, if it wasn't for this thing...
Yes. Leroy, suppose you stand up there and see if you're getting any bigger.
Are you kidding?
Stand still, young man. No tiptoes now, you little rascal.
Now, don't cheat the boy, Horace. Make the mark level with the top of his skull.
That's level. By golly. He's grown about 3 inches.
3 inches? The gym teacher at school says I grew 3.5 inches since last year.
Well, what does it matter? After all, the main thing is to have a record each year, isn't it? And as long as you're not shrinking, Leroy.
Well, I should say not. He's getting to be a fine big boy. I suppose you'll be going to college one of these days, won't you, Leroy?
I suppose so.
Sending him to your alma mater, Gildy? Or do you want him to get an education?
Now listen here, you old goat. Just because you went to some little eastern college that nobody ever heard of, with a football team that couldn't even beat Vassar.
Why, we had an excellent team.
Yeah.
It was an excellent college. And if Leroy happens to have an inclination toward the law, he couldn't choose a better school to give him his foundation. What about it, Leroy? Care to be an attorney? Or a judge?
Nah. I want to be an airline pilot.
Yes, there's plenty of time, Judge. The boy's not even in high school yet.
Well, perhaps I worry unduly. I know I shouldn't. After all, both you children come from fine stock. Your mother was a cultivated, lovely woman.
My sister.
Your father was a splendid man. I know you'll both turn out all right.
Yes, yes.
Throckmorton, perhaps you and I should excuse ourselves and retire to my study for a little financial discussion.
Huh?
Leroy, I know you've been itching to get your fingers on my stereoscope all evening. You and Marjorie can examine the slides if you wish, while your uncle and I have a little talk in my study.
Is this really necessary, Horace?
In my opinion, it's advisable.
Oh, well, then come on, let's make it snappy. Only 9 o'clock.
The Grand Canyon. Look, Marge, there's a little guy riding on a mule way down at the bottom.
It's probably the judge. I don't want to look at those stale things anymore.
I wish we could go home. I'd rather be in bed even.
We'll have to go soon. It's almost 9:30.
The judge has sure got a house full of junk. Why would anybody want a stuffed owl around the place?
I don't know.
All right, children, put away the pictures. The judge wants to have some kind of a ceremony.
Another one? For corn's sake.
Well, he claims this is a sort of a surprise. Some sort of a presentation, I believe.
I bet it's a book. Why can't we go home, Unc?
Quietly, Roy. Soon, if all goes well. Oh, hello, Horace.
Well, children, I have a surprise for you. For each of you. I'd been intending to save these until your respective 21st birthdays, but I've decided not to wait.
What's that you got there, Horace? Your strong box?
Yep. Open it with a key.
Oh.
There we are. Now, Leroy, I take great pleasure in presenting you with something that was given me by my father many years ago. It's something I prize very highly, and I hope you'll prize it also. It's a gold hunting case watch, made by Tiffany.
A gold watch? Jeepers.
Well.
Do I get the little leather bag, too?
Yes, that comes with it.
Jeepers.
What do we say, Leroy?
Oh, yeah. Gee, thanks a lot, Judge. Marge, a gold watch.
I think Leroy means to be grateful, Horace. I must say, I don't know why you should give him such a magnificent present.
Well, I have a deep personal interest in these children, Throckmorton, an interest that extends far beyond my legal responsibilities, as I believe you know.
Good old Horace. By George.
Now, Marjorie, I'm not forgetting you. What you'll find in this little box belonged to my sister Hazel. She was an extremely beautiful woman in her younger days, and while she grew a little heavy, she remained handsome till the day of her passing. They're real pearls, my dear.
Real pearls.
Horace.
Small, but real.
Oh, Judge, they're the most beautiful things I've ever seen. Judgy, you're a darling.
Now, Marjorie.
A gold watch.
Hunky, aren't they lovely? Where's the mirror? I'll look at the one in the dining room.
Horace, old man, honestly, I don't know what to say.
A gold watch.
You don't have to say anything, old man. You know that I love these children just as much as you do.
You've been a second uncle to them, Horace. Isn't that true, Leroy? Hasn't the judge been a second uncle to you?
A gold watch and a leather bag.
That's chamois.
Oh, Judge, I don't know how to thank you. Look, Unky.
Yes, yes. By George, Horace. Oh, my goodness.
Hello?
Hello, I want to speak to Mr. Gildersleeve, please.
Mr. Gildersleeve? Just hold the line. For you, Gildy.
For me? Who could be calling me here?
It's Peavy. The man sounds drunk.
Why, it couldn't be Peavy, but I'll speak to him. Hello?
Mr. Gildersleeve, the dam has burst.
What?
I said the dam has burst. This is Johnson.
Oh, well, I don't care, Johnson. I won't be able to make it this evening. Goodbye.
What's the matter, Gildy? Trouble?
No. It's really nothing. These fellas can't pester me about business in the evening, not when I'm enjoying myself with an old friend. Anyway, I was saying to Leroy, Marjorie, the judge has been a second uncle to you children, hasn't he?
He's been wonderful. You're a darling, Judge.
Well, as I say, What the dickens? Hello?
I want to speak to Mr. Gildersleeve for just a moment.
Gildersleeve? Hold the wire. Peavy again.
It's not Peavy. It's a man named Johnson. Hello.
Mr. Gildersleeve, your house is on fire.
I told you, Johnson, I can't be bothered tonight. Goodbye. That darn pest. What were you saying, Horace?
Well, I'd been intending to save these things till the children were 21. And I got to thinking. The allotted span of man is 70 years and 10. After all, I've arrived now.
Horace, you're not feeling sick.
Oh, no. That is nothing out of the ordinary.
I never saw you looking better. Did you, children?
I think he looks great.
I never saw him looking younger.
Of course. You lived many a long year yet, old friend. Many a long, happy, prosperous year, I hope.
Sure, Judge. The first 100 years are the hardest.
Leroy means well, Horace.
I know he does. Leroy is...
Let me answer that, Horace. Is that fellow Johnson? I'll break his neck. Hello?
Mr. Gildersleeve?
Is that you, Johnson?
No, this is Peavy. I just wanted to know if you got the message.
Yes, I got it. Ye gods, what do you think I am, a half-wit? Are you there, Johnson?
Yes, I'm here, but I don't know what to say. This is Peavy.
I'll see you tomorrow, Johnson. But if you see Peavy, tell him to stick to the drug business. Peavy is an idiot.
Well, now,
Goodbye! Yes, Judge, I've been thinking. I might send Leroy east to college after all. There's something about those little colleges back there. They're so old and they have such wonderful traditions.
It'd give me real pleasure to recommend Leroy to the Committee on Admissions. Real pleasure.
By George, I'll do it. Make a gentleman out of him.
At the same time, I believe he'd enjoy it. I certainly enjoyed my own undergraduate days.
Sure. Say, kids, have you ever heard the judge tell about the time he stole the chapel bell when he was in college? Tell him, Horace.
Yeah, tell him.
Go on, tell him. Oh, you'll love this.
Well, it was like this.
Yeah?
There was a little gang of us.
Yeah, I remember.
We were sophomores at the time. One night we all...
There are millions of crippled little girls and boys, and grown-ups too, who will find better health, occupation, and joy this year because of the aid and comfort you give in your purchase of Easter seals. When the mailman brings your envelope of Easter seals, you will know that whatever you give will go to bring comfort to 500,000 crippled children, about 7 million crippled adults, and nearly 15,000 war veterans. The National Society for Crippled Children and Adults has 42 state societies working to make this silver anniversary Easter Seal campaign its most successful.
The greatest investment one can make is an investment in human life. You can invest in the life of crippled children by keeping your quota of Easter seals. Good night, folks.
Have you tried Kraft's delicious prepared mustards? They're really different. Creamy smooth for easy spreading and blending, seasoned with extra care to bring out that true mustard flavor. For the folks in your family who like a mustard that's mild and delicately spiced, the variety to buy is tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. And to please sharper tastes, there's another popular variety, the Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. Why not buy both kinds? Get them flavor fresh from your dealer tomorrow. Ask for Kraft horseradish mustard and tangy golden Kraft salad mustard.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents the Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's see what goes on in Summerfield. Every afternoon at 5:45, a boy on a bicycle riding down the street, no hands, flings a folded newspaper onto Gildersleeve's front lawn. By 5:46, Leroy is usually to be found flat on his stomach in the living room, deep in the doings of Dick Tracy. This particular afternoon, however, he gets no farther than page 1 when...
Yipe! Hey, Marge! Hey, Bertie! Hey, anybody!
What do you want, Leroy?
Come on down, quick! I gotta read this.
What's all the fuss about?
Hubba.
What do you want?
Wait a minute. I gotta read this.
Leroy, you called me all the way downstairs. What for?
How do you like that? Stuffs a guy in a trunk and ships him to the dead letter office. His partner.
What in the world are you talking about?
Oh, just a second. I gotta read this.
Oh, for goodness sake. Hey, what's at the movies? Let me see the movie page.
Let go!
Leroy!
Hey, cut it out!
Uncle Mort has told you, Leroy, not to leave the newspaper on the floor.
I'm not leaving it on the floor. I'm reading it.
Well, you don't have to hog it.
I got it first. Let go.
Leroy!
Now see what you did.
Now, children, that ain't no way to behave. If your uncle was here...
Hey, Bertie, they caught a bank robber.
Bank robber? What bank?
They caught him in Salinas. Lockjaw Moran. Here, I'll read it to you. Look out, Marge. Get your foot off. George Lockjaw Moran, 39, bank robber and suspected murderer, wanted by the Chicago police, was apprehended today by county authorities.
My goodness.
Cornered in a cabbage patch, he shot it out with sheriff deputies in a blazing gun battle till felled from behind with a hoe by Vern Moody, 68-year-old local farmer.
Well, what do you know?
When interviewed later, Farmer Moody's only comment was, he was walking on my cabbages.
Well, good evening, all.
What else does it say, Leroy? Go on, read it.
Yes, go on.
I said good evening.
Handcuffed and placed under heavy guard, Moran's attitude was described by his captors as boldly defiant.
Good evening, Bertie.
Yes, go on, Leroy.
He is said to have boasted that no hick jail was strong enough to hold him. Moran's record, according to Chicago police, is one of the most daring and cold-blooded...
Listen, I'm home.
Oh, hi, Unc.
Hi, Unky.
I don't like having to call attention to my presence, but I said good evening. And when I say good evening, I expect a civil answer.
Good evening.
That's better. Good evening, Bertie.
Good evening, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Pick the newspaper up off the floor, Leroy. Pick yourself up, too.
Hey, did you hear the news, Unc? They caught a bank robber in Salinas. He was hiding out in an auto camp. Here, it tells all about it in the paper.
I already know all about it. In fact, they drove a man through town this afternoon on his way to the jail.
Don't tell me you saw him.
No, but Mr. Peavy saw him, and I just saw Mr. Peavy.
Oh, Unky. What do you look like, Unc? Did he look mean? Did he have a gun? Was there blood on him? Was he all...
I told you I didn't see the man myself, Leroy.
Where were they taking him?
To the county jail.
You mean they got him right here in Summerfield? Oh, boy.
The jail's not in Summerfield.
It is, too, isn't it, Unc? It's right on the town line. Gee, I wish they let you go out and look at the guy.
Now, stop talking about it, Leroy. You're getting Bertie all alarmed. Look at her. Yes. There's really nothing to be scared of, Bertie. The man is under lock and key.
I ain't scared. Old robber come near me, I'll let him have it.
Yeah, that's the spirit. She would, too. By the way, Bertie, I have a club meeting this evening, the Jolly Boys, so anytime you want to serve dinner...
Oh, yes, sir. Won't be but a little while now that you're home.
Leroy, if I could trouble you from my chair.
Oh, sure. I didn't know you wanted to sit here. Sit down, Unc.
Now, the newspaper, if you please.
Oh, sure. I didn't know you wanted to read it.
Yes.
What do you think they'll do to him, Unc?
Will you please stop hanging over the back of my chair?
Oh, sure.
You want to wear out the mohair?
Huh, what do you think they'll do to him?
What was that, my boy?
I say, what do you think they'll do to him, Unc?
They'll undoubtedly hang him.
Oh, boy.
So let that be a lesson to you.
Lesson about what?
Just let it be a lesson, that's all.
I never saw a murderer. Did you, Unc? Did you ever see a murderer?
Once and for all, Leroy, I don't want to hear any more about murderers. Now, drop that newspaper and eat your dinner. We don't bring newspapers to the table anyway.
You do.
I'm different. Can you reach that buzzer, my dear? Here, maybe I can. Where is it? Where is the confounded...
Ouch!
Sorry, my dear. I didn't know that was your foot. Stand back and maybe I can... Where is it?
It's always been right under the chandelier.
Then somebody's moved the chandelier. Oh, the heck with it. Bertie!
We ought to get a bell.
Can you imagine? He put him in a trunk. I'll bet when they opened the trunk...
I said no more, Leroy. No more. You understand? I don't want to hear any more about it.
Okay.
Salt, please, Marjorie.
It's right in front of you.
Oh, so white. I didn't see it. Anything happen in school today, Leroy?
No,
Marjorie?
not a thing.
So much for school.
I hope nobody wants more meatloaf because there ain't any.
Oh?
I got some peas left and I got...
Shh. Wait a minute, Bertie. Quiet. Listen.
Sounds like a siren.
It's the county jail.
Jailbreak! Jailbreak!
What?
I told you. He said they couldn't hold him.
Leroy.
Oh, boy, it's Lockjaw Moran. He's busted jail. Oh, boy!
Shut up, Leroy. You too, Marjorie.
I didn't say it.
Let's keep our heads here. Turn out the lights. Oh, no, we can't see if we do that. There's nothing to be afraid of, you understand? Nothing to be afraid of. Bertie, there's nothing to be afraid of. Leroy went upstairs and get my gun.
Your gun, Unc? Where do you keep it?
You know perfectly well where I keep it. Now go get it.
Okay. Shall I bring some bullets too, Unc?
Certainly. Don't be an idiot. No, wait a minute. Somebody's liable to get hurt. Just bring the gun. And what good is a gun without bullets? Bring the bullets, too. They're in the drawer with my collar.
I know.
Why don't you get them? Don't stand there and ask me foolish questions. Now keep cool, everybody. There's nothing to be afraid of. Marjorie, go see if the back door is locked.
What for?
Do as I say. Bertie, get me my air raid helmet.
Mr. Gildersleeve, excuse me, but ain't you getting yourself a little bit excited?
I'm merely trying to take precautions, Bertie. Ye gods, everybody else stands around here scared to death.
Well, what would anybody want to come here for?
The man's a dangerous criminal, Bertie, and he's looking for a hiding place. He might break in here and use us all as hostages. Let's not get excited, though. Let's keep cool and use our heads.
Here's the gun, Unc.
Yeah, don't point that gun. Always hand a man a gun by the barrel.
And pointed at me? Telephone, Unc.
Don't answer it. It might be a trap.
How could it be a trap?
Well, let me answer it.
Well, go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, Throckmorton, is that you?
Yes, it's me, Leela. Call me back later, Leela, will you? I'm busy right now.
Throckmorton, wait. Throckmorton, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Throckmorton, I'm scared to death. I wish you'd come over and protect me, will you?
You come over here.
But I'm scared to go out of the house.
Now, Leela, that's not a thing to be scared of. It's just a little jailbreak, probably. Yeah. I'd come right over, only I have to wait here for an important phone call.
Oh, Throckmorton, please, for Leela.
Don't worry, Leela. I'll keep an eye on you from here.
But Throckmorton...
I'll be watching out the window every minute.
Who are you expecting a phone call from, Unc?
Phone call? I'm not expecting any phone call.
But you told Mrs. Ransom you were...
Oh, that. Well, after all, I'm a deputy. At a time like this, you never know. I might get a call from the chief of police. It's my duty to stand by anyway.
Here's your air raid helmet, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, thank you, Bertie. I guess I might as well put it on, just in case. Shrapnel or something. Strap's a little tight.
I didn't know if you'd be wanting your flashlight and your whistle. So
Yeah, thanks. I'd better take them, yeah.
Don't be a dope, Unc. Show a light and they'll plug you.
You may be right. Guess I'll just take the whistle. It's working. Take a look out the window, my boy. See if you can see any prowlers around Mrs. Ransom's house. Only keep your head down.
Okay. I checked all the doors, Unky. They're all locked.
Good girl. Just a little precaution. Unnecessary, probably, but what do you see, Leroy?
Mrs. Ransom's got every light in the house on.
Guess she must be a little nervous. That's women for you.
Well, now what do we do?
Just wait, I guess, till the chief calls, if he does.
Why don't you call him?
There's an old saying, my boy. Let sleeping dogs lie. Still, I might just give him a buzz and find out what's going on.
Yeah, why don't you?
Yeah, hand me the phone. Nuts.
What's the matter, Unc? Nervous?
Police Department.
I'd like to speak to Chief Gates, please.
This is him.
Chief, this is Gildersleeve. What's all the excitement over at the county jail? I heard the siren.
Oh, pay no attention to that. It's just Sam Coombs.
Coombs?
You know, Shipless Sam, the town drunk. Somebody left the door open and he walked out.
Well, is that all?
I don't know why they ever let him in the first place or why they want him back.
Well, thanks, Chief.
Oh, say,
Yeah?
will I be seeing you at the Jolly Boys tonight?
You bet your sweet life. I lost last week, remember?
Oh, so you did. Well, we're holding our session down here at the station house tonight instead of at the club. I'm sort of stuck on the desk here, and all the other fellas agreed, so if it's all right with you...
I'll be there, Chief. Just have your money where you can get at it, that's all. So long.
What did he say, Uncle Mort?
Yeah, what did he say?
Well, children, it's just as I thought. There's nothing to worry about. It wasn't the bank robber that escaped at all. It was who's that? Hello, Gildersleeve speaking.
Throckmorton, it's Leela again. Throckmorton, I hear noise outside my house. Oh, please, Throckmorton.
A noise, you say? Well, just you sit tight there, kiddo, and I'll be right over. I'll be right over.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so brave. The minute I saw you standing here so handsome in your air raid helmet, I knew I had nothing to fear.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, and when you went charging into those bushes like that...
Well, I was only doing my duty, Leela. I'm a deputy, you know.
Oh, but he might have shot you if he'd been there.
Ours is not the reason why. Ours is but to do or die. Why, before this night is over?
Yes.
Well, it's him or me, that's all.
Oh, Throckmorton, you will come back. You will come back to me.
Come back? I might. What time?
I mean, you will come back alive.
Oh, yeah.
I'd ask you to come in and stay a while right now, only I know you being a deputy and all.
Yeah, duty comes first, unfortunately.
But I'll keep a light burning in my window for you. And when you return,
Yes.
well, to the victor belong the spoils.
I'm off, Leela.
My hero.
Homemakers tell us that one of their hardest jobs is to keep getting variety into meals. For example, those daily vegetables, they do get a little monotonous when served the same way day in and day out. And here's where that smooth-melting cheese food, Velveeta, comes to your rescue. Vegetables taste new and different when topped with a glorious Velveeta sauce, a sauce that's so easy to make. Just melt 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of a double boiler. Then stir in 1/4 cup of milk. There you have a grand, smooth sauce packed with a rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor, ready to add golden goodness and variety to almost any vegetable. It works wonders with leftovers, too. And don't forget, Velveeta sauce is such a big help with Lenten main dishes, eggs, fish, or macaroni. For Velveeta helps supply high-quality, complete protein, milk minerals, food energy, riboflavin, and vitamin A. And for snacks and sandwiches, nutritious Velveeta spreads or slices perfectly. Insist on genuine Velveeta when you shop, for it's the cheese food of Kraft quality. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. Condemned by the widow Ransom to an heroic role, or at least obliged to pretend he's a hero for a couple of hours, Gildersleeve strolls into the Summerfield Police Station, which for tonight is the headquarters of the Jolly Boys Club.
Well, greetings, Chief. Hi, Floyd.
Good evening, Commissioner.
Hi, Commish. How'd you like a nice outside cell with hot and cold bread and water? American plan.
Yeah, well, sounds good to me. How's business, Chief? Caught the shiftless desperado yet?
No, Sam's still at large. I have to sit here till somebody rounds him up.
Well, I've seen worse places to sit around. Nice, comfortable chairs, cuspidors. There was only a copy of the Police Gazette.
That's for barber shops.
Speaking of barber shops, how's about a little harmony, boys? Come on, Commish. Down by the old...
Fellas! Please.
Sing, Chief, we need a bass.
Well, fellas, I don't want to be a wet blanket or anything, but maybe we better not sing in here.
Why not?
Well, after all, this is a police station, not a joint.
Wishful thinking.
Wouldn't want people to think there's some kind of a brawl going on here.
Well, how do you like that? The chief invites us over here as a favor to him. We got no cokes to drink. We can't sing.
Why don't you play a little poker? No objection to that.
Poker's no good for 3 people. Where the dickens are Hooker and Peavy?
They'll be along.
See why they can't be here promptly. Maybe we should start a system of fines for being late.
I'd hate to try to collect them from our members. Hey, look what I found. Handcuffs. Come here, Commissioner. I'll slip the bracelets on you.
Don't you come near me with those things.
Careful, Floyd.
I can't hurt nothing. How do they work? Well, I guess you just slip your wrists through here, and then you... Come on, Commissioner, lock me up.
Huh? How?
Just snap them shut, that's all.
Oh? Well, if that's the way you want it.
Hey, look, Chief, I'm handcuffed.
Well, what do you know?
Floyd Munson, the notorious hold-up man. How do I look, Commissioner?
Criminal.
Kidding?
Nope.
Oh, well. Take them off, will you, Chiefy?
Now, let me see. I wonder where I put the key to those cuffs.
Chief!
He'll starve to death.
Yeah, golly, I thought I had it right here.
Oh, come on.
Oh, there's nothing to worry about, Floyd. We can have them filed off in the morning.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Chief, have a heart. The wife, she'd never believe it was an accident. And then when I convince her, she'll never let me hear the last of it. She'll call up her mother 60 miles away to tell her about it. Oh, have a heart, Chief.
Well, if it's going to be as tough as all that, come here. There, you're a free man.
Boy.
But don't go breaking any laws.
Oh, I won't. Say, it feels good to get them off. I'd hate to do a real stretch in them things.
Summerfield Police Station, Captain O'Benny talking.
Give me that. Gates talking.
No sense of humor.
Oh, hello, Al.
Never listens to the radio.
No signs of Sam yet. I'll call you if we bring him in. Okay. Al Hoffmeyer out at the county jail. Don't look good for him, you know, having Sam walk in and out of the place like it was a powder room.
No, it don't. I hope they got a couple of fellas watching Lockjaw Moran.
Al's watching Moran, all right. He's the only prisoner out there now.
Say, Floyd, how about a few hands at casino till the others get here, huh?
Okay, by me. Deal of cards.
Well, here's Peavy.
Peavy!
Hi, Peave.
Good evening, gentlemen. Manipulating the paperwork.
Yeah, we're doing just that. Come on, pull up a chair, Peavy, so we can get started.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I just came by to tell you I don't believe I can sit in tonight.
Can't sit in? We need you for a quorum, Peavy. Why don't you want to stay?
Oh, it's not that I don't want to stay, but whenever there's a jailbreak at the county jail, Mrs. Peavy gets nervous. She wanted me to close up the store and come home an hour ago.
Yeah, but there's nothing to be nervous about, Peavy. There's no jailbreak. Just Sam Coombs walked out when nobody was looking.
Oh, that's who it is?
Sure, you remember. You remember Sam Peavy? Wouldn't hurt a fly.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. He used to take a nip now and then, I've heard.
Take a nip? He was the town drunk whenever he had the money.
Well, I don't see what that's got to do with it. He's just a harmless bum, Peavy. Mrs. Peavy has no reason whatsoever to be nervous. Now, you just call her up and tell her.
Doesn't talk much like a married man, does he, Floyd?
You sure don't. For your information, Commissioner, when a woman's nervous, it don't do any good to explain she's wrong. It only makes it worse, huh, Peave?
That's been my experience.
Mine, too.
Women have got you all buffaloed. Tell you what, Peavy, let me call Mrs. Peavy and explain this to her.
No, thank you. It's bad enough when I do it myself, huh? I'd better be running along.
What a club. If I ever get married,
Here's
fellas.
Judge Hooker. Hello, Judge. Now you got enough prayers without me.
We still need you.
Greetings and salutations, jolly boys.
Come on, you old goat. You're holding up the business of the evening.
1,000 apologies, gentlemen.
Well, I'd better be getting home to Mrs. Peavy. Good night, Judge.
Peavy, what's the matter?
His wife's nervous on account of the jailbreak.
Entirely unnecessary, Peavy. The escaped person is only Sam Coombs. Just call up Mrs. Peavy and tell her to go to sleep.
You darn bachelors. I think I'd better go, Judge, if I... Hey, who's that?
Hello, fellows. Is the chief here?
Sam Coombs.
Huh? Grab it. Get the handcuffs.
I don't need any handcuffs. All I want is a ride back to the county jail.
Well, you can darn well walk.
Walk all the way out there?
Well, you walked in. Why'd you bust out this time?
I heard there was a Betty Grable picture in town. Turned out it was last week, so I might as well go back. Got a cigarette, Chief?
No. You coming in here wanting all kinds of service? Any of you fellas got a cigarette for Sam?
Well, I don't know if I'm smoking his brand, but here.
Oh, thanks. Might as well take a couple, huh?
Why not? Light?
Oh, thank you.
Well, well, Sam Coombs. Remember me, Sam?
I sure do, Judge. I'll never forget you. You gonna drive me out there, Chief?
Oh, I suppose I'll have to. Doggone you, I've got other things to do besides chauffeur you around.
No hurry.
Well, I'll take you out there after a while, if you behave yourself.
Okay, fellas, let's get down to business. Peavy, call the wife and tell her the situation is under control, will you? Come on, Floyd, you deal. No wild games, no high-low, joker for aces, straights, and flushes.
Okay.
You playing poker, fellas?
What do you think we're doing?
If somebody would lend me a couple of dollars, you'd have 6 players.
Well, of all the nerve.
Wait a minute, it's a better game that way, Chief. Here, Sam, here's a deuce. Remember where you got it.
Thanks. Let's start with a little spit in the ocean. What do you say? You want me to deal?
Now, don't start making the rules. Where's Peavy? Oh, telephoning.
Hello there. They caught that criminal, so I think I'll stay down here and chat with the boys for a little while.
All right, Floyd, what do you got?
Queens and eights.
Nuts. I thought you were bluffing.
I knew I had queens and eights all along.
Who asked you? Phew. Shove over, Sam. Don't get so close. Say, is that clock right, Chief?
Sure, it's right. It's electric.
Well, I think I'll quit, fellas.
Quit? Why, it's only 10:30.
I don't care. I'm tired.
This doesn't seem like you, Gildy. You're losing, aren't you?
A little. Fact is, well, I've got a headache.
Headache, he says. Man's losing money, looks at the clock, and quits a poker game. He ain't got a headache. He's got a date.
Could be the same thing.
Well, it's not a date, exactly. But this lady was a little nervous when Sam here busted out of the county jail, so I told her I'd look in on her on my way home.
Has she got a friend?
Sam, watch your step.
Who is it, Gildy? Anyone I know?
None of your business.
Oh, I'm your friend, Gildy. We're all your friends. Who is it?
Well, if you should happen to see Leela Ransom, don't tell her I've been sitting around here playing poker, will you?
What does she think you've been doing?
Well, I told her I was a deputy. She may have got the impression that I was out on a manhunt.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve, you foxy old son of a gun.
Well, you know how it is. So if you fellows will excuse me,
I guess if you're quitting, I might as well drive my prisoner out to the county.
No hurry.
Hey, wait a minute, fellas. I got an idea. Let's all go along with Gildersleeve on his date.
Yeah, why not?
Good idea.
Yeah. Oh, no, you don't.
No, you got me wrong, Commish. I'm thinking of a way to build you up.
What makes you think I need it?
Well, you hear it, will you? Now, look, the chief has to take Sam back to jail. Well, why don't we all drive past your lady friend's house and tell her you caught this desperate criminal single-handed?
You're talking about me?
Yeah, you. And you'll be right there in handcuffs, Sam, to prove it.
Floyd, I think you got a wonderful idea.
Make a hero out of you, Commissioner.
I don't know, fellas. If anybody was to laugh or anything.
Why, who'd laugh?
Now, look, Commissioner, we're your pals. We're trying to help you.
I don't know. Peavy, you haven't said anything. What do you think?
Bachelors, I'm going home.
Say, it's cold back here. Anybody got a cigarette?
Where do you get smokes when you're in jail, Sam?
It's tough. You can't even get beer out there.
Well, I'd give you a cigarette, but we're almost to the lady's house, ain't we, Commissioner?
That's right. How about putting the handcuffs on him, Chief? It'll look better.
I don't need the handcuffs. I'll behave.
You're darn right, Joel, or the judge will slap another 30 days on you.
At least. Oop, here we are, Chief.
Yeah, there's a light downstairs. Leela's either still up or still scared.
Good either way. Come on, Sam, get out. Snap the bracelets on him, Chief.
Okay. This is just for a few minutes, Sam.
I ought to get time off for this.
I'll give you a cigarette after.
Yeah, come on. Now, you fellas stay down here while I go up and knock on the door, see?
I got you.
Get a little of this porch light on Sam so she can see the handcuffs.
Okay. And try to look a little tougher, will you, Sam?
I'll try, but I ain't no Dillinger, you know.
You can say that again. Well, go ahead, Commissioner. When she opens the door, I holler, "Good night, Mr. Gildersleeve. Thanks for helping us catch the criminal."
Shh, not so loud. Well, here I go.
Good luck.
Jailbreak!
Look, John Moran is loose.
Into the car, everybody!
Yeah, Chief, where are you going?
This is the county's headache. Let them handle it.
Hey, fellas, don't leave me, you dirty cowards. Leela! Leela, let me in!
Do you have icebox raiders at your house? You know, those refrigerator pirates who must have a snack before going to bed? Well, if you have, then you should know it's a good idea to have a package of Velveeta stowed away. They'll really go for Velveeta's rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. And it's as digestible as the milk you urge them to drink. They can spread this delicious cheese food on crackers or slice it for bread. Or if it's toasted cheese sandwiches they want, Velveeta melts to perfection in just 45 seconds. It'll be a satisfaction for you mothers to know that Velveeta helps supply valuable nutrients from milk, including high-quality, complete proteins. That's why so many women are using smooth-melting Velveeta in Lenten main dishes. So when you shop, look for genuine Velveeta, the cheese food of Kraft quality.
Yes, Peavy, you missed a lot of excitement last evening. You went home too early.
You think so?
Yeah. I'll tell you something else. This county had better start looking for a better sheriff than Al Hoffmeyer. 2 jailbreaks in one day. Who ever heard of such a thing?
It was quite a coincidence.
Yes. How you ever let Moran get hold of a gun, I can't imagine. But just to turn the keys over to him, the man has no conception of his duty.
Oh, well, isn't a bad fellow. He just...
Who picked him for sheriff anyway? He gets $4,000 a year out there. For what?
For being sheriff.
Nothing to the job. There's a dozen men could do it better. If I was sheriff, things would be different, Peavy, I can tell you that.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why
don't you run for sheriff?
Me?
Sure, you've got a lot of friends in this town. If we all got behind you right now, by November...
Now, Peavy, wait a minute. After all, I'm water commissioner, and water's important, too. The department can't get along without me.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Well, it's a fact.
But Hoffmeyer...
Now, let's not be too hasty about judging Hoffmeyer. He had a little bad luck yesterday, but that can happen to anybody. All these fellows that go around knocking Hoffmeyer. I'm for Hoffmeyer.
Blow hard.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Baked ham is a traditional Easter favorite. And if you'd like extra praise coming your way at next Sunday's Easter feast, we suggest you bake your ham under a crusty coating of brown sugar combined with tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. The fragrant spices, the fine mild vinegar, and the choice mustard seed of which Kraft salad mustard is made all add a delightful flavor tang to the ham, while the sugar coating helps seal in the savory juices. Get a jar of Kraft salad mustard from your dealer tomorrow.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's see what Gildersleeve has on his mind.
Marjorie, you know something? We ought to have Judge Hooker to dinner one of these evenings.
Yes, I guess we should.
See the Russians walked out again.
Time passes. A week.
You know, my dear, we really ought to have Judge Hooker to dinner some night.
Yes, we really should.
What's at the movies? Anybody know?
Again, time passes. Another week.
You know, by George, we ought to have the judge to dinner. We really should.
Yes, we should.
You hear that, Bertie? We ought to have Judge Hooker to dinner.
Yes, sir. Anytime. Just let me know.
Okay.
Time keeps right on passing.
Now, listen, everybody. We simply got to have Judge Hooker to dinner. It's just terrible. He had us to dinner weeks ago and gave you children those lovely presents. We just got to have him to dinner.
Yeah. Yes, we must.
Bertie, we got to have the judge to dinner.
Yes, sir. How about tomorrow night?
We'll make it day after tomorrow.
Inevitably, the day after tomorrow arrives, and with it, the judge.
Well, sir, I don't believe that anyone to this day has any idea who it was who stole the clapper out of the chapel bell.
I don't know. You told enough people.
Ah, youth. We were devils in those days.
Yes. Elbows off the table, Leroy.
I think the judge might like a little more coffee, Bertie.
Well, I really shouldn't, Marjorie, but it's so absolutely delicious. Perhaps just a half a cup, Bertie. Half to 2/3. About that far from the brim. No more.
Yes, sir.
Oop, plenty.
Got a whole pot full here.
Oh, that's a great plenty, thank you. I don't drink coffee with dinner as a rule. I find it tends to keep me awake, except on occasions when there's an evening of conversation ahead and I want to be bright and sparkling. Then I sometimes allow myself 1 cup.
Yes.
Now, tonight I'm having a cup and a half. A little more than that, even. So you see, it's quite an occasion.
Yes.
Anybody else? More coffee?
Uncle Mort, coffee?
No, thanks. I'll just let the judge sparkle this evening. I'll have a cigar. Do you mind if I smoke, my dear?
What?
I say, do you mind if I smoke?
Mind? I didn't say anything.
It's customary when there are ladies present to ask their permission before smoking.
Since when?
Skip it. Go get me a match, Leroy.
Here, use a candle.
Watch it. You want to singe my mustache? Here, give it to me.
Blow some smoke rings, Unc.
Not now.
Let me see you make smoke come out of your eyes.
Yes, make smoke come out of your eyes, Unky.
Not now.
My father used to be able to do that trick.
So can I, Judge, if I want to.
Let's see you.
Yes, do, Unky.
Well, watch closely now. Let's go in the living room. Oh, the judge isn't through yet. Don't hurry, Judge. We've got all evening.
Well, you know, speaking of my father, reminds me of the time he bought me a pony. Did I ever tell you children about that?
A pony? Gosh, I can't even get Unc to buy me a first baseman's mitt.
You've done nothing to deserve it.
Gosh, a pony.
Yes, sir, a little pinto pony. I was just about your age when he got it for me, Leroy. Maybe a year older. And I want to tell you I was the proudest boy in town.
Who wouldn't be? Gosh, your father must have been nice.
Don't look at me, Leroy. I never had a pony either. Let's go in the living room, shall we? Judge, aren't you through yet?
Now, just a few more drops here, Gildy. It's so delicious I wouldn't think of letting it go to waste.
Yes. Take your time.
Yep. My father used to have a theory that every boy should learn to ride a horse. Learn to handle him and take care of him.
Well, I always swore that when I grew up...
He felt that just being around a horse built a boy's character. And while I don't attribute mine entirely to that,
Well, I always swore that if I ever had a son, I'd see that he had a horse. But, of course, I never had a son.
You've always got little me.
Well, my boy.
Couldn't we get a horse, Unc? Couldn't we, please? Just a pony. I'd take good care of him, honest.
Where would we keep him, Leroy? It isn't as if
well,
we might...
you could keep a horse here, Gildy, if you wanted to. You got a nice big backyard out there and all those vacant lots for him to graze in.
I know, but...
You've got a 2-car garage, You could build a box stall in part of it.
Yeah, it wouldn't have to be very big. A pony doesn't take much room.
I suppose we could even build a little addition onto it if we could find some second-hand lumber.
Oh, Les, I think it'd be fun.
Hey, can we, huh?
Now, my boy, the judge and I are just talking. I think it's time you said goodnight and ran along up to your room.
But can we, please? I take awful good care of him. I wouldn't do anything else. The minute I came home from school,
Now, Leroy, calm down. Say goodnight to the judge and run along.
But can we, huh?
We'll see.
He wouldn't be any trouble, Unc. I'd mow the lawn without you ever telling me and feed him all the grass. It wouldn't cost you a cent. Couldn't we get just a little pony?
Not if you keep bothering me about it.
Okay, I won't say another word. Good night, Judge. Have to go up and do my homework now.
Good night, Leroy, and pleasant dreams.
Good night, Marge. If I get a pony, I'll let you ride him. You can ride him first. Why, Leroy. Good night, Unc. I hope you have a swell sleep and wake up in the morning feeling fine.
Good night, Leroy.
Come on, boy! Get up!
Oh, dear, always something. Yesterday it was a first baseman's mitt. Today it's a pony. I wonder what it'll be tomorrow. Leroy, is that you? Why aren't you asleep?
Has the judge gone yet?
Yes, he's gone, thank goodness. Now go to sleep. It's late. Almost midnight.
Unc,
Yes, what is it?
can we, get a pony?
I told you we'll see. Now go to sleep.
Ring, ring, ring all day long. If I had $1 million every time I've answered that door, I'd be a millionaire. Oh, hello, Craig.
I want Leroy to play with me.
Leroy? He's out in the garage.
I want him to play with me.
Well, you better go around his garage then, because Leroy ain't going to come round to you. Not if I know Leroy. Here, you can come through the house. Wipe your feet first, though. Wipe them. That's the way. Now, come along. How's things over at your house, Craig?
Okay.
I see Lily B had a lot of sheep out this week. You been having company?
Nope.
I saw a big blue runabout pull up into your driveway yesterday. That some friend of your daddy's or somebody?
Nope.
You don't talk much, do you, Craig?
Nope.
There's Leroy. Leroy, here's Craig to see you.
I'm busy.
Well, so am I. Run along, Craig. You go see Leroy.
Hi, Leroy. Hi. What you doing? Sweeping out the garage. What does it look like I'm doing? Can I sweep too? No. Why not? You're too young. Besides, I gotta get this done before Unc gets home. Why? Because he might be bringing a pony home with him. A pony? Yep. He's gonna get me a pony all my own. Gee, can I ride him? Nope. Why? You're too young. Can I just pat him? Nope. Why? Because ponies don't want little kids patting them all the time. I wouldn't pat him hard. You keep your hands off him. I don't care. My father's going to get me an airplane that'll fly with me in it. Yeah. If I give you my scooter, will you let me pat him? Nope. Now, don't be walking there. I just swept up. Is this where the pony's going to be? Yeah. The bucket's for his water, and that box is for him to eat out of. The grass is in case he wants to lie down. I pounded a big nail in here to tie him to. Pretty slick, huh? Yeah, slick. Had to move all the firewood over here to make room. Some job. Yeah, some job. How's your uncle gonna get the car out now? Well, we'll figure some way. Come on, let's go in the house. Yeah, let's go in the house. Nobody better mess that garage up till the pony comes. Yeah, nobody better mess it up. I just cleaned out the garage pretty, so don't mess it up.
Well, look who's talking. Close that door, Leroy.
Close it, Craig. If I close it, can I pat the pony? No, now close it.
Craig, I just this minute put a cake in the oven. You want to ruin it?
Watch it, Craig, will you? You told me to shut the door. I didn't say slam it.
Craig, ain't it just about supper time over there at your house?
Nope.
It is two. Now, you run along out of my kitchen, you two. Go on.
Come on, Craig. It's time you went home. They're looking for you. No, they're not. Yeah, true. Now beat it. I won't go home till you let me pat the pony. You're not going to pat the pony, see? So stop asking me. I want to pat the pony. So what? Kids all the time patting them.
Boy, what's all this?
Oh, hi, I want to pat the pony.
Stop it!
Leroy won't let me pat the pony.
Confound it! There isn't any pony.
No pony?
And what's more, there isn't going to be any pony. Craig, I think you better get along home. Go on, run along. That darn Bullard kid. What's all this talk about a pony? What have you been filling him with, Leroy?
But, Unc, you said yourself last night, you said...
I know. It was merely a discussion, my boy. I was only talking with Judge Hooker. I definitely did not say we were going to get a pony.
You did, too.
No, I didn't. I'll admit I discussed it. We talked about it, but...
You did.
Leroy?
I asked you and you said you'd see.
Well, I didn't mean... Leroy, be reasonable. Where would we keep a horse on this place?
What do you think I've been doing all afternoon?
Leroy, wait a minute. Wait a minute, my boy. Leroy. Now listen to reason. Wait, Leroy. Leroy. Oh. Good evening, Bertie. I didn't see you there.
Evening, sir.
Well, sort of looks as if I'd started something, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it sure does. Yes, sir, it sure looks like you started something.
You meal planners know that right now asparagus tips are at their tender best. So here's a simple trick you'll want to try. Top those tips with a delicious golden cheese sauce made with smooth melting Velveeta. Then when the family sits down to the table, just watch that tempting dish do a disappearing act. Remember the easy recipe for that sauce. Just 1/2 pound of Velveeta melted in the top of a double boiler with 1/4 cup of milk stirred in. Remember, too, it's wise to use only dependable Velveeta for this melting trick. For this delicious cheese food melts smooth every time. Velveeta sauce works wonders with cauliflower, broccoli, onions, green beans, or carrots, too. It adds rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor and helps supply high-quality, complete protein and other valuable nutrients from milk. So be sure to try Velveeta. When you shop, look for the yellow package plainly marked genuine Velveeta, for that's the cheese food of Kraft quality. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve.
Well, good morning, my boy. Reading, I see. Yes, sir, nothing like a good book. What is it you're enjoying, Leroy? Something worthwhile, I hope.
The encyclopedia.
The encyclopedia. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of valuable information in it. Intend to read it myself one of these days. But, don't you think you should be outdoors playing? Beautiful sunshine, blue sky. This is a day for a ball game.
I don't want to play ball.
Now, my boy, this isn't like you. What is it you're reading about?
Horses.
Leroy, I'm sorry there was a misunderstanding about the horse.
Misunderstanding. You broke your promise, that's all.
Now, my boy, let's not use words recklessly.
You said I could have a horse. You said I could keep him in the garage. You promised.
But I was just considering it as a possibility. It's an impossibility. Don't you understand?
You broke your promise.
Leroy, I don't want you unhappy. If you really think I broke my promise, let me make it up to you some other way. What would you like?
Nothing.
A first baseman's mitt? Seems to me I heard you mention that.
No.
I don't like to see you in this frame of mind, my boy. You're just sitting around here brooding. What you need's a little fun. Suppose we go out and play ball for a while. What do you say?
Well, if you want to.
I'm dying to. Come on. Well, that's all the shells, Leroy. Good fun, wasn't it?
Would have been more fun on horseback.
Well, how would you like a chocolate soda, Leroy?
Okay, I guess.
Have another one, my boy?
I might. No, I guess three's enough. Thanks, son.
That's more like it. Happy now, my boy?
Well, no, not happy.
Oh, for goodness sake. Have a heart, Leroy. Be reasonable.
I am.
No, you're not. You're ungrateful. Come on, let's go home. Peavy. What's he doing back there? Peavy.
Don't tell me Leroy's going to try another soda.
No. Just want to pay you, Peavy. How much is 3 chocolate sodas?
And that'll be 45, and 2 cents for the government.
All right. Here, take it out of this.
47 out of $1.
Confounded Leroy, don't look so glum. Smile, can't you? Be reasonable.
I am reasonable.
No, you're not either. Leave it to Mr. Peavy here. Listen, Peavy.
47, 50, 75, $1. Thank you. Let's go again.
Look, Peavy, I've spent all day trying to make it up to Leroy for a little misunderstanding.
Oh, so that's it. That's why it must be his birthday.
No. I said something last night, and he thought I meant something else. Just a misunderstanding, but I've tried all day to make it up to him, and he just acts unreasonable, that's all.
What was the misunderstanding?
He promised to buy me a horse.
I did not.
Well, that's a misunderstanding, all right.
But he just imagined it. It was all in his mind, Peavy. The way he's acting, you'd think the world was coming to an end.
Mr. Gildersleeve, did you ever have a disappointment as a child?
Of course I did. Hundreds of them. That's what childhood is for.
No, I wouldn't say that. A big disappointment can leave a child marked for life. I was reading an article in the paper about that just the other day. So it says a lot of burglars are nothing but disappointed children.
I've had plenty of disappointments, and I'm no burglar.
Well,
Don't get me wrong, Peavy. I know what it is to want a pony and not get it, Peavy. Why, I've been knocking myself out all day. I played one a cat till I couldn't run another step. I took him to Daly's and let him shoot my pistol. And these sodas, 3 of them. What does the boy want?
I guess he wants a horse.
That's right, Mr. Peavy. I feed him and take care of him.
Never mind. Confounded Peavy, you can't keep a horse in Summerfield.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I have a suggestion.
I don't want to hear it.
Well, if you don't want to hear a reasonable suggestion.
Well, what is it?
You know Floyd Munson's cousin Earl, a fellow that has a little farm a few miles the other side of town?
No, I've been out there.
I believe he has a horse.
I can't buy a horse, Peavy.
You wouldn't have to buy him, but maybe you could arrange to let Leroy ride him once in a while.
Do you think you could?
By George, I might be able to make a deal with Earl at that. Rent the horse for the hour. Leroy, you could go out there every Saturday. Would you like that?
Oh, boy, every Saturday. Oftener in summer, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Would that cheer you up, my boy?
Oh, boy, would it?
Well, let's go out there and see what we can arrange. So long, Peavy. This is a farm, Leroy. Think you'd like to live on a farm, my boy?
A ranch would be better. What's that smell?
All farms have that. Dusty, isn't it?
Yeah, it's dusty, all right.
Wonder where Earl is. This time of day, he's liable to be feeding the pigs.
Somebody just pulled up the shade in the window upstairs. They're looking out.
Huh? Maybe Earl was taking a snooze. Wait and see if he comes out.
Gee, that smell is terrific. What is it?
Pigs, partly. Chickens, partly.
Here comes somebody around the side of the house.
Oh? Oh, that's Earl. Hi, Earl. Remember me? I'm Mr. Gildersleeve, Earl. You remember me, friend of Floyd's? We rented a sleigh from you one time.
I remember. Want to rent the sleigh again?
Not in April, Earl. And this is something else. I understand you have a horse.
Yep.
Well, this is my nephew, Leroy, Earl.
Hi.
Hi.
This young fellow somehow got the idea he'd like to ride a horse. And I thought maybe if your horse was suitable, if you had a saddle, maybe we could rent the horse occasionally, by the hour.
Rent him? I couldn't let you take him off the place.
Oh, naturally. But if the boy could just ride him around for an hour or so.
A lot of trouble. How much you thinking of paying for an hour?
Well, anything fair. Pay for the wear and tear on the horse, and your time and everything. Say $1 an hour.
Oh.
Could we see the horse?
Yes, I guess so.
Have you got a saddle?
Yeah, how about that?
No saddle. I just ride him bareback with a bridle.
Unc, I can learn to ride bareback. I might wind up in a circus.
I'm aware of that danger, Leroy. Is the horse safe, would you say, Earl?
What?
I say, is the horse safe?
Sure he's safe. He's locked up in his stall. Right this way.
Hey, Unc, it smells better in here.
Yeah, that's horses. What's that?
That's Dandy kicking up his heels. Wait, I'll bring him out here where you can get a good look at him.
Seems lively, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Come here, you ornery son of a gun. No, you don't. Don't try to bite me either. I'm on to you, you no good.
Stand back, Leroy.
Don't worry.
Nice, Dandy boy. Nice boy. Come on, boy. Nothing to be afraid of, Sonny. Well, there he is.
Big, isn't he?
Stands about 16 hands. Come on, Sonny, pat him. He likes kids.
Yeah?
Go on, pat him, Leroy.
You pat him first.
Well, all right. Nice horsey.
Yeah?
What's the matter? He didn't do nothing.
No, but I thought he was gonna.
How old is the horse, Earl?
Oh, he's young yet. Going on 18.
That's so? Let's see his teeth.
If you want to look at his teeth, you open his mouth.
Well, I don't doubt your word, Earl. Horse looks about 18.
Hey, I saw his teeth just then when he yawned. They're yellow.
All horses' teeth are yellow, my boy.
They're so big. Like the keys on a piano.
Why don't you climb up on them, Sonny? See how it feels.
I don't feel like it. Unc, why don't you try him?
I'm not so sure he could hold me.
Oh, he can hold you all right.
He tried to bite you.
He's only fooling. He's good-natured when you get to know him. Get up on him, mister. He rides good.
It was my nephew who wanted to ride, not me.
What's the matter, Unc? You scared?
Certainly not.
Well, go ahead. Give him a ride.
I never rode bareback. Will he hold still while I mount, Earl?
Oh, sure.
Well, here. Hold my hat, Leroy.
Okay.
Here, just hold the bridle in your left hand till you get on.
Left hand, huh? Oh, yes. Well, how do I get up there?
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Here. Here's a box you can stand on.
Oh, thanks. I still may need a little shove.
If you need one, I'll give it to you. Go on, throw your leg over.
Throw my leg over, yes. Yeah. Nice, Dandy. Well, here goes. Oh, give me a shove.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Leroy, here I am.
How does it feel?
Fine. He's a fine horse. Splendid animal. Well, no use overdoing it. Look out, Leroy. I'm getting off. Yeah, he's certainly got a lot of pep for his age, Earl. Want to try him, Leroy?
No, thanks.
Oh, he's a remarkable horse, my boy. Must have some thoroughbred in him to have all that spirit. Yes, Earl, he's a splendid piece of horse.
He sure is. Would you like to buy him, mister?
Well...
nice horse for the boy. I'll let you have him for $50.
Look out!
25.
Unc, I'm not sure I want a horse now. I've been thinking about what you said. About how inconvenient it would be in the garage.
But I don't understand, Leroy. All day you've been telling me how much you wanted a horse. Now, here's this splendid animal.
I know, Unc, but... Well, I guess I've been selfish, that's all. I've been thinking of myself instead of thinking of others.
Yes.
I think instead of a horse, I'd like a first baseman's mitt.
Ha! Too late, Leroy.
What?
You missed your chance for the first baseman's mitt this morning.
Well, you can't blame me for trying. Come on, Unc, let's go home.
We've all heard a lot about the precious protein foods, how important these muscle builders are in the daily diet. Now, the famous cheese food, Velveeta, is an excellent protein food. Whenever you spread Velveeta for snacks or slice it for hearty sandwiches, whenever you melt Velveeta for a glorious cheese sauce, you're giving the family a high-quality, complete protein. Delicious Velveeta also helps supply milk minerals, food energy, riboflavin, and vitamin A. And this pasteurized cheese food is as digestible as milk itself. That's why genuine Velveeta is considered one of your best buys for nutrition. And the entire family will really go for its rich yet mild cheddar cheese flavor. Be sure to look for genuine Velveeta, the cheese food of Kraft quality.
I have a special message for all those who were listening to this program last Easter Sunday. We've received many inquiries from listeners who wondered why Mr. Kraft was not heard in his annual Easter message after I had introduced him. He was to have spoken from Chicago, but due to a network equipment failure beyond our control, his talk was not transmitted. That is why I read his timely message. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Leroy, Marjorie, and Bertie are played by Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, and Lillian Randolph. Judge Hooker is Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Here's how to bring out hidden flavors in meat, add new zest to salad dressings, create new interest in vegetable, egg, and cheese dishes. It's easy as can be. Simply add an extra flavor tang to your foods with Kraft salad mustard. You can use this delicately spiced golden salad mustard for blending into cooked dishes or in an equally appetizing way as a spread for sandwich meats. Also stock up on this other popular variety, Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. Get both of these fine Kraft mustards when you shop tomorrow.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. Now let's get on to Summerfield in the Gildersleeve house. It's a balmy spring evening, and it seems to be whispering something to Gildersleeve. On the surface, he appears to be toying with his after-dinner coffee, but underneath...
By George, I think I might circulate a little this evening. Yes, sir. Time to get back into action. Wonder who I should call up.
What'd you say?
Huh? Just talking to myself, Marjorie. Thinking of going out this evening.
Why don't you call up Mrs. Ransom?
Well, there's always Mrs. Ransom.
You haven't seen her in quite a while.
Week or 10 days. I feel like calling someone else, though. Let's see. Eve Goodwin, maybe. Haven't seen her in months. I might just give her a jingle.
Friday night she has teachers' meeting.
Oh. Well, who else do I know?
Mrs. Ransom.
Besides her.
I give up. Who do you know?
Nobody, I guess. Well, I'll give Leela a break. What the heck?
You better call her.
Call Leela? No, Leela's always available. That's one good thing about Leela. She's always handy and she's always home. I'll just back the car out and take her to the movies. Good old Leela. I'll buy seats in the loads and hold her hand. There's a light in the parlor. Well, no use being fancy about this. There she comes to the window.
Who is that?
It's me. Put on your hat. We're going to the movies.
What?
Nuts. Looks like I'll have to be fancy after all. Oh, well. Who does she think she's pushing around? Playing hard to get at her age. Oh, hello, Leela.
Are you trying to break my door down, Throckmorton?
I was only knocking. Come on, let's go to the movies.
No, thank you. And for your further information, I am not particularly flattered by the style of your invitation, blowing your horn.
Yeah, but Leela, I was just trying to save time. Come on, or we'll miss the newsreel.
I'm not going with you, Throckmorton.
Don't tell me you got a date.
I'm afraid you've been taking me a little too much for granted.
Me? I don't know how you could get an idea like that. I've been busy, of course.
So have I.
Huh?
I've been busy too, Throckmorton.
Well, that's fine. Glad to hear it. But look, we don't have to be technical, Leela. We understand each other. And if you're not doing anything...
I'm not, especially with you.
Leela, let's talk this over.
Mr. Gildersleeve, a gentleman does not stick his foot in a lady's door.
But we're old friends. Just let me come in for a minute.
Well, of course it won't mean anything.
Gosh, just because I stay away a while and hurt your feelings, that's no
My
reason...
feelings are not the question, Throckmorton. It happens I have a new interest. Sit down, won't you?
Thanks. What do you mean, a new interest?
His name is Mark Wade. He's a newspaper man.
A newspaper man? You don't want to have anything to do with a newspaper man, Leela. He probably drinks.
Oh, I'm sure not. He's always been a perfect gentleman. That way, I mean.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, in some ways, he's simply outrageous. I've never in my whole life had a man treat me the way he treats me, Throckmorton. You know the first thing he told me? He said I had a funny nose.
I don't think you have. Your nose is okay.
As a matter of fact, I have a very cute nose.
Oh, sure. Your nose is swell.
That's not the point. Somehow Mark just says things to me no one else could say, that's all.
Sounds fresh to me.
Oh, he is. Like the way I met him. I was taking a little news item down to the indicator office. I always talk to Miss Clement, the society editor, and she introduced me to Mr. Wade. We talked on a minute, and then he said, Mrs. Ransom, I'm going to a fire. How'd you like to come along? Can you imagine?
A fire's no place to take a girl.
Well, of course I declined. But the next night he phoned and asked me to dinner. He said he'd forgotten my nose and he wanted to check it.
Well, I suppose he took you to some cheap newspaper dive.
I tried not to notice, but the dinner cost $4, and he left a 50-cent tip.
Oh, well. Just trying to make an impression.
Oh, Throckmorton, he doesn't care what people think. It was an Italian restaurant, the darlingest little place. Oh, and Mark was so funny. He pretended to talk Italian to the waiter. Almost drove the poor man crazy.
Doesn't sound very funny to me.
Well, you have to hear him do it. We went to the movies afterward, and he offered to wrestle me to see who paid for the ticket.
What?
He was only joking, of course.
This guy is nothing but a show-off, Leela.
Well, naturally, I wouldn't expect you to appreciate him, Throckmorton. He has such imagination. Everything he does is so unexpected. He calls me Stinky. I never realized a Yankee could be charming before.
I don't want to hear any more about this fellow, Leela. Can't we go to the movies?
Oh, we had more fun last night. I didn't get home until 4 o'clock in the morning. Mark's car broke down. He's so cute.
What's cute about having a bum car? I suppose you had to walk home.
I should say not. He hired a milk wagon.
What?
A milk wagon was coming along, and Mark talked to the man into taking us home. Did you ever hear anything so crazy?
Leela, if you ask me, you're the one that's crazy. Are you serious about this cheap comedian?
He's not a cheap comedian. Down underneath, he's a very fine person.
You can't be serious about a newspaper man.
Well, I don't know whether I am or not. I decided we shouldn't see each other for a week as a test.
Oh, my goodness.
It's been 3 days now, but Mark doesn't play fair. He sends me some kind of a present every day to keep his memory green, he says. This morning, he sent me a phonograph record. He's crazy about music, with the craziest note. Something about, I hope this tender lyric will convey the passion seething in my soul. But look at the record.
Record?
Mm-hmm.
This it?
Yeah.
Cement mixer. Never heard of it.
Oh, you're behind the times, Throckmorton.
Well, anybody can send a girl a record. Can this fellow sing?
No, at least I haven't heard him.
Don't worry. If a fellow like that could sing, you'd know it. Would you like me to sing for you, Leela?
I'm not really in the mood, Throckmorton.
Oh, come on. Thine is my heart alone. What do you say, huh?
I don't care much for that song.
Well, some other song then, huh, Leela? One of your favorites. Speak to me of love and...
I just don't feel like playing, Throckmorton.
Oh, come on. One song for old time's sake. Come on, Leela.
Well, don't push me. Goodness.
I know a nice song. I don't think I've ever sung it to you, but it's nice.
What is it?
When Day is Done. Do you know it? Yeah, that's it. That's the right key, too. When day is done and shadows fall, I dream of you. When day is done, I think of all the joys we knew. That yearning, returning to hold you in my arms. Won't go, love, I know, love, without you night has lost its charms. When day is done and grass is wet with twilight's dew, my lonely heart is sinking with the sun. Although I miss your tender kiss the whole day through, I miss you most of all when the day is done. Well?
That's the trouble with you, Throckmorton. You're in a rut.
Leela.
We've all been asked to conserve food so that we can help hungry people in other parts of the world. So homemakers hold on to the leftovers. One of the cleverest ways to serve leftover vegetables or meat or seafood is in a rich golden cheese sauce, made the easy way with Velveeta. This cheese food with the rich yet mild cheddar flavor always melts smooth, adds such goodness and fine food values. As a matter of fact, when you glamorize leftovers with Velveeta sauce, you're adding high-quality, complete protein, precious milk minerals, food energy, riboflavin, and vitamin A. To make that rich-tasting, nutritious cheese sauce, just melt 1/2 pound of Velveeta in the top of your double boiler. Then, gradually stir in 1/4 cup of milk. Like magic, you have satin-smooth cheese sauce, perfectly delicious on vegetables, eggs, fish, leftover ham, chicken, veal, or what have you. Tomorrow, look for Velveeta at your food store. The name on the package tells you that you're getting the smooth-melting cheese food of Kraft quality. Well, fate, it seems, has pulled a knife on Gildersleeve. All winter, he lay dormant, too comfortable and too lazy to exert himself much socially. Now comes spring, and once again, the sap is stirring. He steps next door to pay his respects to his charming neighbor and finds that a stranger has stepped in ahead of him. That kind of thing can shake a man. It has shaken Gildersleeve. He comes home from his evening with Leela in a daze and wanders disconsolately off to bed, but not to sleep. Instead, he lies there tensed and staring in the dark.
Nuts. I'll try my stomach. Now, I just won't think about her. Leela, how could you do this to me? I know I haven't been around much lately, but gee whiz, I thought we had an understanding, sort of. I mean, gosh, after all, we've been to each other, almost. Why, we were even engaged once. Have you forgotten that? Does that mean nothing to you? Newspaper man. Think I might at least have been notified. Might at least have been given first refusal. Leela, you're not listening to me. You don't care, that's what. You don't care what happens to me. You know what you are? You're hard-hearted. I don't like to say it, Leela, but you are. All you ever think about is yourself. Why don't you think about me for once? You want to know, I don't think you're such a wonderful piano player either. That's telling you. Why didn't I say those things to her when I was over there? Why didn't I think of them then? Nuts. I can't sleep. No use just lying here like this. Maybe if I read for a while, might go down in the kitchen and look for a bite to eat. Might as well be eating as just lying awake.
Uncle Mort, is that you?
Yes, it's me. Go back to sleep, my dear. Sorry if I disturbed you.
What are you doing up? Are you all right?
Oh, yes. Go back to bed.
But what are you doing wandering around in the middle of the night?
I couldn't sleep, that's all.
Poor Unky, what's wrong?
Nothing. Marjorie, as long as you're up, tell me something. And I want an honest answer.
What is it?
Do I seem old to you?
No older than usual. Why?
Go back to bed.
Hello, Peavy.
What can I do for you this fine May morning? Lovely day, isn't it?
Yeah, I remarked to Mrs. Peavy as I was leaving this morning. Well, what happened, Mr. Gildersleeve? You look a little under the weather.
I know. I had a bad night last night. No sleep.
Oh, too bad. Something keep you awake?
I guess so.
Well, that kind of thing can tell on a man pretty quickly.
Yes, I know.
Under the eyes, particularly.
Let's not dwell on it, shall we? Peavy, have you got any kind of a tonic or anything?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you've come to the right place.
That's why I came.
Yes, I'm happy to say the tonics are coming through very nicely now. Not in great quantities, you understand, but enough to tone up our regular customers.
Yes. Well, that's good.
During the war, you know, we weren't able to get a lot of them. I understand some of the materials were going into the atomic bomb.
Oh. Well, I don't want anything like that. Just something to give me a little lift, Peavy. I don't want to go up like a rocket.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I suspect you're joking.
Yes, yes.
Well, let me see. We have all the standard remedies here. Mooney's cyclophosphate, Dodd's vitapepsin, Dr. Fagan's nature compound, Bilbo's beef, iron, and wine, Plug's liver extract, Goodwin's household ammonia. Wait, how did that get up there? Wrong shelf.
Which one would you say was the best, Peavy?
Which is the best?
Yes.
Well, they're all excellent, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's a matter of taste.
Don't be silly. Nobody ever took a tonic for the taste, Peavy. Which is the best?
Well, as I say, they're all excellent.
How about that one there in the brown tissue paper wrapper?
Oh, I've heard that's excellent. Excellent.
Huh? What about that nasty-looking green one there?
That? Excellent.
You know what I think, Peavy? I don't think you have any faith in any of them.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Well, these are all nationally advertised brands. I'm told they do an excellent job.
They do, eh?
When properly administered.
When properly...
Under the guidance of a physician.
I see.
Of course, I have one here, not quite so well known. This one only came in yesterday. It's just been released by the Army.
Oh, by the Army?
Army surplus. I'm told it cost the Army $8 a bottle.
Oh?
We're disposing of it for 39 cents.
Is it any good?
You know the Army, Mr. Gildersleeve. They demand the best.
What's in it?
Everything.
Will it help me to sleep?
It won't keep you awake.
All right, wrap it up.
Well, here's Judge Hooker. Good morning, Judge.
Gentlemen.
Hello, Judge.
Why, Gildy, old man.
I know. I had a bad night.
Under the eyes there.
Yes, I know. Peavy's giving me something for it.
Why so pale and wan, fond lover?
Who told you?
Told me what?
You've been talking to Leela.
I haven't seen Leela in 4 or 5 days. What's she got to do with it anyway?
Nothing.
Leela keeping you awake nights, is she?
None of your business?
Oh, shut up.
I thought you'd sort of lost interest in Leela, Gilder.
So did I, confound it.
After all, you could have married her there once.
I could again if I wanted to.
Well, now, I don't know. You're not getting any younger, you know.
Neither is she.
Certainly. But does she know it?
Why, you old goat?
Sure, I'm an old goat. So is Peavy, but we admit it, don't we, Peavy?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Another day I might admit it, Judge, but this spring weather, I've got a half mind to close up early.
You do that, Peavy. Take the rest of the day off.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, what about your tonic? Don't you...
Give it to the judge, Peavy. I know something quicker.
All right, Commissioner, you're next. Climb right up in the chair there. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's all right, Floyd.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Thanks a lot. See you around. Regards to the wife. Take care now. Cheapskate. Only guy in town that hasn't raised his tip since the war started. Well, how's it going, Commissioner? Been doing any... Commissioner, what happened?
I had a bad night, Floyd. I'd rather not hear any more about it.
But them things under your eyes.
Well, don't tell me about them. Do something about them.
Okay, I'll try.
I want you to give me the works, Floyd. I want you to make me look 10 years younger.
Well, that's quite an order, Commissioner. I ain't no miracle worker, you know. I ain't no Elizabeth Arden. All I claim to be is a darn good barber and a fair tenor. But I'll do what I can. Is that too tight for you?
No, that's okay.
I guess we better start with a massage, huh? Unless you want to go in for surgery.
For what?
Oh, only joking, Commish. My surgery's unintentional, you might say.
What do you think about my mustache, Floyd? Do you think that's a little droopy?
No. Why? Somebody been making cracks?
No, I just wondered if it couldn't be a little more youthful.
Well, we could heist it a little, maybe. You got a date or something, Commissioner? Or just worried about holding on to your job?
Well, I have a sort of a date.
Sort of a date? What kind of a date is that?
Well, this party, I won't mention her name, but she's gone and got some notions all of a sudden about youth.
Oh.
Afraid I'm going to have to do some missionary work there.
Mrs. Ransom running around with some younger fella, is she?
Where did you get that idea?
Well, what else? You come in here and want your mustache heisted. There must be something behind it. It ain't so long it's getting in the soup.
What makes you think it's Mrs. Ransom?
Well, ain't it?
This fellow's got the darndest line, Floyd. He insults her. Tells her she's funny looking, and she loves it.
Sure, it's them little attentions that gets him.
I swear I think this guy is crazy. He took her for a ride in a milk wagon. Can you imagine that?
I seen a fellow do that in a movie once. Maybe he did, too. Only in the movies, they usually bring the horse home to breakfast.
But, Floyd, what way is that to behave with a lady?
Well, it's not so dumb. Women don't want a man who's faithful. They just want a man to be cute.
Well, maybe.
How do you think I and the wife have stuck it out all these years? I just let things go along, and when I see they've gone as far as they can and she's about ready to crown me, I pull something. I get cute on her. You can't hit a guy when he's cute.
I don't know, Floyd. It would just never occur to me to take Mrs. Ransom out in a milk wagon.
Oh, you don't want to take her out in a milk wagon anyway. That's been done already. Be original. If you want to make a hit with her, take her out in something worse.
What's worse than a milk wagon?
I don't know. There must be something. How about a hearse?
A hearse?
Sure, that'd kill her. You know Fred Seipel? He's got a hearse.
Seipel the undertaker?
Who else? Fred's a good kid, and he likes a joke, too. You know, he don't let on when he's on a job, but he can laugh with the best of them. He'd lend you his hearse, or rent it anyway.
Oh, Floyd, I don't know. A hearse?
What can you lose? You're not doing so hot as it is.
Well, that's true, Floyd, but still...
Faint heart never won any fair ladies, you know.
How do I know she'd like it?
Well, you already know she goes for that kind of stuff. Now, look, Commissioner, get the picture. She hears a horn blowing out front. She runs to the front door. She opens it, and there's you in a top hat sitting in a hearse. How could she resist you?
Floyd, do you expect me to be... Well, do you think maybe you'll be seeing Seipel in the next...
Sure, I'll be seeing Fred. I'll see him today, probably. Be glad to take it up with him. Now, relax, and let me get on with this massage.
Right.
Commissioner, relax.
Floyd, you don't think maybe she'd feel squeamish?
Why should she? You don't have to make her riding back.
Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Seipel. I'm certainly much obliged. It's a nice little job you got here. I'll be careful with it.
You've driven Pierce Arrows before, have you?
Oh, yes, yes. That is, they drive just like any other car, don't they?
I guess so. Just keep her under 35, that's all. I had new rings installed, and they're not worked in yet.
Oh, I will. Yes, indeed. Has a horn, has it?
Right there.
Fine horn.
I don't have much call for it, actually. Well, good luck, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thanks again, Mr. Seipel. Hope I can do as much for you sometime. All clear there?
All clear.
Oh. Here we go. Oh, brother. Just wait till she sees me in this. Will she think I'm crazy? Where is she? Everybody will think I'm crazy if I have to keep this up.
Throckmorton, if that's you out there, I've asked you not to sit in front of my house and blow your horn.
But Leela! Guess you didn't notice. Have to try again.
Mr. Gildersleeve, must I call the police?
But Leela, I'm in a hearse. Now what? All dressed up and no place to go.
A smart lady I know has reduced all this nutrition business to its simplest terms. She says there are two kinds of foods, filler-uppers and builder-uppers. Of course, right now, many homemakers are having to use more of the filler-upper foods than they ordinarily would. But it's important that every meal includes some of the builder foods. Important that we remember which ones they are. Definitely in the builder-upper class is Kraft's famous cheese food, Velveeta. For Velveeta helps supply muscle-building protein, milk minerals to help maintain strong bones and teeth, food energy for working power, vitamin A, and riboflavin. Remember all this when you see Velveeta at the food store. When you buy, get genuine Velveeta, the nutritious cheese food of Kraft quality. The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. This is John Lang speaking for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
If your family has been passing up fresh green salads, try serving them this appetizing new way. For a surprise touch of flavor, zip up your salad dressing with some tangy golden Kraft salad mustard. Then watch them go for those fresh, nourishing vegetables. And here's another suggestion. In serving hot, cooked vegetables, blend Kraft salad mustard into your favorite cream sauce for a zesty extra touch of flavor. And remember, there's another Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added for sharper tastes. Buy both of these delicious Kraft mustards when you shop tomorrow.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. For the past couple of weeks, we have been recalling to you some of the Great Gildersleeve's early experiences. Tonight, the great man wants to talk about one of the biggest days in his whole life. We give you now Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Well, sir, as long as I live, I'll never forget last 4th of July. What a day. That was the day of the first annual outing of the Jolly Boys Social Club. Come one, come all, and bring your friends. I'd been up late the night before with the committee on arrangements, and I was planning to celebrate the anniversary of the independence of our country by sleeping a little late that morning. About 7 o'clock, outside my window, Leroy.
Happy 4th of July, Unc!
Yes. There was a war on then. That was only a year ago. Can you believe it? You couldn't buy fireworks anywhere in those days. But breathes there a boy with soul so dead he can't find some way to blow himself up on the 4th? I figured I'd better get down there and see what was... Leroy, whatever you're doing, stop it.
I'm not doing anything, Unc.
Don't tell me that. I've got ears. Or I did have.
I'm just blowing up a tin can is all. Gosh, it's the 4th of July.
Well, hold your fire till I can get down there. can't deny a small boy the 4th of July. That's his day. But I still remember the time I made the mistake of carrying a 3-inch salute in my hip pocket. And my best friend sneaked up on me with a piece of punk. It was burned in my memory. I didn't want anything like that to happen to Leroy, so I got up and shaved and got dressed, put on my white Palm Beach suit and my white canvas shoes that I hadn't worn in years, and hurried downstairs. Breakfast was a rather disordered meal that day. I guess we were all a little excited. Marjorie kept jumping up and down and rushing off places. I finally told her to sit down. Marjorie, I said, for heaven's sake, light somewhere.
But I'm all through, Uncle Mort.
I don't care. Sit down. You make me nervous.
But I'm supposed to be helping Bertie make the lunch.
That can wait till after breakfast. One thing at a time here. Where's my cereal? Leroy, wipe your chin. Bertie, I'm ready for my cereal.
I'm coming. We ought to get a bell.
Here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. Leroy, how about you?
What's this you've given me, Bertie?
That's your... Oh, my goodness. That's the chopped olives for the sandwiches.
Olives are my favorite fruit, Bertie, but not for breakfast.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. That's what comes from making lunch and breakfast at the same time. I only hope I didn't go and spread the oatmeal on the sandwiches.
Bertie's a scream this morning. How do you like her with that cap over her eye?
I really ought to go out there and help her.
Sit still, my dear. You'll only add to the confusion. She'll fight her way out of this.
What time are we leaving for the picnic grounds, Unky?
Well, Floyd should be coming by here for us about 11.
Floyd Munson? Are we going with him?
Yeah, he's going to get his cousin's hay wagon. We'll all ride out together. Everybody. Big excursion.
Oh, how wonderful. A hayride. I've got to run right over and tell Marshall.
Yeah, Marshall will find out. You stay right where you are.
A hayride? Oh, this is going to be more fun. Unky, I think you were a darling to arrange it.
Yeah.
And don't you look pretty in your nice white suit? Doesn't he look pretty, Leroy?
He looks like the good humor man.
I feel like the good humor man, Leroy. Yes, sir, nobody's going to make me mad today. But don't keep trying, Leroy. Well, we had work to do that morning, but all of a sudden nothing would do. We should drop everything and hang out the flag.
Well, what's the use of having a flag if you don't hang it out on the 4th of July?
All right. So you tramp upstairs to the attic. 2 flights. Extra step. Well, you rummage around till you find the flag. Then you open the front attic window. It hasn't any sash cord, so you have to prop it up with a stick. Only you can't find a stick, so you use a coat hanger.
I'll go out in the yard, Uncle Mort, and see how it looks.
Now, Leroy, when I get out the window, you hold on to my legs.
What for?
What for? What do you think? Just hold on to them, that's all. Now, don't let go.
Okay.
No, not yet, Leroy. Wait till I get out there.
I thought you said to hold on to them.
Well, use your head, my boy. Now, you lower the flag out the window, and you squirm part way out yourself. And then you look down. Hold on, Leroy. Oh, sure, that's the time the telephone always rings.
Leroy, telephone. For me? Yes, for you. I'll be back, Unc.
Okay. Oh, Leroy! You come back here. Yeah, the little devil. There you are. Half in and half out. Straddling the windowsill on your stomach in a Palm Beach suit that's just been cleaned and too tight. There's only one thing to do. You try to inch your way back in. There you are, teetering in space while your life hangs in the balance. And then it happens. Your elbow hits the hanger, the window drops like a guillotine. Oh, right in the back. You're pinned there like a rat in a trap, clutching at Old Glory. 4 or 5 hours pass. Maybe it's 4 or 5 minutes. You've been hollering as loud as you can, with the wind knocked out of you in your heart and your throat. And then some fool happens along and calls to you.
What you doing, Throckmorton?
Leela!
Shoot if you must this old gray head, but spare fly your country's flag, he said.
Leela, help! This is no joke, Leela. I'm stuck.
Oh, gracious.
Get help!
You stay right there, Throckmorton, you hear? I'll be up. Marjorie, Leroy, Bertie, everybody
Safe at last. Safe again in the bosom of my little family. What might have been an ugly incident was turned into a happy triumph. For Old Glory waved proudly from our attic window. We all went out front to look at it, and we all agreed that it looked just fine there.
It looks just fine there, Throckmorton, just fine.
It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
How do you like it, Bertie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, if I had my way, I'd leave it there all the time.
Yes, sir, it looked fine. But there were other things to do, and time was wasting, so I gave a few orders. Let's get going here, Bertie. No time to lose.
Yes, sir.
Now, Marjorie, you help Bertie with the lunch.
Okay.
Leela, I wonder if you could give him a hand.
Well, I have to dress yet, Throckmorton, but I'd be glad to do what I can.
Good. Leroy, you carry out the basket and things as they get them packed.
Me?
Yes, you.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to sit down on the porch here for a while and think about the Declaration of Independence. Well, I sat down on the swing there and lit a cigar. And I thought how different this was from other 4th of Julys I'd known. How quiet and how nice. And I thought how a man's tastes change as he grows older. Why, when I was a youngster, I lived in a world of high explosives. Dynamite caps, 5-inch salutes, red devils, Roman candles, erupting strombolis, 50-cent skyrockets. I loved them. Not anymore. Suddenly I looked down the walk, and here came a little boy that might have been me at the age of 6. Only it wasn't. It was little Craig Bullard from across the street, and he was pulling a toy cannon. I knew what he was going to say before he said it.
Can Leroy play?
Well, hello, Craig. What's that you got there?
I want Leroy to play with me.
Well, Leroy's inside right now.
Tell him to come out.
Well, he has some work to do, Craig.
I want him to come out.
Later, perhaps later. Who gave you the cannon?
My father.
Oh, that's fine. Doesn't go off, does it? Now, Craig, surely your father's told you not to aim that thing at people. Craig, what are you going to do?
I'm going to shoot you.
Now, Craig, what's that string for?
I'm going to pull it.
Don't you shoot that thing.
I'm going to pull it. 1.
Craig, do you hear me? Don't you shoot that.
2.
Look, Craig, I thought of a game.
3.
I knew it wouldn't shoot.
Hi, Leroy.
Little guest to see you, Leroy.
Oh, for corn's sake. I'll see you later, Craig. I'm busy. I have a cannon. What's that? I have a cannon. Hey, pretty neat. Let's have a look at it, Craigie, old boy. Maybe I can show you how to shoot it.
You do, and I'll shine
Boy, this is one of those carbide cannons. I pull the string and nothing happens. Well, no wonder. What you need is carbide. I've got some around in the garage. Come on. Hey, did you ever think of loading it with gravel?
Leroy?
Yeah?
No carbide, Leroy.
But it's meant for carbide.
And no gravel.
Okay, no gravel, just carbide.
And no carbide.
Okay. Come on, Craig. I know what we'll do.
What were they going to do? I sat there uneasily, wondering how little boys ever live to reach the age of 12. But pretty soon they were back again.
Leroy knocked over my cannon.
Wait a minute.
Leroy knocked over my cannon.
Stop it. Stop it, Craig.
Yeah, stop it, you little snitcher.
Leroy.
Well, he claims he's General Eisenhower.
Leroy, Craig's a little boy. That's no reason to get angry with him if he wants to imagine things.
I'm General Eisenhower. He's Rommel.
Yeah.
Now he wants to change sides, the dirty guy.
He must have discovered how the game comes out.
I'm going to take my cannon and go home.
Yeah, well, that's all right. I think that's a very wise decision, my boy. Very wise indeed. Rommel would have been smart if he'd done the same thing. so it went. A few laughs, a few fights, a little excitement, and a lot of bustle and preparation. It was noon before we knew it, and the Jolly Boys were overdue. Leela had gone home to dress, and we were standing on the front porch waiting. Leroy and Marjorie and her boyfriend and I. And the wagon hove in sight.
Here it comes, Unky.
Oh, boy, look at it.
Yes, sir, it was Floyd's cousin's hay wagon with a nice bed of fresh hay. And there were red, white, and blue bows on the tails of the horses. And somebody had twined red, white, and blue crepe paper through the spokes of the wheels. Floyd's cousin was handling the horses, and Floyd sat on the seat beside him. And believe it or not, he had an accordion.
Oh, brother, is that corny?
Oh, it's wonderful. Don't you love it, Marshall? Oh, Unky, I'm so happy.
Yeah, don't jump up and down with the thermos bottles, my dear.
Whoa! Ahoy there, Commissioner!
Ahoy, Jolly Boys!
Climb aboard!
Oh, yes. Okay, let's get started, huh? There they all were. Good old Hooker, good old Peavy, good old Floyd, and good old Gates. I tell you to look at that good old wagon, all red, white, and blue, and all those fine fellows in it. Well, made you proud of your country, that's all. I'm glad there was a 4th of July.
Come on, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, come on, Commissioner.
Scramble up there, Leroy.
Okay.
Up you go, Marjorie.
You're next, Gildy. Give him a hand there, somebody.
Don't strain yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hey!
Whoa, now. All together, fellas.
Now, up to daisy.
Well, let's go. Giddy up there.
Yeah, hey, wait! Don't forget to stop for the girls.
Are you kidding?
Oh, take me out to the logging. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me something and some Cracker Jack. I don't care if I never get back to the room.
Yes, sir, it looks like it's going to be a great picnic. You know, when a person's hungry, there's nothing quite so satisfying as a slice of bread with your favorite spread.
Well, parquet margarine's my favorite spread, Mr. Lang, but it's often so hard to get. And right now we're all being asked to go easy on bread, so there'll be more for hungry people who really need it. So surely you're not trying to sell me on the idea of using more.
That's right, I'm not. The point I'm trying to make is that bread and spreads are basic hunger-satisfying foods, two of the foods most vitally needed in the world today. Here at home, we're fortunate that there's some of both for everyone. Not all we'd like, perhaps, but enough. And by conserving bread and spreads when they're in short supply, it helps everyone to get a fair share.
That, Mr. Lang, is going to make me use parquet sparingly and to appreciate its fine flavor and food value all the more.
And I'd like to just add that Kraft will continue to make all the parquet margarine possible under present conditions and distribute it as fairly as we can. Thanks again for being so patient when supplies of parquet are temporarily limited.
Yes, sir, quite a day, the 4th of July. Everybody had a good time riding out to the picnic grounds. Leroy was up front with the driver. Marjorie and Marshal Bullard sat together, talking very seriously. Floyd was playing his accordion. Mostly requests from Eve Goodwin and Leela Ransom. Sounded pretty good. Floyd was all dressed up for a day in the country with white sports shoes. Judge Hooker had on a pair of golf knickers he dug up someplace.
I never knew the judge was bow-legged before.
That'll do, Leroy. Eve Goodwin was looking very pretty with a big straw hat on. Leela was wearing something she called a play suit.
Didn't you ever have a play suit, Throckmorton?
No, but I like it. What'll we play?
Oh, you.
Well, we got out to the grounds in about an hour. Nice woodsy spot besides a little stream. Quite a good deep pool at one point. We unloaded the baskets with the food. Everything was so peaceful for a few minutes.
Just pile all that stuff over here, boys, under the tree.
What about putting it out here in the open?
I prefer to have it under the tree, Floyd, and since I'm to be the chef...
Who said you were going to be the chef, Judge?
Naturally, I assumed that...
Well, just turn off your assumer. You're assuming too fast.
Yeah, I'm pretty fair-handed at barbecue myself.
I will attend to the barbecuing, Floyd.
Who said so? It just so happens, Gildy, that my recipe for barbecued frankfurters is acknowledged the best in town.
Not by me, it ain't. I got a sauce makes a hot dog taste like filet mignon.
Well, my sauce makes it taste like a hot dog.
I still say if you have any regard for our guests, you let me be the chef.
Oh, is that so? Well, now, wait a minute.
Fellas, is this any way to behave? Why, what'll our guests think of the Jolly Boys?
Gee, I never thought of that.
We've got an organization with a reputation to maintain. Summerfield has its eye on the Jolly Boys Club.
Chief Gates is right, fellas. I'll withdraw my claim to the chef's job.
So will I. You take it, Floyd.
No, Judge, you take it.
Oh, no.
Well, then let Gildersleeve have it.
Oh, no, not me.
Well, for heaven's sake...
You asked for it in the first place, Judge.
That has nothing to do with it.
The idea. I've never seen
something. Let's be Jolly Boys, shall we?
So harmony finally prevailed. We made Hooker chef, and then somehow I got stuck with the job of collecting wood for a fire. So naturally, I went looking for Leroy. I finally found him down by the creek. Leroy, put your shoes on. I want you to gather some wood for a fire.
Oh, no.
Now, Leroy.
I'm working on an important project. I can't stop in the middle of it.
What is the project?
I'm improving the swimming hole. Everybody will be grateful when it's done.
There's nothing the matter with the swimming hole, my boy. It doesn't need any projects.
Are you kidding? It isn't deep enough. I can't even get over my head.
It isn't necessary to drown to have a good time, my boy. Now put on your shoes.
Oh, please, Unc, I'll get the firewood later. Can't I just build a small dam?
Well, all right. But building a dam is harder than you think.
Well, if a dumb animal can do it, I can do it. Gosh, a beaver. They chew down trees with their teeth and then slap the mud on with their tails.
How are you going to manage that?
Sit on it. Or maybe you could sit on it. That'd be better.
Leroy! If you're going to play in the water, put on your bathing suit. Well, I finally got Marjorie and Marshal Bullard to go out and collect firewood. They'd been mooning around with nothing to do, and they seemed glad of an excuse to go off for a walk by themselves. Of course, when they came back an hour later, they'd forgotten to bring any firewood. They didn't seem to mind going back for some more, although by that time the rest of us were getting ready to go swimming.
Say, Commish, that schoolteacher don't look bad in a bathing suit, does she?
Miss Goodwin is a lady, Floyd.
Did I say she wasn't? Ransom ain't bad either.
Are you referring to Mrs. Ransom?
Well, sure. What's the matter?
You better watch your step there, Floyd. Remember, Mr. Gildersleeve's been engaged to practically every woman on this picnic.
No, see here, you folks.
Only kidding, Commissioner, weren't we, Floyd?
Well, I thought so. Come on, let's go swimming.
Well, gentlemen, off for a plunge in the brook?
Peavy. Come on, get into your bathing suit.
No, thanks, Mr. Gildersleeve. Not today.
Oh, come on, Peave. It'll cool you off.
No, really. The fact is, I'm not much of a swimmer.
Oh, just float then. Anybody can float.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I've always had trouble floating.
Oh, there's nothing to it, Peave. Just lie on your back and don't move.
And that's what they always told me.
Well?
Every time I try it, water goes up my nose.
Well, your head must be heavier than your feet.
That's what I say.
You two, aren't y'all going in the water?
We'll be right there, Leela. We're trying to get Peavy to come along.
What, Peavy? Not going swimming?
No, Judge, not today.
Well, good way to work up an appetite, Peavy.
Well, I dare say, but the fact is, gentlemen, I promised Mrs. Peavy I wouldn't go. She has a theory it's bad to go in the water on a hot day.
That's a lot of baloney.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Not to Mrs. Peavy, anyway. Of course, right now, she's out of town.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, Peavy. Come on, fellas. Last one into the water is a rotten egg.
Aren't you going to get your feet wet?
Well, that's no way. I want to dive in.
Well, I don't think the water's deep enough, Throckmorton.
Plenty deep enough for a good diver.
You could dive off that rock, Commissioner, if you're really good.
Let's see you dive off the rock, Unc.
Well, that's pretty high.
What's the matter? You afraid?
Well, no, I'm not afraid. I'll show you, by George.
You want to see me swim underwater, Mrs. Ransom?
Can you really?
Well, just watch.
Oh, my goodness, look at Mr. Munson, Eve. He's actually swimming underwater.
Hey, girls, aren't you going to watch me dive?
Oh, my ankle.
Did you think it was a lobster, Mrs. Ransom? It's only me.
This.
You cut that off, Floyd.
Hey, girls, You want to see me imitate a whale?
Oh, I'd love to see that.
Well, watch. First, I float on my back. Then...
Oh, he's spouting.
Oh, that's marvelous.
Hey, girls, watch me. I'm going to die.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
You better get out of the way.
Stand back, ladies. Give the man room.
Come on, Unc. 1, 2.
Don't rush me, Leroy.
Hey, girls, you want to see me stand on my head in the water? Look.
Oh, that's marvelous. Look at him.
Oh, who can't do that?
Oh, both of them. Don't they look fantastic?
Hey, girls, watch me. I'm going to die.
Well, for corn's sake, go ahead and die.
Oh, look, Eve. Here comes Mr. Peavy.
Oh, my goodness.
That long-sleeve bathing suit is hookers.
Come on in, Peeve. The water's fine.
You know, I think I'll just sit on the bank here and dabble my toes.
Come on up here with me, Peavy, and dive in.
You'll get wet faster your way, Peavy.
What'd you say, Floyd?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, do come in, Mr. Peavy. The water's lovely.
Is it cold?
It's just right. Stick your toe in.
Well, seems nice and moderate. Guess I can risk it. I'll just rub a little water on my chest and on my forehead and my stomach.
What's that for, Peeve?
That prevents a chill.
Look at me, darn it.
I wonder if I can remember how to do a duck dive. Would you ladies care to see me do my duck dive?
Oh, we certainly would, wouldn't we?
I can't think of anything more enjoyable.
Hey, here I come.
Well, now you watch. When I wiggle my feet just before they go under, that's the duck's tail feathers.
Goodness.
Oops. There go the tail feathers.
Look out, everybody. Here I come, and this time I mean it. Oh, 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 oh.
Holy cow, he knocked half the water out of the pool.
Well, we were all having a good time in the water, but the judge made us come and eat his barbecued frankfurters. His sauce wasn't so much. I only ate 6.
You ate 7.
But I will say everybody was nice and helped clean up afterward. Even Leroy did a little work.
A little?
Leroy didn't have time to do much work because Mr. Bullard drove out and took him and Marshall and Marjorie home in his car. That just left the grown-ups to ride back in the hay wagon, and perhaps it was just as well.
Moonlight's nice tonight, isn't it, Throckmorton?
You bet.
The moon's awfully pretty tonight, isn't it, Judge?
Yes, it is, Leela. It is indeed.
Moon's awful pretty tonight. Ain't it, Peavy?
Get away from me, Floyd.
Are you comfortable, Eve?
Mm-hmm, yes.
Comfortable, Leela?
Yes, thank you. Although the hay gets a little itchy after a while.
Are you cold, Eve?
Oh, mercy, no.
Well, couldn't you pretend you're a little chilly?
Now, Throckmorton.
I can hear every word you say, Commissioner.
Well, play your accordion, Floyd, and give us a chance.
Okay.
Floyd played some nice old songs, and Eve snuggled up to me a little. But I couldn't seem to get my mind on her. Maybe it was because I couldn't help noticing the judge kept trying to slide his arm around Leela. Leela's nothing to me, of course. But just the same, when she called over to me...
Why don't you sing, Throckmorton?
Sing? Hi, George, that's a good idea, Leela. Why don't we all sing? Come on, Floyd, something we all know.
Well, let me see. How's that?
Oh, that's just the one, Floyd.
Okay.
All together now, folks. In the good old summertime, in the good old summertime, strolling through the shady lanes with your baby mine, hold her hand and she holds yours, and that's a very good sign that she just does say what she in the good old We hope that all of you can have at least a day this summer as fine as our last 4th of July. This is our last broadcast of the season, but we'll be back again for the Kraft Foods Company on September 11th. If you look at your calendar, you'll find out that September the 11th isn't Sunday at all. It's Wednesday. So you remember that and tell your friends. Next season, you'll hear the Great Gildersleeve. That's me. On Wednesday instead of Sunday. It'll be the same network, and your local paper will give you the time and the station. I guess all the members of our cast are looking forward to their vacations. I'd like to thank every one of them for the nice times we've had together all this year. There's Louise Erickson, who plays Marjorie, Walter Tetley, our little Leroy, and Lillian Randolph, whom you know as Bertie. Getting outside the immediate family, there's Shirley Mitchell, who plays Leela Ransom, and Bea Benaderet, who's Eve Goodwin. Thanks, too, to the Jolly Boys, Arthur Q. Bryan and Ken Christie, who are Floyd and Chief Gates. And to that not-so-jolly little boy, Tommy Bernard, who plays Little Craig. And to jolly Johnny Lang, our announcer. And, of course, with every season that goes by, we appreciate more and more our two fine old standbys, Earl Ross, who plays Judge Hooker, and Richard LeGrand, who is Mr. Peavy.
As we come to the close of another season of fun on the Great Gildersleeve, we'd like to leave with you this very serious thought.
How would your appetite hold up at dinner tonight if a starving child stood at your elbow? A child with hunger biting into his wide eyes and hollow cheeks. Please, just for a moment, pretend that you can see him beside you. This child who has known the worst of war and now faces famine. How when spring is back and our children frolic in the sun, these frail children of Europe and Asia long for bread. Help to feed them, and you can by buying and eating as little wheat and rice as possible, by turning in used fats and oils, eating more of the plentiful foods, as much as possible from your own garden, preserving all you do not eat, wasting not a scrap. A child in Europe, when he gets some strength back in his body, will thank you for it.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry. Now let's see what's been happening to Gildersleeve.
Well, it's plenty. Into the quiet town of Summerfield via the U.S. mail, a bomb has dropped. Everyone who is anyone in Summerfield has received this morning a creamy white envelope, roughly 4 by 6, with a postmark of Savannah, Georgia. No bargain offer, this. Eagerly, we pry open the flap, taking care not to cut our fingers, so fine and crisp the stationery. Inside, a second envelope with our name inscribed upon it, nothing else. We pause a moment to admire the penmanship and dive inside again. Ah, a wisp of tissue paper flutters to the floor. We rub our thumb across the engraving. Our eyes focus, and behold.
Mr. and Mrs. Tupper Hathaway request the honor of your presence at the marriage of their niece, Leela Barrington Ransom, to Dr. Julian Henry Culpepper on October 9th, 1946, at 4:30, Church of the Rebellion, Savannah, Georgia.
Yes, the whole town's talking about it. Long before breakfast, the neighbor's cook, Lily B., came hot-footing it across the street and around to the kitchen door with the news. So, though the invitation lies unopened beside Gildersleeve's plate at breakfast, Birdie knows full well what's in it, and she's briefed the children accordingly.
Now, remember what I told you, Leroy. Be nice to him.
I always am.
Well, a little nicer than that. You got to realize, Leroy, this is liable to be kind of hard on your uncle, Mrs. Ransom, getting married like that.
Why? She isn't marrying him.
Leroy, have you no feeling?
Sure. On second thought, I think I'll just shove the invitation out of sight here under his butter plate.
Shh, here he comes.
Now, just act like nothing happened. Remember now, like nothing happened.
Good morning, all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I said good morning.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll go get your breakfast right away.
Marjorie?
Good morning, Unky.
Leroy, no word of greeting for your uncle?
Hi.
Well. What are you two staring at?
Leroy, will you pass the sugar?
Sugar? Yeah, sure. There you are, Marge. Sugar. Excuse me for not passing it before. I didn't notice you didn't have it.
Oh, that's all right.
Some salt? You got salt there?
Yes, I've had the salt, thanks. I just wanted the sugar for my cocoa.
Marmalade. You want some marmalade?
Oh, I have some. I have plenty. Oh, but thank you just the same.
No, that's all right. Anything you want, just ask for it.
Extraordinary. No mail come this morning?
There, you want the salt, you say, Marge?
She just had the salt. What's going on here? Bertie, did no mail come this morning?
What'd you say?
I asked if there wasn't any mail this morning.
No, sir, that is hardly any. Just the one thing there.
What thing?
Whatever it is.
Well, where? Where is it?
Under the butter plate.
Under a fine plate.
I better run out in the kitchen and see if anything's burning.
What's the matter with her? Savannah, Georgia. I'll have the sugar now, Leroy, if you feel you can spare it.
Aren't you going to open it?
Leroy.
Later. Just a wedding invitation from Mrs. Ransom. How about that sugar? What's the matter with you?
Boy, is Bertie full of baloney.
Well, when did you find out, Unky?
Find out what?
About Mrs. Ransom?
Getting married? Oh, I've known about that for a long time. She told me last night. She said she wanted me to be the first to know.
And you don't mind?
No, that was all over years ago. Leela's a fine girl. I wish her every happiness. But as far as I'm concerned, Bertie, what's keeping you out there?
Mr. Gildersleeve, did you...
Uncle Mort's ready, Bertie. You can take his plate. Oh, and incidentally, he knows all about everything, so you don't need to worry.
Yeah, don't worry about me.
Mr. Gildersleeve, it ain't none of my business, of course, but I just want you to know I just want you to know, that's all. See, I made you some nice milk toast this morning.
Milk toast? What for?
Well, I knew you wouldn't probably be feeling so good, and there ain't nothing sits easier on the stomach in time of trouble than milk toast.
I can't stand milk toast, Bertie. What do I want with milk toast anyway? I feel fine. The doorbell.
I'll go.
Let Bertie.
I'll get it.
Yes.
Oh, good morning, Judge. Come in.
I won't stay but a very few minutes, Bertie. Mr. Gildersleeve, I won't stay but a few minutes.
He's right in the dining room there.
Well, hello, Judge.
Gildy, old man.
What are we shaking hands for?
Oh, good morning, Judge.
Hi.
Marjorie, Leroy, I wonder if I could have a word with your uncle in private. Just for a moment.
Certainly.
We got to go to school anyway. Come on, Marge.
What's up, Judge?
Gildy, old man, anything I can do, anything at all. You know that, old man. Just call on me.
Call on you for what?
Anything. Are you planning to go to the office today?
Certainly.
Good. Work is the best medicine, they say. I'd offer to drive you down, but I think the walk would do you good.
Yeah.
The important thing is not to let this prey on your mind. I know how you feel, old man. I don't want you to think that
I feel fine.
That's the stuff. Try to keep that up. It's the only way to hold on to yourself. Chin up. Never admit for a minute even to yourself.
Listen, you've got me all wrong, Horace. I feel fine.
Bully for you. Keep telling yourself that.
Oh, listen, you old goat. I feel fine. You understand? I feel fine. I'm fine. Hello, Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve. Well, I didn't think we'd be seeing you today.
I don't know why not. I'm in here all the time. I guess I might as well take some cigars as long as I'm here. Peavy, I'd like some cigars.
Mr. Gildersleeve, well, there are some things that are very hard for a man to say, but we'd like you to know, Mrs. Peavy and I, we'd like you to come to dinner.
Well, that's very nice. I'd be delighted to come.
I'm an older man than you are, Mr. Gildersleeve, and I've had my share of disappointments, too. I'd just like to say that I know how you feel.
What's the matter with everybody? I feel fine. You hear that, Peavy? I feel fine. Good morning, Bessie.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Oh, I don't know what to say, but...
Don't say it. Bessie?
Yes, sir?
What are these?
What, sir?
On my desk here.
They're roses.
Get them out of here. I'm sorry, Bessie, but I can't stand all this sympathy. Ye gods, a man has no private life of his own in this town. You try to wind up something quietly, and the next morning everybody's looking at you. Everybody butting in and telling you they know how you feel. Don't you try to tell me how I feel. I feel fine. I'm very happy about the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
Good. Somebody came in. See who it is.
Yoo-hoo! Anybody here?
Leela. Now what the...
Good morning, Bessie. Is Mr. Gildersleeve in? Just a minute. I'll ask him. Oh, well, don't bother. He'll see me. Throckmorton, you poor darling. How are you?
Fine and dandy, Leela. Never better.
Oh, I'm glad to see you taking it this way. I knew you would. You have so much character. I'm afraid I've come to ask a favor of you, Throckmorton. Aren't I terrible?
A favor at 9 o'clock in the morning?
Oh, gracious, I've been up for hours. I'm trying to get everything packed for when I go home for the wedding. And do you know something awful? I can't get half my things into my trunks.
Maybe you'd better just give up the whole idea.
Oh, silly. I wondered if you'd mind too terribly much just expressing a few things for me.
No, of course not.
The only thing is I haven't anything to pack them in. You'd have to get some crates or something. But you wouldn't mind?
No.
It would only take you a couple of evenings, probably. I'll give you a key in case I'm not there myself.
All right, a couple of evenings?
Well, there's quite a lot of it. I think it's terribly generous of you to offer to do it, Throckmorton. I can't tell you how grateful I am. I know Julian Henry will be grateful, too.
Julian Henry.
You know, I think you're just a little bit jealous of Julian Henry.
I wish you every happiness, Leela.
Oh, come on now. Fess up. Aren't you just a little teensy bit jealous?
Nope.
Will you miss me just a little when I'm gone?
I have a very busy winter ahead, Leela. I have lots of plans. Lots of plans.
You poor darling. Well, I've got to go shopping, to do hairdress, a million things. Oh, I almost forgot.
What?
Hand me my handbag over there, will you? I was cleaning out some old trash this morning, and I came across these.
What?
Well, don't tell me you don't recognize your own handwriting. They're your letters, silly. Love letters.
You've kept them all these years? What for?
Oh, 'cause they were so sweet. But I thought it was only fair to let you have them back now that they don't mean anything anymore. Besides, I wouldn't want Julian Henry finding them, would I?
Wait, don't you want the ribbon?
I'll leave you that to remember me by. Bye now.
Love letters. What a fool I was. Well, I know what to do with them. Oop, wait a minute. Maybe I ought to burn those if I remember it correctly. I wouldn't want Bessie. Not that she would. Smell nice. Sachet, I guess. She must have had them among her things. Gosh, that was 4 years ago. Let's see. My dear, darling, beloved Leela. I didn't sleep a wink all last night. All night long, I lay awake thinking of you. Once I got up and went to my open window, where the moon was shining in. And as I stood there gazing up at it, I thought to myself, that same moon is shining down upon my darling Leela, clear across the vacant lot there. I looked across and I could see your house and your own dear bedroom window. It was open a little. It made me wish that I were a little moonbeam and could steal in and nestle softly on the pillow beside your cheek. Oh, Leela, I love you so. I think if the day ever comes when we're no longer... Confound it! When I got up this morning, I felt perfectly all right.
Can Gildersleeve bear up? We'll find out in a few moments.
You can't go to church this Sunday. You can't go to chapel. And the priest is dead. The minister has been shot, and the rabbi beheaded. From now on, we shall all worship the mountain known as Old Baldy. It is the new rule of the land. It is the favorite mountain of our dictator. All bow down. Now, that's silly. Something like that might hold for some countries, but not the United States, you say. But why is it so? Who says so? I'll tell you who, and you know who, you. Maybe you don't go to church or chapel. But if the other guy wants to, that's okay with you. Because maybe once in a while you like to duck in where it's quiet and you can pray. Maybe once in a while you want to spend a little time in church. You don't want anyone to tell you you can't, or to whom to pray. And certainly you're not for doing away with priests, ministers, and rabbis, not even swamis. We don't do things that way. And the way you feel about religion is exactly the way our founding fathers felt about it back in 1789, when during the first Congress, they put their feelings into imperishable words, simple words that guaranteed them and you and your children, all of us and forever, the right to worship as we choose. They call it the First Amendment to the Constitution, and it reads, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. We all have respect for those words, and so we make them live. The precious First Amendment, it is one of our freedoms.
Let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, who is now thoroughly convinced his heart is broken. What to do? He finally decides he'll put on a brave face and seek the consolation of masculine companionship at the Jolly Boys Club. Let's peep into the club now where, though Gildersleeve has not arrived, he is the subject of conversation.
Poor old Gildersleeve. He's been fooling around with that woman for a long time.
4 or 5 years at least. Think of all the dough he must have spent on her.
Floyd, must you be crass?
Crass? What the heck is that? Well, figure it out for yourself. A picture show here, a meal there, mounts up in a few years. Where does it get him? First guy that comes along with a half-a-carat diamond, Gildersleeve gets the pink slip.
Well, it doesn't seem right. How's he taking it? Anybody seen him?
Well,
I ain't seen him, but I'll give 8 to 5. Gildersleeve ain't losing any sleep over it. He'll have to make some new arrangements, that's all.
I happen to disagree with you, Floyd. I think he's taking this thing pretty hard. Have you seen him, Peavy?
Yes, I saw him.
Well, what did you think?
I don't think he likes it.
In my opinion, it's a real blow to him, a real blow.
Poor old Gildersleeve. Well, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yes, sir. That's the way it goes.
Yes, sir.
Well, for crying out loud, we don't have to act like a funeral. Let's get a card game going here or something. Come on, Peavy.
Well, I might play for a few minutes just to see how the cards are running.
Last time you said that, you took away $6.50. Hey, I think I hear somebody coming.
Sounds like Gildersleeve. I never thought he'd feel up to this.
Let's be real nice to him. A fellow jolly boy that's had a tough break.
Yeah. Well, Jolly Boys. Chief Gates, as I live and breathe. Did you catch a lot of crooks today?
How are you, Commissioner?
And Judge Hooker, the old spirit of habeas corpus.
Hi, Gildy.
And Floyd, the tonsorial artist. And Peavy, the merry pharmacist. Greetings, one and all.
Hi, Commissioner. You seem to be in good spirits, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, why shouldn't I be?
That's what I told him, Commissioner.
Shut up, Floyd.
Why? What's the matter? Mr. Gildersleeve, the boys were telling me you were down in the mouth about your girlfriend dumping you.
I don't care for the way you put it.
I mean about Mrs. Ransom getting married. Anyway, I stuck up for you. I said you'd roll with the punch and come up smiling.
That's right, Floyd. That's me. Often a bridesmaid, but never a bride. But I can take it. What do I care?
That's a spirit.
No, sir. Leela is a fine girl. I wish her every happiness.
I think you're being very generous, Gildy.
Yes, I guess I am.
Fellas, I have a suggestion. Listen, we all know Mrs. Ransom. She's been on a lot of outings at the Jolly Boys Club.
Now, what about it?
I was thinking it'd be a real nice gesture if the club would all chip in and buy her a wedding present. That is, if Mr. Gildersleeve has no objection.
Oh, no. A nice gesture, Chief, as you say.
Then I'd like to put that in the form of a motion.
I second it. What do you say, Peavy? Don't you agree this is a proper and friendly gesture for the Jolly Boys to make?
What kind of a present would it be?
We can think about that later. Are you in favor of the idea?
Well, I wouldn't say I'm against it.
Oh, you make me tired.
Now, Judge, let's not be impatient with friend Peavy. He just don't want to buy a pig in a poke, that's all. The way I look at it, Peavy, we should get her something substantial and at the same time reasonably priced.
What did you have in mind?
Well, say we was all to put in $2 apiece. That's $10. Get her let's see. Piece of tapestry makes a nice gift. Yeah, a piece of tapestry to hang on the wall. Then every time she looked at it, she'd think of the Jolly Boys back in Summerfield.
What will her husband think when he looks at it?
Oh, quit worrying, Peavy. Are you with us or not?
Well, I'll go along if the rest will.
That's a boy.
Chief.
What is it, Commissioner? You got a different idea for the gift?
Oh, no. I think the tapestry is fine. Only, well, naturally, in my position, I'll be expected to give her a present myself. Something fairly substantial. So I'm afraid I won't be able to contribute to the club kitty.
Oh. Well, maybe we can get a tapestry for $8. It don't have to cover the entire wall. Okay, Judge?
Yeah.
Okay, Peavy? Okay, Floyd?
No, it ain't okay.
Well,
I don't see why we should buy her a present in the first place.
Well, why not?
Because she done a dirty trick to a fellow Jolly Boy, that's why.
Now, Floyd...
And she can't...
Horace, please. Floyd, I appreciate your sentiment. But as I said before, Leela is a fine girl. I wish her every happiness.
Well, that's all well and good, but just the same,
No,
she done you a...
she's found someone she loves. That's all that really matters.
It takes a real man to say a thing like that.
You're so right, Chief.
I mean it, fellas. If Leela can find happiness with this fellow, raise a family, perhaps, I'll not stand in her way.
Say, what about the card game we were starting here? Let's get going.
How about a song?
That's a better idea. A song.
Okay, come on, guys, get around the piano. How about this one? Oh, the moonlight's fair tonight along the Wabash.
That's good.
Okay.
From the fields there comes a breath of new mown hay. Through the sycamores, the candlelights are gleaming on the banks of the Wabash. Oh, that was great, fellas. Let's have another.
Oh, no, Floyd. Not that.
For heaven's sakes, Floyd.
No, Floyd. Go ahead and play that one. I want to sing it.
Okay, Commissioner.
I wonder who's kissing her now. I who's teaching her now? I wonder who's looking into her eyes, breathing sighs, telling lies. I wonder who's buying the wine for lips that I used to call mine. I wonder if she ever thinks about he.
Why, Commissioner, get him a Coke, somebody.
Get him a double Coke, Peavy. Get us all a Coke while you're at it.
Never should have started that song.
I'm sorry, fellas. I didn't mean it.
That's perfectly okay, Commissioner. You're among friends.
Thanks.
And when a fellow gets a blow like you got...
She's a fine girl. I wish her every happiness.
I'd just like to say, Commissioner, I know how it is.
Oh, no, Chief. You're happily married.
Yes, I am, but there was a girl ahead of my wife. I thought I'd never get over it.
Yeah.
I'd just as lief you didn't mention it to Hazel.
Oh, of course.
You want to play a little cards, Commissioner?
I don't know, Floyd.
Seeing you feel so lousy, the boys might make a special concession. We'd play bridge just for you. How about it?
Thanks, Floyd. I don't think I could keep my mind on it.
Just let him sit there and drink his Coke.
It's a hard, hard world.
Well, we're just going to sit around like this all night?
Now, Judge, drink your Coke and be quiet a minute. Feeling a little better, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I think the Coke is helping.
I might remind you fellas that Gildersleeve is not the only man around here who feels a sentimental pang at Mrs. Ransom's decision.
Quit trying to horn in on the sympathy.
Well.
Well, let's do something.
Yeah, let's.
Do what?
Yeah, what?
I don't know.
Boy, this is a dead town. When's Halloween?
I don't know. October, November.
Boy, we used to have some real fun on Halloween when I was a kid. Kids nowadays don't have the kind of fun we had.
Good thing, too. Halloween's a bad night for the police department.
I remember one trick we used to pull. We'd take and set somebody's garbage pail up on the railing of the porch. Kind of balance it there, see? Then tie a string on it and fasten the string to the doorknob and then ring the doorbell.
Yeah.
Garbage all over the place. But we didn't do it. The guy done it himself when he opened the door.
That keeps it perfectly legal.
Fellas, let's go out and dump over somebody's garbage pail.
You joking, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, I'm not. That's just what I feel like doing tonight. Come on, Floyd, are you game?
Well, I'm game if the rest are. How about it, Peeve? Come on, it'll take 10 years off of you.
Yeah, I'd be willing to watch.
Good old Peavy. Whose pail shall we dump over?
How about Judge Hooker? Oh, no, he's here.
I certainly am.
Well, who'll it be?
Fellas, how about Mrs. Ransom?
Commissioner.
Gildy, you really mean it?
Certainly I mean it. After all, look what she did to me.
He's himself again.
And we'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a minute.
The first uniform of Marine officers? Adopted in 1776, it was a far cry from the dress uniform of today. The original uniform included a green coat faced with white, round cuff, slashed sleeves and pockets, with buttons round the cuff, silver epaulet on the right shoulder, skirts turned back, buttons to suit the facing, white waistcoat and breeches edged with green, black gaiters and garters, and green shirts for the men if they could be procured. That's another bit of Marine Corps history. Know the story of your service and be proud of its traditions.
Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meekin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy, Lillian Randolph as Burley, and Shirley Mitchell as Leela Ransom. Judge Hooker is Earl Ross, and Dick LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy. This is John Lang saying goodnight. The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry. It's evening in Summerfield. In Gildersleeve's experience, there are two kinds of evenings. Those on which a man has either got to get out of the house or go crazy, and those on which wild horses couldn't drag him out. This is one of the latter. Having stuffed himself comfortably at dinner, he settles into his easy chair, pats his tummy, and beams upon his niece and nephew.
Leroy, where are you going?
Upstairs. I gotta do my homework.
Couldn't you do it down here?
Well, sure, I guess so. Only I thought you said...
Well, ordinarily, I think it's better if you do your homework in your room by yourself. That's true, my boy. But just this once, if we're all very quiet. Marjorie, what do you think? Think you could concentrate down here?
I guess so. Why?
Leroy?
I can concentrate anywhere.
Good. I just thought it'd be nice if we spent an evening together for a change. After all, I've hardly seen you children lately except at mealtime. A man likes to feel his family around him sometimes. I thought we could have a fire, maybe.
Oh, I think that'd be nice.
We'll just spend the whole evening quietly together, concentrating. Leroy, you do what you're doing. Marjorie, do what she's doing. I'll do what I'm doing. What say?
Makes no difference to me, as long as I get this done, that's all.
You'll get it done. After all, if we're all concentrating, we won't interfere with each other, will we? Besides, it'll be good practice concentrating. That's one of the most important things you can learn in school, my boy. Concentration. Learn to concentrate.
Okay.
Well, stop talking now, Leroy, and do our work, shall we?
Who's talking?
Well, don't. You can't talk and concentrate, too, you know. By the way, what are you working on there?
Arithmetic.
Arithmetic. Marjorie, what are you working on?
Social.
Oh, social? Well, I guess I'll read my book. Anybody seen my book?
What book?
The book I was reading.
Well, I didn't know you were reading a book. What book?
The book I started.
What's the name of it?
How do I know? I was reading it and I had it right here. Somebody's moved it. Bertie?
Uncle Mort, nobody's touched your book. If you can't remember the title, what was it about? Maybe I could...
can't remember that either, but I was reading it. I know that.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bertie, did you move my book?
No, sir, not me. I don't touch a thing. If I find anything laying around anywhere, I dust around it. I know, 'cause that's the way I was brought up and that's the way I am. I don't touch a thing. Not me. No, sir. Did I do what?
My book. Have you seen it?
Book? What kind of book, Mr. Gildersleeve? What did it look like?
Well, it had a cover. It was blue. Or red, maybe. Anyway, it was some color. It had a scrap of paper stuck in it where I stopped reading. Kind of a fat book, as I remember.
Fat book with a scrap of paper. It ain't this one.
Let's see. Bertie, you're wonderful. I don't know what I'd do without you. I knew it had a title. Anthony Adverse.
Anthony Adverse. Oh, Unky.
What's the matter with Anthony Adverse?
Well, you don't want to read that. It's 10 years old.
My dear, some of the greatest books in the world are 10 years old and more.
But Anthony Adverse.
Oh, let him read it and let me do my homework.
I will simply remind you, my dear, that this book was chosen by a book club. It wasn't just written by some Tom, Dick, or Harry, you know. Let's see, who did write it? Never heard of him.
Mr. Gildersleeve, pardon me, but...
Yes, Bertie?
I got all them grocery bills anytime you want to check them over. You asked for them, remember?
Oh, well, thanks, Bertie. Yeah, that's fine.
Anytime.
Not tonight, Bertie. I'm pretty tired tonight. Some other time.
Yes, sir, anytime. Just let me know. They're piling up out there.
Yeah, pretty tired tonight. Hard day. Long day, too. I'm driving myself too hard, I'm afraid. Mistake. You know...
Unc, I'm going to turn this in the morning with all the answers.
Well, who's stopping you?
Well, how can I figure with you talking all the time?
I'll leave it to anybody here if I've been... Marjorie, have I been talking all the time?
Uncle Mort, read your book.
All right, Leroy. Sorry. I won't say another word. Chapter 2. Is that as far as I got? This is an awful complicated book. Awful lot of people in it. A lot of plot, too. Can't even remember the part I've read. Maybe I'll just wait till the movie comes out.
It's come out.
It has?
Come and gone.
Well, what am I reading this for, then? Guess I'll read a magazine instead. After all, I worked pretty hard today. Now, there's my idea of nothing at all. I ask you, my dear, take a look
Oh, for corn's sake, I'm going upstairs.
What's the matter with him?
Unky, read your magazine and let me read my book.
Yes, yes. Now, there's the life for me. Yes, sir, that's for me. That's the way I like to end my days.
How?
There's an ad here. Picture of a fellow and his wife, I guess. Anyway, they're holding hands.
Well, what of it?
They're on a ship going someplace. They're leaning on the rail, looking out to sea at the sunset. He's wearing a cap and smoking a pipe. Looks like he's taking it easy.
What's the point?
Oh, the ad says, just think, darling, in only 15 years, you'll be able to retire on $160 a month. Say, I gotta look into this.
Read it.
Yes, sir. No more worries, no more cares. Since Mary and I decided to take care of our future with Indestructible's new Easy Way plan. Just 15 years and I can retire. Travel, play golf, take life easy. Do all the things we wanted to.
Oh, I'd love to travel. I'd rather travel than anything.
$160 a month at age 60, guaranteed income as long as you live.
Oh, I've always wanted to go somewhere in a
Says
boat.
here, don't delay. Mail in the coupon today.
Even if it was only a little boat. Even if it didn't go anywhere much. Unky, what else does it say?
Well, I've got this coupon you fill out, and then beside it here, there's a... guess it's a Balinese dancing girl. I don't know where she comes in, but anyway.
Oh, Unky, let's do it.
Do what?
Let's go somewhere in a boat.
Well, wouldn't be bad. See the world, visit points of interest.
Oh, let's.
Of course, you don't get this money for 15 years.
I'll wait. I'll do anything, but let's go somewhere.
Well, it would be something to look forward to.
I finished already. Break me.
Leroy, how would you like to go on a trip?
Trip where?
Everywhere, all over the world.
Now, my dear, let's not get too excited.
Uncle Mart's going to retire.
No kidding.
Well, not right now, but I'm considering it.
Boy, I'd sure like to retire.
Yeah. You retire from what? You haven't even started. No, my boy, you have a long, full life ahead of you. A life of useful endeavor, I trust.
Who wants that? When you retire, you go around the world. I'm going to retire when I'm 21.
Well, you better start saving your pennies then. By the way, I wonder what this Easy Way plan costs. Doesn't seem to say here anywhere.
Send in the coupon, Unky. It says send in the coupon.
I suppose it's an annuity of some kind.
Send in the coupon and they'll explain.
Yeah, send in the coupon, Unc.
Now, don't rush me. There are a lot of angles to this. A lot of financial considerations.
Unky, it says just send in the coupon.
Well, what can I lose?
We're closed.
Peavy, open up. It's me, Gildersleeve. Yeah, that's the stuff. Thanks.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I didn't know it was you. Step in, quick. I thought it was some of those young fellas that come roistering around wanting sodas at all hours of the night. I was just stocking up.
Well, glad I caught you. Peavy, could you let me have a stamp? We never seem to have any at home.
Oh, yes, I guess you could.
I want to get this thing off tonight, if possible. It's important.
Now, did you want the 3-cent stamp or the 1 cent? We have both.
Well...
I have an airmail if you'd care to go that high.
Well, what the heck. This is important.
Okay. There you are.
Thank you.
And you have 3 cents coming.
Gee, what do they put on these?
I imagine it's harmless.
There. Peavy, you know what's in that envelope?
No, Mr. Gildersleeve, I don't.
Peavy, let me ask you a question. This may be a little personal.
Yeah, most questions turn out that way.
You don't mind?
I don't have to answer it.
No, I guess you don't. But you're a fool if you don't. Peavy? Fuel for thought. Peavy, have you ever stopped to think what you'll be doing at the age of 60?
I'm doing it.
Huh?
I'm 60 now and then some.
Oh, yeah, well, that's so. Well, I guess this wouldn't help you much then. Too bad you didn't get started younger.
Get started?
Well, if you'd played your cards right, Peavy, if you'd shown a little more foresight, you wouldn't be down here working every evening. You'd be home enjoying life with Mrs. Peavy.
No, I wouldn't say that.
All right, you'd be off someplace. Yellowstone Park, the Grand Canyon.
Well, what's the matter with Summerfield?
There's nothing the matter with Summerfield.
A lot more comfortable than the Grand Canyon.
Don't you ever want to go anywhere? Don't you ever want to retire?
What for?
Why does anybody want to retire? So you can take life easy. So you can spend more time with your wife.
Well, I'll tell you, I consider I've been pretty lucky. Mrs. Peavy and I have remained on good terms all these years, and I wouldn't want to risk changing it. I don't know if she could stand to see any more of me than she does.
All right, Peavy, have it your own way. But if you ask me, it's a lot of sour grapes. The idea, a man your age having to work here till 10 and 11 o'clock at night.
Mr. Gildersleeve, do you know what keeps me here till 10 and 11 o'clock at night?
No, what?
People coming in here after I've closed wanting to buy stamps.
Well, I guess I can take a hint. I'm extremely sorry to have troubled you, Mr. Peavy.
Oh, please don't misunderstand.
I was merely trying to make a suggestion for your own welfare, but I see it's too late.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
In the future, I'll buy my stamps from Beckman.
Mr. Gildersleeve, don't go away angry, please. I wouldn't want that to happen.
Well, all right.
I was just having my little joke. You know, I'm afraid my sense of humor runs away with me at times.
Oh? Well, maybe I was a little touchy, too.
By the way, there's the mailbox. Don't forget to mail your letter.
Oh, well, thanks for reminding me. I bet you'd like to know what's in that letter, wouldn't you? Well, never mind. Just remember this. As long as you're a friend of mine, Peavy, old boy, you'll never have to worry.
The Great Gildersleeve will be busy planning his retirement again in just a minute.
Were you in the military service from 1951 through 1956? If so, and if you've had some active service since 1956, you qualify for some free Social Security credit. Until January 1957, military service generally could not be credited to both Social Security and military service retirement. Your service time could only be credited one way. But now, servicemen are paying Social Security taxes on their base pay, and their service time counts toward both retirement systems. In addition to getting double credit for all service from now on, active service as far back as 1951 can also be credited both ways. That double credit you get for any service between 51 and 56 is free. It's credited both to your military service retirement and your Social Security retirement, with no obligation to pay Social Security taxes on your pay during those years. But remember, back credit to 1951 on Social Security can be made only if you've been on active service since 1956. Have you investigated your Social Security benefits?
Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. Since mailing the coupon that is to take care of his future, a new sense of security and well-being has come over him. It has been noticeable in little ways.
You know, Marjorie, I was passing the Army and Navy store today. They got a yachting cap in the window down there. I've always wondered how I'd look in a yachting cap. Why, George, I'm tired of shaving myself every morning. Why should I? You know, Floyd, you ought to get a manicure girl. Maybe a shoeshine boy. Give the place a little class.
My place is too classy for most of my customers right now. Just name one of the regulars that'd lay down a buck for a manicure. Go on, name one.
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Yeah?
Why, certainly. If you had a winsome little blonde holding my hand, I'd buy a manicure every week. So would plenty of your customers.
I don't know. I got a feeling most of the regulars would just buy a haircut and look at her for free. When you talk about a shoeshine boy, I tried that.
When?
4 or 5 years ago. A fellow named Willie. Gave you a darn good shine.
Oh, yes, I remember Willie.
Well, he would have starved to death here if he hadn't went in the Army. Hey, how's that? Nice and smooth, ain't it?
Oh, that's fine, Floyd. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
The trouble with this barber shop is you can't make any money this way. You ought to expand.
I do all right.
What'll you do when you're too old to work?
Just keep on working, I guess.
That's no way to talk, Floyd. You ought to arrange to retire in a few years. Take life easy.
It's tough to pile up a retirement fund with the class of trade I got.
Well, you do have some cheapskates, of course.
You said it. Well, Judge Hooker. Good morning, Judge.
Come in, Judge. We were just talking about you.
Hello, Gildy. Will you be long, Floyd?
Just a once-over lightly for Mr. Gildersleeve here. Sit down. I'll be right with you.
Talking about me, you say, Gildy?
I was just giving Floyd a little advice. I'll pass it along to you, too, Judge. You fellows ought to start thinking about your old age.
Indeed.
Certainly. If you had any sense, you could both retire in a few years and spend the rest of your lives just lolling around.
I can't say that's a prospect that appeals to me particularly.
Sounds good to me, Commissioner. I'd be willing to start tomorrow. How do you work it?
I'll tell you, Floyd. Personally, I've made arrangements so I can retire when I'm 60. Nice fat little check coming in every month.
Well.
Insurance?
Well, it's a form of insurance. Annuity. That's the place to put your money. You got any annuities, Floyd?
No. Got a $1,000 policy on my wife. That's about my only investment.
What about you, Horace? You got any annuities?
No. Since when have you had one?
I happen to have a little foresight. You ought to look into it, Horace. Unless you're planning to live off your sister in Cleveland during your sunset years.
I'll bet the judge is fixed so he don't have to worry.
Huh.
Yes, sir. I bet he's got a bundle laid away someplace.
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't.
Well, if you buy an annuity, you can't miss, Judge. You put this money in every month, and then when you're 60...
I'm familiar with the principle of annuities. For a fellow like you, incapable of planning your own investments, I suppose it's an excellent arrangement.
Who's in...
Take it easy, Commissioner, till I get off your lip.
Well, make it snappy.
Finish him up, Floyd. I've got to be in court by 10.
Take your time, Floyd. I want the full treatment.
Well, you're all done now. Just slap on a little lotion, and there you are.
All right, you old goat, get in the chair.
Thank you.
See if I got some money here. George, afraid I'll have to give you some pennies, Floyd.
I ain't got nothing against pennies. Wish I had a billion of them.
Have to go to the bank and get some cash. I can just make it, Floyd. Right?
Well, it's the price of a shave.
I'll owe you the tip, Floyd. I'll be in later in the week. Goodbye, Judge. So long, Floyd. Got to go to the bank.
Him and his manicures.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's a grand morning for banking, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I suppose you're here on official business?
Oh, no, purely personal. Just want to deposit a couple of lamb chops. Let's see. Pay to the order of myself. Well, $10 is now. No hundredths. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Good morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. Making a deposit, I presume.
No, just one little folding money. A 5 and 5 ones, please.
Yes, sir. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
What are you doing? Looking me up? You ought to know my signature by now.
Oh, just a formality, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thanks. Rigmarole and red tape. Come on, I'm in a hurry.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm afraid.
Now what?
Well,
What did you say?
I said
Speak up, confound it. I can't hear you.
I said your account is overdrawn $3.20.
What?
I'm sorry, but under the circumstances, I'm afraid we can't honor your check.
I've got a balance of over $100.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, these things happen.
Not in a well-run bank, they don't. I've got half a mind to do my banking somewhere else. In fact, I would if there was another bank.
Oh, my dear sir.
You'd better check your accounts, mister.
Well, maybe you'd better check yours.
Oh! Six and 8 is 14, and 9 is 23.
What does it mean when you're overdrawn?
4, 7, 8, 12. One to carry.
Is it like being broke?
Leroy, for heaven's sake, he's trying to add.
Oh.
And it's worse than being broke. If you're overdrawn, you owe the bank money. And if you don't pay them, well, something happens, I'm sure.
Once and for all, get this through your heads. I'm not overdrawn. The bank has made a mistake, and I've got to find it. That's all.
That's what you always say, Unky. Have they ever been wrong?
Nope. Why don't you check these figures, my dear? Here. The bank and I saw eye to eye first.
Well, what's this, your deposits?
Yep.
Well, there's a mistake of $100 right here.
Where?
Here, adding the deposits to the old balance. You gave yourself $100 too much.
Boy, George, that must be it. But that still doesn't explain where the devil is all the money gone. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Bertie!
What's she got to do with it?
We're spending too much money, that's what. Bertie is supposed to keep track.
Did you call me, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie. Now, I've asked you to keep track of our expenses, haven't I?
Yes, sir.
Well,
I've been keeping track. They're getting awful high.
this is a fine time to tell me.
I've been trying to tell you before, Mr. Gildersleeve. I tried to tell you day before yesterday.
That's right, Unky, she did.
I can't tell you if you won't listen.
Well, let's look into this right now. Have you got the bills, Bertie?
I got the slips, yes, sir. I'll bring in the slips and you'll see. I knew this was going to pop pretty soon.
Can I have a quarter, Unc?
Leroy, sometimes I wonder if you're possessed of ordinary, normal judgment. Do you think this is an opportune time to ask for money?
I only asked for a quarter. Gee, if I'd asked for a buck, but a lousy quarter.
There's no such thing as a lousy quarter. I haven't got a quarter. From now on, every penny counts. Do you understand?
Yeah, I guess so.
Mr. Gildersleeve, here's the slips.
Uh-huh. Sit down, Bertie. Now, the total grocery bill was $78 last month. Why is it so high?
Stuff has gone up, that's all.
Ridiculous. Prices haven't moved that far. Let's see, for instance.
Well, there's 2 pounds of peas we had for dinner last night, 60 cents. Used to be 30.
We'll eat no more peas. Make a note of that, Bertie.
Yes, sir. Beans have gone up, too. 50 cents worth of beans there. See that?
String beans? I don't like them anyway. Cut out the beans from now on. What about the meat?
There ain't any.
Confound it, we've got to eat something, Bertie. Chicken?
80 cents a pound, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Forget the chicken. Potatoes gone up?
Yes, sir.
Bread?
Yes, sir. See, the whole grocery bill here, $78. Last September, our bill was under 50.
We're eating too much.
We're eating less than we used to.
Yeah? I can't understand it. Let me see some of these slips. Darn things, you never can read them. What's this here? Looks like blug.
That's bluing. That's gone up, too.
What's this?
Ammonia.
We've got to cut out these frills, Bertie. From now on, nothing but necessities.
Yes, sir. That'll save us about 15 cents a month.
We've got to save substantially somewhere, Bertie. What's this? Oranges, $1.25?
Yes, sir. That's for the orange juice for breakfast. Leroy's got to have his orange juice if he's going to grow.
Leroy's too big already. Look at this bill from Hogan Brothers. Pants for Leroy, $3.65. Shirts for Leroy, 2 shirts, $4.80. Jackets, $6.50. And look at it. What do you do with these new clothes, Leroy? Obviously, you don't wear them.
These are the pants.
They look 100 years old. Are they the best pants you have?
Yep. I need some new shoes, too.
They'll have to wait. This is serious, children. These bills, Hogan Brothers, $85.60.
Oh, I had to have a coat, Unky. I won't need another one for quite a while.
Groceries, $78. Milk and meat, $45. That's over $200 right there. Bertie's salary, dentist's bill, Peavy's bill, plumber's bill, Leroy's music lessons, Paris cleaners and dyers. Why, do you realize?
What?
We can't live on my salary. There's $375 in bills right there, just for necessities.
I'd be willing to give up music lessons.
No. I'll give up cigars.
Oh, Unky, I'll take the coat back to Hogan's. I haven't even worn it yet.
No, my dear, we'll find a way. By George.
Doorbell.
I'll get it.
Good afternoon. Mr. Gildersleeve at home?
Yes, sir. Who shall I say it is?
Mr. Bradley, Clifford Bradley.
Yes, sir. Mr. Gildersleeve, Mr. Bradley wants to see you.
Oh? I don't know any Mr. Bradley. Mr. Bradley?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I understand you're interested in our plan to retire and live like a king on $160 a month.
Oh, get off the property. Get out of here and don't come back.
And we'll hear from the great Gildersleeve again very shortly.
Time out now for a profile look at one of the great sports figures of the American scene. In the seat of honor is the track star once called the world's fastest man, Jesse Owens. It was on a sunny afternoon in May 1935 that Owens, a little-known student at Ohio State University, burst like a meteor on a startled sports world. The 20-year-old Negro boy ran and jumped to victory in 4 events in that single afternoon, breaking 3 world's records and tying a 4th. His record for the broad jump still stands after more than 2 decades. It was at the Olympic Games in Berlin, Germany, that Owens brought glory to the United States. Adolf Hitler was boasting about Aryan superiority and German supermen. This modest and humble American boy shattered his boasts by walking, or rather running, off with 4 gold medals, setting 3 Olympic records for the greatest one-man performance in the history of the Olympic Games. Jesse Owens then acted as an ambassador of goodwill for the United States in giving exhibitions in England, France, Italy, Norway, Spain, Portugal, and North Africa, racing until he was almost 35. He showed the world that circumstances of birth were no handicap in a country of free opportunity, where every man has a chance to reach the top.
Now, as I was saying, Mr. Gildersleeve, the beauty of our plan is that you hardly notice the little payments. You get so used to them. But boy, when that old 160 a month starts coming in.
Yeah?
And another thing that we like to emphasize, our company has been in existence since 1907.
Is that fast?
So it's safe. That's why I say you're making no mistake in lining up with our company.
Well, why don't you take your foot out of the door and come in?
Thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. I will.
Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy, Louise Erickson as Marjorie, and Lillian Randolph as Bertie. Judge Hooker is Earl Ross, and Dick LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy. This is John Lang saying goodnight and inviting you to listen in again for the further adventures of the Great
Yeah.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry. Like a lot of people these days, Gildersleeve lately has been taking stock of himself and of his prospects for the future. Now, when a man gets so low in his mind that he's willing to face the ugly truth about himself, there's usually some dear friend who can be counted on to help rub it in.
You know what the trouble with you is, Gildy?
No.
You want me to tell you?
No.
You really want to know?
No. What?
You're lazy.
I am not.
You wanted to know.
What makes you say I'm lazy?
Because you loaf around here trying to make a career out of a part-time job.
Water commissioner? That's one of the biggest
It's a political sinecure, and if you don't know it, you're the only man in town who doesn't.
Hooker?
Look at your predecessor, Clanahan. He was not only water commissioner, he was in the contracting business, he was in the sand and gravel business, He
was a crook.
Granted. But if you had the slightest bit of get up and go, you'd be out wrestling around trying to stir up something, too. Something that would bring you in a little income instead of just sitting here complaining.
Yep.
I'll tell you what's the matter with you, my friend. You've made a career out of boondoggling.
Oh!
I only tell you these things for your own good, Gildy.
Hooker, I doubt if I'll ever speak to you again as long as I live.
Ah, friendship. But a few days later, the seed the judge had planted bore fruit.
Ah, hello there, Mr. Bullard.
Oh, hello, Gildersleeve.
Raking your leaves, I see.
Yes, doing a little raking. Gardener usually does it, but...
I ought to rake mine, too. Have to speak to Leroy about that. Your place looks very nice.
Thanks. Oh, say, Gildersleeve.
Yes?
I've been meaning to speak to you. You've lived in Summerfield longer than I have.
Yes?
I have a little problem. You see, I have a married sister. Her husband passed on recently, and I sort of have her on my hands.
A widow, eh?
Unfortunately. Although her husband never amounted to much in a business way. But it was a loss. The point is, I'd like to bring her here to Summerfield if I could find a house for her. You don't happen to know of one.
What's the matter with the house next door to me there? Mrs. Ransom's house. Ideal house for a widow. This sister is younger than you say?
Older.
Oh.
No. No, I looked into that house a little. It seems to be all tied up in some estate. I don't know that it'd be quite suitable anyway. You see, what I want... Well, I don't want a great big house, but on the other hand...
You want something suitable.
That's right, something suitable.
How high would you be willing to go?
Well, I know you have to pay for houses these days.
You said it.
But as long as it's not too far out of line...
Mr. Bullard, I'm glad you spoke to me. I'll go right to work on it.
You know of a house?
I might.
Whose?
That would be telling, Mr. Bullard. But don't you worry, you just leave it in my hands and I'll get you a house.
Uncle Mort, you're not thinking of selling him this house.
Gosh, where would we live?
Yeah, that's the hitch. But there he is, money running right out of his ears, practically. And he wants a house the worst way.
Unky, you've got to learn not to get excited every time somebody comes along and wants to buy the house. Now, it's happened 3 times in the last year, and every time we've had to go through this.
I know, but it seems such an opportunity, darn it. I tell you, there are fortunes to be made in real estate today, children. Fortunes.
Why don't you go in the business?
I'm thinking seriously of it, Leroy. Thinking seriously of it. Let's see now. What would I need?
You'd need some real estate.
Well, not necessarily. That's not the way they operate. You see, they get a commission for selling other people's real estate.
Boy, that's some racket.
We do not consider it a racket, Leroy. And I'll thank you not to call it that. Ours is a public service that fills a real need. Now, take Mr. Bullard, for instance. He needs a house for his widowed sister. Needs it real badly. But if he hadn't happened to come to me, and I hadn't happened to be in the real estate business, he might never find one. I wonder where I'm going to find one.
I wonder where you're going to find an office, even.
Yeah, that, too. Well, who needs an office? My office is in my hat. Where is my hat?
On the floor. You just took it off.
Oh. Hand me the whisk broom there, my boy. I want to sweep out the office.
What a character.
Yes, sir, children. There are fortunes to be made in this business.
Hey, where are you going?
A real estate man, Leroy, never tells anybody where he's going. Hello, Judge.
Oh, it's you. Well, come in.
Certainly glad I found you at home.
I thought you weren't speaking to me, Gildy.
I'm in the real estate business now, Judge. I'm speaking to everybody.
Real estate?
Mm-hmm. Just a sideline. I never really considered the water department a full-time job, you know.
Huh.
Judge, how'd you like to sell this shanty for $40,000?
$40,000?
In the neighborhood, I should imagine.
Is this a bona fide offer?
Absolutely. 14 carat, double A.
Who's the client?
That would be telling, Horace. But he's well-heeled, believe me. Of course, there'd be the usual commission involved.
Oh, you come over here as a friend, and then you...
Not only a friend, Judge, but a businessman. Thanks to you. And business is business, you know. Take your time, Judge. Think it over. Well, what's your answer?
Well, I don't...
Yes or no?
Well, Gildy,
Come, Judge. How about it?
I'm trying to decide.
You don't need this great big house. You know you don't. Nobody in it but you and your housekeeper. You ought to be ashamed living in a great big house like this.
Gildy,
it'll probably fall apart on you anyway. I guarantee you'll spend more on repairs on this house in the next 2 years than it cost you originally. Now, you don't want this house. Get rid of it. Sell it while the selling's good.
But Gildy, if...
$40,000, Judge. Cash on the line. What's your answer?
Gildy, if I sold this house, where would I go?
Nuts. If you had a place to go, would you sell it?
I'd certainly consider it.
All right, I'll find you a house. Hello, Peavy.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, what can I do for you?
Peavy, let me ask you something. Have you and Mrs. Peavy ever thought of taking in a boarder?
No, I can't say we ever have. No, we've been pretty fortunate that way.
Now, wait a minute. It might not be so bad, Peavy. It might be worth considering.
Why?
Well, it'd be a chance to share expenses. Fill that extra room of yours and make a nice little profit out of it.
Oh, I don't think Mrs. Peavy or I would like having a stranger in the house. Come stumbling in at all hours of the night, knock over the potted plants.
Well, suppose it wasn't a stranger. Suppose it was someone you knew. Someone you know very well.
Who?
Well, this is just an idea, Peavy. But for the sake of argument, say it was someone like, say Judge Hooker, for instance.
Well, what would the judge be
I'm
wanting?
just saying suppose. But suppose the judge liked the idea and you liked the idea. What a wonderful arrangement it would be for all around. Save money. Have high old times together.
I don't know.
You know, sometimes I worry about you, Peavy. You and Mrs. Peavy. Just two old souls living all alone there.
You think what we need is another old soul, huh?
Let me tell you something, Peavy. A man couldn't have a better friend than Horace Hooker.
Well, I guess that's true.
He's sober. He's neat. He's dependable.
Yes, he is.
And above all, he's a gentleman. A gentleman and a scholar.
Yes, he is.
He's true blue, Hooker is. He's all wool and a yard wide.
And I'll go along with you there, too.
He's good company. He's considerate of others.
Oh, always.
In fact, it's a positive pleasure just to have him around. What's more, he goes to bed early.
Oh, I've always thought well of Judge Hooker. The judge has always been a real favorite of mine. Good customer, too.
You bet he is. Why don't you offer him your extra room, Peavy? See what he says.
We haven't got an extra room.
Now, don't tell me that. I've been to your house.
Oh, the parrot has that room.
Well, for goodness sake, can't you move him out?
Mr. Gildersleeve, if Mrs. Peavy ever came to a choice between me and that parrot, I know which one of us would have to go.
Ye gods, foiled by a parrot. If I gotta move the old goat in with me...
Well, why can't the old goat stay right where he is?
Because, you dunce, I've got a chance to sell his house for $40,000.
Guess I didn't tell you, Peavy. I'm in the real estate game now, on the side.
Oh. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place?
You mean we might have made a deal? It's not too late, you know. Now, if you took the judge
Mr. Gildersleeve, I have one answer I give to all salesmen.
Oh? What's that?
Get out.
Well, you never knew the great Gildersleeve to stay out, and he'll be back in just a moment.
When were battle honors initiated? In 1768, in the British Army. American regiments were allowed to have battle honors embroidered on the stripes of their national colors in 1863. In 1890, the honors were inscribed on silver bands that were fastened around the staff of the regimental colors. In 1920, the system of battle streamers attached to the staff of the regimental colors was put in use. That's another bit of U.S. Army history. Know the story of your service and be proud of its traditions.
Now let's get back to the great Gildersleeve, whom we find sitting quietly in the parlor of his home and castle.
Let's see, we could put the old goat in the sewing room, I guess. That cot in there isn't so wonderful, but I doubt if he sleeps very well anyway. If he doesn't like it, he knows what he can do. There's worse fellows than Hooker to live with, I guess. He's clean. He's honest. Well, fairly honest.
Hi, Unky. What are you doing?
Huh? Just thinking, my dear.
Thinking? Poor Unky. Don't you want the evening paper?
No, thank you. I can think better without it.
Okay, go ahead and think. I've got to study.
Yes. Marjorie? Leroy? Come here. I want to talk to you.
Go ahead. I can hear you.
I don't wish to shout. Come over here, please. You too, Leroy. Now, leave your nose alone, Leroy.
It itches.
Use your handkerchief. Now, Judge Hooker is coming to supper tonight.
I know. I heard you tell Bertie.
Yes. But this is going to be a sort of a special occasion.
His birthday?
No. But I want him to have a wonderful time, do you hear? I want him to feel at home.
He always does. He always goes to sleep on the sofa after supper.
Well, I want him to feel particularly at home this evening. To feel he's a member of the family. I want him to feel what he's missing. Living all alone there in that great big old house.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. Do you want to make him feel good or feel bad?
Children, how would you like it if the judge came to live with us?
Are you kidding?
Of course he is.
I am not. I think it would be nice to have the judge living with us, and I want you children to make the prospect very attractive to him.
Unky, what a terrible idea.
Now, don't get panicky. It won't be so terrible, my dear.
You mean he'd sleep here and everything?
Certainly. Sleep here, take his meals here, just like one of the family.
Well, what's the idea? The judge is getting along okay where he is. Why louse us up?
That's not a very friendly spirit, my boy. Let's think of the others, shall we? Judge Hooker, all alone over there.
Unky, there's something more to this. Why should you start worrying about Judge Hooker all of a sudden?
My dear, I have reasons. Good and sufficient reasons. As I say, the main idea is I'm sorry for the judge. He's getting old now. Ought to be surrounded by younger people. And then, besides, confound it, I've told you we have to cut down expenses. The judge would be a paying guest.
Oh, so that's it.
But why him? There's lots of people looking for rooms. The man that delivers the groceries is looking for a room. He has to sleep in his truck every night. He's a swell guy, too, Unc. He's double-jointed. Can't we have him?
We're not going to have some Tom, Dick, and Harry living with us, Leroy. Judge Hooker's an old friend. It'll be a pleasure to have him with us. A pleasure for him and a pleasure for us. Do you understand? Never mind whether you understand or not. When he gets here tonight, you'll be just as charming as you know how.
That's something I don't know much about.
Then you'd better be even more so.
Good evening, Judge.
Good evening, Leroy.
Good evening, Judge.
Marjorie. And Throckmorton.
Come in, old friend. Come in. Come in out of the wintry blasts, remove your outer garments, and rest your bones by our roaring fire.
Jeepers, he's shooting the works.
Marjorie, take the judge's coat, my dear.
I'm going to as soon as he gets it off.
By George, it's good to have you with us, Horace.
It's good to be with you.
Let's all go in the living room, shall we? I know Bertie will have supper ready in just a few minutes.
I'm hungry. What are we having?
Whatever Bertie gives us, we know it'll be delicious, don't we?
Yes, indeed.
As long as it isn't leftovers.
Leroy. Marjorie, let's let Judge Hooker have the sofa, shall we?
Oh, never mind. I'd like to stand here in front of the fire for a moment. Toast my coattails, as my grandfather used to say.
Very good. Very good.
Leroy, I haven't seen you in quite some little time. What have you been doing?
Me? Nothing.
Schoolwork keeping you pretty busy, is it? I suspect you find time for a game of catch now and then, just the same.
Catch?
Leroy's getting more homework now, Judge. He's quite a student.
I'm glad to hear it. Have you learned to parse a sentence, Leroy?
Pardon?
Learning to parse an English sentence is the beginning of a real education. I dare say your sister can tell you all about it.
I never heard of it.
My dear.
What is it?
By golly, this modern education. If they don't teach them English grammar, what do they teach them?
Yes. By George, it's good to have you with us, Horace.
Good to be with you.
Is that a new suit, Judge?
No, indeed. This is worsted, this suit. Not an unfinished worsted, mind you. A hard worsted. It's a material that wears like iron.
Looks like iron. It's a funny thing, but I can't keep a suit long, that no matter what it's made of.
Well, there are one or two simple rules for a man who wants his clothes to last. I learned them from my father, and they've saved me a pretty penny in the course of the years.
Pay attention, Leroy. This is something you'll want to remember.
I never wear the same suit 2 days in succession. Wear it today, take it off, hang it up carefully, wear another suit tomorrow. It's very important to give the fabric a rest.
You don't say.
That's the whole trick. I rotate my suits. I've got suits I've had for 20 years that look almost as good as the day I bought them.
Remarkable. Isn't it, Leroy?
Yeah.
Do you hear that, Marjorie? How the judge makes his suits last?
Yes, it was very interesting.
Miss Gildersleeve, supper's on the table.
Yippee! Stop the minute!
Leroy, we do not race our guests to the table.
I'm hungry.
Just wait for the rest of us.
Good evening, Bertie.
Good evening, Judge.
Marjorie, will you take my arm?
What? Oh.
Fine to have him with us, isn't it, my dear? Well, Bertie, what have we here?
Something special, Mr. Gildersleeve, in honor of Judge Hooker.
Oh, Bertie, you shouldn't.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve told me he wanted you to enjoy yourself specially, so I done what I could.
Bertie, your humblest effort is invariably successful.
Well, I hope you like it. I heard this one on the radio.
Can't quite make out what it is. Pass this to the judge, will you, Bertie?
Yes, sir.
Will you forgive me if I take my vitamins before I start, Throckmorton? Marjorie?
No. Go right ahead. Liberty Hall, Horace.
Dr. Pettibone recommended these things, and I must say I've had a better appetite and more pep, too. The blue box is A, B1, and E. The yellow box is D and G.
That ought to fix whatever's wrong with you, Horace. For Marjorie, Bertie.
The A vitamin helps my eyes. B1 tones up the nervous system. E is for,
Excellent.
That will do, Leroy.
E is for something or other. And then D is the sunshine vitamin. And G is for,
Gildersleeve.
Leroy.
Okay, can I start now, Unc?
You may.
What is this?
Oh.
Yes. What is it, Bertie?
Well, I wanted to fix something that would go with the judge's special diet. This is eggplant pie.
Delicious, Bertie. Simply delicious.
Yes, isn't it? Yum, yum. Bertie, you've done it again. Eat it, Leroy. Eat every mouthful and tell your sister to do the same.
Delicious dinner, Gildy. And so wholesome, too.
Well, I'm glad you liked it. Excuse me. Let the judge have the sofa, Marjorie.
Oh, here, Judge, I'd rather have the straight chair.
Thank you, Marjorie. You know, Gildy, you ought to try that diet that Pettibone prescribed for me. Might help you.
I'm perfectly healthy, thank you. But I might consider it, Judge. I can get used to practically anything. By George, it's good to have you with us, Horace.
It's good to be with you.
What are we going to do? Could I play the radio?
A little music would be delightful. Does it have to be the radio?
What else?
I was wondering about your work on the piano, Leroy. You still taking lessons?
Sure, but nobody likes to hear me play.
No, Leroy, that's not true. I often ask you to play for me.
You want me to play now?
I don't think this is just the time.
I think it would be very nice.
I think it would be very nice, too. Some other time.
Pay no attention to your uncle, Leroy. Give us a little concert.
Okay.
Good to have you with us, you old goat. Oh, here's Bertie, and a surprise for you, Judge.
It's Kalak water, Judge.
Well, this is an unexpected treat.
I thought of it myself, Horace. I thought to myself, Horace always takes a glass of Kalak water at home after supper. Why not here?
Shall I pour it, Judge? They win.
That's sufficient.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you want some?
Certainly, Bertie. I love it. Whoop, that's fine. Well, Horace, bottoms up. Your very good health, old friend.
Same to you. Oh, my. I'm sorry.
What's the matter, Judge?
You had it on ice, haven't you, Bertie?
Yes, sir. Mr. Gildersleeve told me.
Oh, Gildy, I always serve it at room temperature.
Oh, for heaven. You're right, Horace. I should have remembered. Take it out and warm it up for him, Bertie.
Yes, sir.
Now, Leroy, a little music.
Okay, you asked for it.
I'll just stretch out here on the sofa if I may.
Make yourself comfortable, Horace. Go ahead, Leroy.
Very good, Leroy. Very enjoyable.
Yeah? Gee,
Would you play something else?
that's all I know.
Well, play that again. Beethoven, isn't it?
It's Bach.
That's what I meant to say. Nice melody. Play it again.
Now, Judge, listen here. I've heard that piece a good deal oftener than you. He's been playing it for 2 years as badly as he played it just then. I can't stand it anymore.
Well, Gildy, I don't know how you expect the boy to improve if you don't give him a little encouragement.
Encouragement? I've encouraged him to the tune of $2 a week for his lessons for 5 long years. When is it going to start paying off?
It'll begin to pay off when the boy feels that he's appreciated. That's when.
What?
If you had any ear for music, you'd know he had talent.
He has not.
Miss Root says I have.
You stay out of this. If you have talent, Miss Ritz has failed to bring it out. And another thing, Hooker, don't talk about my ear for music. You can't even carry a tune.
I resent that.
Go ahead and resent it. And don't think you're going to live here either.
What did you say?
Nothing. I just wouldn't want you here as a permanent guest, that's all.
I don't know what you're talking about, but nothing could induce me to accept such an invitation.
All right, we understand each other.
Certainly.
You're a cantankerous old goat.
You're a stubborn old windbag.
Now you're beginning to sound like yourself.
No, Marjorie.
You want to try the Kalak water again, Judge? I set it on the back of the stove a minute.
Fine, Bertie.
You want some, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thank you, Bertie. I hate the stuff.
Yes, that's what I thought.
Take it away. But, Bertie.
Yes, sir?
Fix some bacon and eggs for me and the children, will you? We couldn't eat that eggplant a la Hooker.
Unky. Gee, thanks, Unc.
With plenty of toast, Bertie.
What's going on here?
Never mind, you old goat. You can forget that real estate deal we were talking about.
I already have.
Good. Marjorie, play the radio if you want to. Leroy, do whatever you like. Jump up and down on the sofa. Hooker, would you like a nice, unfriendly game of checkers?
All right, if you promise not to cheat.
Good old Horace. As long as I can hate you, you're not a bad fella.
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back.
Time out now for a profile look at one of the great sports figures of the American scene. In the seat of honor is the Reverend Gilbert Lothair Dodds, more familiarly known as the Flying Parson, Gil Dodds. A great athlete and an eminent clergyman, Gil Dodds has a ready answer for the curious who wonder at his interest in two such apparently diverse fields. One of the great distance runners of all time, Gil says, "I run to win, to testify that the Christian way of life pays off." And the Reverend Dodds has gone on to prove it, leaving his track rivals far behind. Gil is perhaps most famous for smashing the record for the indoor mile. Not one to rest on these laurels, he went back to train for the more grueling event, the 2-mile, and grabbed that title. But with all his successes and athletic awards, he has remained a simple man of the cloth. He never signs his name without adding a Bible verse, because he considers many such verses relevant to athletics and helpful to the people who read them. Because we live in a country which guarantees us the freedom to do what we will, to go as far as our talents and energy will carry us, Reverend Gil Dodds is an example of what it means to be an American. He has made his reputation in two fields. As he says, "I believe I can do God's work better this way."
You know, Unky, I'm glad you gave up the real estate business.
Really? Why, Marjorie?
I don't know. It did something to you. It made you seem harder somehow.
That's exactly why I gave it up, my dear. Yes, when success comes to mean so much to a man that it begins to go to his head. It's time to taper off. Time to taper off. Well, I guess I'll taper off. Good night, my dear. Good night, customers.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy, Louise Erickson as Marjorie, and Lillian Randolph as Bertie. Judge Hooker is Earl Ross, and Dick LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy. This is John Lang saying goodnight. Be sure to listen for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve.
Yes.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry. For every mortal on this earth, some would like to believe there is a guiding star in the heavens. If this is so, then Gildersleeve's star, lumbering through space, must this week have brushed by Venus. Fate moves mysteriously and in sudden ways. Fate was at work the day that Gildersleeve, wearying of the monotonous fare and familiar faces at the Idle Hour tea shop, wandered alone for lunch into the grill of the Summerfield Hotel. He handed his hat to the checkroom girl, let her help him off with his overcoat, and turned to look for a table, when suddenly, coming toward him, he saw a vision.
Floyd, she was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. She was beautiful. An absolute vision of delight. I tell you, she was just beautiful.
This dame must have been pretty good looking. Who was she?
I don't know. All I know is she was beautiful.
Well, didn't you ask, for goodness sake?
Floyd, I'm trying to tell you, this woman was so beautiful.
I know.
I couldn't just walk up to her and say, "Who are you?"
No, but you could have bumped into her and said, "Beg your pardon." There's ways.
I know, but I couldn't think of them. I couldn't think of anything except that she was beautiful.
Was this dame alone, or was
She was not a dame, Floyd. She was a different type entirely. I don't know whether she was alone or not. I didn't notice.
Well, what'd she look like?
Floyd, she was...
I know, she was beautiful. But what did she look like? Was she dark or was she a blonde?
I don't know.
Well, was she tall or was she short?
I don't remember that either.
You sure you saw this dame?
Why, of course I saw her. And stop calling her a dame.
Oh, pardon me.
Finish me up, Floyd. I want to get going. You know what she reminded me of, Floyd?
What?
A poem we had to learn in school. I don't remember it exactly, but it went something, something, something. And then my heart with rapture fills and dances with the daffodils.
This dame fond of daffodils, is she?
How do I know?
I was just asking. I thought you reciting me this poem about daffodils. Maybe she was crazy about them or something.
It's the only poem I remember.
Oh.
Floyd, the woman was beautiful.
Yeah, tell me.
I'm not joking, Floyd. How do you suppose I could find out who she is? How do you suppose I could meet her?
Well, you sort of muffed your chance there. The only way I can think of is to go back where you seen her. Maybe she'll come in for lunch again.
That's an idea.
You know, the criminal returns to the scene of the crime and all.
Gosh, if she walked in there again, Floyd, I don't know what I'd say. But I'd think of something. Hurry up, let me out of here, Floyd. I've got to... Oh, a little early for lunch, isn't it? Only 11:30.
It ain't so early. If you're worried about eating alone, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll be glad to close the shop and come with you.
Oh, no. No, Floyd. This is one thing I'm handling by myself.
Now, sir, what do you have?
Huh? Oh.
Are you expecting somebody else?
No, that is, no, I'm alone.
Well, what would you like?
I don't know. I'm not very hungry. What's good?
The veal shank is very...
Yeah, I'll have that. Say, miss.
Yes, sir?
Tell me, you haven't seen a lady come in, have you? I mean, she was in here yesterday.
What kind of lady?
Well, she was quite attractive. She...
No, sir. Nobody like that's been in. Look, if you're lonesome, I'm not necessarily doing anything tonight.
What's that?
Let it go. I'll get your veal shank.
Oh, head waiter.
Yes, monsieur?
Maybe you could tell me. I'm looking for a lady. I don't know who she is, but she was in here for lunch about a week ago. I thought maybe you might have noticed. She...
Did she sit at that table right over there?
I don't know. I only saw her coming out.
Well, was she,
Oh, very.
And kind of,
Yes.
And did she have,
That's the one. Do you know her? Do you know who she is?
No, monsieur. But I know the gentleman she was with.
She was with somebody?
Mr. Engelbach.
Otto Engelbach. Nuts. Otto Engelbach, Peavy. The one man in this town I'm not speaking to. He isn't speaking to me either.
Well, it's a small world, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It's a small town, Peavy. That's what's wrong. This town isn't big enough for me and Otto Engelbach.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. Of course, maybe the lady isn't big enough for you and Mr. Engelbach.
Peavy, how can a lovely creature like that associate with a fellow like Engelbach?
Oh, I don't know. A lot of people are glad to associate with Mr. Engelbach. He's a pretty solid citizen. President of the country club 3 times running.
Yeah, he bought his way in. I told him so, too.
No wonder he's not speaking to you.
Like this affair he's giving at the club Saturday. The president's annual dinner. Why do you suppose he does that? So he'll get reelected, throwing his money around. I wouldn't be caught dead at that thing.
Were you invited?
Nope. I don't care either.
Little sour grapes?
Not at all. What would I want to go to the... Say, you don't suppose she'll be there?
Who?
Peavy, she's bound to be there. If she's still in town, a show-off like Engelbach, he'd never miss a chance like that. He'll be parading her around, strutting like a peacock, the fat slob.
Oh, no.
Peavy, I can't stand it. What can she see in him, Peavy? Tell me that.
Well, after all, he's got money, as you say. And he's an eligible bachelor like yourself.
Oh, this girl wouldn't be influenced by money, Peavy. You don't know her.
Do you?
You can tell it the minute you meet her. There's something unearthly about her, Peavy. Something radiant. Something that makes you want to worship from afar.
Mm.
I've got to meet her, Peavy. I've got to get to that dinner.
I thought you wanted to worship from afar.
Don't make fun of me, please, Peavy. I know you don't believe me, but this is the real thing. How can I get to that dinner?
The only way I can see is to make friends with Mr. Engelbach.
Friends with Engelbach? Never. No, sir. But do you know what he wants me to do? He wants me to apologize.
Well?
I never apologize to anybody. It's against my principles. Least of all to a fat...
Well, Judge Hooker.
Gentlemen. Still hanging around drugstores, Gildy?
You old goat.
What can I do for you, Judge?
You'll pardon us a moment, Gildy?
Sure, go ahead.
Say, Peavy, this stuff you sold me, there aren't any directions with it.
Oh, well, it's very simple. You merely apply it to the denture, and then...
Say, Judge, you know Otto Engelbach?
Certainly. Why?
I mean, you're on good terms with him and all.
Why, of course. Why?
I was just saying to Peavy, what a pity it is that Otto and I haven't been speaking all these years.
Well, I don't think Otto's losing any sleep over it.
I know, but the whole thing is so unfortunate, Judge, so petty and ridiculous. Two men who ought to be friends carrying on this way.
Well, you wouldn't be if you weren't so pig-headed and obstinate.
I know. I've been at fault, Horace.
You made a very unfair accusation against Otto Engelbach in public, and I think that he had a perfect right to insist on an apology.
That's just it, Horace. I've come to see that now. Haven't I, Peavy? Will you do me a favor, Judge? Will you go to Otto and tell him...
Why should I go to him? You go to him. Just go and apologize. That's all there is to it.
Horace, please, if you just tell him...
Tell him yourself. Why should I be the go-between?
I'm shy. All right, I insulted him in public. I think it's only fair that I apologize in public.
What do you mean, in public?
Well, you know Otto. You'll be seeing him, Horace. Tell him if he'll invite me to his dinner party Saturday night. Don't tell him I said so, mind you, but tell him you have it on good authority from a source close to me.
Yeah?
Tell him if he'll invite me to his party, I'll apologize. Will you do that?
What are you so anxious to go to his party for?
So I can apologize, Judge, for no other reason, believe me.
My.
Will you do it, Judge? Will you, for me? All right, then, do it for Engelbach.
Well, if I see him.
Thanks, Horace. Gee, you don't know what a relief this is. I've had this hanging over me all these years. Just didn't want to give in. But lately I haven't been able to sleep nights hardly, thinking about Otto and how I was unfair to him. Tell him that, will you?
Uh-huh. Well, I'll be going. And thanks for the information, Peavy.
And not at all, Judge. I think you'll find it'll stop that wobble. If it doesn't, bring it back.
Don't forget, Judge. You might even find Otto in right now if you stop by his office.
Mr. Gildersleeve, really,
Well, what's the difference? All's fair in love and war.
But to pretend to make friends with your man and then steal his girl...
Peavy, I'll say this. It couldn't happen to a nicer fella. Now, don't say I'm not friendly.
Now that Social Security taxes are being deducted from service pay, military time back to 1951 can be credited toward both military and Social Security retirement. This changes the old law that generally prevented the crediting of service time to more than one of these retirement systems. Military service back to 1951 can be credited both ways, even though servicemen didn't begin paying for Social Security until January of 57. That means the serviceman who's been on duty since 51 gets 6 years of free Social Security credit. There's one requirement, however, for getting Social Security credit for active service time in this free period. You must have put in some active duty since January of 1957. Thanks to this free Social Security credit, servicemen will find it easier to meet the requirements of becoming insured under Social Security. Have you investigated your Social Security benefits?
Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. Judge Hooker has promised to patch things up for him with Otto Engelbach. But here it is Saturday afternoon, the day of Engelbach's country club dinner, and Gildersleeve has had no news. We find him pacing thoughtfully in his parlor.
The old goat. Would he have the sense to let me know? No, he wouldn't. How could he? No imagination. He doesn't know what I'm going through. He doesn't know how beautiful she was.
How beautiful who was?
I was not addressing you, Leroy.
There's nobody else here.
I thought I was alone. Eavesdropping is a nasty, dirty trick, my boy. That means spying.
Who's spying? I just walked in here. I was going to ask you for a quarter. Spying. Can I have a quarter?
Leroy, I'm about to answer your question. I wish you to regard my answer as the end of our conversation, not the beginning. Do you understand?
I only want to see the picture at the Majestic.
I just told you.
It's an educational picture. I thought you'd want me to see it.
Educational? It's 3 little girls in blue.
Well, it's an educational short. Goes with it.
Leroy, I told you I wanted no lengthy arguments.
You said when you answered it'd be the end, but you haven't answered yet, so I thought I'd tell you some of the advantages. Then if you...
The answer is no. Now, for heaven's sake.
Well, if I can't go to the movies, can Piggy come over and play?
I don't want Piggy hanging around here this afternoon, Leroy.
We won't hang around. We'll play.
I don't want you playing here either.
We'll play quietly.
And stop arguing with me.
Who's arguing? Okay.
Permit me to answer it, Leroy.
Sure. Gosh, what's eating him anyway?
Hello? Just a minute, I'll call her. Leroy, please go upstairs and ask your sister to come to the telephone. Do not yell.
Okay. Gosh, there's nothing the matter with her.
Maybe Hooker hasn't even seen Engelbach. If he had any idea what I was after. Oh, no, he wouldn't. Maybe he just forgot all about it. Man his age gets absent-minded. Better call him up. Yes, by George, I'll call him right this very minute.
Who is it, Unky? Do you know?
I didn't ask. Some girl.
Francie?
I don't know. Please be brief, Marjorie. I'm anxious to use the telephone.
Hello? Oh, hello, Mary Louise. What do you know? Well, it's funny that you should call because I heard only this morning that Francie told Clubby the same thing. So naturally, Lloyd knows all about it. And if he knows, George knows because Lloyd tells his brother everything. It's terrible to get mixed up with brothers.
Marjorie, I'm anxious to use the telephone. If you will confine your conversation to the essentials, I shall be greatly obliged.
Wait a minute, Mary Louise. Unky's mumbling about something.
Get off the telephone. I want to use it now.
Well, I'll call you back, Mary Louise. I hope you realize Mary Louise could hear every word you said.
I don't care what Mary Louise heard.
I could hear her gasp at the other end.
Oh, that's too bad.
Better take it easy, Marge. The least little thing seems to get him in an uproar.
Well, good heavens.
Hello. I'd like to speak to Judge Hooker, please. I don't care. This is important. Yes, this is Mr. Gildersleeve. The old goat working on a Saturday afternoon. Hey, listen, Hooker, you said you were going to get a hold of Otto Engelbach for me. Why didn't you call me? What did he say? You might have let me know. Good old Horace. 7 o'clock, black tie. By George, you're a real friend, Judge. If I can ever do a favor for you, just name it. Thanks again, Horace, and so long. Woo-hoo! I'll be down to get you in a taxi, honey. Better be ready about 8:30. Well, children, what's the idea of moping around the house on a beautiful Saturday afternoon?
Huh? Do you mind if I use the telephone, Unky?
Telephone? Certainly not, my dear. Telephone to your heart's content. Telephone to Philadelphia. Call up somebody in San Francisco. The sky is the limit.
For heaven's sake.
And Leroy, go to the movies.
What a character.
Oop, that's enough. Yeah, where the devil is the soap? Oh, here. Too hot? Nope. Just right. What'll I say to her? First impressions are very important. I suppose there'll be a whole mob of people around. band playing and so forth. And somebody will say, Miss So-and-so, may I present Mr. Gildersleeve? And she'll say, how do you do? And I'll say, how do you do? Then what do I say? Well, Miss So-and-so, where have you been all my life? I'll just say it lightly like that. Well, Miss So-and-so, where have you been all my life? And she'll say, something like,
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, where have you been all my life?
Then what? Where have you been all my life? I could sort of smile at her and say, I've been waiting to meet someone like you. That ought to get her. And I guess I could ask her to dance. Just an excuse to leave the other people. But you'll understand that. Would you care to dance, Miss So-and-so, by any chance?
I'd love to.
Gotta have a little more hot water. You dance beautifully, Miss So-and-so. Light as a feather.
You lead brilliantly, Mr. Gildersleeve. You seem to feel the music.
Oh, I do. Tonight.
Is there something special about tonight?
Oh, there is. I feel I've known you for a long time. Possibly in another world.
I had a similar feeling when I saw you coming across the room just now. Even before we met.
Miss So-and-so, I don't like to ask this on such short acquaintance, but does that loudmouth Otto Engelbach mean anything to you?
I can't stand Otto Engelbach.
Neither can I. I wasn't going to say anything if he was a friend of yours, naturally.
He's an old friend of my brother's, but he's treated me practically like a prisoner ever since I've been here. He hasn't introduced me to anyone. Takes me on long rides.
Why, has he tried to force his attentions on you?
I've been able to prevent that.
Why, if he was to lay a finger on you, I'd break him in two like a match.
It's nice to know I have a strong defender.
Miss So-and-so, let's go out on the terrace.
I think that's a lovely idea. There's a moon.
And I know a dandy little place to sit. You can see the whole 18th fairway, practically. Isn't it a beautiful night?
Lovely.
You're not worried about being out here with me on account of Engelbach?
Oh, no. Aren't you afraid of what white people might say?
Not me. Don't sigh and gaze at me. Your sighs are so like mine. Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love.
Ah, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Call me Throckmorton, Miss So-and-so.
Throckmorton.
Certainly not. I'm washing thoroughly, that's all. Yes, Floyd? I'm on the way. Just dropped in for you to put on a couple of finishing touches.
Let me see. Gee, the old tux still shapes up pretty good, don't it?
Well, it's not so old. It cost me plenty 15 years ago.
Uh-huh. Boiled shirt and pearl studs. Hey, those ain't real pearls, are they, Commissioner?
Well, they're not the most expensive variety. I believe they're mother of pearl.
Well, it's all in the family. Gee, I'd say you were all set to mow 'em down, Mr. Gildersleeve. What do you want from me?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Mustache? Hair trim? Massage? I've shaved, of course.
You shaved, all right. If I tried to shave you any closer, you'd bleed to death. Turn around. Let me see you in the back.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, you don't want to trim. You're right at the best stage. Don't look like you just had a haircut, you know what I mean?
You're sure?
Oh, why should I lie to you? I could run the clippers up and down there and charge you $50. Rather see you look good.
Well, thanks, Lloyd. I appreciate that. This means a lot to me, you know. Well, here I go. Here I go. Oh, good evening. Oh, hello, how are you, Mrs. Van Hartsfeld? Yeah, good evening.
Well, Gildy, I've been looking for you.
Oh, hello, Judge. See you later.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Engelbach was around here just a second ago.
Engelbach? Well, there's no hurry about it, is there?
Oh, yeah. I thought you were in a hurry to get straightened out with him. I thought that you...
Horace.
What's the matter? Let go of me.
Horace, that lady over there. That lady. Have you met her?
Sure I have. She's the guest of honor. You want to meet her?
Horace, if you'll introduce me to her, I'll be in your debt as long as I live. Longer.
Well, that's easy. Come on.
Wait a minute. Is my tie straight?
Oh, sure. What's the difference? Come on.
Okay.
Well, here we are. Miss Stevens, may I present my friend, Mr. Gildersleeve?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, Miss Stevens, where have you been all my life?
Oh, and her husband, Colonel Stevens, Mr. Gildersleeve.
How do you do? How do you do?
Colonel Stevens is the noted flyer.
Oh, he is? Well.
Would you gentlemen forgive me if I dance with my wife? I haven't seen her in 2 years. How about it, darling?
I'd love to, darling.
Charming woman, isn't she, Gildy? Oh, here comes Engelbach. Now you can get squared away.
What?
Well, good evening, Gildersleeve. I understand there was something you wanted to say to me.
Yes, go fly a kite.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back again in just a minute.
Time out now for a profile look at one of the great sports figures of the American scene. In the seat of honor is the king who wore 3 crowns, Henry Armstrong. Armstrong was the 13th child of a very poor family. He left home at an early age and began knocking around the country, from one town to another, one job to another. Then he learned to live by his fists in the right way as a boxer. He was determined to be the best. He followed his manager's advice exactly, and he scored 27 knockouts in a row. In quick succession after getting into the professional ranks, Henry Armstrong won the featherweight, welterweight, and lightweight championships of the world. Henry's record will never be broken, for boxing now has a rule that prevents a man from holding more than one title. His many honors were climaxed when his name was placed in boxing's Hall of Fame as the only man to hold 3 championships at one time. But once again, Armstrong amazed the sports world. He retired from the ring and became a Baptist minister. For the leather-bound fists, he substituted the leather-bound book. It's a great American story, the lonely, hungry Negro boy who fought his way to the top with faith and determination, reached his goal, and willingly left it so that he might give service to others.
Too bad. Well, what do I care? Her nose was too big. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Wheaton and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy and Louise Erickson as Marjorie. Dick LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy, and Judge Hooker is Earl Ross. This is John Lang saying goodnight and inviting you to listen in again for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
From Memphis, Tennessee, in celebration of the formal opening of Kraft's new branch and distribution center here, the Kraft Foods Company presents the Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Park Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Wednesday, January 8th, 1947. Exactly 1 week ago, Gildersleeve turned over a new leaf. So this must be the new Gildersleeve we see today. But as he sits there at his desk in the water department with his feet on the blotter and his chair tilted back, paring his nails, it's hard to tell him from the old Gildersleeve.
Yes, Bessie?
Judge Hooker calling.
Yeah, put him on. The old goat, what does he want?
Hello? Hello?
Gildersleeve.
Well, what's new, Gildy? What do you know?
Look, I haven't got time for any small talk, Judge. I'm a busy man. If you want something, state your business.
I had a letter from an old friend of yours today, Gildy. A lady friend.
Oh, you did. Look, Judge, my time is not my own. I can't sit here gabbing all... Who is it from?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Oh, for heaven's sake, when you come to your senses, call me back. Hello. You still there, Judge?
I wouldn't hang up if I were you, Gildy. You might be missing something.
Listen, I'm not interested in hearing any gossip, particularly if it concerns a friend of mine. What about her?
Coming to town. Arrives this afternoon, in fact.
Who? Who's coming to town?
A certain Mrs. Culpepper.
I don't know any Mrs.
It's Leela, you ninny. Leela Ransom.
Leela. What's the matter with me? Must be my heart. Gosh.
Well, aren't you going to say anything? It seems Leela and her new husband, the doctor, that is, they're on their way to a medical convention in Chicago. She's stopping off here for a couple of days while he goes on ahead. Wants to see about selling a house. I've got a prospect for her. I expect we'll close the deal while she's here. Just thought that you'd like to know she's coming, old man.
Leela, coming here.
Now, Gildy? Gildy, are you there? Gildy? Hello? Hello? Rats.
Leela. This isn't right. She's married.
Mr. Gildersleeve, did you call? Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Gildersleeve, where are you going?
Out.
Will you be coming back?
Hey. Sorry.
Really?
Sorry. Hey, look out where you're going. Leela, she's coming back. Leela's coming back tonight. What's the matter with me? I've got to get hold of myself.
Anything wrong, Bud?
What's that?
You okay?
Oh, certainly I'm okay. Guess I better go in here. Sit down.
Ah, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you?
I don't know, Peavy. You mind if I sit down for a minute?
Not at all. Those stools were placed there for the convenience of our customers.
Thanks, Peavy. I've been walking for hours.
Nice day, isn't it? I say it's a nice day. It would be if those clouds would go away. Looks like there's still a chance the sun might break through. On the other hand, it might not. You can't expect good weather this time of the year. I wouldn't be surprised if it rained before nightfall.
Peavy, could I have a glass of water?
Water? Certainly. What am I stirring it for? There you are, Mr. Gildersleeve. And no charge.
Thanks.
All right, you gonna drink it?
Peavy, if a man falls in love with a woman only he doesn't know it, and she goes off and marries somebody else, and then he finds out he was in love with her the whole time, only it's too late, only he's still in love with her. Is that wrong?
That's what wrong?
The whole thing. Can a man be blamed for something he can't help?
What man?
Nobody you know, Peavy. He's a friend of mine. You see, this friend of mine, well, it's quite a tragic situation, Peavy. It seems this friend of mine is in love with this girl. Oh, hell, she's not a girl exactly. She's married now, and all of a sudden he finds he's in love with her. Has been all along, I guess. This friend, I mean. What do you think he should do about it?
Well, I'd say he'd better forget it.
But he can't forget it. It preys on him. It haunts him night and day. It's always in his thoughts every minute. What do you think he should do?
Take up a hobby.
That's no solution, Peavy. You don't understand. This girl is coming to town. My friend is liable to run into her.
Mrs. Ransom coming to town?
Who said anything about Mrs. Ransom? This has nothing whatever to do with Mrs. Ransom. This is two other people.
My mistake. What did you want of me, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I don't know. I just say it's a problem, that's all.
Yes, it is.
Maybe the only thing to do is jump in the river. My friend, I mean. Maybe there's no hope for him.
Well, I wouldn't say that.
Goodbye, Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve, where are you go... Dear me, I hope he isn't going to... Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve is too sensible a man. I wouldn't say that either.
Faster. Where am I going? Am I trying to run away? You can't run away from your own heart, Throckmorton Gildersleeve. I don't have to run away. She can't chase me out of this town. I've got as much right in the summer field as she has. I'm not afraid of her. By George, I'll go back and face the music. Yeah, a brilliant observation, Leroy.
You should have been here, Unc. Piggy and me had a snowball fight. We almost beamed Judge Hooker. I didn't mean to. I was ducking down behind the fort, hiding, see? And I heard these footsteps. Lucky thing I looked before I let him have it. Mrs. Ransom was with him.
Mrs. Ransom?
Yeah, she's in town, didn't you know?
Mrs. Ransom came here?
No, they were on their way to her house. I guess they're still over there.
Oh, she's avoiding me, eh? Very well. That's the way she wants it. That's the way it's to be. I'll avoid her, too. Perhaps it's all for the best.
Who's avoiding anybody? You weren't home. I don't get it. Hey, where's the evening paper?
Did you talk to her, Leroy?
Talk to who?
Mrs. Ransom.
I said hello.
What did she say?
Oh, I don't remember. Nothing particular.
Did she see you?
Sure, she said hello.
Oh. She didn't say anything else?
Nah. Hey, what happened to the paper, Dad?
Come here, young man.
Gosh, what's the matter?
About your conversation with Mrs. Ransom, Leroy, try to remember. Did she say anything about me?
I don't think so. Heck, we only said hello, and then she went right on. I guess she probably said a few things like how much I'd grown and how's my uncle and all that kind of stuff. Conversation.
She asked about me?
Yeah, she asked how you were.
She cares.
I don't get it. Hey, where's the paper anyway? Maybe nobody brought it in.
She doesn't dare to see me. That's it. She doesn't dare.
The paper was out there. Mrs. Ransom's just leaving, Unc, if you want to say hello. If you run out, you can catch her.
What do I want to say hello for? I can do that anytime. Where's my hat? Where's my overcoat?
Where you going?
Never mind.
Well, what'll I tell Bertie? Dinner's
I'm just going downtown for a minute.
Well, Gildy.
Throckmorton.
Hello, I didn't see you. I was going downtown.
Well, it's certainly nice to see you, Throckmorton.
It's nice to see you.
You look just the same.
So do you. You look just the same.
Leela and I have just been checking the house. You going downtown, you say, Gildy?
Me? Why should I go downtown? It's supper time. You look just the same, Leela.
You haven't changed a bit.
No, I'm just the same. How's your husband?
Oh, he's just fine. I'm going to meet him in Chicago day after tomorrow.
That's fine.
I don't know whether I mentioned this, Leela, but I thought since you're staying tomorrow, it'd be nice for you to see a few of your old friends.
Oh, well, Horace, I didn't want you to go to a lot of...
Just a few people, Leela. They're coming for tea tomorrow afternoon. It's all arranged. You'll come, I trust, Throckmorton?
No.
What?
You heard me.
I'm sorry you won't be there, Throckmorton.
I can't help it. I have an engagement.
Oh.
An engagement I can't possibly break. Well, nice to have seen you, Leela.
Thank you.
Give my regards to your husband. So long. So long, Judge.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Why did you do that, you fool? Gildersleeve, you're a nincompoop.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back very shortly.
Mr. Lang, I wonder if you'd like to hear the comments of new customers for Parquet Margarine.
We certainly would.
Well, this is from a letter Mother wrote me after she and Dad had been introduced to Parquet while visiting me over the holidays. Quote, "Your New Year's Day dinner was simply delicious, Dorothy, especially the pinwheel rolls. And by the way, I intended to ask you for the name of that delicious margarine you served. It tasted so good on those hot rolls. I want especially to get some because your father liked it as well as I did." Unquote.
I see what you mean. So that's how we got 2 new boosters for Parquet Margarine. Yes, once they've tried this delicious spread, folks really appreciate Parquet's fresh, country sweet flavor. And now that quite a bit more Parquet Margarine is going to your food store, we suggest that you try it, too, at your first opportunity. When you shop tomorrow, look first for Parquet, Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Now let's get back to our story. After a bad night of tossing and twisting, Gildersleeve has come to the conclusion that the only way out of this difficult situation is to face it. And so at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, wearing his #1 dark suit, we find him at Judge Hooker's door after all.
Gildy, I thought you weren't coming.
I changed my mind. Here's a cake.
Cake? What the dickens did you bring a cake for?
I thought maybe you could use it. Help out.
Well, thank you very much. You didn't need to bring anything.
That's all right. It isn't much of a cake. Is Leela here?
Yeah, she's here. Come in, come in. I believe you know everybody here. Just throw your hat and coat in the closet, will you, old man? And then come into the parlor and join the merry throng.
Well, thanks. Good afternoon, Burbig. And Mrs. Burbig. I haven't seen you in ages. Well, Dr. Pettibone, as I live and breathe. How are you? Mrs. Pettibone. You're looking splendid, Mrs. Pettibone. Mrs. Trask, what a beautiful shawl. And Mrs. Wren and Mrs. Culpepper, how lovely to see you again.
Throckmorton, I thought you weren't coming.
Fooled you, didn't I?
Gildy, would you care for a cup of tea?
Tea? I never touch the stuff, Judge. It gives me ideas.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're terrible.
Isn't he terrible, Judge?
He certainly is. Well, you don't want tea, Gildy. Come over and sit down. Mrs. Pettibone is going to favor us with a song.
A song? Oh, no.
Throckmorton, hush. Mrs. Pettibone will hear you.
My first selection, friends. My first selection will be one of the doctor's favorites. Just a Wyrian for you. Just a Wyrian for you. All the time I feel and blue. Wishing for you, wondering when you'll be coming home again.
If I was Doc Pettibone, I'd never come home.
Horace, would you mind if I went out to the kitchen and got a glass of water?
Let me, Leela.
Oh, no. You're the host. I'll be right back.
I'll be right back, too, Judge.
Gildy, Throckmorton, what will people say?
What do I care? If Mrs. Pettibone's a singer, I'm Jack Dempsey.
Oh, you're the same old Throckmorton, aren't you?
Yeah. And you're the...
What?
Nothing.
Throckmorton, would you mind running over to my house with me for a minute?
What for?
Well, maybe I left the gas on.
Do you think you did?
Well, maybe I ought to make sure.
Yeah, but what about all those people in there? Do you think they'd notice?
Oh, they're all listening to the music.
Well, come on. We wouldn't want your house to blow up. Now it's going.
Oh, I declare, you build the best fires, Throckmorton.
You want to see me make a real big fire?
Oh, not another log. You'll burn the house down, silly.
Can your husband build fires?
Julian Henry? Oh, he's mostly too busy. Besides, he has to be careful of his hands. He's a surgeon, you know.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, you know, he might get a splinter.
Who's afraid of a little splinter? I've got a splinter right there. Had it for a week. Doesn't bother me.
Let me see. Oh, Throckmorton, that's terrible.
It's nothing.
But doesn't it hurt?
What do I care?
I could kiss it and make it better.
Leela? Say, we forgot what we came over here for, Leela. We never looked at the gas.
Oh, if it were on, we'd smell it. Now, come and sit down.
All right. Feels good.
It does feel good, doesn't it?
Am I crowding you?
Oh, not at all. In fact, on the contrary.
Leela?
Yes, Throckmorton.
Leela, what are we doing here?
Well, why shouldn't we, for goodness sake?
But what would Julian Henry say?
Oh, he wouldn't care.
Yeah, that's a surgeon for you.
Oh, I don't want you to think he isn't jealous, if that's what you mean. Gracious, he's just about the most jealous man I know. Watches me like a cat every minute. But after all, he's off at this medical convention. And there's nothing wrong in just sitting here watching the fire, is there? Two old friends.
I went to church last Sunday.
Did you?
How's Dr. Needham?
Dr. Needham, oh, he's fine. Leela, I think I ought to tell you. When I'm with you, I don't feel like just an old friend.
Don't you? What do you feel like? What's Throckmorton? You're trembling.
I shouldn't have come here, Leela. I have no business here.
Oh, Throckmorton, what is it? Tell Leela.
I can't. I've tried to fight it, Leela. Heaven knows I've tried to fight it.
But it was just something bigger than you.
You know, then.
Oh, it's something bigger than either of us, Throckmorton. I don't think we should fight it another minute.
Leela, we better get out of here.
Don't go. Please, darling.
Darling. Ye gods, this is terrible. Leela, this is wicked.
Why?
You shouldn't be here with me. You belong to another. What about Julian Henry?
What if I were to tell you, Throckmorton, that Julian Henry and I are separated?
Separated? You mean it?
Uh-huh.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry to hear it. That's too bad, isn't it? Oh, and so soon, too. Leela, was he ever cruel to you?
Terribly.
Why, I never did like that guy. I never liked a single thing I ever heard about him. Calls himself a doctor. I'll bet he's... Well, never mind. Have you ever gone back to him?
Never.
Good.
That's why I say, Throckmorton, there's no reason why we shouldn't be perfectly friendly, you and I.
Come here, you.
Make me. Throckmorton, stop.
By George, this is just like old times. Yes, sir. Hey, wait.
What?
You're still married.
Well, I told you, Throckmorton.
That doesn't make any difference. Just because you're separated, you're still married.
Well, let's not be silly about it. I mean, after all...
Silly? Leela, I'm as broad-minded as anybody, but no, sir. I'd really better get out of here.
Oh, Throckmorton, don't be ridiculous.
Leela, what would people say? What would Dr. Needham say? Us sitting here all alone, you married, and me without a chaperone.
Throckmorton.
No, I'd better take you back to the party. Come on, Leela.
Throckmorton, will you please listen to me?
Well,
Now, come and sit down.
well, I'll sit down, but that's all.
Throckmorton, I told you Julian Henry and I were separated.
Yes?
What if I told you we were never married?
Well, what?
It's true. I couldn't go through with it. I just couldn't go through with it. I couldn't stand his relatives, his mother and his sisters and all. They hated me because they were all as homely as a picket fence, every last one of them. And they just had Julian Henry tied to their apron strings. I felt terrible leaving him at the church like that, but what could I do?
Well, Leela, what about you and him coming up here together? I mean, this medical convention.
I made that up. It was all a little white lie, Throckmorton. Julian Henry didn't come up with me. I came alone. I was just going to slip into town and sell my house and slip right out again without ever seeing anybody.
Not even me?
I didn't want to see a soul because I knew what all those old tabby cats around town would be saying. Often a bridesmaid, but never a bride. They'll say Julian Henry walked out on me, but it's not true. I walked out on him. I did. There. I've told you. And I suppose you'll never speak to me again.
Oh, my goodness. Somebody's at the door, Leela. What if they find us here? What if... Wait a minute. Everything's perfectly proper here. Everything's open and above board. What are they talking about? Leela, it couldn't be Julian Henry.
Julian Henry wouldn't have the nerve to show his face here. Not after the way he walked. Not after I left him waiting at the church the way I did.
Well, in that case...
So, just as I suspected. Leela, I think this calls for some explanation, I must say. Running out like this. After all, you were my guest of honor.
I kidnapped the lady, Horace. Have you got anything to say about it?
Yes, I consider that your conduct, Gildersleeve, has been that of a bounder. However, I'm here in the role of Mrs. Ransom's legal counsel, not her chaperone. I mean Mrs. Culpepper's. Now, to get down to business, Leela, the time is short.
If it's about the house, Judge, it's not for sale.
What's that?
I say the house is not for sale.
Well, I think Leela might have something to say about that. Leela?
Whatever Throckmorton says, Horace.
But, Leela, you told me only yesterday. What? I have your written authorization, your power of attorney. I closed the deal with the bank.
You heard the lady, Judge. Anything else you'd like to know? Thank you very much. We'll be seeing you soon, no doubt. Watch the step outside. They're a little slippery for old goats.
I should just like to say this.
Good night, Horace, and thanks for everything.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're terrible to Horace. You're terrible to everybody. You're just terrible.
Yeah, that's me.
I declare, I don't know why I have anything to do with you. Now, come back here and sit down.
Hard day today. Say, how's to toss another log on the fire there, Leela, huh? Let's have a little warmth around here. What do you say?
All right.
Careful not to strain yourself there. That's the girl. Easy does it. Throw it way in back, Leela. That's the girl.
Oh, Throckmorton, it's so wonderful to have a man around the house again.
You said it.
You'll be hearing from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a minute. There's an old saying that money talks, but these days many a homemaker's food bill leaves the impression that money only whispers. Of course, one way to keep your budget in line is to look for only the best values in foods. And that's why we've been suggesting that you look first for delicious, economical Parquet margarine when you shop for your family's spread for bread. Among good energy foods, Parquet margarine is one of the finest, made of rich, wholesome farm products and fortified with important vitamin A. Yet delicious, country-sweet Parquet generally sells for less than half the price of costly spreads. So for a real value and a quality spread for bread, be sure to look first for delicious, economical Parquet. That's P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by the Kraft Foods Company.
Well, it's all set, Leela. The judge can get your house back, but it may take a couple of months.
Oh, well, I couldn't possibly move up here before spring anyway.
Hey, why not?
Oh, no, I have to go right back to Savannah. You see, I'm staying with my Auntie Pooh down there. You remember me telling you about my Auntie Pooh, Throckmorton, the one that's so rich?
Auntie Pooh?
She hasn't been at all well this winter, poor old soul, and she's rich as sin, and I just couldn't bear to think of anything happening to her when I wasn't there.
Well, I suppose we'll have to leave it go at that, then. Now, if your Auntie Pooh will just get a move... well, I guess I shouldn't say that. If it'd hurry back, Leela, you'll be as welcome as the flowers in spring. Won't you, folks?
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Gleason and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Walter Tetley is Leroy. Shirley Mitchell plays Leela Ransom. Judge Hooker is Earl Ross. And Dick LeGrand plays Mr. Peebles.
It's a treat that's always surefire with the whole family. Ice cream made with Frizz, the new Kraft product. Yes, Frizz makes delicious, velvety smooth ice cream right in your own refrigerator. Real ice cream, rich with plenty of milk and cream. Just add water, a little sugar, and freeze according to directions on the package. Add fruit juice, flavoring, or coffee for variations from vanilla. Frizz is made by an exclusive process that retains the fresh cream flavor. Ask your grocer for Frizz, F-R-I-Z-Z. 6 generous servings from one package.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From Chicago, the Kraft Foods Company presents the Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Park Margarine and a complete line of famous quality food products. Well, you ought to be in Summerfield. The drizzle that started Friday afternoon and threatened to spoil the weekend turned suddenly to snow last night. Great feathery flakes that floated down and spread a white blanket of silence over the whole town. The kids were up early this morning, pelting each other and leaping and rolling and wallowing in it. When Gildersleeve rubbed the sleep from his eyes and looked out upon it, one thing came instantly to his mind, and apparently it had come to others.
Hello. Hello, Chief. Gildersleeve. Say, have you looked out your window, Chief? You see what's out there? Well, sure. Well, of course. We'll never get a better snow for it than this. He did, eh? Good for Floyd. Well, tell him to line up his cousin's sleigh. Tell him to pile some nice, clean straw in it. Oh, and tell him... What's that? Yeah. Don't you worry about the girls, Chief. You know who's in charge of the Committee on Arrangements? Yours truly. Can Willow Weaver come out and play?
Throckmorton.
Yeah.
You look like a snowman.
Yeah, it's still coming down.
Oh, it's so beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. Say,
Look there, the delicate tracery of those bare branches.
Yeah, branches. Say...
And the fresh fallen snow so blue in the shadows. And where the sun catches it, the way it shimmers.
Yeah, shimmers. Say, Eve...
Oh, but come inside. Take your coat off.
No, I better not. It's all over snow. And besides, I've got a lot of other calls to make.
We'll step into the hall anyway. It's cold out here.
Well...
Oh, that's all right.
Say, Eve, how'd you... Well, I will take this scarf off. Christmas present. Keeps getting in my mouth. Say, Eve, how'd you like to go for a sleigh ride?
A sleigh ride? Oh, I think that would be wonderful. Where on earth would you get a sleigh?
Well, Floyd Munson's cousin's got one. He delivers milk in.
Oh. Well, I think that would be fun.
Fun? You bet it's fun.
Country's so beautiful right now. I'd love to drive out and see some of it.
Well, you wouldn't see too much. We'd be going at night. Tomorrow night, that is.
But why go at night?
More fun that way.
Oh. Well, I've never gone on midnight sleigh rides.
Oh, come on, Eve. Everybody else is going.
Oh, we wouldn't be alone then.
Alone?
Oh, well, in that case...
Sure, you'll have plenty of chaperones. All the Jolly Boys will be there.
Oh. Well, I don't know.
They're all nice fellows, Eve. Every one of them. Of course, some are nicer than others, but we keep an eye on him.
Well, I don't
Gosh, it wouldn't be a sleigh ride without you, Eve. The fellows were all counting on you to be the queen of the winter carnival, so to speak.
Is Mr. Peavy going?
Peavy?
Well, if Mr. Peavy goes, I'll go.
Listen, Peavy wouldn't miss it. He'll go if I have to drag him.
Then tell your friends the Queen is honored and accepts with pleasure.
Glad you could make it, Eve. See you tomorrow night.
You'll call for me here?
I'll be here with bells on. Well, I know you don't know me very well, but gosh, Miss Fenwick, the boys were all counting on you for queen of the sleigh ride. And now if you let them down...
Well...
Atta girl. See you tomorrow. Well, your mother wouldn't have to know, would she? We wouldn't have to drive right up in front. We could stop down the block a little ways.
See, the boys are going to be awfully disappointed. They were sort of counting on you to be the queen of the sleigh ride.
Well...
8 o'clock tomorrow. Say, you haven't got a friend, have you?
Down by the old mill stream, the old mill stream.
Hiya, fellas. Hi, Floyd, Chief.
Hi, Commissioner.
Only you two making all this noise? I thought you had the whole Metropolitan Chorus up here and a couple of dogs.
Oh, no, Commissioner. Only us dogs.
Yeah, just killing time till the rest came.
Oh, where are they? What's the matter? Listen, we got to get all our arrangements made tonight, or there won't be any sleigh ride tomorrow.
Well, Peeve ought to be along soon as he closes up. I don't know about the judge. I heard he wasn't feeling so good.
Yes, how is the judge? Has anybody heard?
The old goat, what's the matter with him?
Well, he's got the flu or the pip or something.
Oh? Come to think of it, I haven't heard from the old gent in 2 or 3 days. Kind of a relief, as a matter of fact. Nothing serious, Chief.
I don't know. I suppose we could call him.
Who's that?
That you, Peeve? Wait a minute, here comes Peavy. Maybe he'd know.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Well, all present are accounted for now, except Hooker.
Say, how is the judge, Phoebe? Have you heard?
Yeah, how is he?
I'm afraid Judge Hooker is a sick man, gentlemen.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. Really? I mean, really sick? How sick, Peavy?
Yeah, is he bad?
Well, I'm not a physician, gentlemen.
We know that.
I don't like to make a diagnosis without having seen a patient. Even if I did, I couldn't because, as I say, I'm not a physician.
We know all that, Peavy. But how is he?
Well, as I say, I haven't seen the judge. I only know what I've heard.
Well, what do you hear?
Well, I didn't hear this from Dr. Pettibone.
He's out of town.
That's right, Floyd.
I know. I give him a going-away haircut.
So, evidently the judge or his housekeeper called in Dr. Frieden.
Never heard of him. Who's he?
He's a new doctor, a young fellow. He lives over on the other side of town.
Don't he ever get a haircut?
Yeah, never mind that.
Oh.
Yeah. What did he say, Peavy?
Well, I really don't know him well enough to be too inquisitive, but I'll say this for Dr. Frieden. He may be young, but he writes a nice, legible prescription.
Never mind how he writes. What did he say?
Yes, tell us, Peavy.
Well, you know, doctors, they don't say much, but I was wrapping up his prescription, and I asked him casually how Judge Hooker was. And he shook his head.
Oh, gosh.
That's bad.
Of course, I don't know whether he was shaking his head over the judge's health or his disposition, but what I go by is this. He wrote out a pretty stiff prescription for the old gentleman.
Yeah?
Penicillin.
Penicillin? Oh, that's usually a last resort, isn't it?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
They use it. They use it to treat pneumonia. I know that.
Yes, Chief, they do in certain types of cases.
Oh, the judge is no chicken anymore, fellas. Wouldn't take much to carry him off.
Gosh. And to think only last Saturday he was sitting right there in that chair looking just as natural.
Yeah. That's right, Floyd.
Gentlemen, I'd like to make a motion, if I may.
Yeah, Peeve?
Go ahead.
In view of the circumstances, I think we should postpone our sleigh ride tomorrow night. I don't
Hey, but what about the girls?
Peavy's right. I don't think we should hold our sleigh ride without the judge.
Besides, our hearts wouldn't be in it.
Well, what about the girls after we went and asked them and everything?
Floyd, it wouldn't look right.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
It's been moved and seconded that we postpone our annual sleigh ride scheduled for tomorrow night and that our lady guests be so notified. All in favor?
I nominate Gildersleeve, a committee of one to disappoint the girls.
No, wait a minute.
Well, you started it. You invited them.
Fellas, I'd like to make a motion of my own if you'll give me a chance.
Go ahead, Chief.
I'd like to move that the judge's empty chair there be set apart as his exclusively with a suitable plaque.
Well, Chief, I think we ought to wait on the plaque. Till we, see how things turn out. It's a nice thought.
Well, maybe so. I was just thinking what Floyd said. How he could remember him sitting there.
Like it was yesterday.
I guess we all can. And I thought it'd be nice if we did something.
Well, gentlemen, why don't we do something the judge can enjoy? That is, if he can enjoy anything now.
Like what, Peavy?
Well, you could send him some little token, something useful maybe.
Like
or
a hot water bottle?
Floyd.
Flowers. That's what you send to invalid. Yeah, flowers. Why don't we send him some flowers?
Roses are nice. The judge is always puttering around among his roses. They smell nice, too.
He probably couldn't smell them. Head's probably stopped up.
You're always finding fault.
All right, so it isn't stopped up. Maybe they got him in an oxygen tent by now, for all we know. Maybe he can't smell a thing.
All right, shove the roses in the tent with him, but stop raising objections.
Fellas!
Okay. He likes roses. He likes them. Give him roses. Just so it ain't lilies.
Floyd, I think that last remark was in bad taste.
Well, he started it.
I don't think the judge would want us quarreling over him before he's dead, even.
I don't think that's such hot taste.
I didn't mean it that way. What I mean is, I think the judge would want us all to be jolly boys and carry on, just as if he was, well, as if he was here.
The chief is right. That's the way I'd want it. Yes, sir. I wouldn't want my friends all sitting around here with long faces. Let there be no moaning at the bar when I put out to sea. You know what I think we ought to do, fellas? I think we ought to have a song.
Now you're talking.
Oh, gentlemen, do you think we really ought to?
One of the judge's favorites.
The judge would want it that way, Peavy.
That's right. The judge would want it that way.
Well...
You know what the judge's favorite is?
Yeah, but who's going to take the solo part? The judge usually takes that. That's why it's his favorite.
I will take the solo, Floyd.
You? Why you?
The judge would want it that way.
I think he's right. Give us a chord, Floyd.
Okay.
Sylvia's hair is like the night, touched with glancing starry beams. Such a face as drifts through dreams. This is Sylvia through the sky.
Take it, Commissioner.
And the touch of Sylvia's hand.
I can't do it, fellas. I can't do it. It's not the same without the judge.
No, it's not.
I remember just like he was sitting there.
Gentlemen, I move we adjourn before we make fools of ourselves.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back again in a few moments.
I suppose, Mr. Lang, you have some interesting things to tell us tonight about your stay here in Chicago.
Yes, and one of the high points of my visit was a trip today through the Park Margarine plant, one of the many modern plants in which Kraft makes delicious country sweet parquet.
Oh, I'd like to hear about that.
And I'll try to give you a brief word picture. As you enter the parquet plant, you see a row of gleaming white tanks containing huge quantities of fresh, sweet, pasteurized skim milk. In this room, cultured skim milk is held at carefully controlled temperature, constantly protected to safeguard purity and freshness until it is blended with highly refined vegetable oils and other wholesome ingredients. This bright, clean room is typical of all sections of the Park Margarine plant. They're as spotless as a housewife's best china. If you could see the care and skill lavished by our Kraft people in making parquet, I'm sure you'd appreciate even more the wholesome goodness of this popular spread for bread. Reason, too, why you'll want to look first when you shop for this spread of Kraft quality. Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by the Kraft Foods Company. Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve and his niece and nephew have been to church, it being Sunday. We join the family as they shuffle homeward through the snowy streets.
Leroy, I want you to shovel the snow off our front walk the very first thing after dinner.
After dinner?
After dinner?
Today?
Today.
This is Sunday.
I don't care if it's... Be sure and do it the first thing Monday morning.
Okay. Maybe by Monday it'll be melted.
I'm hungry. I hope Bertie's got a good dinner for us.
Yeah, me too. That's one thing about going to church. Gives you an appetite. And then there's the spiritual values. Get the snow off your feet, my boy. Bertie wouldn't want you tracking it all over the floor. You don't have to kick the house down.
I can smell the dinner. I'm starved.
Yes, yes. Well, we can just sit quietly till it's ready.
Can't I play the radio, Unc? It's an educational program.
Educational?
A football quiz.
Yeah. We'll just sit quietly, my boy. You might go up and wash your hands.
I washed them for church.
I guess you'll do then. Maybe I should call up and find out how he is.
Yes, why don't you?
Don't like to phone his house at a time like this. Still.
Ask if there's anything we can do, Unky.
I will.
What could there be?
Doesn't matter. There might be some little errand.
Hello, Mrs. Fogel? This is Mr. Gildersleeve. I don't like to intrude at a time like this, but at the same time, being such a close friend. How is he, Mrs. Fogel? I see. Oh, that's bad. Well, I thought I might stop by this afternoon with some flowers, but if you think not, I'll come by then. Thank you, Mrs. Fogel.
What's the word, Unc?
Not good. Poor old horse. Well, I want you children always to remember him. Remember all he's done for you.
What?
The interest he's taken in you. An interest which has gone far, far beyond the call of duty. He's been a good friend to all of us. A friend and an inspiration.
What did Mrs. Fogel say?
Well, you know how hard it is to get anything out of her.
Oh, she's such an old crepe hanger.
I wish I'd given him a Christmas present now.
What did he give you?
Nothing. We made an agreement not to give each other anything this year. Naturally, I didn't think he meant it, so I got him some pipe tobacco. But then he never gave me anything, so I took the tobacco back to Peavy's. I'm sorry now.
Well, if he gets well, you can give it to him.
I will, too, by George. I surely will.
I'm hungry. Hey, Bertie, when is dinner?
Leroy, I will not have you shouting at Bertie.
Just a few minutes now, Leroy.
Confound it, we've got to learn to communicate with each other quietly around here. I've been meaning to speak to Bertie about it, too. Bert! Leroy, ask Bertie to come here for a moment. Go out in the kitchen and ask her.
Okay.
One of the signs of a well-run household is a quiet, peaceful atmosphere. Remember that, Marjorie.
I will.
Was there something you wanted, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I've been meaning to speak to you about a habit of yours, Bertie. Well, kind of a family habit, I guess. Leroy shouts all over the house, and you shout back at him.
You holler a little yourself, Unky.
Well, when everybody's doing it, I'm liable to slip once in a while. Just kind of watch it, will you, Bertie?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve. I didn't know I was bothering anybody.
He's worried today, Bertie, about Judge Hooker.
Something the matter with the judge?
He's not expected to live, Bertie.
Oh, my land.
They put him in an oxygen tent, giving him transfusions.
Transfusions?
If the doctor knows his business. Poor old judge. He's been a good friend of ours, hasn't he, Bertie?
Yes, sir, he sure has. But I ain't surprised to hear he's sick. A bachelor eating in restaurants all the time. Man's got to have home cooking if he wants to live a long time.
He's got a housekeeper.
She only comes in 2 days a week.
Yes, sir, man's got to have home cooking.
That's probably important, Bertie, but the judge has pneumonia.
Home cooking, that's the answer. Yes, sir, home cooking.
Yeah, now Bertie's all upset. You see how fond everyone is of the judge?
Bertie's always liked him.
Sorry I ever called him an old goat. Not that I ever meant anything by it. He was a fine man. Fine man. I want you children to try to be like him. Remember that.
You mean I have to be a lawyer?
No. Just be like him. His fine, manly qualities.
Okay. How can Marge be like him? She's a girl.
Try not to be stupid, Leroy. The judge had great human qualities.
He was manly. That's for you. He was also upright, kind, honest, straightforward. That's for both of you. For all of us.
Okay. Say, did I tell you about Piggy and the manual training teacher? Piggy was in manual training and he ripped his pants all a nail, so
Leroy. Think of Judge Hooker.
Well, gosh, I only...
That will do. Just sit with your hands folded till dinner is ready. Now remember, when we get inside, Floyd, try to keep your voice down, will you?
Why pick me out? I've been around.
Shut up.
Have you rung the bell yet? I'm cold.
Oh, stop whining, Pee-Pee. For heaven's sake, let's think about the judge a little, shall we?
That's right, fellas. Let's think about the judge. After all, he's the one.
Jiggy, she's coming.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Fogel. We're a little group of the judge's best friends. We've come to pay a little visit and bring him some flowers.
Yeah, some flowers.
I don't know if you can see him or not. You'll have to ask the doctor. You can come in and wait until the doctor gets here if you like.
Thank you.
You gentlemen will just leave your coats here in the hall.
I think I'll keep mine on if you don't mind.
Yeah, me too. We won't be hanging around very long.
And if you'll just come in the parlor.
Yeah, watch the carpet.
We might as well. Well, it seems awful quiet. Where is he, Mrs. Fogel?
His room's directly above.
Oh? Well, we'll just sit here. Has there been any change in his condition?
No change.
I see.
What is his condition?
He just stays about the same. Maybe the doctor can tell you something when he comes, although he never tells me anything.
That's a bad sign.
Yeah, afraid so.
Well, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I have some work to attend to.
Yeah, go right ahead, Mrs. Fogel. We don't want to be any bother.
That's all right, Mr. Gildersleeve.
It just don't seem possible, does it, fellas?
What don't?
About the judge. Why, only a week ago, he was his regular old self, lively, cheerful, with a twinkle in his eye. You know.
Yeah, he looked okay to me last time he was in the shop. 5 days ago. He was in for a trim, and he climbed right up in the chair just as chipper.
Well, I saw him Wednesday, and I thought he looked a little peaked. Then again, maybe that's just hindsight.
Just think, Peavy. I guess you were the last one that saw him.
Oh, no, he wasn't. I saw him Wednesday. I bet I saw him after Peavy.
Well, what time did you see him, Commissioner?
About 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
When'd you see him, Peavy?
About 4.
Well, now, wait a minute. On second thought, I believe I saw him around 4:30.
And I thought you said 3.
I saw him at 4:30. I was the last man that saw him alive.
He came back to the store again around 5.
Why don't you stick to your story? You're just trying to get some glory out of this.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Fellas. Judge is laying up there, and how do you think this sounds?
Chief's right.
Well,
him laying up there and us fighting down here.
Well, he didn't mean any disrespect.
Well, neither did I. It's the last thing I'd want to do. After all, I guess I was closer to the judge than the rest of us.
Like ducks you were. I've known him 20 years. I've been cutting his hair 20 years. A barber gets to know a fella pretty well.
Well, I've known him 25 years, personally and professionally.
And I've been selling him liver pills for 30 years.
Yep.
Well, under the circumstances, that's nothing to brag about. Anyway, the judge was practically a member of my family. One of the finest men I ever knew.
Yes, sir. What a heart.
Good old Horace.
Yeah.
He was true blue. Well, you never know when your time is going to come.
Nope, we're here today and gone tomorrow.
Tempus fugit.
What'd you say, Peavy?
He said tempus fugit. That's French. It means time flies.
Oh, yes, that's right.
What the...
Hey, what's going on upstairs?
The judge, he must be delirious.
Mrs. Fogel!
gee.
Mrs. Fogle, where the devil are you?
Sounds like he's having a spasm.
Where the devil is my chicken broth?
Mrs. Fogle, quick, the chicken. Judge.
By golly, I don't know why I can't have my broth on time. Here it is, 3:15. Well, what the dickens are you fellas doing here? Glad to see you.
Hooker, we thought you were dead. I mean dying.
Well, I'm not. What's more, I can prove it.
I'll be darned. Who started this rumor?
Yes, where did it come from?
Peavy, he's the one. You told us he was at death's door.
Well, no, I didn't say that.
How do you like that? He's no sicker than I am.
Of course not. Say, how about a game of cards? Come on up to my room.
Cards my eye. We can call up the girls again and have our sleigh ride.
Yeah, good idea.
Fellas, please.
There's nothing the matter with you, you old goat. You spoiled our sleigh ride in the first place. Come on, fellas.
But Gildy.
Here's some flowers, Judge. So long.
Yeah, so long, Horace. Go on back to bed. Dave, look at that beautiful moon. Isn't it beautiful?
It certainly is. And the snow always looks so lovely in the moonlight.
Yeah. Say, aren't you cold, Eve?
Oh, no, I'm perfectly comfortable.
Just thought you might snuggle up a little. I'm cold.
You are?
Oh, I'm freezing.
Well, goodness. I wouldn't want you to freeze to death.
Atta girl.
Oh, Mr. Munson, you're terrible.
Oh, now, I ain't so bad, am I, Peavy?
Floyd, you're terrible and I'm cold.
Well, you should have brought a girl. Hey, maybe we could sing a song, warm Peavy up. How about a song, Chief?
Good idea. Start something, Commissioner.
Well, let's see. Any of you girls know Aunt Dinah's quilting party?
I'm afraid I don't. Me either.
Why don't you boys sing it? We'll listen.
Okay. Jolly Boys Quartet. In the sky, the bright stars glittered. On the banks, the pale moon shone. And 'twas from Aunt Dinah's quilting party we were seeing Nellie home. We were seeing Nellie home.
Seeing her home.
We were seeing Nellie home.
Seeing her home.
And 'twas from Aunt Dinah's quilting party we were seeing Nellie home.
Seeing Nellie home.
Say, fellas, you know something?
Well, what, Commissioner?
I'm glad Hooker couldn't come along. We sound a lot better without him. We were
seeing Nellie home.
Seeing her home.
We were seeing Nellie home.
A few months ago, I had an opportunity to talk to the young women in our audience about the need for student nurses. That need is still very great. A nurse's training course offers a splendid opportunity for young women to make for themselves a lifetime profession. Salaries are good, there are interesting opportunities for specialization, and most important of all, nursing offers an opportunity to be of real service to one's fellow man. Women between the ages of 17 and 35 who are high school graduates or who have college credits may apply for entrance in any of the nearly 1,300 accredited schools of nursing. You may obtain full information at your nearest hospital, nursing school, or from the vocational guidance counselor in your local high school. We urge all you young women listening to consider again making nursing your life work. The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy, Louise Erickson as Marjorie, and Lillian Randolph as Bertie. Eve Goodwin is Frances Robinson, Judge Hooker is Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy.
Just a second, John. Friends, today, January the 15th, is the opening day of the 1947 March of Dimes campaign. The March of Dimes, as you know, supports the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis. I'm sure all of our listeners are going to be helping again this year. Thanks, and good night, everybody.
This is John Lang saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting all of you to listen again next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Now it's really true. You can make real rich, velvety smooth ice cream in your refrigerator. Just ask your grocer for the Kraft product called Frizz, F-R-I-Z-Z. One package makes 6 generous servings of ice cream, and very economically. You simply add water, a little sugar, and freeze according to directions on the package. Add fruit juices or flavoring for variety. Frizz contains plenty of fine cream and milk, made by a process that retains marvelous freshness of flavor. Get Frizz from your food dealer tomorrow. Surprise the family with homemade ice cream tomorrow night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of a complete line of famous quality food products. In the home of the Great Gildersleeve, it's breakfast time. With his small family grouped around him, a plate of scrambled eggs and toast before him, the great man judiciously weighs the problems of the day and makes his calm decisions.
No, absolutely not. Confound it, no.
But, Uncle Mort.
Marjorie, you know perfectly well we don't go to the movies on a school night.
But, Unky, this is a very special picture. It won't be there Friday.
I don't want to hear another word about it. We have certain rules around this house, and by George, we're going to keep them.
Oh, all right, Unky. I only asked.
That goes for you, too, Leroy.
Who said anything?
Well, see that you don't.
For corn's sake, I'm sitting here eating my breakfast. Who said anything about a movie?
That will do, young man. I don't want to hear the movies mentioned again.
Okay.
What's the name of the picture?
It's called Until I Met You. It's all about this girl who thinks she's in love with this man, but the night before she's to marry him, she falls madly in love with this other man, and, well, Francie saw it last night, and she said it was just simply inspiring.
Inspiring. Tss. That's the wrong kind of inspiration for girls your age.
Oh, Unky, don't be so conservative.
Conservative? Just because I never dashed madly out of the house to see those mushy Mona Miller pictures?
How did you know Mona Miller was in it?
I saw the trailer last Thursday. With Slaves to Love.
Is that why we had dinner so early?
Eat your breakfast, Leroy.
Here's a fresh pot of coffee, Mr. Gildersleeve, right off the front burner.
Oh, thank you, Bertie.
Telephone.
Uh-oh, that is again, Mr. Gildersleeve, that telephone. Seems like all it ever does is ring, ring, ring.
Telephone.
It's no wonder I can't get my work done around here, Mr. Gildersleeve. It's like that all day long. It's ring, ring, ring.
Telephone.
Ring it. Answer it, Leroy.
Okay.
I've never seen anything like this. Ring, ring, ring.
Hello? Yes, just a minute. Uncle Mort, telephone.
Coming, Leroy. Who is it?
Search me. I think it's a woman.
You think it's a woman? Hello, Gildersleeve speaking.
Is that you, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Huh? Go eat your breakfast, Leroy.
See, it's some woman, isn't it?
No, it's Bessie, my secretary. Yes, Bessie?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I have some news for you.
News?
I'm not going to work today.
I see. But what's the news?
I mean, I won't be at the office at all on account of I can't come to work.
Can't come to work?
No, sir.
But, Bessie, I need you.
Why, Mr. Gildersleeve?
I need you at the office, Bessie. Confound it, somebody's got to do some work down there.
Oh, I've taken care of that, Mr. Gildersleeve. My cousin is visiting me, and she said she'd be very happy to put in a day for me.
Bessie, we can't have just anybody down there. What's her name?
Prudence Kilpatrick. She has red hair.
Red hair. Probably has a nasty temper.
I'd be glad to come in myself, Mr. Gildersleeve, only I have the most terrible toothache and my jaw's all swollen up, so I have to go to the dentist and have it pulled.
Yes.
I'm sure my cousin will be very satisfactory, Mr. Gildersleeve. She works for a big company in New York, only now she's visiting me.
Well, what kind of a girl is she, Bessie?
Oh, she's very efficient.
Oh.
I know because she wears glasses.
Glasses? Probably wears cotton stockings, too.
I think everything will be all right. I hope.
You hope?
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
But, Bessie, you just... Nuts.
Eggs getting cold, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Eggs, I'm coming, Bertie.
As I was saying, Uncle Mort.
Yes?
So after the hero loses the girl and all his money, he gets into trouble.
Marjorie, no movie. And besides, that guy doesn't know what trouble is.
You in trouble, Unc?
Well, nothing serious, Leroy. Bessie's got a toothache, so she sent her New York cousin to the office to take her place today.
Well, how is that trouble?
Well, cousin is one of those secretaries that wears glasses and cotton stockings.
Well, what's the trouble?
And besides that, she's efficient.
Well, gosh.
No telling what she'll do. Probably out reading the water meters right now.
Now, Unky.
Well, she's probably started cleaning up the office, too, putting things away. And I won't be able to find anything. I can't find anything as it is. By George, I better get down there. Confound that Bessie. Gonna have to get rid of her. Tss. Prudence Kilpatrick. Sounds like she wears glasses. Well, brace yourself, Gildersleeve. If she's Bessie's cousin, she can't help it.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm Mr. He.
Well, how do you do, Mr. He? Is
Yeah.
there something I can do for you?
No. I'm Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, of course. I should have recognized you. I'm Prudence Kilpatrick.
Well, I was hoping you were.
Bessie said you were quite distinguished looking, Mr. Gildersleeve.
She did? Well, fine girl, Bessie. But she said you wore glasses.
Oh, only when I read.
Oh, very sensible glasses. Very sensible.
Well, what's first on the agenda this morning?
Huh? Oh, yes. You're the efficient type.
I try to be.
Well, that's good. As a matter of fact, I'm very efficient, too. Bessie probably didn't mention that.
No, she didn't. But I don't want to delay you, Mr. Gildersleeve. What's to be done?
Well, you might sharpen the pencils.
Oh, I've already done that. And dusted off your desk, too.
Really? Wonder why Bessie never thinks of those things.
In New York, we usually take dictation in the morning, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. Some very important letters to be gotten off today. Just step into my private office here. Make yourself comfy over there, Miss Kill. May I call you Prudence?
Oh, please do.
Prudence. All ready, Prudence?
Yes, sir.
Got your book?
Yes, sir.
Dear sir.
Mr. Gildersleeve,
Yes?
do you always dictate in your hat and overcoat?
Overcoat? Oh, don't want to waste any time. I'll take them off, though, if they make you uncomfortable.
Oh, no, I'm sorry I interrupted. I just didn't realize how pressed you were for time. I mean, starting to dictate even before you get your overcoat off.
Yeah, well, time is money, you know. I usually hang up my things after I start. Ready?
Ready?
Dear sir. Get that?
Yes, sir. Dear sir.
Fine. Guess I better hang up my overcoat. It gets all wrinkled. There. I'll get a hanger for it one of these days.
Dear sir.
Oh, yes. Dear sir. Dear sir. It's been brought to my attention by one of the members of my extensive staff that your water bill is unpaid. Where's that letter the gas company sent me? Oh, yeah, here it is. We feel sure this has been an oversight on your part and that you will rectify the omission immediately. How does that sound, Prudence?
Well, I'm sure it won't be misunderstood.
Yeah, get directly to the point, Prudence. That's my motto.
Oh, I like that, Mr. Gildersleeve. My employer in New York is that sort of man, too.
Oh? Does he dictate a pretty good letter?
Oh, yes. Oh, but you do, too, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, thanks. Do you mind if I ask you a question, Prudence?
Why, of course not.
Does your New York boss ever dictate at night?
Well, very rarely. And only when there's a very heavy schedule.
Would you take dictation for me at night if there was a very heavy schedule?
Well, I suppose so. What's the schedule?
Yeah. Well, first some dictation, then some dinner, the movie, and maybe a drive in the country.
Well, that sounds like a pretty heavy work schedule.
Oh? Well, then we'll just leave the dictation out.
I'll think about it, Mr. Gildersleeve. Let's finish our work first.
Work? Oh, yes, that. The letter, have to sign it. Yours sincerely.
Hello, Gildy. Anybody home?
Who in the world is that?
I don't blame you. It's Hooker. Nuts. In here, Horace. Old friend.
Morning, Gildy. I just... Well.
Yes.
You've certainly made some improvements around here.
Miss Kilpatrick, may I present Judge Hooker?
How do you...
Horace, Miss Kilpatrick.
How do you do, Judge Hooker?
How do you do, Miss Kilpatrick? This is a pleasant surprise.
Miss Kilpatrick is filling in for Bessie today, and I'm very busy, Horace.
I don't wonder.
I was dictating a letter, and you interrupted a very important thought.
Never let it be said that I interrupted one of your important thoughts, Gildy. Pray continue.
Where was I, Prudence?
Yours sincerely.
Oh, yes. Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
That's the most important thought you ever had, isn't it, Gildy?
Listen, you old goat. That'll be all for now, Prudence. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. Oh, to whom shall I address the letter?
Oh, there's a big black book in the drawer out there. Just look through it till you find somebody who's delinquent.
All right. Well, it was nice to have met you, Judge Hooker.
The pleasure is all mine, and I hope there'll be more of it.
Oh, you're very gallant.
That isn't all.
Will you be in Summerfield permanently, Miss Kilpatrick?
Well, I'll be here for a while. I'm visiting my cousin, Bessie.
You remember Bessie, Horace?
Well, we're neighbors. Bessie lives only a block and a half from my place.
Yes, I've been thinking of giving Bessie a raise so she could move to a better neighborhood.
I should consider it an honor to drive you home after work, Miss Kilpatrick.
Wait a minute, you old goat. I'll drive her home.
Don't be silly, Gildy. It's out of your way.
Oh, I wouldn't want to inconvenience Mr. Gildersleeve.
Then it's settled. I always try to be a good neighbor.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen you driving Bessie home.
Don't change the subject, Gildy. And there are a number of historical points of interest around our fair city, Miss Kilpatrick, including the old mill house where I was born.
She's not interested in ancient history, Horace.
So perhaps on the way home this afternoon, you'd
Darn
like...
it, Horace, I can show her the historical spots. Prudence, what about what I asked you about?
Oh, as I said, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll have to think it over.
And may I show you the historical spots, Miss Kilpatrick?
Why, I'd be delighted.
Oh.
Have you heard the news, cheese lovers? Kraft American is back.
Kraft American is back. Oh, that's wonderful.
Will my husband be pleased? Kraft American is back.
Yes, genuine Kraft American pasteurized processed cheese with the medium mellow cheddar flavor you've hankered for. Dependable Kraft American that always toasts and melts to perfection. You remember how famous it was before the war. Well, this past year, Kraft has frankly told you that it would take time to make and age cheddars, to produce enough Kraft American so all of you could have it. And now it's here. Look for the blue half-pound package.
Marked Kraft American.
Look for the 2-pound loaf.
Marked Kraft American.
And when you buy a portion or sandwich-sized slices from a 5-pound loaf, ask always to see the wrapper.
Marked Kraft American.
You no longer need to make do with substitutes. A food store near you now has genuine Kraft American, with the mellow cheddar goodness you've wanted for so long. And now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. In the matter of dating his new secretary, Prudence Kilpatrick, some progress has been made. But it seems to Gildersleeve that it's Judge Hooker who has made all the progress. So now we find the great man going all out to win the fair lady, at least for an evening at the Bijou.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. How are things at the office?
Not so good, Peavy. As a matter of fact, things are terrible. That's why I'm here.
Well, what can I do for you? More erasers?
No, I came after a box of candy.
Candy?
That's right, Peavy. For my secretary. Candy is the first prerequisite of a well-managed office.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Peavy, you argue too much. Don't you have any candy?
Oh, I think I have a few Valentine boxes left over, Mr. Gildersleeve. They're right over here.
I don't want any leftover Valentine candy, Peavy. I want something fresh.
I guess you wouldn't take one even at a discount.
No. Valentine's Day is past. It's a long time till next Valentine.
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
I do want something a little fancy, though. How much is that box over there?
That one is $7, Mr. Gildersleeve.
$7? It is a little gaudy, isn't it? How much is the red box here at the front of the case?
You don't like any of these on top?
Why is it you don't want to sell me that one? That's the box I want.
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll dig it out for you.
It's the one in front of my finger. No. Farther back, Peavy. Near the ant powder. Right behind the two you knocked over, Peavy. Yeah, that's it.
I had to do this yesterday, too. Now, this box retails for $4.44, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Wow, that's kind of steep, isn't it?
Well, I imagine the red cellophane brings the cost up a little. Probably not worth it.
It is pretty, though.
Bessie feeling well these days, is she?
Bessie? Oh, yeah, she's got a toothache.
That's too bad. I understand there are a number of caramels in this assortment, Mr. Gildersleeve. Chewy ones.
Well, all the better, Peavy.
Well, now, you really think so?
Oh, definitely, Peavy. Good exercise for the jaws.
Well, I hadn't thought of it in just that way.
Wrap it up, Peavy. Real pretty now. Oh, and I need a card to go with it.
A card? I believe we have a nice assortment in the rack here. The conservative ones are on this side.
Well, I'm not feeling very conservative today, Peavy.
Well, the others are popular, too. Here's a nice one, only 15 cents.
Well, let's see what it says. With this gift, I want to tell how I think you're pretty swell. Yes. So when you're near, or even farther, happy birthday, dear grandfather. Birthday?
I guess that's not exactly what you're looking for.
I should say it isn't.
Well, how's this one, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Grandfather. I suppose this one's to Grandma. A small token from one who admires you from afar. That's better. Peavy, I'll take this one.
That card is, let me see, 45 cents, I believe it says.
40... Oh, well. Where can I write a little note on this, Peavy? I want to add a few words.
No, it's fine. Just use the top of the counter. Here, I'll push the cough drops back a little.
Yeah, thanks, Peavy. Let's see now. What shall I say? For my charming secretary, in the hope that she will be my guest tonight at the Bijou in the balcony. There. Hooker doesn't realize the kind of competition he's bucking. I'll just stick the card here in the fold.
And that'll be $4.89, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, I hope it's worth it. Here's a 5, Peavy.
Thank you. That was $4.89, 90, and 10 makes $5, I believe. Call again, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, we may be in for a couple of Cokes later, Peavy.
I hope Bessie gets to feeling better.
Bessie? Who cares about Bessie?
Sometimes I think Leroy has the right idea about him. What a character.
Zip Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-yay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Zippity-doo. Prudence. Prudence, it's me. Are you here? Guess not. Maybe she's in my office. Well, she isn't here. Well, when she gets back, I'll ask her to lunch. What's this? A note on the desk, addressed to me. Dear Mr. Gildersleeve, she called me dear. I've gone to lunch with Judge Hooker. Oh, Hooker. He assured me it was common procedure for Bessie to go out because you were seldom in the office anyway. Darn that Hooker. I bet he asked her to go somewhere else tonight, too. By George Gildersleeve, this calls for some kind of strategy. I know. I'll just leave this candy on her desk here and...
Well, Commissioner, come right in.
Well, thanks, Floyd. Floyd, there's something I want to talk to you about.
All right. Hop up in a chair. Now, what'll it be, a shave?
Well, I could use a nice close shave and a little chat.
You come to the right place. Hold your chin up, Commissioner. Both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't mind if I hurry a bit, do you, Commissioner?
What do you mean?
The judge stuck his head in the door a few minutes ago and said he'd be back to get spruced up.
Who does that old goat think he is, Casanova? Leave the sideburns a little long this time, Floyd.
Okay.
Say, Floyd.
Yeah?
Didn't the Jolly Boys get a challenge to a bowling match from a club over in Middletown?
Yeah, that's right, we did. The Middletown Men's Club.
What did we ever do about that?
Agreed to accept the challenge and let it go at that.
Oh, by George, we ought to be getting in some practice, Floyd.
Wouldn't do no harm, Commissioner. I ain't seen a bowling ball in so long, if one come in, I'd think it was a customer.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference at that.
Very good, very good. Now, about this bowling. We're all a little rusty. You take Judge Hooker. Did you know that he used to roll between 225 and 250 regularly?
No kidding? I didn't think he could lift a bowling ball, let alone roll one.
Oh. He's very tricky, the old goat. You know what you ought to do, Floyd?
What?
You ought to get all the Jolly Boys down to the bowling alley tonight for a little workout.
You single men just don't understand how the female mind works, do you?
What do you mean?
If I went home and announced I was going to the bowling alley tonight, I'd get a workout before I got there.
But, Floyd, the honor of the Jolly Boys is at stake.
Oh, well, Commissioner, if you put it that way...
You mean you'll do it?
Yeah, I guess so. It'll be awful noisy around my house for a few days. I'd sure like to do a little bowling.
By George, Floyd, I knew we could count on you.
You want me to call all the other Jolly Boys and get them down there?
Tonight. Remember, it must be tonight, Floyd.
Why?
Well, the sooner we get started, the better.
Oh.
And don't forget the judge. We want him there, especially.
Well, that should be easy. He ain't married.
Very funny, Floyd.
It's a darn good idea to get that practice in.
That's right, Floyd. It's for the good of the Jolly Boys.
You bet. Well, there you are, Commissioner. All nice and slick. That'll be 6 bits.
Yeah, here's $1, Floyd. Keep the change.
Thanks. Hey, are you feeling all right?
I'm feeling better anyway. I'll see you around, Floyd. Don't dull your razor on Judge Hooker.
See you tonight at the bowling alley.
I'm afraid I can't make it tonight, Floyd. But you've got a darn good idea there. Good old Floyd. He knows how to work on Hooker, too. The old goat will be at the bowling alley, all right, and I'll have Prudence all to myself. Gildersleeve, you should have been a general. I wonder if Prudence found the candy. Well, I'm back, Prudence. Bessie, what are you doing here?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'm back.
I see you are.
It was the most exciting thing, Mr. Gildersleeve. Last night when I went to bed, I forgot to put my gum in a saucer. And when I woke up this morning, I thought I had a toothache, so I went to the dentist and he found the gum. Wasn't that exciting?
Yes. Very exciting. But where's Prudence?
Oh, she had some shopping to do, Mr. Gildersleeve. She said she was going out tonight.
Going out? Who did she
And
say?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I just can't tell you how thrilled I was when I found that beautiful box of candy on my desk.
Huh?
And there was just the sweetest note you wrote, Mr. Gildersleeve, to my charming secretary. I really didn't think you thought of me that way.
Bessie,
I'll be only too happy to go to the Bijou with you tonight, Mr. Gildersleeve.
But, Bessie-
And I know why you asked me with a note, because you're just a great, big, bashful boy.
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back, folks. More good news from Kraft is this. Velveeta is plentiful now. You can let the youngsters have all they want of this smooth melting cheese food with the rich yet mild cheddar flavor. But here's the headline news in foods. Kraft American is back. Yes, Kraft American is back. It's in the stores right now, and you can get some tomorrow. Kraft American with the medium mellow cheddar cheese flavor you've hankered for. Kraft American for wonderful toasted sandwiches, smooth cheese sauce, good Welsh rabbits. When you buy from a 5-pound loaf, slices from it, or a portion, ask to see the Kraft name on the wrapper. Or get the 2-pound loaf for several half-pound packages. You can wave farewell to substitutes. Here's what you've wanted for so long. Genuine Kraft American is back. Yes, your dependable old favorite Kraft American is back.
Enjoy the movie, Prudence?
Oh, very much, Mr. Gildersleeve. Especially the music. Oh, music seems to affect me.
Well, let's turn the radio on. There we are.
My, what a pretty tune.
Shall I sing it for you?
Well,
The whole world is singing my song, but I sing it only to you. The whole world is humming along. I love you, I love you, I do. You put my dreams to music. I learned how a song could start. I gave the world the music, but I gave you my heart. The whole world is singing my song, but I'll always sing it to you.
Why, that was beautiful.
Well, did it give you any ideas?
Ideas? Maybe.
Have some more candy, Mr. Gildersleeve.
No thanks, Bessie.
Isn't this a beautiful night?
Beautiful. Let's turn this darn thing off.
I just want to lean my head back and watch the snowdrifts float by.
Say, we could drive on out to the lake. We could park and listen to the night wind, Prudence.
Sounds like fun.
Bessie, I'll bet you're all tired out from going to the dentist today and the movie with Prudence and me this evening. We could drop you off.
Maybe Prudence is tired.
Not me. I could just ride forever.
Me too.
Well, it's a little late, Bessie. You sure you wouldn't rather be home and your little Betty by? Nuts.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're turning around. Aren't we going to the lake?
No, I'll have to take you girls home. I just thought of something I have to do at home. I have to go find my bowling shoes. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley as Leroy, Louise Erickson as Marjorie, and Lillian Randolph as Bertie. Earl Ross is Judge Hooker, and Dick LeGrand plays Mr. Peavy. Stay tuned in for Duffy's Tavern, which follows over most of these stations. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company and inviting you to listen in again next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Everyone loves really good ice cream, so ask your grocer for several packages of Frizz. Yes, Frizz, F-R-I-Z-Z, is the new Kraft product that makes delicious ice cream right in your own refrigerator. Ice cream that's velvety smooth and rich with plenty of milk and cream. It's easy. Just add water, a little sugar, and freeze according to the directions on the package. So economical, you get 6 generous servings from one small package. Remember, Frizz is made by an exclusive process that retains the fresh cream flavor. Try it soon. The new Kraft product called Frizz.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Great Gildersleeve.
Yeah.
It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry. It's the middle of the afternoon, not even 3 o'clock yet, but Gildersleeve has locked up the water department for the day. He has to get to the bank before it closes, and he's told himself it would hardly be worth returning after that. In one hand, he carries a small canvas bag, well stuffed and gathered at the top with a drawstring. On his way down State Street, he chances to pass Peavy's pharmacy. He stops, hefts the canvas bag, and steps into the shop.
Peavy, my friend?
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Peavy? I'll bet you can't guess what's in that bag.
What's in the bag?
Yeah. Go on and guess.
Oh, excuse me, I'll just see what this gentleman wants first. Was there something you were looking for, sir?
No, just looking around. I'm waiting for a bus.
Oh, well, always glad to have people look around. Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, what can I do?
Go ahead. Guess what's in the bag, Peavy.
What's in the bag?
Yes.
Sounds like money.
Correct. And how much money? Guess.
I wouldn't want to say.
Go ahead, make a guess.
$50?
Ha! My friend, right there in that little bag, there's no less than $2,200 in cash.
Good gracious, you bet.
Yes, sir. $2,200. More money than you've ever seen, even. Would you like to see a $20 bill?
Mr. Gildersleeve, I wouldn't talk so loud if I were you.
Why not?
Oh, that man over there at the magazine rack, do you know him?
Never seen him before in my life.
Neither have I.
What of it?
Well, I never feel easy with large sums of money around. Now, for instance, if he should happen to be a... Well, there he goes.
Must have seen his bus coming.
Never heard us talking about him.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not a suspicious man, Mr. Gildersleeve, but there are very few people in this town that I don't know by sight. And the way he bolted out of here...
Could have been his bus coming.
Yeah, could have been.
Why did I have to go and shoot off my big mouth? Oh, you're being ridiculous, Peavy.
Cautious, maybe. As a matter of fact, I make it a point to never have more than $5 on the premises here at any time.
I don't see what you're worried about here. You've got a safe.
Oh, I never keep money in the safe.
Well, why not?
Well, first place a burglar would look.
Well, I never thought of that. Well, where do you keep it? Peavy, you trust me, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
I trust you. Here I come in here with all this money.
Let me ask you something. How do you happen to be carrying all this money?
Well, it's Bessie's fault. That's my secretary. Or she was. Ever since she quit, things have been turning up. I looked in a desk drawer today, and there was 2 weeks' cash receipts. Never been deposited. A fine thing. If I could get Bessie back, I'd fire her.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, my advice to you would be to get that money right down to the bank.
That's what I'm on my way to do. Just stopped in here to, well, let you have a look at it.
Thank you. That's very considerate. But if I were you, I wouldn't stop to show it to anyone else. It's 2 minutes to 3 right now, and the bank closes.
2 minutes of? Are you sure, Peavy? Oh, my goodness, my watch must be... goodbye, Peavy. Oh!
Sorry, madam. I'll never make it. I'll never make it. Oh! Sorry, pal. One side, please. Oh, brother, is it still open? Locked. Let me in! Let me in! Hey! Darn banks, they're always closed when you want them. Hey! Banks, they take your money and then they won't let you in. Open up! Open up here! Hey! The guard sees me. Here he comes. Taking his sweet time about it, though. Come on, fatso. Well, open up. Don't stand there making faces at me. What's he shaking his head about? Let me in. I want to deposit some money. I don't want to look at your watch. I want to deposit some money. Hey, come back here. Fake cop grins and goes away. The way it always is. Come down here and they slam the door right in your face. Sorry. Call themselves a bank. They have a holiday every 5 minutes. Now what do? I've got all this money here. Have to take it home with me, I guess. By George, if anything happens to it, I'll sue him. I'll sue the pants off of him. Anybody home? Well, just as well. Let's get rid of this right away, I guess. Hide it someplace. Where? I know. If I tuck it down at the bottom here.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I didn't know you...
What? Bertie, don't ever do that.
Don't do what?
Don't ever sneak up on me like that.
I wasn't sneaking up on nobody. I didn't even know you was home. I just came in here...
All right. You startled me, that's all, Bertie. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Something wrong with the clock?
No, nothing wrong. I'm just taking a look, that's all.
You lose something?
No, I thought I heard a slight noise in there. Thought maybe a squirrel had built a nest or something. But it turns out that was not the case. No, the clock's all right.
Well, it ain't going. You better let me...
Bertie!
Yes, sir?
If the clock needs fixing, Bertie, I'll fix it.
Well, it's up to you. The pendulum stopped, that's all.
I know. That pendulum hit me in the ear. It's a very delicate clock, Bertie. It was made by an ancestor.
Will you tell Unc about that, and I'll tell him what you did?
Tell him what?
Oh, all right.
Quiet, Bertie. Here comes the children. Don't say anything about you know.
About what?
About anything. Come away from the clock.
I ain't gonna touch it.
Well, come away from it. Well, children.
Hello, Unky. Hi.
What's this you're not going to tell your uncle? Leroy, huh?
Nothing, Unc.
Marjorie?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Bertie,
Yes, sir?
if you're going upstairs, bring down my revolver, will you?
Are you kidding?
Well, it isn't loaded, Bertie, but never mind. I'll get it myself. You couldn't find the bullets anyway.
Revolver? What in that?
What do you want your revolver for, Unc? Yes, what for?
Nothing.
Uncle Mort, you can't say you just want a revolver for nothing.
It's just a precaution, that's all. Now, I don't want to alarm you children, but when you have large sums of money on hand, it's always safest to, well, you know the Army's motto, be prepared.
Well, how much money have you got, Uncle Mort?
Yeah, how much? Where did you get it? Did you win it?
There are other ways of getting money than winning it, Leroy.
Yeah, what?
Besides, this isn't my money. That's why it's such a responsibility.
How much is it, Unky?
A considerable sum.
Oh, come on, Unc. Tell us how much.
I'm not saying, but it's a considerable sum. Over $2,000. $2,200 to be exact.
Really? And Craig is always blowing about how much dough his old man has. Oh, boy, just wait like
Leroy! You come right back here. I want you to say a word about this to anybody. You understand? Either of you. I don't want you to even mention the word money.
Why not?
Because somebody might try to break in here and steal it, you idiot.
Really, Leroy?
Oh, I didn't know. Gosh. Where is the money, Unc?
Never mind. I've hidden it.
Where?
In a safe place where nobody will find it.
Where?
Never mind. I'm not telling.
Is it in the clock?
Oh! How did you know?
Well, Unky, that's where you always hide everything.
That's the first place we look on Easter.
Oh, my goodness. I'll have to hide it somewhere else. Well, might as well get it out as long as every Tom, Dick, and Harry knows about it.
Can I look at it then, Can I hold it?
Get off of me, Leroy. Get out of the way.
Is that it, that little bag?
That's it, my dear.
Oh, he's kidding us.
I am not.
Open it up. Let us just peek, please.
Well, here. We'll put it on the table.
Gee, I never saw so much.
That, my boy, is a $20 bill. Probably the only one you'll ever see. That's legal tender.
Who's the old geezer on it?
Don't they teach you any history at that school? That's Washington.
Under the picture it says Jackson.
Well, some have Washington and some have Jackson. Who's that?
The phone. I'll answer it. Hello? Judge? Yes, Uncle Mort's right here. Oh, and Judge, guess what he brought home with him?
Marjorie!
Huh?
Give me that telephone. I'll speak to you later, young lady.
But I didn't know
Hello,
that you...
Judge. What's on your mind? Poker tonight? Love to, sure. What time are the boys? No. Wait. I can't, Judge. I can't, that's all. I don't dare go out of the house. Never mind why I can't. See, why don't you get the Jolly Boys to come over here? Just as well play here as there. Sure. We'll do that. And Horace, when you come and ring the doorbell, give it 2 short rings and 2 long. That'll be the signal. Never mind. Just do as I say if you want to get in. Now, young lady, what did I tell you?
Tell me about what?
About mentioning that money to people.
Well, I didn't think that you meant...
children don't seem to realize the seriousness of this situation. I want you to say nothing about it, you understand? Nothing.
But it was only Judge Hooker. Surely you don't think... I mean, the judge would never in the world...
That's what they said about Benedict Arnold.
Production was a key to Air Force success in World War II. From July 1st, 1940 to August 31st, 1945, the 11 leading aircraft companies produced almost 230,000 American military aircraft at a cost of some $45 billion. By March 1944, the annual rate of production was 110,000 planes. That's another bit of Air Force history. Know the story of your service and be proud of its traditions.
Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. His friends have arrived and given the prearranged signal to his satisfaction. He has unchained, unbolted, and unlocked his front door and is welcoming his guests.
Come in quick, fellas.
What's going on here, anyway?
Wait.
What is all this, Commissioner? Expecting relatives?
No.
Good evening, Mr. You got a pistol? For heaven's sake, Gildy, what's got into you?
Nothing. I'm just being careful, that's all. Where's the chief?
Had to go out of town. Cops convention.
By George. You can leave your coats in the hall here.
Thanks.
Let's go in the parlor, shall we?
I wish you'd put that cannon down, Commissioner. I ain't saying you don't know how to handle it, only I'm nervous, that's all.
I can handle it. Don't worry, Floyd. That's one thing I learned in World War I, if I didn't learn anything else.
Well, it seems to me you owe us an explanation, Gildy. Mysterious signals, doors bolted, waving a pistol.
I prefer not to give an explanation, Judge. I think you can take my assurance that I have reasons. I may say also that I'm darn glad to see you, fellas.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, has all this got anything to do
Peavy,
with...
whatever you're thinking, don't say it.
I wasn't going to say anything.
Well, don't. Have a chair, Judge. Make yourself comfortable, Floyd.
I'll try the sofa. Well, what are we going to play? Poker or cops and robbers?
I'm for poker. Only, Gildy, I think it might look more like a sociable game if you put that gun in your desk or someplace. Get it out of sight.
All right. You talk like somebody's grandmother.
Well, let's get going. How do you feel, Peeve? Lucky?
Well, poker's a game of skill, Floyd.
Ha! Let's get the chips around. I can't stay out all night.
Everything is on the table, fellas. I was going to... Did you hear something?
Hear what?
Well, I heard somebody out in the porch.
Just the wind, Mr. Gildersleeve. There's quite a breeze out this evening.
Oh, yeah.
No ashtrays around, Commissioner. Fireplace okay for butts?
Oh, sure, Floyd.
Okay.
Floyd, for heaven's sake, you want to start a fire in there? Oh, I should think you'd have more sense.
What did I do? You just told me it was okay.
Well, if you must know, it just so happens I don't want $2,200 to go up in smoke, that's all.
$2,200? Funny place to keep it.
He's kidding. If he had $2,200, he'd be in Mexico.
You can count it if you want to. No, you don't. It's not my money. These are water department funds.
All the more reason to go to Mexico.
Huh?
What'd you do, sell a reservoir?
It's 2 weeks' collections. I got to the bank too late to make the deposit, and I have reason to believe certain people know about it. There's been a lot of crime lately around here, fellas.
Oh, poppycock.
Hey, I got a great idea. Let's use the money instead of chips. Make it look like a big game, huh?
No. There'll be no tampering with department funds. I'll put the bag here on the mantel where I can keep an eye on it. I'll hide it again later.
All right, let's play poker. Divide up some of these chips, will you, Peavy?
I'm counting the cards.
Let me have that chair, will you, Floyd? I'd like to keep an eye on the money.
I should think you'd rather keep an eye on the door.
Maybe you're right. Stay there.
Okay.
Now what? Deal me in, fellas. Hello? Hello? They hung up. That's funny.
What's funny about it? Wrong number, that's all. Some guy calling up a girl and he gets you. I'd hang up, too.
I don't like that phone call, fellas. If somebody knows the money's here, they'd naturally try to find out if I was home.
49, 50, 51, 52. Guess they're all here.
All right, for heaven's sake, let's play poker.
I'll never bet on a pair of eights again.
Well, it was a nice game. Nobody got hurt, and we all get home early.
I don't see why everybody is in such a hurry. Horace, why not stick around and play a little cribbage? It's early.
I've got to be in court in the morning, Gildy. Dispossess case.
Oh. Floyd? Peavy?
I stay out any later tonight, I'll never get out tomorrow night.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but you know my rule. Always in bed by 12.
Yes, I know your rule, but it's only 11.
Well, I have various things to attend to before I retire.
Well. Fine bunch of friends, I must say. Hey, I think there's some cold tongue in the icebox, fellas. Stick around, we'll eat.
What's the matter, Commissioner? Nervous?
Certainly not.
I wouldn't worry, Gildy. These crime waves in the papers are generally exaggerated. This my coat? Yeah, it is.
Wait a minute. Judge, you mean these robberies and holdups, there weren't any?
Well, no. There has been a certain amount of lawlessness, but the police have rounded up most of the bad elements.
They didn't get those guys that stuck up old man Hogan, tied him up in the cellar and stole his drapes and silver.
Never caught him, you say?
Nope. They come around here, just give them the money, Commissioner. Don't try to be a hero. Come on, fellas, let's get going.
Well, good night, Mr. Gildersleeve, and thank you for a pleasant evening.
Yeah, good night, Peavy. Wait a minute, Floyd. I'll unlock the door.
Oh, come on. I can hear Lovey's foot tapping the floor already.
He's gone to get his gun.
You must think he's Edward G. Robinson. He's crazy.
Fellas, would you do me a favor? Leave quietly. There's no use advertising the fact that I'm all alone here.
Anything you say, Gildy.
We'll be little mice.
Well, good night, boys.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
Oh, for the...
Hey, listen to him locking himself up.
Gildy likes to dramatize these little situations.
Say, how'd it be if we throw a rock at the window or something, huh? Worry him a little.
Oh, that's a cruel idea, Floyd.
I wouldn't hurt him. Just scratch on one of the shutters, maybe. What do you say, Peeve? Just for laughs, huh?
Well, I wouldn't care to take part in it, Floyd. On the other hand...
Go on, you're both chicken. But wait here a minute, I'll do it. I'll get a stick and scratch on the parlor window.
As a rule, Peavy, I despise practical jokes. The funnier they are, the worse they are.
Floyd's poking into the window now. Old rascal.
Holy smokes, the guy's got no sense of humor at all.
police department, operator. I don't know the number. It says in the book you don't have to know the number in an emergency. Well, this is an emergency. Darn chief of police. Every time there's a crime wave, he's out of town. Let's see. Where's the best place to be in case of a... If I drag the chair over here, I can command the door and all the windows. At the same time, my rear is protected. That's very important. There. Maybe hours before that cop gets here. Well, just have to stay on the alert till he arrives, that's all. Only 4 bullets left. Police department's a disgrace. Well, I'll tell him so. I'll tell the chief personally. If he doesn't pay any attention, I'll tell the chief. Yeah. Tell the chief. What's that? Just the wind, I guess. Oh. What am I doing here? Yeah. Help! Drop that gun! Drop that gun! Ribble-dibble.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
Renzo.
I don't know what to do, Leroy. He looks awful. If I wake him up, he'll be mad.
If you let him sleep, he'll be mad, too. Hey, Unc.
Jeep, what's your fall?
It's 9:30. Can I have my allowance?
9:30? What day is it?
Saturday. Can I have my allowance?
Where is it? Where's that money?
The money bag's right there under your chair, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Oh.
You want some breakfast?
No time for breakfast. Gotta get this stuff to the bank as soon as it opens. If I... Put to sleep, Bertie. Have you got a brown paper bag?
I guess so, Mr. Gildersleeve. What for?
I had an idea in the middle of the night. I'll put the money bag inside the brown paper bag so nobody will notice it.
I'll see if I got one.
Mouth tastes terrible.
Can I have my allowance, Unc?
For heaven's sake, Leroy, stop thinking about money. Money, money, money. That's all I hear around this house. I didn't sleep a wink all night trying to protect you children. Now you want money.
Oh, gosh.
Here's one I'll hold it, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, that ought to do it, Bertie. There. What time did you say it was?
About 9:30.
Oh, my watch has stopped. Guess I forgot to wind it. Well, I'll just catch the bus on the corner, and where's my hat?
Here. Are you coming back, Unc?
I'll be back for breakfast. What the... Oh.
When you come back, can we discuss this?
I'll see. Don't bother me about it.
Gosh, $2,200 and he can't spare 50 cents. You'd think I'd know somebody on this bus. Not a soul.
Nice morning, isn't it?
What?
I said, nice morning.
Oh.
This is my lunch in the bag.
That's so?
Yep. I don't usually take my lunch to the office, but today I thought I would. Such a nice day. I've got an orange in here and a roast beef sandwich. And some potato chips. And a piece of chocolate cake. Don't you believe me?
I believe you.
Guess you want to read your paper, huh?
If it's all right with you.
Oh, sure. Friendly. Try to be pleasant, and what happens? He's not reading his paper. He's watching me out of the corner of his eye. Ugly fella across the aisle there, too. He's pretending not to look at me either. I wonder if they're in league. Probably Confederates. Scratching his nose must be a signal. It won't trap me. I'll wait till everybody's off, and then I'll make a break for it. Wish I'd brought my gun. I've got a permit. Ought to get one. I will. See the sheriff the first thing Monday. A lot of crime going on, no matter what Hooker says. The courts are always the last to get wind of these things. A lot of crime. In broad daylight, too. Post-war psychology. Keep cool, Gildersleeve. Don't move yet. They're not moving. Wait. Now. Out! Gangway! Hey! Let me out, folks. Hey! Oh, pardon me. Let me out. Guess I was too smart for him. Yes, sir. You have to get up pretty early in the morning to catch old... Hey! He's getting off, too. Hey! I made it. Oh, for goodness sake. Let me in! Let me in there! Hey, you! Don't grin at me. Open up. There's a man after me. Hey! Don't shoot.
Here. You forgot your lunch.
My lunch?
My name is Floopert, and everything happens to me. Like the other day, I noticed that a light bulb in our barracks was burned out. So, being a helpful kind of guy, I decided to fix it, see? And to fix it meant I had to get another bulb. So, I got another bulb. But I couldn't find a ladder, so what I did... See, I took these, like a couple of telephone books, and I put them on a chair, and then I stood on the telephone books on a chair, see? So I was doing real fine when, everything happens to me. Boy, I really pulled the wrong number that time. Telephone books, rickety chair. Boy, I tell you, this is no substitute for a ladder. So I'll tell you what I did. I made a resolution never to be a fall guy again. But I got to be very careful because everything happens to me. I wonder why.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Dick LeGrand. This is John Lang saying goodnight and inviting you to listen in again for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry.
Unky, now you simply got to come come out.
Let go.
Oh, come on, Unky. There's the most glorious sunset. Come out and look at it.
I told you, Marjorie, I'll be out in my own good time.
But you've been saying that all day, and it's getting dark. Come on.
I haven't got my shoes on. Let me go upstairs.
Oh, you don't need any shoes. Come out the way you are.
And catch my death of cold?
It isn't cold out. It's warm. It's wonderful. You love it.
All right. People want to enjoy things. Why can't they just enjoy them? Why do they have to drag you out?
Isn't it warm?
Yeah, it's kind of warm. Yeah. It's warm as anything. Smells good, too. By George, a regular spring day. Why didn't somebody tell me?
Tell you?
Why, it's wonderful. And look, my dear, just look at that sunset. Look.
I was the one who told you about it.
Where's Leroy? Has Leroy seen it?
Oh, heaven knows where Leroy is. He went off after breakfast.
Where's Bertie? Bertie, come out and see the sunset.
I see it, Mr. Gildersleeve. I can see it out the window. It's mighty pretty, all right.
It reminds me of a poem by Rupert Brooke.
Reminds me of a dress I saw on a lady downtown. Well, I better get back to my oven.
Ah, God, to see the branches stir across the moon at Grantchester.
What's that?
It's a poem
Who?
by Rupert Brooke. I've been reading his collected works.
Well, quite an undertaking.
Stands the church clock at 10 to 3, and is there honey still for tea?
Is there what?
That's from the same poem.
Oh,
He died so young, too.
yeah. Who did?
Brooke.
Brooke who?
Rupert Brooke.
Oh,
You never read him?
not lately.
Oh, you'd love him. If you like sunsets and things like that.
I'll make a note.
Unky, do you ever feel that things are so beautiful you just can't stand it? So beautiful it actually hurts?
I know what you mean.
Do you? That's the way Rupert Brooke felt. I feel that way, too. This day, for instance, so lovely.
Lovely.
Say, is there beauty yet to find? And certainty, and quiet kind?
You know, this gives me an idea.
What?
I think I'll get my shoes on. Yes, sir? Got an idea. Got an idea. Hello. Miss Fenwick? Guess who this is? Well, now, wait. Don't hang up. You don't have to guess if you don't want to. I'll tell you. It's Throckmorton Gildersleeve. Gildersleeve. G-I-L-D... That's right. Say, I don't know if they told you or not, but guess what day this is? All right, you don't have to guess. Gosh, I just thought if you weren't doing anything this evening, maybe you'd... Oh, you are, huh? I see. That's too bad. Well, yeah, maybe some other day. Goodbye. Some other day. Now what? Eve? Not after she turned me down twice for that gym teacher. I'll die before I'll call her up. By George.
Miss Gildersleeve, dinner.
Dinner. Who wants dinner? All right, Bertie, I'm coming.
Hey, Marge, Joe!
Leroy.
I washed them. I'll clean my nails, too. What's for dinner, Bertie?
Leroy, come back here.
You can look at them if you want.
Leroy, I think you might at least say good evening to your uncle.
Hi, what do you want?
Hi is not good evening.
You want me to say it?
Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening. Dinner is served.
Yeah, I know.
Wait for your elders.
Sorry.
What are you doing that for?
I'm pulling out your chair for you.
You needn't overdo it. Perfectly capable of pulling out my own chair. Marjorie?
Yes?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Put away the book, young lady. We do not read at the table.
Well, it's Rupert Brooke. I was just...
I don't care if it's Edgar A. Guest. It's not polite to read at the table. Now put it away and join in the conversation.
Go ahead and start some.
Well, don't read at the table.
What's the matter with him all of a sudden?
Search me.
I heard that. Now fold your hands and sit quietly.
Where's the dinner?
Never mind. You'll get what you get when you get it. Not polite to make remarks about the food.
I didn't make any remarks. I just said, where is it?
Don't argue, Leroy. I know what you said.
Gosh, tells you to join in the conversation and then hit you over the head.
I heard that, too. Well, Bertie?
Sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
What's this?
Cold cuts and potato salad.
Rushing the season a little, isn't it?
Well, I had a lot of laundry to do, and there wasn't much time to get a regular dinner. So I said to myself, it's so warm today, maybe if I just make some hot biscuits to take the curse off the cold cuts.
By thunder, just because it turns a little warm.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve,
I fail to see why everybody has to start acting like a ninny.
Well, I just...
It's taking advantage. That's what it is, Bertie. There's been a general letting down around here, and it's got to stop. Leroy, did you take out the ashes this morning the way I told you?
Yep.
You did? Well.
I put the cans back where they belong, too.
Did you clean up that mess in your room? What's the idea of going off all day playing baseball when I distinctly told you...
I did, Unc. I cleaned that up yesterday. You can go upstairs and see for yourself.
Oh. Have you done your practicing?
Well, most of it.
Uh-huh, most of it. Well, young man, you get to that piano right after dinner and you stick at it till you finished it.
Okay.
And don't ask me again for a catcher's mask.
I didn't.
Well, don't. There'll be no catcher's mask for boys who don't practice their piano. Think I was made of money. I've bought you dozens of catcher's masks. Where are they?
So help me, I'm
Now, who the devil is that? Leroy, if that's one of your little friends, you tell him to go away.
Okay.
Come back here.
Yeah?
Where do you think you're going?
It said to tell him to go away.
Sit still. Don't get up from the table during dinner. I've told you that.
But the doorbell rang.
What do you think we have Bertie for? Bertie!
Yes, sir?
The doorbell.
Yes, sir, I was just...
Do not trouble yourself, Bertie. I will go.
Suit yourself.
Have to do everything around here.
What in the world's the matter with your uncle?
He's been cooped up in the house all day. It's the bad air. What's he standing there for? Why doesn't he open it?
Took too big a bite. He's trying to swallow it first.
Oh, it's you, Judge. Kind of impatient, aren't you?
I do hope I haven't come just at your dinner time. Oh, I have.
Yes.
Now, don't let me interrupt you people. You go right ahead. I'll just pull up a chair here and wait.
Yes, yes.
I had an early supper myself, so nothing for me, thank you.
Yes, yes. What's on your mind, Judge?
Hurry up and finish your dinner, Gildy. You and I are going to take a little constitutional.
A what?
Well, I thought it'd be nice if we took a little walk.
Walk? Walk where?
Well, nowhere in particular. I thought we might step out into the country a little.
What for?
It's such a lovely evening. Did you see the sunset?
No.
Marjorie, surely you saw it.
I saw it, and I thought it was wonderful, Judge. So did Uncle Mort.
Corniest thing I ever saw. All this fuss, old goat. They ought to have you in the ads for Bach beer.
It's quite evident, Marjorie, that your uncle arose from the wrong side of the bed this morning. Gildy, you won't come for a walk then?
I can't. Leroy has to practice his piano, and I intend to supervise it.
Evening, Judge.
Evening, Bertie.
Can I set you a plate?
Oh, no. I've already eaten, Bertie. Thank you.
Another biscuit, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Well, as long as you're here.
Marjorie, may I ask what that is you have on your plate there? Is that cold tongue by any chance?
Uh-huh. Would you like some?
No. I had my supper. I just happen to be particularly partial to cold tongue, that's all.
Get him a plate, Bertie.
No.
He's been sitting here trying to lap it up with his eyes.
Now, really, I'm not hungry, Bertie. I've already had my... Well, if you insist. One piece, then.
A little potato salad to wash it down?
Well, a smidgen, possibly. I'm really not hungry.
How about a biscuit? They're nice and hot.
Oh, they look awfully tempting.
Oh, give him the works, Bertie, and bring him a bib. Leroy, where are you going?
Oh, nowhere. I just thought maybe you and the judge wanted to talk for a while.
I want to hear you practice the piano, young man.
Gosh, Unc, my supper isn't hardly digested.
The digestive process will proceed without your attention, my boy. Get to the piano.
Okay, you asked for it.
Go ahead.
Very nice. pretty melody, nicely played.
Wait a minute. I've heard that darn piece 1,000 times, Leroy.
So have I.
Weren't you playing that piece 2 years ago, my boy?
Yep. That was in a different key.
Ye gods!
I used to play it in the key of C. This is in D. I got 2 sharps to remember.
George, I can't understand it. Your teacher must... Have you got something else you're working on?
Well, nothing but my new piece.
Your new piece? What's that?
Some symphony.
Well, get it out. Let's hear it.
Only been working on it about a week.
Come on, let's hear it. And I'll watch you. Help you keep your mind on it. Where's the music?
Had it right here yesterday. Maybe Bertie put it somewhere.
Bertie wouldn't be putting your music anywhere but here. Now find it.
Here it is on the bench.
Huh? Big. Symphonic themes for little folk. Which one are you working on?
Here it is, number 3.
Symphony number 5 by Tchaikovsky.
Isn't that marvelous, Gildy? Little Leroy playing Tchaikovsky.
Well, it looks easy enough. Play it.
It's tough.
Play it.
Well, remember, it's not supposed to be perfect yet.
We don't expect perfection, Leroy. Just do your best.
Oh, brother.
You're not helping, my dear. Go ahead, Leroy.
Okay.
Tchaikovsky 5th? That doesn't sound familiar.
Give him a chance, Gildy. The familiar part probably comes later.
How does that go again? By George.
He's probably leaving out a sharp or flat.
Who asked you?
No. Let's see here. I believe your sister's right, Leroy. Isn't that the second note there, a C?
I guess so.
Well, it's supposed to be a C sharp. Look at it.
Well, what do you know? Just like that other piece.
Yeah.
Key of D is tough, Unc.
Play it again, Leroy, with the sharp. Well, of course, that's the 5th Symphony.
One of my favorites.
Go ahead, Leroy. No. Start over, and this time keep going.
Okay.
That's C sharp, Leroy.
Where?
There, you went right past it.
Oh, yeah.
Start over.
Okay. Guys, I told you it wasn't perfect.
Perfect. 5 simple notes, and you can't even come close. Here. Now start at the beginning. C sharp, Leroy, C sharp.
Don't hit me, Unc.
I'm not going to touch you, but by George, you... Try it again. You don't have to play it fast. Play it right.
I'm trying to.
You've lost the rhythm now, Leroy. Da, 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 da.
It's easy enough for you. You know the tune.
Well, whether I know it or not, all you have to do is count. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Doesn't Miss Roots teach you how to count?
Sure.
Well, count.
I don't know how.
Yeah. Well, try.
Okay. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2.
Can't you play and count at the same time?
She makes you count 2 measures before you start.
Well, that sounds idiotic, but go ahead. Do it her way.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and...
C sharp, Leroy! Ye gods, C sharp, C sharp, ye gods, the black one.
Oh, God! You got me all mixed up. How can I play when you stand there hollering at me?
By George, 3 years I've been spending good money on your music lessons. 3 years, $2 a week every week. That's over $100 a year. $300 down the drain.
I'm sorry, young.
Stop sniffling. Well, this is the end, that's all. I'll tell Miss Roots when she comes tomorrow. No more.
Now, Gildy, I think you're being a little hasty.
You just heard him. It's obvious the boy has no musical talent whatsoever. I can't understand it with his background. We're a musical family, Judge. But with 3 years of teaching, if he can't do any better than that, well, I don't like to say this, Leroy, but you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear.
You mean, no more music lessons?
Precisely. But don't let me catch you feeling good about it.
Time out now for a profile look at one of the great sports figures of the American scene. In the seat of honor is Gene Tunney, a two-fisted terror in the ring and equally respected outside of it. Gene Tunney's life reads like a story from Horatio Alger. Born to Irish Catholic parents who had little money but were rich in family devotion, Gene once made $1 million in 40 minutes by the clock. It's part of the American tradition that gives everyone the same start, an even break, and says, go as far up the ladder as your talent and ambition will carry you. Gene Tunney has written many magazine articles. In one of them, he listed the 4 most important elements of his life: religion, patriotism, human friendship, and the rules of health. Gene lives by these same things in which he believes. In his swift rise to fame and fortune, he never set aside the simple and basic ideals he outlined. Perhaps that is why Gene Tunney remains a champion in the eyes of Americans everywhere, because his life is an example of democracy, of what it means to be an American.
Now let's get back to the Great Gildersleeve. Leaving his office a little early, he hurries homeward, but stops on his way to rush into Peavy's pharmacy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this fine day?
Peavy, quick. Let me have a nickel, will you? Gotta make a phone call.
Nickel? I got a special on nickels today, 5 for a quarter.
I've got no time for your little jokes. I've got to make this call in a hurry, Peavy.
Well, here you are, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, thanks. Darn booth.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. Gildersleeve? If you slip off your top coat, you could get in quite easily.
There's no time for that. You better still be there. If I don't cancel her today, I'll have to pay her. Darn little chair. Hello, Marjorie? Listen, tell Miss Roots not to leave till I get there. I want... Not there, eh? Why isn't she? It's only 5 o'clock. The substitute. By George, that's the last straw. Well, tell the substitute to wait. I'll fire her. Yeah. I'll be there in 10 minutes. You think they could add an extra inch on these booths? Darn telephone company. I suppose it would cost them an extra 5 cents a booth, so they won't do it. Here, Peavy, here's a dime. Give me another nickel and we're square.
Yes, sir. Going to make another call?
No.
Oh, then the first call was successful, I take it.
Yes.
Call you didn't care to make from the office, evidently.
It was nothing of the kind. This was strictly business.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Gildersleeve, the amount of business that's transacted from that phone booth every year, particularly in the spring.
This has nothing to do with spring. I was calling about Leroy's music teacher, if you must know, and I see you must.
Oh.
Come on, give me my nickel.
Your nickel? Oh, yes. Of course, I must have put it in my pocket.
Yeah.
Here you are. Can I serve you in any other way, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thanks.
I've got a special on tonic.
Then I suggest you take some. Well, still at it, eh? I suppose she thinks she's going to make an impression by giving full measure this time. Wonder if she suspects I'm going to tie the can to her. Well, I'm accepting no substitutes. Nobody plays Gildersleeve for a sucker. Guess I'd better get rid of Leroy before I take it up with her. Leroy? Leroy.
Excuse me, I think I heard my uncle calling. I'll be right back.
Leroy, I think you'd better run upstairs for a few moments.
What for?
So I can have a talk with Miss, what's her name anyway?
Piper, Miss Piper.
Well, you run upstairs. I'll handle old lady Piper.
But, Unc.
Run along, Leroy.
Okay.
Yeah. Put my things away first. Think what I'm going to say to her. I hate firing people. Well, at least she can play the thing. I was never sure about Miss Roots. Well, here goes.
How do you do?
You're Mr. Gildersleeve?
You're the piano teacher?
Oh, yes. But I have to explain about that. You see...
Why, you're young enough to be taking lessons yourself.
Oh, I'm not so young. I've been teaching for 2 years, but not in Summerfield.
Not in Summerfield.
No. You see, I've just come here.
Just come here.
Miss Roots was kind enough... Well, she felt she needed help, and she hasn't been very well anyway.
Hasn't been well, no.
So she's taking the more advanced pupils and turning over some of the less promising ones to me.
Less promising?
Oh, dear. I didn't mean to say less promising. I meant, well, less experienced.
Oh, that's all right. Leroy is less promising. He's less promising than almost anybody I know.
Oh, I wouldn't...
But he's my nephew, and I'm stuck with him. Well, let's sit down and talk this over. Leroy, my boy, step into my study, will you please?
Is she gone?
Yes, she's gone. Step into my study.
Me?
Yep,
In your study?
yep.
Gosh, I haven't done anything honest, Don.
You have nothing to be nervous about, my boy. Sit down. You can sit in my chair if you like.
Okay.
Try not to make it squeak. Just sit still, huh?
Okay.
I've been thinking about that catcher's mask, Leroy. I've decided you should have it.
Yeah? Gee, swell.
I might even throw in a first baseman's mitt, too.
Oh, gosh, that's super. They can't keep me off the team now.
Yeah, that's fine. I want you to get plenty of exercise.
Can I call Piggy? The team is supposed to play a warm-up game tomorrow afternoon.
Let's not call Piggy just yet. With regard to your music lessons, Leroy,
Yeah?
I talked to Miss Ruth's assistant.
Yeah. Too bad I haven't got any talent, Unc. But if you haven't got it, what can you do? Can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. That's me, a sow's ear.
My boy, I'm afraid I underrated your talent last evening. You know, we're a musical family. You must have talent. I believe the trouble's been in the teaching.
Gosh, I don't think so. Miss Roots is a swell teacher.
I believe Miss Piper will turn out to be much better.
Unc!
Music can be a wonderful thing in a man's life, Leroy. To be able to sit down at the piano and let your fingers stray over the keys, make music come forth, it's a priceless gift. And you have talent, my boy. Miss Piper is convinced of it.
She only gave me one lesson.
She's convinced of it, and so am I. From now on, you'll have 2 lessons a week instead of 1.
2? When am I going to use my first baseman's mitt?
There'll be plenty of time for that, my boy. You'll have 2 lessons a week, and I think it'll work out much better if I try to be here while you have them. Take more of an interest in your music.
Oh, for corn's sake.
Now, Miss Piper says you're a wonderful pupil, my boy. At least she has great hopes for you. At least she has hopes. Suppose you play that piece for me, huh? Once. The one we were having the trouble with last night, huh?
Heck.
Come, Leroy. Just play it once, and you can go outdoors until supper.
Gosh.
Catcher's mask, Leroy. Come now, play it nicely. Bravo, Leroy. Beautiful. Yes, sir. She's a real teacher.
And now for another episode in the life of Sergeant Donald Bellwether, my husband.
Hi, honey. Did you fix the windshield wipers?
I sure did, Reba. How's that?
Oh, you fixed them. Good for you, Donald.
Thank you, my dear. Well, that's that. Now, if it rains, we're prepared for it, huh? I feel better now.
Oh, me too. A driver has to see the danger if he expects to avoid it.
That's right. And also keep the back and side windows clear in rain and snowy weather.
That's right. Oh, how about the horn?
The horn?
The horn doesn't work, Sergeant. Aren't you going to fix it?
No, I don't think so. Frankly, Reba, I hate horns. Whenever there's a traffic jam, the first thing some guys do is blow their horn.
Which does absolutely no good.
Of course not. All it does is jar everyone's nerves. No, I don't think I'll fix the horn.
Oh, but now wait a minute, Don. Look, supposing we're driving along and suddenly we see a youngster on his bicycle headed right out into the street. Sounding that horn will warn him and possibly avoid a tragic accident.
Yes, that's true, but...
Or supposing we're driving on the highway and just as we're about to pass a car, that car decides to pull out into our lane and pass the car ahead of him. He obviously doesn't see us, and he won't hear us shout. But one little beep on that horn and he'll automatically scoot back and avoid a collision.
Reba, you've convinced me. Even though it can be a nuisance, the automobile horn is a necessity.
Then you'll repair it?
Immediately.
Oh, that's my Donald. That's my doll.
Dear Miss Piper. Maybe I should say, my dear Miss Piper. No, she might think that Dear Miss Piper. Enclosed fine check in the sum of $16 in payment for Leroy's lessons for the month. Yours truly, Now, yours sincerely? Sincerely yours. Faithfully yours. Not bad. Always yours. Yours always. Yeah, maybe that's going too far. Your friend. No harm in that. Your friend. No, I better play it safe. Yours truly, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Tweeden and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Earl Watts, and Dick LeGrand. This is John Lang saying goodnight and inviting you to listen in again for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve. It's The Great Gildersleeve, starring Harold Perry. Now let's join The Great Gildersleeve. It's Saturday morning. Breakfast is over at Gildersleeve's house, and...
Leroy, where do you think you're going?
Me? Out.
Not so fast, young man. Have you cleaned up your room?
Well,
Well, partly.
I would like to know which part you believe you cleaned up. I glanced into it on my way down to breakfast, and I cannot understand how any human being could inhabit such a room.
I'll straighten it up.
How can you get into such a mess?
I don't know.
Well, I know. It's because you just drop everything on the floor. Take off your clothes, drop them on the floor. Finish the paper, drop it on the floor. Books on the floor, papers on the floor, towels on the floor. Who's... Oh, hello, Ben.
Hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I didn't see you sitting there. Sorry, we have to go through these little domestic matters.
That's okay.
We understand each other, do we, Leroy?
I guess so.
What's Ben doing here?
Waiting for Marge.
Marge? Oh. Well, get started on your room.
Okay, then can I go out?
Have you practiced the piano?
I'll do it this afternoon.
This morning, Leroy, while we're fresh.
For corn's sake, it'll be afternoon before I can play at all.
We go through this every week, my boy. I should think you'd learn. Now get at it.
Well, Saturday's getting to be the worst day of the whole week.
Boys. Well, Ben, haven't seen you in quite a while. Good to see you. Where you been keeping yourself?
Oh, I don't know. It's that darn job, I guess. Takes up a lot of time.
Oh, I suppose so. Wonder if you'd pardon me while I make a phone call. Just make yourself at home here, Ben.
Oh, sure.
Where the dickens is Marjorie, I wonder? Ben shouldn't be just sitting around like that.
You use the phone, Miss Gildersleeve? I thought I'd order the roast for tomorrow.
I'll be through in just a minute, Bertie.
Yes, sir. I'll wait.
You needn't wait, Bertie. I'll call you when... Hello? I'll call you, Bertie.
Okay, Miss Gildersleeve. Let me know.
Hello? Is Miss Piper there, please? Oh, well, I'll call her later. Thank you. Yes, this is Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, Dr. Needham. How are you? Didn't recognize your voice. Well, I wanted to talk to Miss Piper about Leroy's piano lessons. But I can call her some other time. Sorry to bother you. You bet, Doctor. Goodbye. All right, Bertie, come and get it.
Yes, we'll be right there.
Oh, Ben. Let's see. You're waiting for Marjorie?
Yes, sir. I thought you might like to jump in the car and drive down to Beesmeyer's with me. Got to pick up a tire.
Oh, yes.
Had a flat. They're putting in the boot.
Boot? Oh, yeah. Well, Marjorie...
She has some stuff she has to finish. She said I'm just waiting.
I see. Well, who's that? Excuse me.
Well, good morning, Gildy.
Oh, hello, Judge. What's on your mind? Come in. Hang up your chair and take a hat.
My friend, I've been working for you like a dog the last half hour.
Working? For me? Who hired you? What are you talking about?
Why in the name of heaven didn't you meet Leela Ransom's train this morning?
Train? Why, George, I forgot all about it. Did you meet her?
Certainly I met her. She's a client of mine. You're going to have to do some explaining, Gildy, if you want to get back in her good graces.
You needn't raise your voice, Judge.
Oh. Didn't see you there, Ben.
Hi, Judge.
Hi.
Hi.
If I were you, Gildy, I'd run right over there now and start apologizing. Tell her that you were tied up or something.
I forgot, Judge. I told you that.
Forgot? You've got that young woman on your mind.
Ben, I wonder if you'd mind. The judge and I have something confidential to. Would you mind sitting in the dining room for a few minutes?
No, that's okay. I'll sit anywhere.
What were you starting to say, Judge?
Gildy, I'm a good friend of yours. I hesitate to speak about such a personal matter.
You didn't hesitate just now. Come on, say it. I dare you to say it.
Gildy, that's not the spirit. As I say, I'm bringing this up as a friend. Now, you and this Piper girl...
Stop! I will not have her referred to as this Piper girl. In fact, I take it as a personal favor if you refrain from mentioning the lady's name at all.
Very well. The fact remains that you're making a fool of yourself, Gildy. The whole town's talking about you and Leroy's music teacher.
That's ridiculous. I've hardly seen the girl. Besides, our whole relationship is something you couldn't possibly understand.
A peculiar and unique relationship. Is that it?
No. It's just beautiful, that's all. Just so happens she's a very fine pianist.
Well, to me and to all the other decent people in town, it's just an old fool chasing after a child.
Kindly leave my house, Mr. Hooker, immediately.
It's all in how you look at it. Not necessarily, Lily B. The way I look at it, a man's as young as he feels, and no older. Uh-oh. I gotta go now, Lily B. I heard the doorbell ring. I'll call you later.
Bertie,
Yes, sir.
were you talking about me?
No, sir.
I didn't think you were. May I use the telephone now, please, Bertie?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Help yourself, Mr. Gildersleeve. You pay the bill. The phone's yours anytime you want
it. Wonder who Bertie was talking about. Well, she couldn't possibly have heard. Hello, Miss Piper there? Oh, never mind. I'll. Yes, this is Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, Dr. Needham. Terribly sorry to keep bothering you all the time. Well, no, Doctor, don't bother. I'll call her again. You bet. Goodbye. How does he recognize my voice every time? Darn it, makes a fellow feel, I don't know, it's like he could see over the phone. Ben! Are you still here?
Yes, sir, I'm still here.
By George, I had no idea. Marjorie must be... I'll call her.
Oh, now don't rush her, Mr. Gildersleeve. I've got all day.
That's nonsense. Marjorie, come down here at once.
Gosh, Mr. Gildersleeve, you're liable to make her sore. You don't have
My
to make
dear
her...
boy, no young lady has any excuse to keep a young man waiting for 3 hours. Ye gods.
Did you call me, Auntie?
Yes, indeed. Poor Ben's been sitting here for hours waiting for you to go somewhere. What's the idea?
Oh, is he still here?
What time is it?
11:30.
I'm afraid I can't go after all, Ben. I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was so late.
Well, that's okay.
It is not okay.
Oh, please, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's okay with me. I'll see you around, Marge.
Okay.
Drop in soon again, Ben. Glad to see you any time.
Thanks.
Any time at all, Ben. So long, Ben.
So long.
Say goodbye, Marjorie.
So long.
So long, Marge.
Well, that's a fine way to treat anybody, I must say. I say that's a fine way to treat anybody.
Are you referring to me?
Who do you think I'm referring to?
Well, who wants to drive down to Beastmeyer's, for heaven's sake? What a dumb idea.
If you didn't want to go, you might have told him so in the first place, instead of making him hang around here for 3 hours cooling his heels.
Nobody made him. If he hasn't got anything better to do,
You
I
could have told him you had no intention of going.
Well, why can't he take a hint, for heaven's sake? That's the trouble with Ben. That's all he ever wants to do is just hang around. Besides, he's too old.
Oh, that's the silliest statement I ever heard. Ben old? 23 or 24, maybe?
Well, he is.
Good Lord.
Well, he never wants to do any of the things the other kids do. He's always trying to get serious.
My dear, life is serious. Ben's been in the Navy. He knows that.
Well, I'm young yet, for heaven's sake. I want to enjoy myself a little while I've got my youth. I don't want to start getting serious. Not yet. Not with somebody years older than I am.
4 years? 5 at the most? Well, 6 maybe.
Why are you throwing Ben at me all of a sudden?
I'm not throwing Ben at anybody. I'm just defending him, that's all. I'm saying just because he's a few years older than the others, well...
Uncle Mort, you're not fooling me.
What's that?
You're not defending Ben. You're defending yourself.
What do you mean?
You just don't want people to think you're too old to be running around with Miss Piper, that's all.
Oh?
You want them to think it's all right for somebody older to go around
Where did
chasing...
you get the idea I'm running around with Miss Piper?
Oh, really, Uncle Mort? Everybody in town is talking about it.
Who is? What do they say?
Never mind what they say.
Just as... Just as I thought. No one said anything. If they do, it's a lie. If anybody says anything, well, they're just a lot of nosy partners. What do I care what they say?
Unky, all you do is think about yourself. What about Miss Piper? You don't seem to care if the whole town is laughing at her.
Laughing?
I should think you'd be embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. Uncle Mort, how do you think she must feel?
Well,
You're 44. She's 20. How would you like it if people called you an old fool's bauble?
who said that? Marjorie? Marjorie, you come back here. He's right, though.
thought of it that way. The old fool's bauble. See? They can't say that about her. She's fine. She's good. She has her whole life before her, while well, her happiness is everything. Mine is nothing. It's her happiness that counts. By George, I've got a good mind to call her right up and tell her so. No, that's not the way. That can only lead to heartache. Face it, old man. You've got to give her up. Bravely, unselfishly. You've got to give her up, and she must never know. Never know how you loved her. It's a far, far better thing I do than I have ever done before. Who said that? I don't know who said it, but I know how he felt.
The Great Gildersleeve and Leela Ransom will be back very shortly. Now, back to Gildersleeve. Poor Gildersleeve, victim of a tragic love, a love he cannot declare, a love that can never be. For the first time, he has had to face this simple truth. Joanne is 20, he is 44. His own niece is throwing it in his face. He was missing from dinner this evening. Without a word to anybody, he threw on his overcoat and stalked out of the house. He walked and he walked, aimlessly, hands rammed down in his pockets and staring straight ahead. Down Lakeside Avenue, across on Cherry, up Havenhurst, over on Woodruff, and on down Larchmont. On and on, till he came to the outskirts of town. Meanwhile, the sun had set. Now all that is left is the afterglow. And there stands Gildersleeve, staring into the dark waters of his own reservoir, while thoughts even darker struggle in his head.
No. That would be the coward's way out. Besides, it's cold. No, Gildersleeve, you'll just have to face it. Life must go on. Be brave, old boy. Be gay. She must never know. No one must ever know. Well, what the heck? Hey. What the heck? Here today and gone tomorrow. Welcome home, Leela. By George, you're a sight for sore eyes. Get your hat. We're going to the movies.
Well, I wondered when I was to have the honor.
And don't give me any back talk.
What if I don't care to go to the movies?
And we'll stay right here. Sorry I couldn't get to the train, Leela, but you know how it is.
Really? I don't know why I even let you in the house.
Because I'm irresistible.
I'd hardly call you that, but you're certainly unpredictable.
Oh, you don't know how unpredictable I can be. I just don't give a hang. Chocolates.
Have one.
Got one.
I must say, you Yankees certainly make yourselves at home.
That's us. And is that a love seat?
Certainly it's a love seat.
And why aren't we sitting on it? Come here.
Throckmorton.
What the heck?
I declare I don't know what's got into you.
The devil, I guess. I don't care what I do.
Throckmorton, I hardly know you when you're like this.
How about a kiss? What the heck?
Really?
What's the matter?
Why, I've never had anyone speak to me like that. Never.
Never asked you for a kiss?
Oh, well, certainly. Gracious, hundreds of them. But never will never like that. I mean, after all.
I'm not a fellow that beats around the bush. Get an idea? Bingo. I don't care. What the heck?
Well, in that case, you're talking to the wrong girl.
Well, now, wait a minute, Leela. What are you sore about?
Down where I come from, a gentleman just doesn't rush up to a lady and ask her for a kiss like ordering a loaf of bread.
Well, I'm sorry, Leela. Come on back and sit down. I'll try to be nice.
You haven't asked a thing about me, what I've been doing all these months, or how is my Auntie Pooh or anything.
How is your Auntie Pooh?
She's fine.
That's good.
Yes, she seems to have recovered completely.
What?
After I waited on her all those months, hand and foot.
Remarkable old lady.
Oh, for goodness sakes, the doctor gave up completely 3 months ago. I helped her make out a will and everything.
How'd you come out?
How did I?
In the will.
A will is a confidential document, Throckmorton.
Oh, pardon me.
What use have I got for a lot of old furniture? Oh, but let's not talk about wills and things like that. Let's talk about you. Have you missed me, Throckmorton?
Yes, I have.
I'll bet you're just saying that. I'll bet you've had dozens of girls since I left.
No, I've been too busy.
One man? Oh, I'd rather you had dozens than just one. By the way, how was Eve Goodwin?
Eve? Well, I haven't seen Eve Goodwin in a month, and that's a fact.
Really? She's so nice. Of course, she may be a little intellectual for you.
Oh, I don't know.
I always admire people with brains. I admire them terribly. But for a steady diet...
Yeah, you're better.
People have always said to me all my life, Leela, child, you haven't a brain in your pretty little head. But I don't mind. The boys don't seem to mind either. Do you think brains are so important, Throckmorton? In the long run, I mean.
Brains, no.
You know, I'm glad I'm back. Oh, I had a perfectly wonderful time down in Savannah, of course, with parties and balls and folks entertaining for me every minute. But I don't know. All the time I was down there, I kept thinking of the good times I used to have up here. Mostly with you.
Uh-huh. Well...
The long conversations we used to have in the evenings. And then the evenings without any conversation. The evenings when I'd play the piano for you and you'd sing. Let's do that now.
No.
Oh, I know I'm terribly rusty. I haven't played all winter.
Please, Leela. Not the piano, please.
Oh, don't be silly. There's plenty of time.
Leela, as a favor to me, not the piano.
I declare, Throckmorton, all you ever think about is spooning.
Huh?
Now, come and sing for Leela, please. Pretty please.
Oh, why does she do this to me?
Oh, Throckmorton, please. For Leela?
Just when I was trying to forget.
Oh, be a good boy now, please.
Well, give me strength.
That's a darling. Now sing pretty for Leela. Sing, Throckmorton.
To me of love, and say what I'm longing to hear. Tender words of love, again I implore you. I've forgotten the words, Leela.
Forgotten? What's wrong, Throckmorton? There's something on your mind. Tell Leela.
I've got to, Leela. I've got to tell somebody.
Oh, you can tell Leela.
Well, let's go over here and sit down.
I'll just sit on the rug here so you can talk to me. I like sitting on the rug anyway. Now,
Leela.
I love sharing confidences, don't you? Well, go ahead, Throckmorton.
Leela, do you think it's possible for two people to be happily married when...
Oh, I do, Throckmorton, definitely.
Leela, wait till you hear. I haven't told you yet.
Oh. Well, I'm listening.
What I mean is, do you think it's a mistake? Do you think there's any hope for a marriage of May and September?
May and September?
Well, October. In other words, do you think a few years' difference in age is important? I'm asking you that as a woman.
I'm glad you asked me, Throckmorton, because I'll tell you how I feel about that. No, I don't think it's important.
You don't?
It doesn't matter if a man is older. The important thing is whether he really loves you.
Oh, there's no question about that.
Why, sometimes it's actually an advantage if the man is older.
Oh, you really think so?
It means he's apt to be, well, kinder and more experienced. He's able to protect her better.
That's right. I never thought of that.
Oh, and that's not all. Why, I don't know any woman who doesn't find older men more fascinating than young ones who don't know anything.
Young whippersnappers.
Exactly. Oh, they may be fun to dance with and all that. Gracious, I had a flock of them around me all the time I was in Savannah. And they were just as sweet as they could be. Just darlings, every one of them. But I don't know. There's something about a man after he starts to turn gray at the temples.
But you're always hearing people say that when a man marries someone who's
Well, younger than himself.
Throckmorton, the world is full of people who are always minding other people's business. What does it matter what they say?
Yeah, what do they know?
What does it matter what people think? It's love that counts.
You said it.
Love can conquer anything. What a few years.
Leela, you're a good kid.
Why, you were silly ever to worry about it. Gracious, if I'd had the slightest idea.
You've given me new hope, that's why. Yes, by George, I'm not so old. I've still got some big years left, plenty of them.
Well, of course.
What's more, I haven't got much use for any man who'd let public opinion stand in the way of a girl's happiness. Just because she happened to be a little young? Is that her fault? Is that any reason to condemn her?
Throckmorton, there's a little confession I could make, if it would be any comfort to you.
What's that?
I told a little fib. I'm not really 33. I'm 37.
Bye.
So you see, we're not really so far apart anyway.
Leela.
Yes, Throckmorton.
I'll see you later. Oh, poor Leela. Well, what could I have said to her? She just doesn't understand me, that's all. Now, Joanne. She doesn't understand me either. But she could. If I were free to speak to her, tell her what's in my heart. Well, why shouldn't I? What am I afraid of, for goodness sake? Dr. Needham? Ha! I'll march right over there and I'll say to him, Dr. Needham, I'm in love with your house guest. She's 20 and I'm 44. What do you want to make of it? Guess you won't know what to say to that. Somebody on the front porch there. I see a cigarette in the dark, moving back and forth. I guess they're sitting in the swing. It's Joanne. Dr. Needham telling jokes. Well, here goes. Look here, Dr. Needham. I'm in love with your house guest. Look here, Dr. Needham. I'm in love with your house guest. Well, good evening, folks. That you, Joanne? This is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, hello. Come up on the porch, won't you?
She's glad to see me. Now or never. Look here, Dr. Houseguest. Doctor... That's not Dr. Needham.
No.
Hi, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Ben!
Have some lemonade.
Yes, won't you join us?
No, thank you. I just happened to be passing by. Just thought I'd drop by and say hello. Well, I said it. Bye.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet Margarine because it tastes so good.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet Margarine, Parkay. It's wonderful. It's Saturday night, and for the first time in weeks, Gildersleeve has spent an evening in the company of his boon companions at the Jolly Boys Club up over Floyd Munson's barber shop.
It's always fair weather when good fellows get together with a stein on the table and a good song ringing clear.
Hey, not bad.
Chief, I should like to take this opportunity to congratulate you personally on that last note you sang. That was a pip.
Oh, it was nothing. With a stein on...
Don't spoil it, Chief. Don't spoil it.
There is a tavern in the town, and there might...
Hold it, Peavy. Hold it, Pave. I'd like to say it this time, gentlemen. Well, you're probably going to think I'm being sentimental when I say this, but I should just like to say it this time.
There is a tavern in the town,
Hold it, Peavy.
Hold it, Pete. The commissioner.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't really want to make a speech at this time, but I should just like to say, at this time, that I don't know where there's a finer bunch of fellas anywhere than right here. And that goes for anywhere.
Very nice.
Likewise.
I think it calls for a song.
Yeah, song.
Peavy had one he was trying to sing there. How about it, Peavy? Tavern in the town?
I'm afraid I'm out of the mood right now, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hey, I got one. Let me hit the piano there, Chief.
He's got one. Well, just one, gentlemen, then I've got to be going.
Okay, just one.
Here's one for Gildersleeve, the great lover.
Oh, now, fellas.
I love you as I never loved before.
Oh, cut it out, fellas.
Since first I met you on the village green.
Come on, Gildy, be a sport.
Come to me, or my dream of love is o'er. I love you and I love you when you were sweet. When you were sweet. When you were sweet. When you were sweet 16. Oh, well, it's past Peavy's bedtime.
Home, James.
Yeah, good night, all.
Good night, Peavy.
Good night, Peave.
Be careful going home now.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Yeah, don't take any wooden nickels.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Peavy. Answer that, somebody? What's that?
Ooh, telephone. Hey, that's a telephone. Darn it, where's the light switch? Oh, my big toe. All right, can't you hear me coming? Heck with the light. Where's the stairs? Here. Where's the stairs? Gotta be careful now. Gotta be careful.
It's me, Unc. Unky, what happened?
I touched Leroy. Leroy, what are you doing up? Turn on a light, somebody. Just don't stand around.
There, Unc.
Turn it off. It's blinding me.
Okay.
No, turn it on. How can I see in the dark? You want me to break my neck? All right.
Uncle Mort, the phone's ringing.
You're telling me. Who the devil could be calling at this ungodly hour? If that's the wrong number, they can just take that phone out of here, that's all. They can just take it right out of here. Darn phone company call you up in the middle of the night and tell you it's the wrong number. Hello?
Is this Summerfield 8126?
Yes, this is Summerfield 8126.
Is this Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes, this is Mr. Gildersleeve.
Who is it, Unc? Who is it? How?
Will you shut up so I can find out? Pardon me, who's calling?
This is Mrs. Peavy.
Who is it, Leroy? Who's calling? Shut up, will you, so we can find out?
Be quiet, all of you. How can I hear?
How can I hear?
Quiet! You too!
He says you too.
Now, what was that name again? I didn't get it.
It's Mrs. Peavy. Mrs. Peavy.
Mrs. Peavy?
It's Mrs. Peavy.
Yes, Mrs. Peavy?
I'm sorry to disturb you, but it's not...
Bertie,
How can he hear? How can he hear? Pardon me.
A little interference here. Will you repeat that last, Mrs. Peavy? I'm afraid I didn't get it.
I say, is Richard there?
Richard? You mean Mr. Peavy? Why, no, he's not, Mrs. Peavy. I left him at the Jolly Boys Club. It must have been 3 hours ago. Or rather, he left us.
Well, I don't know what to do. He hasn't come home.
Hasn't come home?
Mr. Peavy hasn't come home. He hasn't come home, Bertie.
My land.
Well, Mrs. Peavy,
I just don't know what to do. Richard's always home by 11.
Well, have you called the police?
No, I haven't. I didn't know what to do. Richard's always home by 11. I don't know what to think.
Mrs. Peavy, you know what I think? I think he's missing.
Oh, dear. Richard's always home by 11.
Now, don't you worry, Mrs. Peavy. You just leave everything to me. I'll call the police. This is a job for the Missing Persons Bureau.
You mean the homicide squad?
I mean the homicide squad. No, I don't. I mean the missing persons. Well, anyway, they're all the police. So don't you worry, Mrs. Peavy, and don't get excited. You just go back to your little bed and keep calm. We'll find your husband for you if we have to drag the reservoir.
There they are. It's him.
Let me. Stand back, both of you. Well, Chief, it's about Leela.
Throckmorton, is anything wrong? I saw all the lights on.
I thought you were the chief of police.
Well, I thought I heard a sound, and I saw all the lights on over here, but when I tried the phone, the line was busy. So I threw on my coat.
Come in, quickly, Leela, quickly.
Why?
Better lock it, I guess.
Hi, Mrs. Ransom. Guess what happened?
Leroy.
What? Mr. Peavy has disappeared.
Marjorie.
What?
I wanted to tell her. Now, go upstairs, both of you children. Go on back to bed.
Oh, can't we just stay down?
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. No time to be running around the house in your bare feet. Now, do as I say.
Come on, Marge. Make her come, Unc. I'm coming. Guys, we miss all the fun.
Well, Throckmorton, tell me, what in the world?
Now, don't get alarmed, Leela. There's nothing to be alarmed about, you understand? There's nothing to be alarmed about.
Is that a gun you're carrying?
It's no water pistol, I'll tell you that.
Well, couldn't you put it on the mantle or someplace?
Don't worry, I know how to handle it, Leela. I'm a deputy, you know.
Well, tell me now. It's something about Mr. Peavy?
I don't want to alarm you, Leela, but I'm afraid there's been foul play.
Oh!
Peavy has disappeared.
How perfectly terrible. But who would ever... A sweet old thing like Mr. Peavy. Oh, I just think that's terrible. And you don't suppose he could have fallen down somewhere and sprained his ankle?
Oh, anything could have happened. What's worse, the police, as usual, have proved themselves completely incompetent.
Oh, dear.
I called the chief 2 hours ago and told him to get right over here, and he's not here yet.
So I've taken over. I phoned Floyd Munson and told him to round up all the other deputies. And when they get here, we'll form a searching party.
You mean you're going out looking for him in the dark?
Well, I think one of us ought to stay here so the others can report back.
Oh, Throckmorton, you're so brave. Oh, I declare, I'm glad I'm not all alone over there at my house with things like this going on.
I'll look out for you, Leela. Sit down. Don't you want to take off your fur coat?
Gracious, no. All I've got on under this is my nightgown. I just threw on the first thing that I could find.
That's them.
If it's people, I'd better hide.
No reason to hide. Just keep your coat on. Well, Judge, Floyd, come in, fellas.
Gildersleeve, for heaven's sake, put that gun down. You're a menace to the community.
It just so happens, Judge, that I have a permit for this gun.
Well, stop waving it around.
Well, hiya, Mrs. Ransom. How's it going?
Leela, this is an unexpected pleasure.
I just this minute arrived.
Yeah, she just this minute arrived.
I saw the lights on over here, and I was afraid it might be appendicitis or something, so I just ran over.
Yeah, she just ran over.
Hey, what's this about the peas?
Yeah, Floyd tells me...
It's all true, fellas. His wife called me about 1 or 1:30 and asked if he was here. Well, you know, we said goodnight to him about 10:30 or 11:15.
He probably just laid down someplace and took himself a little nap.
Not Peavy. He goes straight home.
Gildy's right. If it had been anybody else. But Peavy.
Well, what I did, right away I called the chief. I told him to get himself right over here. That was 2 hours ago. Now, I don't like to say this, but this is typical. The chief is dead on his feet, him and his whole department. That's why I called you, fellas. What we've got to do is throw out a dragnet. Comb every nook and cranny.
We ain't going to get very far with a 3-man dragnet.
Aren't there any others coming?
Judge is the only one I could raise.
What a town. Well...
Who's that?
I'll go see. Well, Chief, it's about time. Do come in.
Hiya, Chief. What kept you?
Chief?
What's this, a party?
I just this minute got here.
Mrs. Ransom, well.
I just this minute got here.
A fine bunch of deputies you've got, Chief. These two are the only ones I get hold of. Suppose there was a real emergency. Suppose...
Now, just a minute, Commissioner. Who authorized you to go calling out the deputies?
Who authorized me? Nobody. But it's a lucky thing there's somebody in this town who's got a little gumption, I'll tell you that. We had to depend on the police department. Why, there'd be burglars running wild all over the place.
Commissioner, you just handle your department, and I'll handle mine.
Well, handle it. Go ahead. Handle it. Let me see you.
Okay.
For heaven's sake, you'd think it had all night. A man is missing, Chief. His wife is tearing her hair. Do something. Get on the ball. It's 2 hours since I called you up and told you to get over here.
Commissioner, when a man is missing, we don't go tearing off after the first loudmouth that begins to hoop and holler. That is not our method. No. When a man is missing, we go to his home first and look under his pillow.
Under his pillow? What for?
This.
What's that?
A note.
From Peavy?
Read it.
The mortgage is in the safe deposit box. The key to the safe deposit box is in the safe. The combination to the safe is in my handkerchief drawer. Don't forget to water the rubber plant, Richard. How do you like that?
Just Blue Town.
The old son of a gun. Well, he's more of a man than any of us.
More from the Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. Right now, I'd like to say a few words about Parquet margarine made by Kraft. The most delicious, the most tasty, the smoothest...
Just a second, friend. May I interrupt?
Well,
As a regular listener, I should have something to say about these commercials. They should be factual, brief, and sensible. Now, go ahead.
Well, I was about to say that Parquet margarine is a delicious spread for bread, rolls, pancakes, and waffles.
Yeah, now you're getting somewhere.
Parquet margarine is made from top-quality ingredients.
Now, wait. What do you mean by that?
I mean that Parquet is made from choice products of American farms, the finest farms in the world. Why, Parquet is the most delicious, the most satisfying...
Oh, now, hold it, son. Don't get carried away. You're talking to adults, so just stick to plain facts.
How about this fact? Parquet margarine made by Kraft contains 15,000 units of vitamin A per pound all year round.
Yeah, that's worth knowing.
And to sum it all up, Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good.
Check.
To market, to get some parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet margarine. Parkay. It's wonderful. Now let's get back to Summerfield, which is simply buzzing. The proprietor of Peavy's Pharmacy has disappeared. The whole town's talking, and the Jolly Boys have been called in extraordinary session.
All right, gentlemen, let's come to order, shall we?
Yeah, let's get going.
How I miss you, dear old pal of mine.
Lloyd, shut up.
What's the matter?
You wouldn't want everybody singing if you were gone.
Gosh, I didn't mean anything by it. Just got to thinking about the Peeve, and I thought of the song. I miss old Peeve.
It's simply a question of good taste, Floyd.
I keep asking myself, why did he do it? He had everything to live for.
He probably had his reasons.
Can we get started now? It's 7:20. Gentlemen, we have called this special meeting of the Jolly Boys Club to take up the question of one of our members who is absent. I refer to Brother Peavy.
You haven't said anything we don't all know, Judge. Let's get down to brass tacks.
I'm sorry if we've wasted a few seconds of your valuable time, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, nobody wants to hear you blowing off all night. Let's get
Fellas, let's not act like this. Peavy's gone. The rest of us have got to stick together.
The Chief is right. You're right, Chief.
Well, the point is, Peavy is gone. Now, what are we going to do about it?
What the heck can we do? When a fella's gone, he's gone. Peavy knew what he was doing.
Ah, but did he? That's one of the questions which we, his friends, might well ponder.
What are you talking about, ponder?
I'm referring to the possibility of temporary insanity or amnesia. Loss of memory, Floyd. Perhaps he...
Oh, horse collar. He left a note. He remembered where everything was. He told his wife.
Sure, he had no more amnesia than I have. He may be still right here in town, for all we know.
We found out a little more than that, Commissioner. The department's been investigating.
Now, what's new, Chief? You've been holding out.
Well, we know Peavy was seen at the depot about 11:45 that night. And we know there's an 11:55 train southbound. And since he wasn't seen again...
I think we may conclude he went south.
I think so.
Well, so he went south. What of it?
It narrows our search a little, Commissioner.
Hey, wait a minute. Did he buy a ticket?
No, you don't need one.
Then how do you know he got on the 11:55? There's another train at 12:02 goes north.
I didn't know there was a 12:02.
Has been for 3 months. I sent my mother-in-law home on it in April. She was with us for Easter.
Well, in that case...
I must say, Chief, as a detective, you're about as smart as fearless Fosdick.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I would like to point out to you that the department has made no official investigation of this matter.
Why not, for heaven's sake?
Because we've had no official complaint, that's why.
That's no excuse for just sitting around. Peavy was your friend, wasn't he?
It just so happens that the law's... Tell him, will you, Judge?
The Chief is right, Gildy. The law...
Oh, the law makes me sick. Between cops and judges, I don't know how any of us can sleep in our beds at night. Inactivity. And you always back each other up. One hand washes the other.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, I refuse to lose my temper. But I don't criticize your department. Not that I couldn't either.
Gentlemen, let's remember why we're here.
Well, why are we? You called this meeting.
I thought it was for poker.
We're here because a fellow Jolly Boy has gone into the silences. North or south, east or west, he is gone. We have a duty. We have an obligation to his wife, to Mrs. Peavy.
Why should we butt in? What are we supposed to do?
I think we should call on Mrs. Peavy in a body and express our regrets as a club. And simply put ourselves at her disposal in any way.
Sounds crazy to me, but if that's what clubs do, let's do it. I want to do the right thing.
We owe it to him, fellows. He'd appreciate it.
I think it'd be a nice thing to do.
Yes, it's a nice gesture.
I think it would be best if one of us were to act as a spokesman for the group. We'll all go, of course, but I think if I were to speak...
Why you? Peavy was a pretty good friend of mine, Judge.
Mine, too, but I don't want to make the speech. Let Gildersleeve do it. He's good with women.
Very well. if that's the will of the group, I merely thought that as a jurist and as Peavy's personal attorney...
I'd like to remind you that it was me she called in the middle of the night. That's right. Me, not you, Judge, not his personal attorney, and not the police. She was too smart for that.
Mr. Gildersleeve, I'm going to get tired of you writing the department pretty soon.
Pay no attention, Chief. Gildy, if you want to make the statement for the club, go ahead. If it means so much to you.
All right, I'll make it. Is that settled?
Well, if someone will put it in the form of a motion...
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Let's do it now and get it over. We can still play a little poker. Ain't that funny? All the years I know Peavy, I've never been inside his house.
I have. Got bit by Peavy's parrot.
They got a parrot?
Yeah, there's a parrot. We checked him the other night.
Checked him for what?
Just checked him. It's routine.
There's a light in the front room. I imagine that's where she's sitting.
That her peeking out from behind the window shade?
Very likely. She must have heard the car drive up.
Well, we might as well go in. No use making her worry.
I want to warn you, fellas, she's in a rather nervous state. So, we'll have to be just as tactful as possible.
Just leave that to me, Judge.
Who is it?
Judge
Mr.
Hooker.
Gildersleeve. I'll do the talking, Judge. It's a few friends of Mr. Peavy's, Mrs. Peavy. Mr. Gildersleeve, Judge Hooker, Chief Gates, and we wondered if...
Hey, how about me?
Oh, yes, and Mr. Munson. We just wanted to see you a minute.
Yeah. Come in.
What the... Oh, the parrot, huh?
Good evening, Mrs. Peavy.
Any news, Judge?
No news, I'm sorry to say. You've heard nothing yourself?
Not a word. I can't understand it.
Well, say now, that bird's clever. He said, "What's all the commotion?"
Mrs. Peavy, you know Mr. Gildersleeve, I believe.
Yes, I know him.
And Chief Gates?
Oh, yes. I had the pleasure the other night. That is, it wasn't exactly a pleasure under the circumstances, but we've met.
Do you know Mr. Munson?
No.
Well, pleased to meet you, Mrs. Peavy, I'm sure. I often heard Peavy speak of you.
Quiet, baby.
Well, Mrs. Peavy, we,
I'll handle it, Judge. Mrs. Peavy, we all happen to be members of the Jolly Boys Club, of which your late husband, was formerly a member. It still is a member, I mean. We shall always think of him as a member of our group.
Indeed we shall.
All right, Chief. We shall always think of Mr. Peavy as a member of our club. But we just thought, as an organization, we should call on you and state officially our profound regret and sorrow at his unexpected departure from Summerfield. And we just want to say that if there's anything we can do, why, we'd be glad, only too glad to do it. Is that it, fellas?
That's it.
We didn't have anything particular in mind, Mrs. Peavy, just any little errands or...
Maybe he left a suit at the cleaners. We could pick it up.
Oh, Floyd, our thought was simply to be helpful in any possible way during your time of sorrow, Mrs. Peavy.
Yeah, that's it.
I always knew no good had come of Richard hanging around that Jolly Boys Club.
There's only one night a week, Mrs. Peavy.
Yes.
If you could have seen the innocent pleasure your husband used to derive from our little games, Mrs. Peavy, I'm sure you'd feel differently.
Yeah, that's right. Win or lose, he'd never get sore. Well, I remember one night he was having a terrible run of cards. He must have been out about six... Hey!
Mr. Munson is right. Mr. Peavy never lost his temper or gloated. Never swore or used profane language. You should be proud of him.
Well, he's gone now.
We realize that, Mrs. Peavy, and that's why
I always knew no good had come out of that club. Put ideas into Richard's head.
Oh, now, Mrs. Peavy, we never...
Polly want a cracker! Polly want a cracker!
Hush, baby.
Fellas, I think we'd better go. Mrs. Peavy's been under quite a strain, and it probably tires her to stand around gassing with strangers.
We just wanted to tell you that if there's anything we can do...
There isn't anything.
Oh. Well, we just, good night, Mrs. Peavy.
Good night.
Good night, Mrs. Peavy.
Good night.
Mrs. Peavy, before we go, I'm sure that we are all taking an unnecessarily pessimistic view of the situation. I'm sure that somewhere, at this very moment, Mr. Peavy is thinking of you, possibly making plans to return. After all, to him, you are the center of the universe, a lodestar, irresistibly drawing him home.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
That bird knows something.
Stick around, folks. Mr. Gildersleeve might hear something about Mr. Peavy. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Try it soon. See if you don't prefer Parquet margarine's fine, fresh flavor to any other brand, as millions do. It's true. Every day, millions of women all over America serve Parquet margarine because it tastes so good. Look first for the margarine of Kraft quality. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is Parquet.
Parquet margarine, P-A-R-K-A-Y, it's wonderful.
Is that you, Unc?
Yes, it's me.
Hey, look, you got a special delivery postcard from Mr. Peavy.
Peavy? Well, sure enough. Dear friend Gildersleeve, sorry to trouble you, but would you mind forwarding my light overcoat? Thanking you in advance, R. Peavy. P.S. You may tell Mrs. Peavy for me that when the parrot goes back to sleeping in his own room, she can reach me at General Delivery, Old Point Comfort, Virginia. Good old Peavy. Good night, folks.
Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. It is written by John Whedon and Sam Moore. The music is by Jack Meakin. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Louise Erickson, Lillian Randolph, Shirley Mitchell, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products.
Yeah, good night.
Listen in again next Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Here's a real pantry pal, a favorite cheese food that's just grand for all occasions. It's Pabst, the delicious cheddar cheese food that spreads, slices, melts to smooth perfection. Serve it between meals and at parties as a tasty appetizer or sandwich spread. And at mealtime, enjoy Pabst's mellow cheddar cheese flavor in omelets and soufflés, and in smooth golden sauces for macaroni, egg, and chicken dishes. Buy both kinds for variety, golden cheddar and pimento. Ask for Pabst, P-A-B-S-T-E-T-T. Pabst cheese food.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Parquet tastes so good, it tastes as though it should cost twice as much. That's why millions serve Parquet.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You'll like it, you'll love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine is
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, let's see what's going on in Summerfield. Vacation time's over for the Great Gildersleeve and his little family. The great man is back on the job as water commissioner. Marjorie is fully recovered from her summer romance. And Leroy's sunburned nose has peeled for the third time. It's Saturday morning now, and the Gildersleeve family is just winding up a back-to-school shopping tour at Hogan Brothers department store.
Come on, children, let's get out of here.
Oh, Unky, couldn't we go up to the third floor for a minute? I just want to look at bandanas.
Now, have a heart, Marjorie. Your old uncle's all in, and so is his pocketbook. We've got all the packages we can carry anyway. Please, let's go home. Come on, Leroy. Where did that kid go?
Oh, there he is.
Oh, my goodness. Leroy, get off that escalator.
Look, Unc, no hands.
Leroy, stop showing off and come down here. Immediately, pronto.
Okay, Unc. We going now?
Oh, I just love to go shopping, don't you, Unky?
Yes, indeed. Now, if I can just squeeze through this. Don't stand there like a statue. Leroy, open the door for me.
Sure, Unc.
Oh. Certainly be glad when we get these things in the car. Come on, children, let's
Goodbye,
go.
Unky.
Huh? Where are you going?
Well, I promised to meet Francie at the record shop.
Oh.
And thanks, Uncle Mort, for getting me that Sloppy Joe sweater and those sandals and that darling dress. You're just the best Unky in the whole world, and you deserve a great big kiss.
Run along, my dear.
And, Unky, you won't mind taking my packages, will you?
Packages? No, not at all. Pile them on.
Bye.
Goodbye. Leroy, how about taking a few of these packages?
Sorry, Unc, I've got to go, too.
What?
Remember you said I could go to the movies this afternoon? You promised.
I did? Well, all right, go ahead. Old Uncle Mort will go home alone.
And, Unc, thanks for getting me those cords and that flight jacket. You're a swell guy. And you deserve a great big...
Never mind, Leroy. Just run along.
So long.
Hope I can make it to the parking lot. Children. They're wonderful. But I'm glad I only have to raise 2. The way prices are now, one more would put me in the poorhouse. Parking lot is doing all right, though. Now, where did I leave my cup? There it is in that row over there. Oh! Watch where you're going! Out-of-state license. I made it. Now, if I can just get this door open. What's that? A baby! Hey, what are you doing in my car? Or did I get the wrong car? Let's see. Hole in the top, dent in the fender, jelly on the seat. Yeah, this is my car. How did that baby get in there? Where's that parking attendant? Hey, young man!
Yeah?
Come here a minute.
What's the matter, mister?
Look what's in the back of my car.
What?
On the seat there.
Well, what do you know? A baby!
Yes, it's a baby, all right.
Yes, sir. Cute little baby girl. Kitty, 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 coo. Kitty, kitty.
Now, look here.
You bet you're pretty proud of her, all right.
What?
About 6 months old, isn't she?
I don't know how old she is.
Huh?
The baby does not belong to me. Somebody left it in my car.
Well, what do you know? Wonder who did that?
How do I know? Probably some woman shopper got mixed up. You take that baby right out of there, and you keep it till the mother shows up.
Well, mister, I ain't got time to take care of a baby. I got cars to park.
Well, I haven't got time either. Besides, it's your responsibility.
Oh, I don't know about that. You found it in your car.
Well, it's your parking lot.
Look, see that sign up there?
Huh?
Not responsible for things taken out of cars.
What about it?
Well, that goes for things put in cars, too. And that includes babies.
Look, you...
So you're on your own, mister.
Well, by George, is the last time I'll ever come into this parking lot.
It's okay with me.
And when that mother shows up, you tell her she'll find her baby down at the police station. It serves her right for being so careless.
Okay, I'll tell her.
Oh, what a day. Everything happens to me. What are you laughing at? Well, here we are, baby. This is where you get off. You're a little young to be going to a police station, but don't worry, you won't be here long. Your mom will come and get you. How do you pick a baby up? Come on. Hold still now. Baby, stop wiggling. Daisy. Yeah, now I got you. Oop. Maybe you got your little finger in my eye. Mustn't do that. Oh, I forgot your bottle. There. Now if I can just kick this door closed. There. Oh, you're a heavy little rascal. Oh, my goodness, the bottle's upside down. Got milk all over my shoe. Oh, well, I need a shine anyway. Yeah, well, don't worry. Chief Gates will take good care of you. Yeah, there he is. You see him? That fat fellow behind the desk. Oh, Chief.
Well, hello, Mr. Gill. Well, what have you got there, Commissioner?
What does it look like?
What are you doing, a little baby sitting on the side?
Look, Chief, I found...
Say, she's sweet. And look at those little blonde curls. Kitchy, 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 coo.
Chief!
Whose baby is she, Commissioner?
I don't know.
What?
I found her in a parking lot.
Parking lot?
Yeah, the mother left her in my car.
Oh, an abandoned child.
Let's not get dramatic, Chief. The mother was probably running around shopping and got mixed up, that's all.
Oh, well, she certainly is sweet.
Yes.
You wouldn't believe this, Mr. Gildersleeve, but I had blonde curls like that when I was a baby.
Very interesting.
Well, that's a fact. Why, everybody thought I looked like a girl.
You've certainly changed, brother. Chief, I gotta be running along. You can just keep that baby here till the mother shows up. Here's her bottle in case she gets...
Now, wait a minute, Commissioner. I can't take that baby.
Why not?
A police station is no place for a baby. You wouldn't want her associating with criminals at her age.
Oh, for goodness sake, she's not going to turn into a pickpocket in one day.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, but no can do.
That's ridiculous. You always take lost kids to a police station.
Not this one. We don't have the proper facilities. What a baby needs is a woman's care.
Well, you used to look like a girl.
Now, Commissioner, I'll tell you what you do. You just take Babykins home.
Oh?
Yes, and Bertie can take care of it until you hear from us.
But, Chief...
That's an order from the police department. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Goodbye, Babykins. Kitchy, 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 coo.
Oh, kitchy, kitchy, coo yourself. Hooker's got to get me out of this. He's supposed to be my lawyer. Yes, I know. You're a nice little baby, but I can't take you home.
Come in. Hello, Gildy. Well, a baby.
How did you guess?
Oh, I must say that you make a very fetching nursemaid.
You can skip the so-called humor, Judge.
My, she's a chubby little youngster. Hello there. Kitchy, 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 coo.
Judge, is that all anybody can say? Look, Horace, you've got to help me out. I found this baby.
I know, Gildy, I know. Chief Gates just phoned me.
Oh, he did? Well, what am I going to do? I don't see why I should have to take care of her. How do I know when the mother will show up?
Now, keep cool, Gildy. Just sit down and relax.
Well, I'll sit down, but I won't relax. Hold still now, baby. Well, you're my lawyer, Judge. What do I do?
I've got that all worked out, Gildy.
Hurry up, Horace.
Well, first of all, let's examine the facts.
Ye gods, get to the point.
Well, Gildy, right now, the baby is in your possession.
I don't need a lawyer to tell me that.
And in the legal phraseology of Blackstone, possession is 9 points of the law.
But you mean I've got to keep the baby? I thought you said you had it all worked out.
I have, Gildy. Your worries are all over. I'm going to take the little tyke off your hands.
You are? Are you going to keep her?
Well, not exactly. A Miss Simpson runs a very fine foundling home a few miles out of town. I'll simply put the child in her care until the mother returns.
Well, that's wonderful, Judge. I don't know how to thank you, old friend.
That's all right, Gildy. That's what friends are for.
You're true blue, Horace. And I'm sorry that I called you harsh names in the past, like windbag and old bag of bones.
Don't mention it, Gildy. And I'm sorry that I've sometimes referred to you as fatty face.
Well, that's all right. Well, guess I'll be going. Here's the baby, Horace.
Oh, I can't take her now, Gildy.
What?
Why, it'll take several days to get her in the home.
Several days?
Well, they're overcrowded. There'll be forms to fill out. Red tape. So you just take the baby home.
But, Judge...
Now, don't worry, Gildy. It won't take me long.
By the time you get her in that home, she'll have a family of her own.
Gildy.
You old windbag.
Fatty face.
Bag of bones.
Now look what you did.
Don't cry, baby. Don't cry now. I'm going to take you home. How do I get into these things?
The Great Gildersleeve will be back in just a minute. You know, Bertie, the Gildersleeve housekeeper, tells me she isn't settled in her ways. She just doesn't get settled about something until she finds out it's really good. That right, Bertie?
No change in me when I know something's extra good.
I guess you're settled on parquet, then.
It tastes so good, that's why. Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
That's natural, Bertie. Parquet, which costs only about half as much as the most costly spreads, is prepared as carefully as a rare luxury food. Only selected products of American farms are used in making it. That's why parquet has such a sweet, light flavor and makes such a delicious topping for rolls, waffles, pancakes, biscuits, as well as bread. And parquet is as nourishing as it is delicious. Every pound is packed with food value, plus 15,000 units of essential vitamin A.
It tastes so good, that's what settled me.
Well, most people are like you, Bertie. They like parquet because it's just grand food to eat.
Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
So, friends, try parquet, the delicious spread that tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, it's late afternoon now, and the Great Gildersleeve still has a little visitor at his house. The little stranger's made herself right at home in the living room. Right now, she's contentedly surveying the world from the bottom of a clothes basket.
Hello, little sweetheart. Hello, little blue eye.
Marjorie, get away from that baby. You've been bothering her all afternoon.
Unky, can't I pick her up and hold her just once more?
Please, Marjorie, just leave her there in the basket. Maybe she'll go to sleep.
All right. Oh, Uncle Mort, I'm going to get married and have a baby girl just like her.
Yeah, maybe you better finish high school first. You have plenty of time to get... That must be Chief Gates. Maybe the mother's turned up. It's about time. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Chief. Is the mother down there?
No, she hasn't shown up all day.
You
know what I think, Commissioner? I don't think she's coming back.
That's certainly using your head, Chief.
Thanks. That's what I get paid for.
You've got to do something, Chief. Send your men out and find her.
Don't worry. You just sit tight.
Sit tight.
And, Commissioner.
Yes?
Give my love to Babykins.
Oh,
Alfred, goodbye. Where is that mother?
Didn't they find her yet, Unky?
No, not yet.
Oh, Unky, couldn't we keep the baby here just till Mother comes back?
Marjorie, you know we can't do that. Why, the mother might not show up for months.
Well, I take real good care of it, and you wouldn't have to do
Oh,
it.
my dear, you know, just get the idea out of your head. The baby will be a lot better off in that foundling home. Besides, we can't... Leroy, do you have to slam that door?
What a movie, Unc. You should have seen old Tex clean up those cattle rustlers. Bang! Bang!
Leroy.
Be quiet. The baby's trying to sleep.
Yeah, old Tex, you're... Baby? Gee, it is a baby. Where'd it come from?
Unky found it in the parking lot.
Huh?
We're just keeping it for somebody.
Keeping it for somebody? Who?
I don't know.
What?
Now, Leroy, don't ask a lot of questions. It's only going to be here for a day or two.
Oh, that's good.
Look at her, Leroy. Isn't she a cute little girl?
Cute? She looks goofy to me.
Well, she does not. She's beautiful.
That little squirt, she looks goofy.
Well, when you were a baby, Leroy, you looked pretty goofy yourself.
Everybody said I look just like you, Unc.
Leroy! You may go upstairs.
See, Smarty.
No.
And you too, Marjorie. We'll just let the baby sleep now.
Oh, all right. Goodbye, little sweetheart.
Goodbye, little sweetheart.
Oh, you keep still.
Children. And now I've got 3 of them.
Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie?
Baby all right?
Seems to be fine.
Well, I'm getting her next feeding ready. Oh, guess she must have heard me. Look at her.
Yeah.
Mr. Gildersleeve, isn't that the prettiest little thing you ever saw?
Yeah, she sure is. By the way, Bertie, there's no sign of the mother yet.
Oh, that's a shame.
Looks like we may have to keep the baby for a few days.
Oh, that's nice, Mr. Gildersleeve. I was going to hate to see her go. As far as I'm concerned, we should just keep her here forever.
Well, we couldn't do that, Bertie. I'm afraid we're going to have to let the judge put her in that foundling home.
Oh.
What's the matter? You think that's the best place for her, don't you?
Well, if you say so. If it was up to me, I wouldn't let that child go to no home. I'd keep her right here with us. But it ain't up to me. It's up to you.
But, Bertie, this baby isn't our responsibility. You know that.
Yes, sir. I know it, but that little baby don't. All she knows is she wants love and affection, but it ain't up to me. It's up to you.
But, Bertie...
It's up to you. If you got your mind made up to send that poor little thing away, you send her away. It ain't up to me. It's up to you.
Now, look, Bertie.
If it was up to me, she'd stay right here in that clothes basket, but it ain't up to me.
But, Bertie...
No, sir, it's up to you.
Yes, I wish it wasn't up to me. Why does everybody have to be so unreasonable? About all I can do to just raise Leroy and Marjorie.
You, Throckmorton.
Oh, Adeline. Well, come in.
Throckmorton, what's all this I hear about you finding? Oh, there she is, in a clothes basket. Isn't she cunning?
Yeah, she is.
Oh, look at those pink cheeks. You're just a regular little peach blossom. That's what you is. Kitty, 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 coo. Throckmorton, you're wonderful.
Huh?
Taking care of this little waif.
Well.
Yes, indeed. Why, you're a knight in shining armor.
I am?
Yes, sirree. I can just see you rescuing that little child and riding away on your white horse.
Well, not a horse exactly, just my old Studebaker.
Oh, it's wonderful you've taken this little bundle of heaven into your home.
Well, it's just for a few days.
Too bad you're not going to keep her longer. Be so much fun for us.
Fun, for us?
Oh, of course, silly. I could come over in the evening and help you babysit.
You would?
Mm-hmm. And we could kitschy-coo the baby together.
Well, and maybe after the baby's asleep, we could sit on the sofa and do a little kitschy-cooing ourselves.
Oh, you.
Maybe we could start tonight, Adeline.
Throckmorton.
Yes.
You know, I just thought of something.
What's that?
Well, after a while, maybe we'd get so used to the baby we'd want to keep it for our very own.
Huh?
Of course, we'd have to go through some silly little old formalities like a marriage ceremony.
Marriage ceremony?
Why, yes. Throckmorton, where are you going?
Down to Peavy's to get some cough syrup for the baby.
Well, the baby isn't coughing.
Don't want to take any chances. Goodbye. Hello, Phoebe.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop.
What?
When the wind blows the cradle.
Peavy, do you have to sing that song?
Well, it seems rather appropriate in view of your little visitor.
Uh-huh.
According to the judge, she's quite an attractive little tot.
Yeah.
I tell you, there's nothing can get under your skin like a babykin. Like a babykin. That's a little witticism. They're sometimes called babykin.
I know, Pete.
Well, I thought that was rather humorous. Babykin, babykin.
All right. You know, Peavy, people can be awfully unreasonable sometimes.
Yeah, some people can, I guess.
Just because I found this baby, everybody thinks I ought to keep her. Now, let me ask you something.
All right.
Suppose you'd found this baby in a parking lot.
Oh, that couldn't happen to me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Why not?
I never go to a parking lot. I always park in the alley and save a quarter.
All right, but say you did find this baby and you took it home. Now, what would you do?
Well, first of all, I'd have to explain it to Mrs. Peavy.
Can't you leave Mrs. Peavy out of this?
Mr. Gildersleeve, you don't know Mrs. Peavy.
Well, tell me just one thing. Would you keep her or send her away?
Oh, Mrs. Peavy?
No! I don't know why I came in here. Peavy, you're a big help.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
I wouldn't either. I'll figure this out for myself.
Mr. Gildersleeve, if you really want my advice...
Yes, Peavy?
After this, I'd park my car in the alley.
Oh!
That you, Miss Gildersleeve?
Yes, Bertie.
Got some news for you. Gonna make you mighty happy.
Oh, you have? What's that?
The judge phoned. Said he fixed things for the baby to go to that home tonight.
He did?
Yes, sir. He's coming over to get her right now.
Well, that's fine.
Yes, sir.
Where's Marjorie?
Up in her room. She don't feel so good.
Oh, well, she'll get over it. This is the best way, Bertie.
Yes, if you say so. It ain't up to me. It's up to you.
Well, I'll be glad when this is over. Better make sure the baby's ready. Hello. How are you? Well, that's good. Baby, I don't suppose anybody's told you, but you're going away to a nice home. You won't mind that, will you? Of course not. You'll meet a lot of other little babies there, too. You'll have lots of fun. Gee, you are cute. Baby, you understand, don't you? You know I don't want to send you away. But it's for your own good. And you'll be happy there, too. In a day or two, you'll forget all about us. Won't you? Sure. Wish you wouldn't look at me like that. Well, you gotta get ready. Let me tie your little bonnet. Oop. Say, that's my thumb you got there. Let go now. Let go. Look at those little fingers. They're so tiny. Let go now. Oh.
I'll get it.
Well, guess that's the judge.
Afternoon, Judge.
Hello, Bertie. The baby all ready?
Yes, sir. She's in the living room.
Well, baby, guess it's time for you to go.
Well, hello, Gildy.
Hello, Judge.
Well, if I do say so myself, I handled this matter with a great deal of speed and dispatch. I knew you were in a hurry, so...
Yes, Judge, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, is the little infant all ready?
Yes.
Then I better get started. If you'll just hand her to me.
Judge, you sure the home isn't too overcrowded now?
Oh, no. All the arrangements are made. Miss Simpson has an empty crib waiting.
Oh, she has, huh? Well, don't you think you ought to wait till morning, Judge? It's getting a little chilly out.
Now, don't worry, Gildy. I'll bundle her up. Well, come on. Give me the baby.
Well, I can't. She won't let go of my thumb.
What's the matter with you? Look out. I'll pick her up. There you are, baby. Well, bye, Gildy.
Bye. Goodbye, baby.
Now, don't start to cry. Come on now.
Hooker, give me that baby.
What?
Don't argue with me. Give her back to me. Come on, baby. You see, she doesn't want to go with you. She wants to stay here with me. Don't you, baby?
But, Gildy, Miss Simpson's expecting her. What about that empty crib?
Miss Simpson can put you in the empty crib, you old goat.
Gildy, you're an old faker.
Well, maybe I am. Kitchi, 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 coo. She's got my thumb again.
The Great Gildersleeve and his new ward will be back again very soon. It's only when you try it that you really know how good parquet tastes. Yes, when you try parquet margarine on hot muffins, waffles, biscuits, pancakes, as well as bread, you can tell it's been prepared like a rare luxury food. For parquet tastes like a luxury, tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Parquet is nourishing and fortified with 15,000 units of essential vitamin A. It's economical, costs only about half as much as the most costly spreads. But most important, parquet tastes so good. Tastes as though it should cost twice as much. Ask for Parquet, Parkay, Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Yeah. Come on now, give Uncle Throckmorton a great big smile. That's right.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you better get started now. You're going to be late for work.
Oh, yes, I guess I will. Well...
And on the way home tonight, would you mind stopping at Hogan Brothers and getting a few things?
Hogan Brothers? I just went shopping there.
Yes, sir. But you got an addition to the family now, and she needs a lot of things. Here's the list.
Oh, thanks. Let's see here. Crib, 2 blankets, 6 nightshirts, baby dresses. Didn't know babies were so expensive. Oh, well, what the heck? They're worth it.
That's where my money goes to buy my baby clothes.
Leroy!
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry. Adeline Fairchild by Miss Una Merkel. The show was written by Gene Stone and Jack Robinson, with music by Jack Meacham. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Mary Lee Robb, Lillian Randolph, Earl Ross, and Richard LeGrand. This is John Wall saying good night for the Kraft Foods Company, makers of the famous line of Kraft quality food products. And be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Good night.
Here's a quick, easy way to make midnight snacks, cold meats, and cheese sandwiches much more delicious. Just add a little Kraft prepared mustard, and you add a lot of tang. Hidden flavors pop out. Every bite is more delicious. There are 2 kinds of Kraft mustard, you know. Light, delicately spiced salad mustard for those who prefer mild mustard, and Kraft mustard with snappy horseradish added. Have both kinds on your shelf. Then, with every meat dish you serve, add a little mustard and you add a lot of tang. Ask for Kraft prepared mustard.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft Foods Company presents Harold Perry as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company, makers of Parquet Margarine. Millions of women all over America serve Parquet because it tastes so good. Why, Parquet tastes like it should cost twice as much.
To market, to get some Parquet. Home again, try it today. You like it, you love it, like millions who say their favorite margarine.
Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. When the average man becomes engaged, it's usually to just one woman. But leave it to the Great Gildersleeve to be a little different. He now finds himself betrothed to two women, his new sweetheart, Adeline Fairchild, and his old flame, Leela Ransom. At the moment, he's discussing his predicament with the new member of the family, the baby.
What am I going to do, baby? I can't marry both of them. If you were in a situation like this, what would you do? Oh, thanks. You're a big help. How do I get into these things? What are you laughing at? The only reason I got into this marriage business is because so I could adopt you. You know, baby, you've caused me a lot of trouble since I found you in that parking lot. Yes, but you're worth it, baby. I have to make up my mind pretty soon. I've been stalling them both for a week now. I'm getting a little impatient. But which one do I want to marry? Adeline's sweet, but so is Leela. And Leela's awfully cute, but so is Adeline. Right back where I started. Just have to stall them a little longer. Well, better get down to the office. See you tonight, baby. Yeah, goodbye. Guess I'll go out the back way.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, I'm going to work now, Bertie. You better watch the baby.
Yes, sir, I will.
Hope I can get the car out without Leela and Adeline seeing me.
You poor man. Haven't you made up your mind yet, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, I haven't, Bertie.
My goodness, it's bad enough being engaged to two women without having them both live in the same house right next door.
Yes, well.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gildersleeve. You're trapped.
Bertie, shh, not so loud. I'm trying to get out without them hearing me.
Oh, I get it.
Goodbye, Bertie.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve. Good luck.
Well, shades are still down next door. Guess they're still asleep. I'll just sneak by their window. Made it. I'll open the garage door real easy. Oh, my goodness. Must oil that someday. Well, so far, so good. Shh. I'll back out real quiet. Looks like I'm going to make it. Ta-ta, girls. Have to wake up pretty early in the morning to catch Gildersleeve. Oh, they're shooting at me. A blowout.
That's you, Throckmorton?
Hello, Adeline.
Yoo-hoo, Throckmorton!
Yoo-hoo, Leela. Good morning, girls. Sorry I woke you up. Just had a little blowout. Old retread. Goodbye.
Throckmorton, now, you wait a minute. I want to talk to you. Yes, and I want a few words with you, too.
You do? What about?
You know very well what about. You've been dodging me for days now. I want to ask you a personal question. Just a moment. I want to ask Throckmorton a question.
Girls?
Pardon me, Cousin Leela. I'm talking to Throckmorton. Well, excuse me, Cousin Adeline. I'm talking to Throckmorton.
Don't fight, girls.
Well, I happen to be engaged to him. Well, I happen to be engaged to him, too.
Of course, you're both engaged to me. I mean...
Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, do you intend to marry your Adeline or not?
Marry you, Adeline? Why, certainly.
Throckmorton, how can you marry Adeline when you're going to marry me?
That's a very interesting question. Well, gotta go to work.
Throckmorton, you come back here. I want an answer right now. So do I. We're going to settle this. You wait there, Throckmorton. I'm coming right down. I'm coming down, too. We're going to have
what they think. They'll have to catch me first. Oh, morning, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. My, you seem a little out of breath.
Yes, I decided to run to work this morning.
Well, some people say it's much healthier to run than to walk.
Certainly was this morning.
By the way, Mr. Gildersleeve, how are your two fiancées?
What? Oh, they're fine.
Have you decided yet which one is to be the future Mrs. Gildersleeve?
No, I haven't, Peavy. I just can't make up my mind.
Well, I've been giving your problem quite a bit of thought.
You have?
Yes, and I've come to one conclusion.
What's that?
You're in an awful mess.
Well, you're certainly a big help, Peavy. A fine friend you are. Now's the time I really need some advice.
Well, I was in a similar predicament when I was young. You might benefit by my experience.
Peavy, don't tell me you were engaged to two women.
No, not exactly. But while I was betrothed to Mrs. Peavy, another woman came into my life.
Really?
I hope to tell you.
Well, who was this other woman?
Well, her name was Fifi Latour. She was an actress.
Huh?
And she was crazy about me.
You don't say.
Yes, I do say. She was a soubrette in the road company at the Red Mill. She came out in the second act in black tights. And she sang that song, Just Because You're You, Dear. Just because...
Okay, Peavy. How do you know she was crazy about you?
Well, right in the middle of the song, she leaned over the footlights and winked in my direction.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Is that all?
I couldn't sleep all that night. I knew it was either Miss Latour or the future Mrs. Peavy. So the next day I went back to the theater, and what do you think?
What?
The show had left town and gone to Peoria.
Oh.
But I'll never forget her singing that song. Just because you're you, dear.
Peavy.
Just because you're you.
Peavy.
And then she winked at me. And the darn fool sitting next to me thought she was winking at him.
Ye gods, I should have known better than to come to you for advice. You're just married to one woman. You don't have any problems.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Oh!
That you, Unky?
I don't know.
It's about time you got home. I was getting worried about you.
Worried, Marjorie? I phoned you that I was having dinner downtown. Then I decided to go to a movie. Just felt like being alone.
Oh, I see. What picture did you see, Unky?
Picture? I don't know. I guess I didn't notice.
Oh, well, the phone's been ringing all evening.
Oh, it has?
First Mrs. Ransom called, and then Miss Fairchild, and then
Mrs. Ransom called. Yeah.
And they both left messages for you to call them back.
Thank you, my dear. Well, I'll call them sometime. Next month, maybe.
Poor Unky. You're really in trouble this time, aren't you?
Well, sort of.
Uncle Mort, you'll have to face them sometime. Haven't you decided yet which one you want to marry?
No, but I'm working on it.
You know, you remind me of the character in this play I'm studying.
Who's that?
Hamlet.
Who?
He couldn't make up his mind either. He wouldn't marry Ophelia, and then everybody thought he was crazy.
He wasn't so crazy.
Hi, Unc.
Leroy, it's almost 10 o'clock. Why aren't you in bed?
I was waiting up for the latest news flash. Have you decided who you're going to marry yet, Unc?
No, I haven't.
Gee, I wish you'd hurry up. The suspense is killing me.
Leroy, I will decide this in my own good time.
Well, if you can't make up your mind, why don't you flip a coin?
This is a serious matter, young man. Flip a coin. That's ridiculous.
Don't mind Leroy, Uncle Mort. I understand. It isn't easy to decide something important like this.
That's right, my dear. It takes a lot of thought. I'm the cautious type. That's why I haven't made many mistakes where women are concerned. Leroy. I don't want to hear another word about this.
Well, you gotta make up your mind.
Leroy, go to bed.
Okay, good night.
I think I'll go too, Unky. Good night. And don't worry.
I won't. Good night, my dear. Wish I could stop worrying. I'll have to work this out some way. But how? Maybe I could flip a coin. No, that's a coward's way out. Now, let's see. When you pick a wife, you have to think about the future, too. Now, who'll be the best companion in later life? Now, just suppose I married Adeline. She's the stay-at-home type. I can just see us. 30 years from now, we'd be sitting by the fireside after dinner.
Throckmorton,
Yes, Adeline?
isn't this nice, just sitting here together?
Yes, 'tis. I'm a little tired tonight.
I know, darling. You work so hard down at that water department.
Would you like to go to a movie tonight, dear?
No, let's just stay home. And tomorrow we'll go visit Leroy and his wife. And Leroy Jr.
All right.
I declare the little boy looks just like Leroy.
Yes, he does. Poor kid.
Oh, you.
We've had a wonderful 30 years, Adeline. Our children grown up and married. We have our health and our friends. And Truman's still president.
Yes, Throckmorton, we've been happy.
It's been wonderful. Yep. Guess I'd be pretty happy with Adeline, all right. Now, I wonder about Leela. She's sort of a gadabout. Likes a good time. Wonder how we'd be 30 years from now.
Throckmorton,
Yes, Leela?
are we staying home tonight?
Well, darling, I'm a little tired. Why don't we just stay here and watch the movies on the television?
Now, I'm tired of television movies. Every night the same thing. Hop along, Cassidy. I want to go dancing and have fun.
We went to a dance last night.
Yes, and you just sat in a corner. Judge Hooker danced with me all evening.
Yes, but today the old goat can't get out of his wheelchair.
Oh, come on, Throckmorton.
Well, all right, Leela. Help me up. Oh, my back. For 30 years, nothing but dances and parties. Why didn't I marry Adeline? That's it. Adeline's the one, all right. My worries are over. But wait a minute. How do I get rid of Leela? That fella Hamlet thought he had worries. The piker.
You know, Parquet... Oh, hello, Bertie.
Hello, Mr. Wall. That's Leroy.
What's the matter, Bertie?
That boy says I'm always saying what I'm saying.
You're always saying...
About Parquet Margarine, Mr. Wall.
Oh, you mean about what a grand flavor Parquet has and things like that. And how it's just as nutritious as the most costly spreads, even though it costs about half as much.
That Leroy. He don't like talking, but he sure likes tasting.
Well, we probably all do a lot of talking about how Parquet is like a rare luxury food. After all, Parquet is prepared like a luxury from selected products of American farms. And it tastes like a luxury. We all know it has that wonderful, sweet, light flavor, whether you spread it on waffles or biscuits, pancakes or bread.
That ain't what Leroy says I'm always saying.
Well, what are you always saying, Bertie?
Tastes like it should cost twice as much.
Well, that's just the plain truth. What's the matter with saying it?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, let's say something to our audience, Bertie. Friends, try Parquet. See if you don't find that you agree with Bertie, that it tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parkay, Parquet Margarine, made by Kraft. Well, the Great Gildersleeve has finally made up his mind he wants to marry Adeline. But there's one catch in his matrimonial plans. He still has to break his engagement to Leela. There's only one thing to do in a case like that, and that's see a lawyer.
Well, Gildy, I must say this is a very interesting situation.
Yes, but how do I get out of it, Judge?
Well, let's review the case. You've gotten yourself engaged to two women.
I don't need a lawyer to tell me that.
Not only that, you became engaged to them at the same time.
All right, Hooker, what does that prove?
Proves you're the biggest boob in Summerfield.
Now, look here, you old goat. There's nothing funny about this. I'm in serious trouble. And since you're an alleged lawyer, I thought you might...
All right, my fat friend. Since you got yourself into this, I suppose I'll have to help you out.
Okay, start helping me.
Well, there are two ways to handle this. One way would be for you to be a man about it and simply go to Leela and tell her you've decided not to marry her.
What's the other way?
Or you might persuade her to break the engagement.
What? Leela'd never do that.
Well, there's more than one way to skin a cat, you know.
What do you mean?
Well, suppose you were to get Leela interested in another man. Then she might break her engagement to you.
I don't know, Judge. Who could we get?
Well, it should be a man who's younger and handsomer than you. Of course, that shouldn't be difficult. I would suggest myself, but I'm afraid I can't spare the time.
Oh, that's too bad.
Say, what about that young bank teller?
Who's that?
You know, Barney Caldwell.
Barney?
Leela used to go out with him when you and she were spatting.
That's right, Judge. She did kind of like Barney.
He has all the necessary qualifications. He's young, looks like a collar ad. It might work.
By George, Hooker, you're all right. Yes, sir. You've got something under your hat besides hair.
Well, I guess my upper story is occupied all right.
Certainly is, old friend. Well, see you later, Judge. I've got a little business to attend to at the bank. Yeah, glad I got here early. No crowd yet. Wonder what window Barney works at. Let me see. New accounts, loans. Oh, there he is. At that teller window over there. Oh, well, this won't take long. Just one woman ahead of me. Barney looks like a collar ad, all right. Look at those eyelashes. Well, I'll act like I just dropped in. You're sly, Gildersleeve.
35, 40, 45, $50, and 53 cents. There you are, Miss Scott. That makes it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Barney.
Haven't seen you for a long time.
No, that's right. Just happened to be passing by. Thought I'd drop in and transact a little business.
Oh? Well, I thought you banked over at the Farmers and Merchants.
Well, I do, Barney, but there's no reason why I can't give you a little of my business.
Well, thanks. What can I do for you?
Well, I wonder if you'd give me $1 worth of nickels.
Why, of course.
A little short of nickels at my bank this morning. Guess everybody's making phone calls.
I see. Well, there you are.
Thank you very much, Barney. Nice to see you again, Barney.
Thank you.
We ought to get together sometime.
Well, all right.
And Barney, an old friend of yours is back in town.
Who's that?
Leela Ransom.
Oh, she is?
Yeah. And there's a certain person she'd like to see. Guess who?
Who?
A handsome young bank teller.
But, Mr. Gildersleeve, I thought Leela was sort of interested in you.
Me? No.
Oh.
Leela like me? That's ridiculous. She'd naturally prefer a man like you. You're younger than I am. You're better looking.
I guess you're right.
Well, Leela's staying with her cousin right next door to me. Why don't we drop over and see him sometime?
All right, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Sometime real soon.
Well...
How about tonight?
Tonight? Well, I suppose I...
Good. You come by my house about 8, and we'll go over and see the girls together. Goodbye.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes?
You forgot your nickels.
Nickels? Oh, yes. Thank you. See you tonight. Nickels.
Throckmorton.
Good evening, Leela.
And who's this? Why, it's Barney Caldwell.
Hello, Leela.
Well, how on earth did you two ever get together?
Yes. Aren't you going to invite us in, Leela?
Well, of course. Come right in.
Thank you.
After you, Barney.
Throckmorton, where have you been hiding? I want to talk to you.
Some other time, Leela can't talk in front of company. Where's Adeline?
Oh, she'll be down in a minute. Sit down, Barney. And, Throckmorton, you can sit here with me on the sofa.
No, I think Barney ought to sit next to you.
What?
Well, after all, Leela, he's a guest. Go on, Barney.
Well, all right.
That's a boy. I'll just sit over here in this big chair. My, you look beautiful tonight, Leela.
Why, thank you, sir.
Don't you think she looks beautiful, Barney?
Yes, I do.
Yes, sir. And you look mighty handsome yourself, Barney, in that gray herringbone suit.
Well, thanks.
Don't you think Barney looks handsome tonight, Leela?
Deed I do.
In fact, you make a very handsome couple.
Throckmorton, what's gotten into you tonight?
Me? Why, nothing. What makes you ask that?
Well, it seems to me that
Well, it's nice of you to call, Throckmorton.
Hello, Adeline.
Oh, mercy. I didn't know we had company.
Cousin Adeline, may I present Mr. Barney Caldwell? Barney, this is my older cousin, Adeline Fairchild.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Barney's sort of an old friend of Leela's.
Well, Cousin Leela, how on earth did you ever get such an attractive friend?
Adeline, want to come over and sit down by me?
Adeline can take my place next to Barney.
No. I mean, Leela, where'll you sit?
Why, Throckmorton, darling, I'll just come right over and plump myself down on the arm of your chair.
But...
Now, isn't that cozy?
Well, Mr. Caldwell, I believe I will sit down by you.
Of course, Miss Fairchild.
Why don't you just call me Adeline?
All right. And you call me Barney.
All right. Barney.
What's the matter, Throckmorton, darling? Aren't you comfortable?
What? Oh, yes, very comfortable, Leela. Adeline.
What line of work are you in, Barney?
Well, I'm connected with the Summerfield First National.
Oh, a banker.
Well, I'm just a teller at present.
Adeline.
Throckmorton, now you just pay attention to your Leela. You haven't said boo to me.
Oh? Well, boo. Adeline.
Barney, I'll bet it won't be long before you work yourself right up to vice president.
Well, I am trying to advance myself. Right now, I'm taking a correspondence course in first and second mortgages.
Oh, why, that's wonderful. I've always wanted to know about first and second mortgages.
You have?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'd be glad to explain them to you.
Adeline, Leela, get your head out of the way. Adeline, Barney, I just had a wonderful idea. Let's all go to a movie.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea, Throckmorton.
Sure, we'll all go. Leela and Barney and Adeline and me.
Well, I'd rather just stay at home and hear about first and second mortgages. That is, if Barney doesn't mind.
But Adeline...
Mind? Why, I'd be delighted. You don't often find a girl that's interested in the banking game.
But Barney...
I know. Why don't you and Cousin Leela run along to a movie without us?
Oh, what a marvelous idea. Come on, Throckmorton.
Wait a minute.
Well, I'm sure you'd like to be alone with Leela, Throckmorton. After all, you two are engaged.
Mr. Gildersleeve, you're engaged to Leela?
Well, sort of.
Well, congratulations. Well, you two lovebirds just run along. Adeline and I'll stay here.
But I'm engaged to Adeline, too.
What?
Well, not anymore, you're not, Throckmorton.
Huh?
You can just stay engaged to that girl that's practically sitting on your lap.
But Adeline...
Come on, Throckmorton.
What movie do you want to see, Leela?
Oh, I don't want to see any movie, Throckmorton.
What?
I just wanted to get you alone where we could talk.
No, Leela.
Throckmorton, there's something I wanted to tell you.
What's that?
Our engagement is off.
Off?
You don't want to marry little Leela? Cousin Adeline's the girl of your choice. Why, it's as plain as the nose on your face.
Well,
Yes, poor Leela knows she's lost you. So, I'll just make a little curtsy and gracefully step aside. After all, We're old friends, Throckmorton, and it's your happiness that counts. So I'm leaving town.
You are? Gosh, Leela, you're true blue.
And Throckmorton,
Yeah?
I have a teensy-weensy confession to make.
What's that?
Well, all the time I was engaged to you, I was sort of promised to somebody else, too.
You were? Who?
Wildcat Hathaway. He's been down in Texas looking for oil.
Oh?
I got a wire from him today. One of his wells came in. So I'm going back to him. He needs me.
Sure, Leela, you just go right ahead.
And Throckmorton, I hope you find every happiness with Cousin Adeline.
Thanks, Leela. I'm sure we... Wait a minute. Adeline's back there with that collar ad. See you later, Leela. Adeline! Adeline, turn up those lights!
Now, more names of winners in Parquet's $50,000 baby naming contest. Here are the 4 entrants who won 1949 four-door Ford sedans in the 4th week's contest.
I want to hear this.
Mrs. Willie Lou Taylor of St. Louis, Missouri. Mrs. Buford W. Tucker of Donaldson, Tennessee. Mrs. Rudy Blaha, Jr. of Los Angeles, California. Mrs. A.N. Prestoff of Westfield, New Jersey.
Great.
Our congratulations and best wishes to the 4 of you, and to the 140 other prize winners who will be notified by mail. We hope that all of you will continue to use Parquet, the margarine that tastes like it should cost twice as much. That's Parquet margarine made by Kraft.
Well, I guess I let you down, baby. Yeah, yes, I did. Adeline wouldn't even talk to me last night. And now I've lost her. How am I going to adopt you if I don't...
Oh, Throckmorton.
Adeline!
How's my cute little old husband-to-be?
Husband-to-be? But Adeline, I thought our engagement was off.
Oh, I was just pretending, lover boy. It never hurts to make a man jealous.
But I thought you and Barney, he's so handsome.
I don't want a handsome man, Throckmorton. I just want you.
Yeah. You do? You hear that, baby? I'm engaged again. That's what I think, too. Good night, folks.
The Great Gildersleeve is played by Harold Perry, Adeline by Miss Una Merkel, and Leela by Shirley Mitchell. Be sure to listen in next Wednesday and every Wednesday for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Cheese lovers, make a note of this. Now, just in time for Thanksgiving feasting, Kraft has plenty of aged natural American for you. Since before the war, the demand for cheese has been so great that it's been difficult to set aside enough to send to the curing rooms. But for the last year, Kraft has been selecting fine golden wheels, guarding them for months while they develop that mellow goodness that comes only from aging. So now, Kraft has plenty of aged natural American, and it's waiting for you at your dealers. Tomorrow, ask him for a big wedge of aged natural American, the Kraft kind. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From programs of the past, we now bring you the best of the Great Gildersleeve.
Christmas preparations get into high gear. On his way to and from the office every day now, the Great Gildersleeve has noticed the traffic getting heavier. Mail pouches are getting heavier, too. And every morning, the water commissioner's mailbox is stuffed.
By George, I feel sorry for the mailman. I can hardly carry what he left here. Let's see now. There's Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, Commissioner Gildersleeve, me, Leroy. Leroy!
Yeah?
You have some mail. Me. Bertie,
Yes, sir?
you have a letter.
Yes, sir. What's for me, Uncle? Who's it from? What is it?
Well, it's a card from the Bijou Theater. Says special kiddie show Saturday morning.
Oh, for corn's sake. I haven't been a kid for over a year.
Well, give it to me. I may go myself.
Oh, brother.
Bertie got something there, you say?
You bet. Here you are, Bertie.
Thank you, sir. My, ain't that something?
Don't get carried away, Bertie. It may be for the kiddie show.
Looks like it's from the bank.
Yes, sir. This is my Christmas saving club.
You belong to a club?
This is the best kind of club, Leroy. This club pays you.
Yeah?
Of course, you got to pay them first.
Oh.
You pay in so much a week, Leroy, and just before Christmas, they send you what you've saved.
My, ain't this pretty? $25.
Gosh.
Yes, sir. $25 to spend any way Bertie wants to. Bertie's loaded.
Gosh, I wish I had that kind of dough.
Well, if you save a few pennies every week, next year you'll have extra money.
Well, I can't buy this year's presents on next year's money. I know. I'll get a job after school. Okay, Unc?
Capital idea. Glad to see you're so ambitious.
That's me, ambitious. Now, where'll I get a job where I don't have to work too hard?
Yes.
I know. I'll ask Mr. Peavy for a job delivering prescriptions.
No, Leroy, I'd rather you didn't ask my friends.
Mr. Peavy's my friend, too.
Well, he might feel obligated to hire you, whether he needs you or not.
Yeah.
Oh, what a... I don't want to discourage Leroy about getting a job for the holidays, but I think I should let Peavy know I don't expect him to hire the boy. Hello, Peavy.
Well, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you today?
Peavy, you don't need anybody to deliver prescriptions, do you?
Running a little short of Christmas money, are you?
No, Peavy.
Well, I guess I can use you if you can ride a motor scooter and ring a doorbell.
Peavy, I'm not interested.
Well, then why do you come in and ask?
I came in to inform you that Leroy's interested in a part-time job.
Yes?
But I don't want you to feel obligated to give him one.
Well, I don't need a delivery boy, but I could use a good salesman during the Christmas rush.
Well, Leroy couldn't handle that.
Still, I hate to turn Leroy down.
Well, how about offering him a job on a commission basis? Leroy's smart enough to know he wouldn't make any money that way.
Selling on a commission basis was very discouraging to me as a young man.
You've tried it?
I'm here to tell you. My first job was peddling potato peelers. I demonstrated those things from morning to night.
He didn't make any money, huh?
No, but I peeled more potatoes than any 10 soldiers on KP.
Yeah?
Hi, Mr. Peavy.
Well, hello, Leroy.
Hi, Unc.
Hello, my boy.
What can I do for you, Leroy?
Mr. Peavy, I've got a business proposition I want you to make me.
Okay.
How about an after-school job?
Well,
I'd work hard.
I imagine you would.
And I wouldn't hang around the fountain and eat up all the profits. Strictly business.
Well,
what do you say?
Well, you won't give me a chance to say anything.
Oh, sorry.
Don't be such an eager beaver, Leroy. Let Mr. Peavy explain things to you.
Oh, I forgot. Mr. Peavy, I don't want you to give me the job just because Unc and I are good friends of yours. And good customers.
Well, to speak plainly, Leroy, what I could use best here is an experienced salesman.
Yeah?
About the only way you could work for Mr. Peavy, my boy, is on a commission basis.
Commission basis? How much money's that?
It all depends.
You don't make anything unless you sell something.
Oh.
Peavy tried it once, Leroy.
How'd you do, Mr. Peavy?
Not very well. And I have 24 potato peelers to prove it.
Pretty discouraging proposition, Leroy. Nothing coming in unless you get lucky and happen to sell something.
Well, on the other hand, the more you sell, the more money you make, huh?
Well, yeah.
I'll take the job.
Well, Bertie, Leroy's going to work for Mr. Peavy.
That's good. How much is he going to make?
He's working strictly on commission.
Uh-oh, that's bad.
Peavy and I tried to discourage him, but you know how Leroy is.
Yes, sir.
There are plenty of jobs he can get around town where they'll pay him regularly.
Yes, sir.
Bertie, Why don't you talk to Leroy?
I'll do that. I'll catch him while he's in the kitchen shining his shoes.
All right. Good luck, Bertie.
Leroy,
Yeah?
your uncle tells me you're going to work for Mr. Peavy.
Yeah. Keen, huh, Bertie?
Well, there ain't no use going to work just to be working. How much money you going to make?
5% on everything I sell.
Leroy, Bertie's a little slow on her arithmetic. How much is 5% of nothing?
What do you mean nothing? I'm going to sell like crazy.
I hope so, but you're just a boy. What do you know about selling people when they come to a store?
There's nothing to it. They ask for something, you wrap it up, take their money, and put it in the cash register. Bing! Then Mr. Peavy gives me my cut.
That's the rosy side. But Mr. Peavy's drugstore ain't the busiest place in town. And if you're on commission, you got to sell a lot of people.
Oh, I got angles. Bertie, what would you do if I told you somebody was going to surprise you with a real nice Christmas present?
I'd be very happy.
Yeah, but what would you do about it if you knew who was giving you the present?
Naturally, I'd have to get them something nice, too.
Oh, boy, it's going to work. See you later, Bertie.
Okay. Let me figure this out now. If he sells somebody a present to give me and tells me about it so I can buy a present to give them, then he gets 5% on both presents. That ain't bad.
Bertie,
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve?
did you convince Leroy he'd be a silly boy to take the job?
No, sir.
Oh?
He convinced me he's the smartest silly boy I ever saw.
What's going on here?
Yours truly, Leroy Forrester. Thanks for letting me use your prescription typewriter, Mr. Peavy.
That's all right, Leroy. What have you been up to?
Just writing some business announcements.
That's all.
Announcing my business connection with you. Listen to this. Dear Mayor Terwilliger.
You're writing to the mayor?
Well, sure, he knows me. Besides, he's Unc's boss.
Yes.
I say, Your Honor, this is to inform you that I have a job at Mr. Peavy's through the holidays. Since you're so popular and probably will get presents from all your city commissioners this year, I would like to have your business when you buy presents for them, which you no doubt will do.
Are they all giving the mayor a present?
Well, I'm pretty sure they're going to.
That would be nice.
You don't mind this P.S., do you?
What is it?
When you come in the store, please buy from me. I'm on commission.
If you drum up the business, you should get the commission.
Swell, I'll put Christmas seals on them and mail them right out.
Well, I'm glad to see you use Christmas seals, Leroy. They brighten up a letter and brighten up a lot of lives at the same time.
Yeah.
Here's your uncle.
Let me wait on him.
Hello, Peavy.
Mr. Gildersleeve.
I see your new salesman is on the job.
Yes, he is.
Good evening, sir. May I show you something?
I just came in to see how you're getting along, Leroy.
You mean you're not going to buy anything?
No. You know I've done my Christmas shopping.
Leroy, if you'll watch the front of the store, I'll go back and make the prescriptions.
Sure.
Make yourself at home, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thanks, Peavy.
Hey, Unc, let's walk up front where Mr. Peavy can't hear us.
Oh? Aren't things going well?
They will.
What's on your mind?
Unc, if you heard somebody might give you something nice for Christmas, would you buy something for them?
Well, of course, I'd be embarrassed not to reciprocate.
That means you'd buy it, huh?
Certainly. I'd be delighted to know about it.
Well, I'm delighted to tell you might get a box of cigars for Mr. Peavy this year.
Really?
You better be prepared for it.
Well, thanks for the tip, my boy.
That's okay. What are you going to pick out for him?
Well, any suggestions?
Sure. He needs a new fountain pen. His is all clogged up.
Oh?
Now, I've got a bargain here for $3.99. Look, it writes in 3 colors.
Yeah, well, wrap it up and bring it home with you, Leroy.
Sure.
And put it on my bill.
Wouldn't you like to pay cash?
Why cash?
Well, I don't want to wait until you pay your bill to get my commission.
Oh, I see. Well, here you are, my boy.
I'll get your change.
Make a sale, did you, Leroy?
Yeah.
Just buying a cigar, Peavy. Give me a cigar so you won't get wise.
Sure, I got 5% on them, too.
Another sale, Leroy?
You said it.
Yes, yes.
Here's your brand and here's your change. Anything else?
No, I think I'd better get out of here.
So long, Petey. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
See you around, Doc. Oh, boy. Mr. Peavy,
Yes, Leroy?
you heard the cash register ring twice.
Yes, I did. And it was a very merry sound.
Aren't you curious about what Unc bought besides the cigar?
What did he buy?
I can't tell you,
You can't?
but I think you ought to know you're getting a pretty nice gift from somebody.
Did somebody just leave here?
How did you know?
I guess I'm psychic. Well, it's nice of Mr. Gildersleeve to remember me. I'll have to think of something for him.
He smokes cigars. By the box.
Well, I don't know of anything that would make him happier than a box of cigars.
Yeah, shall I wrap them for you?
You might as well, I guess.
Good. That'll be $3.60.
Wait a minute, Leroy.
What?
I'm not in the habit of paying in this store.
Oh. Oh, but since I made the sale, I get the 5%, don't I?
Yeah, that's logical.
Putting me on commission was a great idea, huh, Mr. Peavy?
No, I wouldn't say that.
The Great Gildersleeve will be right back.
Democracy. What does it mean to the farmer? How can democracy benefit the farmer better than any other form of government? These are easy questions to answer because the facts are there. Only in a democracy can the farmer get the most aid from his government, own his own land, produce, and equipment, and still earn a standard of living that is comparable to workers in the manufacturing industries. That's because the people in a democracy tell their elected representatives they want it that way. Government subsidy, free enterprise, open markets, and the will to work and better himself enables the farmer in a democracy, such as the United States of America, to produce one of the world's finest diets. Scientific agricultural advancement and democratic government are the reasons why this can happen. This is a part of democracy. But whether it functions in agriculture or some other form of endeavor, democracy gives mankind its finest legacy of freedom.
Well, since Leroy took a part-time job at Peavy's Pharmacy through the holidays, he's become quite a businessman. He's up bright and early this Saturday morning, anxious to finish breakfast and be on his way.
More hotcakes, Leroy? No thanks, Bertie. I gotta get down to my office.
Your office?
Well, that's what I call Mr. Peavy's desk where I check my mail.
You getting mail down there?
Well, sure. I sent out a lot of business letters. I'm getting results, too.
You're a go-getter, all right.
Yeah. Chief Gates and Floyd the Barber are exchanging gifts, and that's never happened before.
Of course, you didn't put them up to it.
Well, I encouraged them a little. You know, Bertie, it's funny how much people begin liking somebody the minute they know they're going to get a present from them.
Well, my boy, you're up early this morning.
Yeah. Hi, Unc.
Hi. Good morning, Bertie.
Morning, Mr. Gildersleeve. I'll go get you breakfast.
Thank you, Bertie.
Would you excuse me, Unc? I've got to get downtown.
Well, I suppose so. You couldn't wait and have breakfast with your old uncle?
Oh, I'm in business. I got to be on the ball. I'm not working for the city like you.
Where's the paper?
Here, I've read it already.
Oh, what happened to Dick Tracy?
Search me. I just checked the financial page.
Financial page. Oh, my goodness.
See you at dinner, Unc.
You're all right, my boy.
So long, Bertie. Bye, Leroy. It's 8:15. If I hurry, I can be there by the time Mr. Peavy opens and starts selling stuff.
Hello, Leroy.
Oh, hi, Mr. Cooley. You're bringing eggs early this morning.
You're out early, too.
Yeah.
I didn't think anybody got up before the chickens, except the egg man.
Well, I'm working at Mr. Peavy's.
Yeah, see you later.
Hey, I don't have to wait till I get down to the store to sell something. Mr. Cooley!
Yes, Leroy?
I was just thinking, does Unc have your home address?
He did have. Why?
Well, Christmas is coming, you know. This is the time of year everybody's supposed to give everybody a present.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve shouldn't do that.
Well, he may not, but he always has something for the mailman and the milkman. Why should he forget the eggman?
He shouldn't. Thanks for telling me, Leroy.
It's okay.
I'm glad I ran into you.
I'm glad I ran into you, too.
My, look at the money in this cash register, Leroy.
Yeah, business has been good today.
Well, you men counting your money?
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hi, Unc.
Thanks to Leroy, I'm about to make a special trip to the bank with a bag of money.
Good. Leroy, we better be thinking of a little something for the Eggman.
Yeah?
After you left this morning, he came in trying to find out what I'd like.
No kidding.
He's an awfully nice little fellow.
Yeah.
Seems to think a lot of me. Fellow doesn't know how many friends he has until Christmas time.
That could be.
Seems everybody I know is giving me something. And I've never felt so generous toward everybody.
Well, a lot of people have come in here feeling that way.
Yeah, it's working like a charm.
What?
I mean, the way everybody's got the holiday spirit.
Yeah, well, it's contagious. By the way, Leroy, I haven't bought a gift for Miss Tuttle.
You don't want to forget your girlfriend.
How is Miss Tuttle?
Lovely. I'm on the way up there now. Leroy, someday at school, I wonder if you can find out what kind of perfume she uses.
Oh, sure. I'll find out the scent for 5%.
Well, I'd hint around myself, but she's a school teacher and might see through me. Guess I'd better get on up there.
So long, Aunt.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, if you're going my way, you can help me carry the sack of money to the bank.
Oh, be careful with it. 5% of it's mine.
Don't worry, Leroy.
Quite a little businessman, isn't he, Pete?
Yes, he is.
So he's going to give her perfume. Wonder how much I'll make on that. Better look at a bottle. $25 an ounce? Why wait until I get to school to sew up this sale?
Hello?
Miss Tuttle?
Yes?
This is Leroy Forrester.
Oh, hello, Leroy.
I've been trying to call you.
I'm afraid my line's been busy.
Well, I want to ask you something before your steady gets there.
My steady?
Yeah, my uncle.
Well, Leroy, that's hardly the proper term you use. Your uncle and I are just good friends.
Well, you must be the best friend he's got.
Why do you say that?
Well, gosh, $25 an ounce?
What? I don't understand.
Well, Miss Tuttle, I guess I'll have to tell you, because you can't afford to make a mistake at these prices. So, what kind of perfume do you use?
Perfume? Oh, I like the more subtle scents.
Name one.
Well, Distant Star's nice.
Distant Star? You can tell it from way off, huh?
Leroy, your uncle really shouldn't give me anything.
He wants to.
What a wonderful gift.
Of course, this was supposed to be a surprise, Miss Tuttle, and it is in a way because you don't know how many ounces you're going to get.
Good heavens.
Incidentally, if you're buying any gifts, I'm selling for Mr. Peavy.
Oh, really? Oh, excuse me, Leroy. Someone's at the door.
Yeah, I heard it. I'll hang up so you can let Unc in. Bye.
Bye. Fabulous gift. I'm glad Leroy let me know. I'll have to get something from Mr. Gildersleeve.
Miss Tuttle.
Oh, just a moment, Throckmorton. Oh, I never called him that before. Oh, let me straighten this coffee table. Coming. Hello, Throckmorton.
Well, Miss Tuttle, you look radiant.
Must be because I'm excited.
You are?
Come in.
Thank you.
Grace.
Oh, I knew it. I just didn't know if I should say it.
Please do.
Thank you, Grace.
Here, let me take your hat and coat. Can I fix you some tea?
Tea?
Why don't you take this big, comfortable chair?
Oh, thank you. Mind if I smoke?
Gracious, no. I love your cigars. Let me light it for you.
Would you? Here's a match.
Oh, you don't have a lighter, Throckmorton?
No, just a book of matches. I lost my lighter.
Oh. Puff now.
Well, I'm puffing.
You should have a cigar lighter.
Well, you're the best cigar lighter I know. Well, Grace, what'll we do this afternoon?
Look, do you mind taking me downtown?
Oh, not at all.
I thought I'd finished my Christmas shopping, but I find I haven't.
Well, let's go. We might stop by Peavy's. Leroy's working there.
I know.
Oh? Here, let me help you with your coat.
Thank you.
Heady perfume.
About perfume, Throckmorton, if you ever have occasion to buy it, please be practical.
Practical?
Don't buy too large a bottle at $25 an ounce.
$25 a...
Leroy, we haven't been so busy, and I haven't had time to ring up all the sales.
Yeah, we've been very busy, but I don't get it. All of a sudden, my customers are coming in, and they won't let me wait on them.
Well, they're sort of confidential sales.
But gosh.
Hello, Mr. Peavy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Cooley.
Oh, boy, the Eggman again. Hi, Mr. Cooley. What can I do for you?
If you don't mind, I think I'd like Mr. Peavy to wait on me this time. Hello, Leroy.
Well, I'll be happy to help you.
Do you mind stepping up to the front of the store?
You're the customer.
How do you like that? I lost another one.
Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Peavy.
Well, hello, Miss Tuttle, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yeah, and Cooley. What are you doing here?
Oh, just helping out Santa Claus. Hello, Miss Tuttle.
Hello, Mr. Cooley.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Hey, I'll take care of them. Hi, Unc. Hi, Miss Tuttle.
Well, thank you, Leroy, but this is something I have to see Mr. Peavy about.
You too? What am I supposed to do?
Leroy, you might go to the back room and open some of the packing cases.
Me open packing cases?
Go ahead. Mind your employer, Leroy.
I'm not employed. I'm on commission.
Now, Miss Tuttle.
Gosh. A minute ago, I was at the top, making money hand over fist. Now I'm at the bottom, opening packing cases. Where's that crowbar?
Leroy.
Yeah?
What's the matter, my boy?
Well, I had a good thing going, but nobody lets me wait on them anymore.
Well, I happen to know the reason Miss Tuttle didn't let you wait on her. Is she's buying you a gift.
Yeah?
Peavy tells me that's what the Eggman is doing. And all your friends.
You mean they're all giving me presents?
Yep. They appreciate the little tips you gave them.
Hey, that was pretty slick, huh?
Slick?
Well, letting everybody know they were getting presents so they'd buy something for the other fella.
So that's what you've been up to.
Yeah,
Well, I guess it hasn't hurt anything. Everybody seems happy.
especially me. I got all my commission money and a lot of presents besides.
Well, I'm afraid you won't end up with much money, Leroy.
I won't?
Now you have to buy presents for everybody who's giving something to you.
Oh!
Well, Leroy, are you glad you took this job with Mr. Peavy?
Sure.
He sold a lot of merchandise.
Yeah, I made a lot of commissions. But I'll end up with nothing by the time I buy presents for all my friends. I'm not the big shot businessman I thought I was.
Well, now, Leroy, I'm going to help you out a little. Here's $5.
$5? Gee, thanks, Unc. But what's it for?
Well, Miss Tuttle has never been more cordial to me. I appreciate your phoning her about the perfume.
You're swell, Unc. And so are you, Mr. Peavy. I'm going to buy all my presents in your store.
My, that'd be nice.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Peavy, I understand the employees at Hogan Brothers get 10% off.
You don't say.
Yeah. You're not going to let Hogan Brothers get ahead of you, are you?
No, I'm not.
Keen, that's 10% I'll make.
Yeah, well.
And then if I sell everything to myself, my commission is 5%. That's a total of 15%. Hey, I'm doing all right again.
Oh, what a boy. Good night, folks.
Great Gildersleeve is played by Willard Waterman. The show is written by John Elliott and Andy White and is partially transcribed. Included in the cast are Walter Tetley, Lillian Randolph, Mary Shipp, Bud Steffen, and Dick LeGrand. Musical compositions by Jack Meakin. Be sure to listen in next week and every week for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
The Kraft Foods Company presents Willard Waterman as the Great Gildersleeve. The Great Gildersleeve is brought to you, transcribed, by the Kraft Foods Company. Kraft, makers of the famous pasteurized processed cheese food, Velveeta. Velveeta is one of the most popular members of the Kraft family of fine foods. It's known to folks everywhere as the cheese food of exceptional nourishment and delightful flavor. Enjoy it often. When you do, you may be sure you are enjoying the finest quality cheese food you can buy. Velveeta, made only by Kraft. Well, Miss Grace Tuttle, the school teacher, and Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve, the water commissioner, have been dating quite regularly and are now a sort of comfortable feeling existing between them. Of course, an eligible bachelor like the Great Gildersleeve is always fair game. And today we find our pigeon helping Miss Tuttle shop at Hogan Brothers.
I hope you're not tired waiting, Throckmorton.
Oh, no. Go right ahead. Of course, if I were paying for all these packages, I'd be tired.
Why don't you put them on the counter here while I go over to cosmetics?
Good idea, Grace.
You're sweet to spend so much time helping me today.
Well, just remember, for every hour I spend with you today, you have to spend time and a half with me tonight.
I won't be long.
All righty. All right, George, I feel real domestic this morning. Out shopping with Grace. Uh-oh. There's Marie Olson, that new girl in town. She's cute. Yeah, but I don't want her to see me now. I better pick up these packages and hold them in front of my face.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Too late. Hello, Marie.
It's nice to see you.
Well, nice seeing you, too.
I've been wondering what happened to you.
Me?
After our first date 2 weeks ago, you just disappeared. Poof.
Oh, I'm still around.
You weren't disappointed when you found out I was the sister of Clarence Olson, were you?
No, indeed. Just that I've been busy and you've been busy. Yeah, I imagine.
No, I haven't been so busy.
Oh?
After all, in a place the size of Summerfield, there isn't too much to do and not too many to do it with.
Zeke. I wonder if she's going to talk until Grace comes back.
You're uncomfortable, aren't you? Why don't you put down the packages while we talk?
Well, it isn't the packages. I mean...
I understand, Mr. Gildersleeve.
What's that?
You're waiting for a girl.
Me?
And you'd probably be embarrassed if she came up to find you talking to a strange woman.
Oh, no. What's there to be embarrassed about? Perhaps I'd better go look for her. It's getting late.
Oh, no, please. I'll be discreet and vanish the way you did 2 weeks ago. Poof.
Well, sorry, we don't have more time to talk.
Oh, I'm sure there'll be another time. Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Bye-bye. By George, she's quite a charmer.
Throckmorton.
Oop.
Looking for me?
Hello, Grace.
You were looking in the wrong direction.
Wasn't
that the girl who's new in town?
Marie? Yeah, I mean, new girl?
She's very attractive, isn't she?
She dresses well.
I understand she likes you, too.
Well, where would you hear that?
Her brother told me.
That sneaky Olson. He's just trying to break us up.
You worry about Dr. Olson, and I'll worry about his sister.
Oh, Grace, you know I'm true blue.
Oh, I'm sure you're true blue, but your face was red when I came up.
A man can get into trouble and not even try. Hello, Bertie.
David, Miss Gildersleeve.
Why, George, it's good to be home.
You have a hard day at the office?
No, I spent most of the day in Hogan Brothers carrying packages.
Yes.
Hi, Unc.
Hello, Leroy.
Hey, I took a phone call for you a little while ago.
Who was it?
Well, see if you can guess. Was it animal, mineral, or vegetable?
Oh, my goodness.
I'll give you a hint. Animal. Human animal. Lady animal. Foreign accent.
An accent?
Yeah, I'll act it out for you. Hello? May I please speak to Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh,
He's not home. May I leave a message? Sure, let me get a pencil. Bertie, get me a pencil.
Yeah, all right, Leroy. What's the message?
I'm getting to it. Will you please tell Mr. Gildersleeve I do not understand my water bill?
Leroy, come to the point.
She wants you to stop by and explain it to her.
She does? That's a strange request.
I don't see nothing strange about that.
What's this, Bertie?
Ain't she the young lady you took out a couple of weeks ago?
Well, yes.
Oh, I bet she can figure out her water bill. What she can't figure out is why the water commissioner didn't come back.
She can't forget you, huh, Unc?
Now, Leroy.
I could tell by her voice that she was just pining away.
Well, it is strange she didn't mention the water bill when I saw her in Hogan Brothers.
She probably ran right home and figured her strategy.
Oh, she isn't that interested in me.
Nah. What would she see in you?
Oh, wait a minute. Looking back, she did sound a little disappointed that I hadn't been in touch with her.
Yeah?
And I've heard from reliable sources that she likes me.
What reliable source?
Well, Miss Tuttle.
Your own girl knows it, huh? Ain't that something?
Well, I can't help it if an attractive woman takes a fancy to me.
How about that? She calls about a water bill and he puffs up like a balloon.
Leroy. Now that I think about it, it's quite amusing the way Grace showed a little jealousy when she saw me talking to Marie in the store. Gildersleeve admitted you're dynamite. If I stop in Peavy's and light up a cigar, I wonder if I'll explode. Hello, Peavy.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. What can I do for you this morning?
You can give me a cigar.
Very well. You seem to be in a pretty good mood today. Things bubbling at the waterworks?
As a matter of fact, I was about to call on a new customer. Give me one of those aromatic panatellas.
My, you must be calling on a lady customer.
Well, I don't mind telling you. It's Marie Olson. She invited me over to check her water bill. Well, she did. She wanted me to come by last night, but I was too smart for that.
You call that smart?
What?
A Swedish accent and French perfume is a hard combination to resist in Summerfield.
Oh,
If she invited me over to check her water bill, I'd have to call the fire department to put me out.
Now, Peavy.
I'm only joshing, Mr. Gildersleeve. Why didn't you go last night?
I have to play this pretty cagey. Grace saw me talking to her in Hogan Brothers and got a little green-eyed.
You don't say.
So I'm going over there during business hours. I happen to know she's a little infatuated with me.
Yeah, she's new in town.
It's a compliment to me in a way, but I'm not going to let it go to my head.
Oh, my, no.
I'm going over there and explain the water bill and get out.
Well, that's up to you, of course.
Yeah, I'm not easily influenced by women, Peavy.
Well.
Yeah, I'm not one to be swayed by a pretty face, a soft accent, and fancy perfume.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that.
Spring's in the air, all right. Listen to those birds. Hello, little birdie. Yeah. Yeah, I told Marie I'd be here at 11 o'clock, and it's 5 minutes to. Shouldn't be early. Oh, well, what the heck. It's good public relations.
Come in, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Hello, Marie. Hope I'm not too early.
Oh, I've been expecting you. May I take your hat?
No, I'll just hold it. Can't stay. Have to get back to the office.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It shouldn't take long to clear up the water bill for you.
Oh, that. Sit down, Mr. Gildersleeve.
But
I explained the water bill to myself.
you did?
Perhaps I should have called you and saved you the trip.
Well.
But I said to myself, a girl shouldn't keep calling a man. Mr. Gildersleeve might get the wrong idea.